The little junior sister is only 11 years old, cute, beautiful, and looks truly adorable. In contrast, she has an energetic personality. The games she comes up with are always harmful to others, making everyone afraid. Thanks to that, she went from being unknown to famous. Just hearing her name makes everyone terrified and want to stay away. The story begins with a shrill cry of, "I don't accept this. I don't accept this," making everyone confused about what's happening. Not only that, but even the person themselves doesn't understand why they're shouting like that. Everyone around turns their gaze towards the girl discussing, wanting to know who she is. What's wrong with this person? Are they crazy or what? The girl who was shouting earlier suddenly falls silent. Her face turns pale. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she wonders what she just shouted. Looking around, she sees an unfamiliar scene, her head full of question marks. Where is this? Wasn't I in the mining laboratory? I was about to create a breakthrough. How did I end up in this strange, unfamiliar place? Suddenly, she holds her head in pain. A stream of memories from the original owner enters her mind. A cold-looking man speaks up. "What don't you accept?" That's Trio Duonghua, the sect leader of Thut Tin Tong, Diep Dung Nguyet's master. Diep Dung Nguyet is the female lead in the original story. The girl looks up at the two people in front of her. She should gape in shock, unable to believe she has transmigrated into a book. She knows it's Diep Dung Nguyet and her master from the Cultivation novel she read last night. So in the current situation, she is the supporting character, Diep Ling Lung, causing a scene at the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. She remembers in the original story, Diep Dung Nguyet and Diep Ling Lung were sisters from the Diep family. Both came to participate in the Disciple Acceptance Ceremony to enter the Cultivation world. This time, although Diep Dung Nguyet was adopted, she had been outstanding since childhood, so the Diep family favored her. The biological daughter, Diep Lin Lung, had ordinary talent and was arrogant and domineering. She became the most contrasting character next to the female lead. In the original story, Diep Dung Nguyet amazed everyone with her abilities during the Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. She was accepted into That Tin Tong, the best sect in the Cultivation world. Meanwhile, Diep Lin Lung was assigned to the worst sect. In the original, she threw a tantrum saying, "I don't accept this. I want to join That Tin Tong too." Diep Lin Lung, unwilling to accept, stood before everyone using the Diep family's kindness to pressure Diep Dung Nguyet to take her to That Tin Tong. After joining the sect, Diep Lin Lung was thrown into the outer disciple ranks, enduring hardships without learning anything. She always resented her circumstances. Why should I have to suffer and endure hardships while Diep Dung Nguyet gets to live so comfortably? On the other hand, the female lead, Diep Dung Nguyet, was accepted as a core disciple. She broke through her cultivation level to become a genius young lady, admired by everyone in the cultivation world. Diep Ling Lung was jealous, so she thought if she couldn't live well, then the female lead shouldn't get to live well either. So she used underhanded methods to harm Diep Dung Nguyet. In the end, Diep Dung Nguyet crippled her cultivation and expelled her from the sect. She was pierced by thousands of arrows from Diep Dung Nguyet's admirers, dying a miserable death. The stream of memories about the original story in her head was interrupted when she heard Trio Duonghua questioning. "I ask you, what don't you accept?" Fortunately, she was quick-witted and said loudly, "I don't accept my parents' favoritism. My sister Diep Dung Nguyet has outstanding talent. But this time, when we sisters joined the Disciple Acceptance Ceremony to enter the Cultivation world, my parents only prepared one spirit bag for me, 10 spirit fruits and 100 spirit stones. My sister got nothing, so it's really unfair. Even though she's adopted, they shouldn't treat her like this," she said with tears welling up in her eyes. She acted so convincingly that everyone believed her, thinking her earlier outburst was reasonable and justified. In her past life, she spent 24 hours studying. Just when she was about to reap the rewards, it all slipped away. In this life, she didn't want to try hard anymore. Just let things be. She knew even if she tried, she would still end up dying miserably. So as long as she could live, even the worst sect wouldn't matter to her. The people around her hearing this started to discuss. Really, how could the Diep family be so biased? Fortunately, the biological child of the Diep family, although of ordinary talent, is kind-hearted, willing to speak out about this. Spirit bags, spirit fruits, and spirit stones, the Diep family, just a mundane family, can be this wealthy. Really? Trio Duonghua turned his gaze to the Diep family head and coldly spoke. "Outrageous. We treat Dung Nguyet like a treasure, yet the Diep family lets her suffer such injustice like this." The Diep family head fearfully stammered, "We would never mistreat Dung Nguyet. We actually prepared items just as Lin Lung said, but they were for Dung Nguyet. Deplin Lung was the one who didn't get anything. We haven't given the items yet. He didn't expect Deplin Lung would dare to expose them in front of so many people. Oh heavens, what kind of parents are these? They don't love their biological child and even neglect her. Trio Duonghua gritted his teeth in anger. The spirit bag, you don't need to prepare it. I will prepare a better one for Deng Wet. As for the spirit fruits and spirit stones, you must compensate Deng Wet double. The Diep family head, who originally loved Deng Wet, immediately agreed without hesitation. This was our oversight. Of course, we must compensate Deng Wet. We won't let her suffer any grievances. If that's the case, then let's put this matter to rest. Continue with the disciple acceptance ceremony. Trio Duonghua, while pulling Diep Deng Wet away, also said to Diep Lin Lung, you should hurry too. Go register with your Thanh Huyen tongue. I understand, she said, then suddenly paused, because she knew Thanh Huyen tongue was famous for its principles, but not because it was powerful. Rather, all villains originated from this sect. Everyone who rebelled became villains. But in the end, they all died at the hands of Diep Deng Wet. Thinking of this, she froze like stone. Could it be that in the end, she still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Diep Deng Wet? At this moment, her mother looked at her unhappily and said, Lin Lung, you troublemaker. These things were prepared for Deng Wet. There's nothing for you. Now we have to give double to Deng Wet. If we agree but can't fulfill it, that Tintong will have issues with Deng Wet. Her face now was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although she knew her Diep parents were always biased, seeing it firsthand was still absurd, so she loudly replied, according to mother's words, my sect doesn't matter, does it? Her father spoke with contempt. Look at yourself. See what kind of sect accepted you. Suddenly, from behind, someone spoke up like a low-pressure system rolling in, making her father startle in fear. Diep family head, do you have any opinions about our Thanh Huyen tongue? Being called out by name before this imposing person, her parents broke into a cold sweat and stammered. That's not quite what we meant. We think Thanh Huyen tongue is a great sect in the cultivation world. Not mere mortals like us can casually judge or offend. Just now, we hope you can overlook it. The man smiled gently and said, then you're mistaken. Thanh Huyen tongue, including the sect leader, has no more than 15 disciples. It's not considered a large sect. That man was Hua Tu Vien, the leader of Thanh Huyen tongue. Not only the Diep family head, but Diep Lin Lung also gaped in shock, sharing the same thought. With fewer than 15 people, what kind of sect is that? Any random sect could easily destroy this Thanh Huyen tongue with a snap of their fingers. Hua Tu Vien's tone then changed. However, there's something you said that's correct. If we agree to something and can't fulfill it, that Tintong will have issues with Diep Deng Wet. As he spoke, Hua Tu Vien's face and tone grew colder. A flame formed in his palm as Hua Tu Vien faced the Diep family head. At the same time, he glanced at Diep Lin Lung. My Thanh Huyen tongue will also have issues. Just this small display of skill made the Diep family head tremble without cold. The two were so scared they almost wet themselves, then hastily said in fear, our Diep family is a century-old clan. We absolutely won't go back on our word. Lin Lung's share, when she joins Thanh Huyen tongue, we will prepare for her. Hua Tu Vien still pointed the flame at them, his mouth smiling friendlily but his tone threatening, ordering them to do it right now. Her father didn't hesitate and immediately presented the items to Hua Tu Vien with both hands, with a cordial attitude, fawning. All right. We'll show you right away. 1 spirit bag with 10 spirit fruits and 100 spirit stones are all here. Hua Tu Vien took the spirit bag containing the items and gave it to Diep Lin Lung, telling her to count, and if anything was missing, he would make them pay tenfold. Receiving the bag, her eyes lit up. She didn't expect the villain's methods to be so quick, efficient, and highly effective. Even if evil, it would still punish those who are hypocritical. It seems joining Thanh Huyen tongue wouldn't be bad. At least she wouldn't have to cry and suffer injustice like in the original story. She finished counting the items and smiled brightly, saying nothing was missing. The quantity was just right. Hua Tu Vien didn't hesitate and said, then let's go. He then turned around and started to leave. She was a bit slow to adapt and chased after him, calling out loudly, Senior brother, wait, senior brother. Hearing this, Hua Tu Vien stopped, which she didn't expect, and couldn't brake in time, bumping into his back and holding her head in pain. Hua Tu Vien turned back and asked, who told you I was the senior brother? So you're not the senior brother. She thought this person was so gentle, very fitting for the image of a senior brother. After all, Diep Deng Wet's senior brother was also the typical gentle male lead. Moreover, It's normal for a senior brother to recruit new disciples on behalf of the sect. Huatu Vian now formally introduced himself. I am the sect leader of Thanh Huyen and also your master. Now, call me master. She froze, mouth agape in shock, with countless questions in her mind. Unexpectedly, this man was the sect leader of Thanh Huyen the great villain Huatu Vian. She couldn't believe Thanh Huyen was so bad that the sect leader had to personally recruit disciples. Was there really nothing wrong with this sect? Seeing the little disciple's expression, Huatu Vian asked, "Looking at your expression, are you doubting your master?" The question interrupted her stream of doubtful thoughts. She switched to flattery mode with her talent for speaking and expressions. "You're the sect leader. How can master be so young? I've never heard of any sect leader who's only just over 20 years old." Huatu Vian, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, "When you enter Thanh Huyen you'll understand." From her master's expression, she guessed that the flattery was effective on her master. She'd have to use it more often in the future. She continued, "Thank you, master, for not rejecting this disciple, giving this disciple a place in the cultivation world. Lin Lung will never forget this great kindness and virtue." Hearing this, Huatu Vian smiled and said to her, "You think I accepted you into the sect because no one else wanted you. Thanh Huyen also has its own standards." She was curious to know what those standards were. Huatu Vian gestured towards the people around and told her, "We select based on beauty value. Those ugly people out there shouldn't dream of entering my Thanh Huyen Deep Lin Lung was stunned by her master's standards. Although her master was indeed handsome, she broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, even so, people might not want to join Thanh Huyen Not wanting to waste more time, Huatu Vian took out his sword, intending to fly back to the sect. Seeing a sword for the first time floating in front of her, she was quite surprised, not understanding what was happening before her eyes. Her master stood on the sword and extended his hand to her, saying, "Get on. Today, I'm only accepting you. I'll take you back myself. Don't worry about anything else." Huh, just like that. Is it okay? She couldn't believe her master was skipping the process of issuing identity jade tablets and registering new disciples. While Deep Lin Lung was still thinking, Huatu Vian picked her up with one arm like an object, then flew away on his sword at an altar-like speed, causing her to scream in fear. The crowd below watched them leave, unable to hide their curiosity. Which sect's people just flew away on a sword like that? How arrogant. Someone who knew said it was Thanh Huyen That sect had good luck today, picking up a valuable disciple, so they took her back directly. Someone else commented, "So it's Thanh Huyen After all, no one else goes there. They don't need the elders to lead a group of disciples over mountains and rivers to return." A while later, Huatu Vian had brought Deep Lin Lung to the main gate of Thanh Huyen Looking at the scene before her, Deep Lin Lung exclaimed, "How magnificent." She remembered the description of That Tin Tong in the original work. The characters on the signboard were strong and rigid. 99 steps after the gate led to That Tin Tong's main hall. In comparison, she found Thanh Huyen even more impressive than That Tin Tong. Looking at the scenery ahead with no end in sight, Deep Lin Lung felt a bit confused and worried. "Master, do we have to climb such long stairs?" Huatu Vian crossed his arms and said indifferently, "With your small body, it would probably take you a day and a night to reach the top. I brought you here for a tour so you can clearly see Thanh Huyen appearance. Don't go to the wrong place in the future." "Oh, I see. But do people really go to the wrong sect?" She thought it was a joke because with such a magnificent entrance, how could anyone make a mistake? Huatu Vian said angrily, "Your third senior brother always goes to the wrong place. The sect leader next door comes to complain every other day. Haha, already I can hear that this sect has many interesting things." After introducing the sect's entrance to Deep Lin Lung, Huatu Vian continued to fly her up the mountain on his sword. He used altar-like speed, causing Deep Lin Lung to be scared and scream continuously. Arriving at the Thanh Huyen disciples' quarters, Huatu Vian introduced, "The residences on this side, from left to right, belong to your first senior brother, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh senior brothers. And on this side are your first senior sister, second, third, fourth, and fifth senior sisters. You're ranked sixth. Your residence is here." Diep Lin Lung couldn't believe it, so she asked her master again, "Do you mean that each of us has our own beautiful residence like this? Even newcomers like me have their own residence. Of course, what's strange about that?" Hearing the answer, her eyes lit up. "I didn't expect our Thanh Huyen conditions to be so excellent." She remembered in the original story that Tin Tong disciples mostly shared rooms in pairs. Outer disciples were even assigned to 4-person rooms. When Diep Dung Wet first arrived at That Tin Tong, she was given a single room, making many disciples envious. Perhaps her choice to join Thanh Huyen wasn't bad at all. Deep Lin Lung put on an adorable puppy-like expression and asked with anticipation, "Master, now am I a core disciple of Thanh Huyen Tong?" Hua Tuvian informed her, "All disciples of Thanh Huyen Tong, including me, total 13. We don't distinguish between core and regular disciples. What? Our Thanh Huyen Tong is unlike other sects." Deep Lin Lung pointed at the people walking in front of them and said, "But if you count these disciples carefully, there are more than 13 people." As she finished speaking, Hua Tuvian gave her a strong flick on the forehead. "What are you thinking? Those are servants arranged by your 5 senior sisters for cleaning." Deep Lin Lung held her forehead, mouth agape, as if hearing something unbelievably strange. "There are even servants. What kind of heaven-sent conditions are these? Who spread the rumor that Thanh Huyen Tong is the worst sect in the world? This is amazing. If it weren't for those false rumors, I wouldn't have had the chance to join and enjoy this." She gave a thumbs up, silently thanking those false rumors. Deep Lin Lung was looking around, taking in the surroundings with a face so eager it was almost drooling. She couldn't believe she had come to such a wonderful place. Hua Tuvian took her hand to introduce her to her senior brothers and sisters. She was curious about what her senior brothers and sisters would be like. Hua Tuvian led her to a courtyard and enthusiastically introduced, "This is your 7th senior brother's residence." While she was looking around, wanting to know what her 7th senior brother was like, but seeing nothing, the master then asked a servant, "Where is Xiao Qi?" The servant respectfully replied, "Sect leader, the 7th young master went to the neighboring sect for a martial arts competition." Then, standing before the new disciple, looking a bit embarrassed and uneasy, the master asked again, "How long has he been gone? When will he return?" The servant honestly answered, "We don't know when he'll return, but he's been gone for over a month. Didn't you know, sir?" Hua Tuvian's eyes widened in surprise. Then he quickly covered it up, scratching his head and laughing as if nothing happened. "Oh, is that so?" Deep Lin Lung felt a bit doubtful inside. She had a feeling that this master, the sect leader, wasn't very reliable. Hua Tuvian pretended to be composed on the outside, but inside, he was now feeling a bit unsure of himself in front of his little disciple. Hua Tuvian continued to lead her to the next residence, introducing, "This is your 6th senior brother's residence. Trust me, he must be here this time." Unexpectedly, the result was no different from before. After leading her to several residences, Hua Tuvian walked with an embarrassed mood. Although Deep Lin Lung obediently followed behind, her inner voice was screaming to scold someone. How could the master, as sect leader, not know they were all out? Thanh Huyen Tong being chosen as the worst sect seemed to have some truth to it after all. At this moment, a young man approached and called out to the master, "Why are you here?" That young man was Boylak Bok, the 1st senior brother of Thanh Huyen Tong. He looked at Deep Lin Lung and asked, "Who is this?" Looking at the outstanding young man standing before her, her eyes lit up. Her cheeks flushed at his appearance. This was the typical reaction of girls infatuated with handsome men. It seemed the master was telling the truth. Thanh Huyen Tong relied on aesthetic value to recruit disciples. This 1st senior brother was truly handsome, but unfortunately, in the end, he would seek revenge for Thanh Huyen Tong and kill the entire cultivation world. Then he would be defeated by Dep Dung Wet. Such a handsome man as 1st senior brother dying at the hands of Dep Dung Wet was truly a waste. Her current expression showed some displeasure, and the young man was full of question marks, not understanding what caused her such mood. Hua Tuvian introduced her to Lak Bak. "This is the disciple I accepted this year, surnamed Deep, named Lin Lung. From today, you'll be in charge of teaching your little junior sister. She's young, with weak cultivation and no good aptitude. It'll be hard work for you." Lakbak nodded. "I understand." When her master introduced the 7th senior brother's residence and the 6th senior brother's, she already felt it was absurd. Now she understood why the master didn't start with the 1st senior brother, but from the 7th senior brother. By introducing the 1st senior brother later, he could naturally hand her over to the 1st senior brother and then wash his hands of the matter. She inwardly cried a river of tears. With such an unreliable sect leader, Thanh Huyen Tong would surely disband sooner or later. Hua Tuvian put his hand on her shoulder with a serious face. "Lin Lung, your 2nd and 3rd senior sisters have taken your 3rd and 4th senior sisters down the mountain to train, and your 5th senior sister has gone home to visit relatives. So now among the females in Thanh Huyen Tong, only you remain. You must obediently follow your 1st senior brother for cultivation. Understand?" "Yes, master. Rest assured, I will listen to 1st senior brother." Seeing the adorable appearance of his little disciple, Hua Tuvian couldn't stop admiring himself. This little disciple is so cute. worthy of being the seedling I've chosen. Tu Vian pretended to cough, using the excuse of being busy, and quickly turned to leave. Deep Lin Lung unhappily complained inwardly as the master left. He really didn't hesitate to dump her with first senior brother, as if he had completed his duty as a master. At this moment, first senior brother asked, "Do you know where you're staying?" She nodded and replied, "I know. Master just showed me earlier." "Well then, you can go rest now. There are servants there to take care of your meals and clothes. If you have any problems in the future, just come find me." After saying this, he turned and left, leaving her standing there, dumbfounded. Is this all for the first day of joining the sect? It felt a bit lonely, but also unbelievably relaxed. In the original story, she knew that on Deep Dongwet's first day at That Tin Tong, she went through a long process. She had to get disciple robes, receive an identity token, and get assigned a room. Memorizing sect rules kept her busy all day. But on her first day at Thanh Huyen Tong, no one was managing her. It was too leisurely. She doubted if they had accepted her just to fill the disciple quota. Seeing the little junior sister standing still without any reaction, Boy Lakbach turned back and asked, "Little junior sister, do you have any other questions?" Deep Lin Lung stood there stammering, unable to say anything. Many thoughts raced through her mind. It seemed like she had questions, yet she didn't. Perhaps retiring at Thanh Huyen Tong wouldn't be so bad. At least no one was managing her, and there was no Diep Dung Wet swaying before her eyes, making her uncomfortable. Boy Lak Bach turned back to see her standing still like that, his head full of question marks, and he made his own assumptions. Is little junior sister scared? It's understandable. She's still young, and it's her first time leaving home for the sect. It's normal to be afraid. I should find a way to comfort her. An idea flashed through his mind. He took off a ring and handed it to her, saying this was a welcome gift from first senior brother, giving her a Tweety ring. This ring can store myriad things. It will be useful for storing items in the future. Looking at the gift, Deep Lin Lung gaped in astonishment, not believing it was real. She knew in the cultivation world, the lowest level spiritual item was a spirit pouch. Anyone with money could buy one. Next was the space ring, but a Tweety ring was a high-level item, unobtainable even if desired. Many people couldn't even touch one in their entire lives. In the original story, Deep Dung Wiet's master gave her a space ring as an entrance gift. It made many That Tin Tong disciples green with envy. But now, first senior brother was giving her a Tweety ring as a welcome gift. Deep Lin Lung held the ring, examining it for a long time, and had to sigh in admiration. Our Thanh Huyen Tong is truly generous. While Deep Lin Lung was overjoyed, holding the ring and admiring it endlessly, Boy Lak Bak displayed a worried expression. The welcome gift has been given. Why isn't junior sister happy yet? Could it be that she thinks the gift is too insignificant to care about? He then gave her another bag of spirit fruits. I know you're still young and just arrived at the Huyen Tong, not yet adjusted. If you're homesick and feeling down, eat some spirit fruits. When you're full of spiritual energy, your mood will improve. There are 500 spirit fruits in this bag. Take them as snacks. If it's not enough, come find me. Deep Lin Lung was shocked again, this time by first senior brother's gift of 500 spirit fruits as snacks. Her parents were very wealthy, yet they could only buy 10 spirit fruits for Diep Dung Wet. But senior brother gave her 500 spirit fruits as snacks. She hugged the bag of spirit fruits, standing frozen in place from sheer happiness. Meanwhile, first senior brother sighed at her frozen state, wondering why little junior sister still hadn't reacted. A woman's thoughts are truly hard to guess. So he generously gave her a large bag of spirit stones. This is also for you. The bag was so heavy that it made her back ache. No joke, it was too heavy. First senior brother, what is this? He scratched his head with an uneasy look. Forgive me if first senior brother's gift is inappropriate. There are 10,000 spirit stones here. Buy whatever you like. Deep Lin Lung was shocked for the third time by first senior brother's gift of 10,000 spirit stones. Thinking about her current situation, Deep Lin Lung was somewhat terrified and couldn't believe it. When Deep Dung Wet left for the sect, her parents had saved up 100 spirit stones. She had to be quick-witted to keep them for herself. But here, first senior brother just casually gave her 10,000 spirit stones. Boy Lak Bosch, worried it wasn't enough, wanted to give more gifts but was stopped by her. She hugged the bag of spirit stones and said, "First senior brother, this welcome gift is too precious. How can I accept it?" Hearing this, Boy Lak Bosch felt relieved. "It's fine. I was just afraid you wouldn't like it." Deep Lin Lung hugged the bag of spirit stones and smiled brightly. "I like it. I like any gift first senior brother gives me. That's good. You should go rest now." Then Lin Lung thanks first senior brother. She was so happy she wanted to scream with joy inside. Heaven gave gave me an untrustworthy master, so it compensated me with a first senior brother who is both generous and gentle. Boylak Bach gently patted her head. If you want to start cultivating, come to my courtyard. I'll teach you. As junior sister happily left with the bag of spirit stones, he sighed with relief. At least he managed to comfort little junior sister. Indeed, for a man to choose a gift to please a girl is 100,000 times more difficult than going into battle. In Deepling Lung's courtyard, she was lying down, feeling extremely content, with her legs crossed and swinging happily, and a plate full of spirit fruits beside her. She put a spirit fruit in her mouth and felt ecstatic. So delicious, what kind of earthly delicacy is this? It's too good. Her eyes sparkled with a happy expression. So this is what it feels like to be full of spiritual energy. Deep Lin Lung ate spirit fruits like snacks, just as first senior brother had said. She then remembered that in the original story, the first time Deep Donguyet ate a spirit fruit was about a month later. At that time, she ate only 3 fruits to improve her abilities for dealing with the exam, and she regretted it for a long time. She imagined if Deep Donguyet were in front of her now. Sister, look at this fruit. I'll eat one and give one to the dog, making her jealous to death. As she ate the spirit fruits, she kept thinking about Deep Donguyet. Somehow, just imagining Deep Donguyet's angry face made her very happy. Perhaps it was because the original owner suffered many injustices in the Diep family. The original owner, relying on her own abilities, passed the exam to enter the cultivation world, showing her talent. But because all the family resources were given to Deep Donguyet, the original owner didn't benefit at all, so her progress was delayed. However, if her parents had given her some resources initially, she would have missed out on a great place like Thanh Huyen Tong. Suddenly, she was startled, remembering that in the original story, Thanh Huyen Tong was the antagonist. Everyone there was a stumbling block in Deep Donguyet's path to advancement, especially first senior brother. Not only was he killed by Deep Donguyet's sword, but she also took his magical treasure, resulting in a tragic end. She panicked, shaking her head to calm down, but couldn't. That was her first senior brother. She had to quickly think of a way to prevent them from falling into that fate. While enjoying the kindness of first senior brother, how could she let others harm him? She couldn't allow anyone to obstruct her peaceful retirement at Thanh Huyen Tong. Deplin Lung stood up, wanting to go out and find first senior brother. She noticed the air felt a bit strange. Why was there a breeze in the room? Suddenly, a young man's face appeared close to hers, startling her. Who is this? The young man spoke with an excited mood. As soon as I heard Master brought back a little junior sister, I came here immediately. I didn't expect it to really be a little sister as small as a bean sprout. As he spoke, the young man raised his pinky finger, comparing it to her size. Suddenly, being teased that she looked like a bean sprout made her furious, and she loudly retaliated. I thought my senior brothers would be like first senior brother, tall and slender like bamboo. I didn't expect to find someone shaped like a winter melon. Being compared to a winter melon, the young man knew he had met his match in verbal sparring. Little junior sister is quite sharp-tongued. Indeed, someone who has eaten spirit fruits has extraordinary fighting power. Deepling Lung quickly wiped her mouth. She wiped off anything stuck on her lips. Even so, she refused to back down. You knew, and still came to provoke me. Just teasing my little junior sister a bit, the young man seriously observed his junior sister's smile. Suddenly his cheeks flushed at her super cuteness. Little junior sister, though small, is also adorable. So adorable, it's hard not to like her. How could I possibly hold anything against my junior sister? He took out a pearl he had hidden on him. I came to give you a gift. Call me sixth senior brother once, and this pearl will be yours. Hearing this, her eyes lit up as she thought to herself, call him once, and I can get a gift. Not calling would be such a loss. Maybe the sweeter I am, the more gifts I'll get. I didn't expect my senior brothers to be so nice. She transformed into an obedient puppy, super adorable. Gently tugging his sleeve, she called sixth senior brother coquettishly, melting his heart instantly. How could he not dote on her? Holding up the pearl to examine it, Deeplin Lung was full of doubt, unsure if it was a good item or not. She didn't know how to use it. As if guessing her thoughts, the young man said, "This is a rain pearl, sister. Channel spiritual energy into it, and it can create rain. Although it's not as valuable as first senior brother's gift, it's very interesting. Try it out. It's fun. All right, let me try it." She channeled spiritual energy into the pearl. Instantly, a small stream of water poured on her head. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, sixth senior brother quickly slipped away. She, with tears in her eyes, tried to dodge the pearl. A moment later, when things settled, both sighed in relief, lucky to have avoided disaster. Seeing his junior sister confused about the pearl, the young man understood. Little junior sister's ability to control spiritual energy, no wonder she was the last one accepted as a disciple this time. He patted Deep Lin Lung's head, consoling her with a white lie. It's not your fault. Don't worry about this pearl. It's supposed to produce results like that. I was just waiting for you. Deep Lin Lung naively believed his words were true. She asked sixth senior brother again, does Master really not teach us how to cultivate? That's right. He's never managed our affairs. He stays in his own area. If he's not practicing calligraphy, he's drinking tea, living even more leisurely than an old man in the countryside. Hearing this, full of doubt, she asked again, if Master doesn't teach us to cultivate, what if we encounter strong enemies in the future? What should we do? Can Master alone repel all enemies? The young man heard this as if hearing a joke, laughing uncontrollably. If you're counting on him, you might as well count on first senior brother instead, sending a golden core cultivator like Master to fight. If he's not embarrassed, I am. So what cultivation level does first senior brother have? Hearing sixth senior brother say first senior brother was at nascent soul level made her jaw drop in amazement. First senior brother is actually at nascent soul level. She knew that in the lower cultivation realm, the lowest level was chi condensation, then foundation establishment, followed by golden core, and then nascent soul. Nascent soul was the highest. After breaking through nascent soul to deity formation, one could ascend to the upper cultivation realm. So all sect leaders in the lower cultivation realm had cultivation levels at the nascent soul stage. She remembered in the original story when Deep Dung Wet defeated Beilak Bak was at nascent soul stage, while Deep Dung Wet was only at golden core. This event happened 3 years later. This also meant that first senior brother's cultivation didn't increase in 3 years. Deep Lin Lung pondered. Now first senior brother was at nascent soul stage. If in these 3 years he cultivated diligently and broke through to deity formation, how could Deep Dung Wet at golden core stage 3 years later possibly fight against him? With her head, in her mind, she imagined first senior brother tying up and hanging Deep Dung Wet on a tree branch, then whipping her until she cried, which excited her. A wicked smile full of malice appeared genuinely on her face. This time, it's clear she's starting to make moves that will terrify others. Deep Lin Lung secretly resolved that she absolutely couldn't let the little Deep Dung Wet bully her first senior brother. Even if she has higher talent than me, so what? Isn't that just a test anyway? If she can't do it, my first senior brother can. Immersed in her thoughts, no one could stop her path to happiness. To prevent any unpleasant things from happening and her battle plans, she laughed loudly with great pleasure, making sixth senior brother beside her stare in fear. He didn't know what was wrong with little junior sister, but it was truly terrifying. Early the next morning, she quickly ran to Beilak Bak's courtyard. From outside, she called out loudly for first senior brother. As soon as she stepped through the door, she eagerly said with anticipation, "First, senior brother, let's start cultivating today." The young man, who was picking up a steamed bun for breakfast, froze for a few seconds. You really want to start cultivating now? His mind was full of question marks. Little junior sister, weren't you the last one in the grand meeting to be accepted as a disciple? Why are you so eager now? Deep Lin Lung grabbed first senior brother's sleeve with an extremely adorable expression. She nodded repeatedly at his question. Let's start cultivating. That cuteness was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, making it impossible for him to refuse. All right, hold out your hand so I can check your spiritual roots. Deep Lin Lung obediently extended her hand for first senior brother to examine. She remembered that in the original story she had 3 spiritual roots: wood, water, fire. She secretly cried because her spiritual roots weren't pure. Cultivation would be difficult. Moreover, water and fire were conflicting. It's as if these 2 spiritual roots didn't exist, so she belonged to the worst category. She worried that first senior brother might not teach her because of her poor aptitude. While crying over her spiritual roots, suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, causing her attitude to change like turning a page. Now it was an evil smile with the thought, whether I cultivate well or not doesn't matter. As long as first senior brother breaks through to deity formation, I can live to old age, so why worry? At this moment, Beilak Bak finished checking and informed her, you have 3 spiritual roots: wood, water, and fire. Although they're a bit mixed, cultivation will be more difficult than others, but this also proves you have more potential than most people. As long as you try hard, you'll certainly not be inferior to others. Deep Lin Lung thought first senior brother was afraid she'd be sad, so he said this to comfort her, which moved her to tears. She remembered how her parents at home had criticized her. Your spiritual roots are too poor. We won't waste any more effort on you. From now on, Anything beneficial for cultivation will be saved for your elder sister. Before, everyone considered her useless and didn't want to waste effort on her. Even her parents thought so. But now, first senior brother, who she'd just met a day ago, said she had a lot of potential. As long as she tried hard, she wouldn't be inferior to others. Senior brother cared for her so much. How could she let others harm him? Unfortunately, her emotional expressions always frightened first senior brother. He always interpreted them opposite to her intentions. He gently patted her head to encourage and comfort her. Little junior sister, I'll teach you from the basic mind techniques. It might be a bit difficult. If you can't learn it in one go, we'll practice many times. Deplin Lung, like a little kitten, obediently agreed and thanked first senior brother. Deplin Lung was like an adorable little kitten, melting his heart. He couldn't help but cherish her. He said softly, "You're still young. Cultivation is complex for you." To encourage her, he had an idea. "If you can memorize the introductory mind technique today, I'll give you 100 spirit fruits. If you learn it in 3 days, I'll give you 50. What do you think?" Learning and getting spirit fruits, her eyes lit up. Her mouth was practically watering. She admired her first senior brother even more. First senior brother was so gentle, thoughtful, and patient. His tone of coaxing a child made her love this treatment. Not to mention the original owner never had this. Even she herself in modern times never experienced it. Deep Lin Lung remembered that in modern times, her parents were very strict with her. They never coddled her. Under high-pressure education, she became the youngest research professor in the country. Busy day and night. She hadn't even finished reading this novel. Until before transmigrating here, she had only read half of it. Thinking about this, she felt quite miserable. Now she only knew that more than half of the Qingxuan sect would die at the hands of Depdung Nguyet, and she didn't know what would happen after that. So her mood was a bit sad. While Deplin Lung was thinking, Beilakbash gave her a spirit fruit with a doting intention. "I'll reward you with a spirit fruit before we start learning. Eat well to have energy for studying." She was a bit surprised, but her heart was filled with happiness. She didn't expect first senior brother to dote on her like this. He was giving her a reward before she even started learning. Although she felt warm about the reward, she firmly refused to accept it. First senior brother, do you usually dote on other junior brothers and sisters like this? How can I get spirit fruits before memorizing as per our agreement? First senior brother, you can't give this to me. Seeing little junior sister's attitude, he just smiled and said seriously, "Little junior sister is right. In the future, I'll make sure to follow our agreement. Now, let's start learning." Deep Lin Lung followed behind Beilak Bak, her heart blooming. Usually, first senior brother didn't like to smile, but when he smiled, he was so handsome. It felt like the whole world lit up. Luckily, she had transmigrated into the body of a little girl who looked like a bean sprout. Otherwise, she'd have become a boy-crazy young lady by now. Inside the room, senior brother seriously taught her. "Now I'll start reciting the mind technique for you. You learn while feeling the content of the mind technique, circulating your inner force." She obediently followed his instructions. After an incense stick's time of guidance, first senior brother asked, "Have you memorized it?" She nodded and replied, "I have memorized it." First senior brother wanted to be sure, so he tested her. "Now I'll read one sentence, and you read the next. We'll read it a few times to help you remember." Deep Lin Lung quickly said, "First senior brother, I've already memorized it. I'll recite it for you." Then she fluently recited the mind technique, not missing a single word to prove that for her, this task was as easy as eating candy. How could it be difficult for her? Beilak Bach listened to her recitation in a daze, as if he couldn't believe this was real. People said he was a genius in the cultivation world, but back then, he had to study several times to memorize it. But now, little junior sister had only heard it once and memorized it without a single mistake. Was she really the last person accepted at the disciple recruitment event? She finished reciting, expecting praise, but seeing first senior brother's dazed expression, she asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong? I didn't make any mistakes, did I? I can recite it backward fluently if you don't believe me." Listen, Deep Lin Lung prepared to recite, frightening the young man who quickly covered her mouth with his hand. "Little junior sister, you can't recite the mind technique backward. What if you deviate from the right path?" She signaled that she understood, and only then did he remove his hand. Deep Lin Lung, now excited, held out her small hands towards Beilak Bach. "First senior brother, can you give me the reward now that you promised?" To him, little junior sister was both cute and intelligent, deserving the best reward, so he generously handed over the bag of spirit fruits with an indulgent smile. Hugging the bag of spirit fruits, she was full of excitement and politely thanked first senior brother. First senior brother continued to guide her. Now that you've memorized the mind technique, let's move on to the next step. Try to circulate your spiritual energy according to the mind technique. It's okay if it's not perfect at first. Just try a few times. She obediently followed his instructions. Unexpectedly, on her first try, she circulated her spiritual energy too successfully. Bai Lak Bach, standing beside her, couldn't help but feel dizzy with amazement. He couldn't believe little junior sister's first attempt was so successful. When Deep Lin Lung finished, seeing first senior brother standing there dazed, she thought she had done something wrong and asked, "First senior brother, was that correct?" Bai Lak Bach came to his senses and said it was correct. But in his heart, he thought, little junior sister's comprehension ability, how could she be the last person accepted at the disciple recruitment event? Little junior sister is more talented than I was back then. In just a moment, Deep Lin Lung had grasped the entry-level technique. She even demonstrated it for him. First senior brother, look, does this look like the spirit fruit you gave me as a reward? And this one is a heart shape. Watching little junior sister delightedly create shapes by manipulating spiritual energy, Bai Lak Bach breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, he thought it would take days of coaxing with spirit fruits to get little junior sister to grasp the entry-level technique. He didn't expect her to learn so quickly. Bai Lak Bach began to doubt himself when he saw little junior sister like this. He wasn't even 30 years old yet and had reached the Yuan Ying stage, considered a genius in the cultivation world. Now seeing little junior sister, who had just been guided, already so proficient, how could he not doubt himself? Was he too ordinary, or was little junior sister, despite her poor spiritual root, extremely intelligent? Her comprehension ability was also frighteningly high. Deep Lin Lung called first senior brother, interrupting his train of thought. She was eager to know what she would learn next. Her abilities exceeded his initial calculations. He coughed lightly and said, "According to the schedule, we should teach sword techniques next, so you can understand how to use spiritual energy with sword techniques. This will give you the basic combat skills of a cultivator. Sword practice, huh? Then let's start learning sword techniques now." She was so eager because she could only imagine herself wielding a sword, looking incredibly cool and powerful, just like in the wuxia movies she had watched in modern times. Bai Lak Bach was at a loss for words in front of little junior sister's eager and expectant face. Because she learned so quickly, he hadn't prepared a suitable spirit sword for her yet. You can use a wooden sword for now, because you want to speed up the initiation process. Then you can practice with first senior brother every day. Bai Lak Bach seriously said, "No, my little junior sister should have a good sword like that to have the best foundation. Then I'll listen to first senior brother." She was deeply moved. She didn't expect first senior brother to be so kind to her, always wanting to give her the best. "Today, go back and practice what I taught you. Tomorrow, I'll take you to choose a sword. The sword tomb is very dangerous. You must obey me to avoid any mistakes." Dap Lin Lung remembered from the original story that the sword tomb of the Seven Stars sect was in a pagoda, so she thought Qing Xuan sects must be similar. At this point, Dap Lin Lung still didn't know where Qing Xuan sect's sword tomb was located, or what dangers would await her. At Dap Lin Lung's courtyard, sixth senior brother was shouting as if he'd heard shocking news. "What? First senior brother is taking you to the sword tomb tomorrow." His reaction left Deep Lin Lung confused as to why sixth senior brother reacted so intensely when hearing about going to the sword tomb. Realizing his reaction was a bit over the top, he embarrassedly pretended to cough and then used his hand to cover her thoughtful gaze directed at him. After regaining his composure, he turned and spoke calmly. "Go if you must, but you absolutely must obey first senior brother and not run around carelessly." His exaggerated reaction earlier made her curious, so she put on an ultra-cute and adorable expression to extract information from sixth senior brother. "Are you sure there's nothing else you want to tell me, brother?" Although his heart melted at her extreme cuteness, he was still determined not to say anything more. Dep Lin Lung wasn't about to give up so easily. Failing this tactic, she immediately deployed another adorable and cute strategy. And when that didn't work, she did a 360 and used the tantrum technique. She burst into loud tears, frightening him and making him panic. "Little junior sister, why are you suddenly crying like this?" she said through her tears. "Because you won't even tell me the truth. Tomorrow I have to go to the sword tomb. You all say it's dangerous, but no one tells me why it's dangerous. If I don't understand clearly and go there, what if I accidentally touch something I shouldn't and die there?" Hearing little junior sister talk about such bad luck, he quickly covered her mouth in fear. "You won't die. First senior brother will definitely watch over you." Finally, he raised his hands in surrender, deciding to tell her. Anyway, as long as you stay at Qingxuan sect, you'll find out sooner or later. Having achieved her goal, she quickly changed her expression, turning the page and urging, "Sixth senior brother, hurry and tell me." He honestly told her why Qingxuan sect was the weakest sect in the cultivation world. Because sects in the immortal realm usually choose places with abundant spiritual energy to establish their sect, convenient for cultivation. But this mountain of Qingxuan sect had so little spiritual energy that it was pitifully unsuitable for cultivation. Because beneath Qingxuan sect's mountain was very dangerous. Inside the secret realm, spiritual energy was very dense. Moreover, there were countless treasures. All disciples of Qingxuan sect cultivated in there. When you first arrived, I wasn't in the courtyard because I was in that place. Otherwise, in such a poor place as Qingxuan sect, how could we have spirit fruits to snack on? Now she understood why. Except when eating spirit fruits, normally she couldn't sense the spiritual energy around her. Her ability to progress so quickly was all thanks to First Senior Brother's spirit fruits. Qingxuan sect wasn't suitable for cultivation, but First Senior Brother had already reached Yuan Ying's stage. Even Sixth Senior Brother was at Jin Dan's stage, so that's the reason. You brothers are so young, yet have such high cultivation levels, you'd be considered geniuses in any sect. After explaining everything, he gave her a fruit different from the spirit fruits she usually snacked on. Try this one. I just picked this Diim fruit this morning. It has more spiritual energy and tastes better than regular spirit fruits. Holding the Diim fruit, she couldn't believe she got it so easily. This was mentioned in the original story too. Deep Dung Wet, after being in the Qi refining realm, obtained it when following the sect to find the secret realm. At that time, Deep Dung Wet had to use all her strength to kill the three-headed firebird guarding it before she could get the Diim fruit. It was her biggest harvest from the secret realm. Back then, it made so many people envious. She even received a reward because of it. She looked at the Diim fruit in her hand emotionally, staring at it intently. Sixth Senior Brother patted her head, saying, "Little junior sister, why aren't you eating it?" Holding the Diim fruit, she was worried to eat it, thinking Sixth Senior Brother must have gone through many hardships to pick it. Although she knew he cared for her, how could she eat it carefreely like the regular spirit fruits? With tears in her eyes, she said emotionally, "I heard that there's a three-headed bird guarding the Diim fruit. He seemed to have been waiting for a chance to show off, boasting his abilities to with hearing. Little junior sister, your Sixth Senior Brother is a golden core cultivator. After all, a three-headed Diim bird is nothing to me." Unexpectedly, Deep Lin Lung's expression didn't change at all. So what if you're at Golden Core? Back then, before Diep Dung Wet found the Diim fruit, that three-headed Diim bird had just severely injured a Golden Core disciple. He didn't expect little junior sister to be so concerned and worried about him. He moved closer to affectionately caress her adorable cheeks, but it felt strange. Her face was all distorted and deformed. This shows how rough he is. Luckily, he cares for her. Otherwise, she'd hold a grudge and make him suffer later on. Jokingly, he teased little junior sister, "Don't make that expression anymore." Although Diim fruits are rare, it wasn't difficult for me to pick it. Look at me. Aren't I still alive and kicking? Knowing you'd feel sorry for Sixth Senior Brother, this Diim fruit is worth giving to you. Her cheeks were distorted by his actions. In pain, she struggled and shouted, "Sixth Senior Brother, stop rubbing. My cheeks are all swollen now." Indeed, Senior Brother's energetic appearance doesn't look like someone who's been injured. Our Qingxuan sect truly hides talented individuals. Our Golden Core cultivators are not like ordinary Golden Core cultivators. She then asked again, "So, is Mokiam in the secret realm also dangerous somehow?" That's right. In the cultivation world, more opportunities mean more dangers. The secret realm of Qingxuan sect has countless treasures, so it's also very dangerous. Hearing Sixth Senior Brother say this, she was shocked and wanted to know more about her thoughts. Our master doesn't teach us anything, and all senior brothers and sisters go to find secret rooms and cultivation opportunities by themselves. Little junior sister seemed to have chosen the correct answer. He excitedly replied, "That's right. In Qingxuan sect, you either risk your life to cultivate or you leave on your own." She now broke out in a cold sweat, facing this truth. No wonder Qingxuan sect seems carefree and wealthy. It's carefree because other sects have a way of hand-holding teaching and abundant resources. They can cultivate in a safe environment. But Qingxuan sect's cultivation method is life-risking. It's wealthy because everyone who stays in Qingxuan sect has long been used to risking their lives to cultivate. Their strength surpasses others. Their gains are also more than others. That That day, she received so many spirit fruits from Big Senior Brother. Today, she received the Diim fruit from 6th Senior Brother. She took them casually, as if these things were all obtained by them through dangers in the secret realm. That's how they got them. Deep Lin Lung now understood why, in the original story, every time Diep Dung Nguyet defeated a villain from Qingshuan sect, she had a great harvest. The things in Diep Dung Nguyet's possession were all treasures obtained by senior brothers and sisters risking their lives. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Before, Diep Dung Nguyet stole her parents' love. In the future, she would steal all the treasures from the senior brothers and sisters, and finally kill them. Thinking of this, her body trembled and she burst into tears. He suddenly gave the Diim fruit to little junior sister happily, not expecting little junior sister to be so worried that she cried, making him worried and afraid for little junior sister. "Why are you crying?" She was a bit embarrassed, so she reasoned, "You're talking nonsense. I'm not crying. I just got some sand in my eye." She quickly wiped away her tears, trying to regain her normal state. Deep Lin Lung was already embarrassed about this sudden outburst. Unexpectedly, her insensitive senior brother enthusiastically volunteered to blow into her eyes, making her even more embarrassed. She wiped away her tears and asked 6th Senior Brother, "If one always cultivates in Qingshuan sect's secret realm, is it possible to break through from Golden Core stage to Nascent Soul stage?" He immediately replied, "Our big senior sister is at the Nascent Soul stage." This sect had many things that made her jaw drop in astonishment. From newcomers having their own courtyard to live in, with servants, to eating spirit fruits like snacks. Now there's even a big shot at Nascent Soul stage in the sect. 6th Senior Brother informed her, Big Senior Sister is usually in closed-door cultivation year-round, so it's very rare to meet her. With so many good conditions here, producing many talented individuals, Diep Lin Lung was determined to start cultivating in the secret realm tomorrow. The existence of Senior Sister proved the secret realm was trustworthy. Breaking through from Golden Core to Nascent Soul stage meant that Big Senior Brother was very likely to reach Nascent Soul stage. As long as she entered the secret realm, Big Senior Brother would surely follow. As long as she cultivated, Big Senior Brother would definitely cultivate with her. He cultivates, I cultivate. Everyone cultivates together until the end. Not to mention one Diep Dung Nguyet. Even if there were 10 Diep Dung Nguyets, it wouldn't be a problem. Little did Big Senior Brother know, doting on little junior sister would lead to some unsettling days in the future. His peaceful daily life would be completely changed by her. She was thinking about a bright future, diligently practicing to improve Big Senior Brother's cultivation, not letting the sect die tragically as it did in the original story when 6th Senior Brother poured cold water on her plans. Little junior sister, don't be naughty. Go with Big Senior Brother to get the sword and leave. It's very dangerous inside. Even if you want to cultivate in Qingshuan sect's secret realm, you must at least wait until you reach Golden Core stage. Deep Lin Lung was already frantically worried. She was just a beginner at Qi refining stage now. Qingshuan sect had no spiritual energy, so how could new disciples cultivate? Waiting until Golden Core stage to enter the secret realm, what should she do? What should she do? Could she not change the future fate compared to the original story? He didn't expect little junior sister to care so much about cultivation and improving herself. He patted his chest, guaranteeing and reassuring her. Little junior sister, if you need treasures, your senior brothers and sisters will find them for you. If you need spiritual energy, your senior brothers and sisters can pick spirit fruits for you. If you need experience, your senior brothers and sisters will take you elsewhere. In short, before reaching Golden Core stage, you can't casually enter Qingshuan sect's secret realm to cultivate. He finished by flicking little junior sister's forehead affectionately. Diep Lin Lung held her forehead and grumbled, "Then how long will it take?" The enthusiastic 6th Senior Brother analyzed, "That depends on each person's effort and innate talent. Like 2nd Senior Sister leading 3rd and 4th Senior Sisters to practice. This time when they return, they'll likely have a chance to break through to Golden Core. 5th Senior Sister has gone home. She's only at mid-foundation establishment stage, still a long way from Golden Core." Hearing it depended on innate talent made Deep Lin Lung's mood plummet. Her spiritual route wasn't good, but she was intelligent to compensate. She was very confident in her abilities. Although her aptitude was average, she would try her best. Deep Dung Nguyet took 3 years to go from Qi refining to Golden Core stage, so she also had hope of catching up to her. Little junior sister was again lost in thought, not listening to him anymore. He had to interrupt her train of thought. Little junior sister, are you listening? Tomorrow, when you go to the secret realm, remember to listen to big senior brother. Don't run around. Understand? Although little junior sister said she was still listening and obediently agreed to follow instructions, he couldn't feel at ease with her appearance and constantly changing mood. Did she really understand what he said? Deep Lin Lung didn't want to hear sixth senior brother nag anymore, so she made an excuse to send him away. Thank you, sixth senior brother, but it's getting late. You should go rest now. I need to review the mental techniques that big senior brother taught me today. Little junior sister got what she wanted and then sent him away. You're such an ungrateful brat. I wasted my time caring for you all this while. Deep Lin Lung happily returned to her room and picked up the red flame fruit to enjoy. Taking a bite, she felt the juicy, fragrant, and sweet taste that suited her palate. It's so delicious. Moreover, after eating it, her whole body was immersed in spiritual energy. It was very warm and comfortable. She sat down to feel it and convert it into spiritual power to improve her own strength. In principle, after Diep Dung Wet picked the red flame fruit, she kept it for a long time, reluctant to eat it. Until she broke through from Foundation to Golden Core stage, she finally used it. Now she had only been in the sect for 2 days. She was just at the beginning of Qi refining stage and already ate the red flame fruit. It was truly a waste of heaven's gifts. If outsiders knew she was wasting heaven's gifts like this, they would surely behead her. The next morning, Deep Lin Lung, full of energy, ran to Big Senior Brother's courtyard. She didn't expect that after cultivating for one night, she had progressed from early Qi refining stage to mid-Qi refining stage. She was now at the same level as Deep Dung Wet. The sword tomb for choosing swords was approaching. Just thinking about it made her so happy. Inside Boy Lakbach's courtyard, he and Sixth Junior Brother were whispering and discussing. Boy Lakbach scolded Sixth Junior Brother for telling Little Junior Sister about the secret realm. Little Junior Sister is still too young now. If she can't persist until Golden Core stage and leaves Qingxuan sect, Master will kill her. What then? At this moment, Deep Lin Lung walked in, making the two of them awkward and embarrassed. Boy Lakbash turned his head to avoid her gaze. Sixth Senior Brother stammered, unable to form a sentence. He ran towards Little Junior Sister as if he couldn't control his own actions. Deep Lin Lung, although currently a girl as thin as a bean sprout, was actually a modern-day PhD holder, so from the behavior of the two men, she knew they were discussing something, but they were avoiding telling her. Oh my, why does Qingxuan sect have so many secrets? Although curious, she didn't dare to ask too much. Big Senior Brother, I'm here, so shall we depart for the sword tomb? Boy Lakbash didn't say much, turned around and said, let's go. Seeing Sixth Senior Brother also following, she asked, Sixth Senior Brother, are you coming along too? That's right, the two of us are going with you. Aren't you touched? How could she not be touched? This was because they weren't at ease about her, so the two of them were accompanying her. Sixth Senior Brother raised his hand and whistled. A large bird flew towards the three of them, causing Diep Lin Lung to step back. From Sixth Senior Brother's words, she learned this was a level 2 7-colored bird. It had a gentle temperament and flew fast. He told her to ride on its back, which would be more comfortable than sword flying. He even thoughtfully spread a cloth for her to sit on. Seeing such a beautiful 7-colored bird for the first time, she excitedly touched all over the bird's body. But Sixth Senior Brother, how come you even have a spirit beast? She knew in the cultivation world, tamed spirit beasts were very precious. Most Golden Core cultivators didn't have spirit beasts. Usually, one would need to reach nascent soul stage to have one. He explained that this was a gift from Fifth Senior Brother. Fifth Senior Brother was skilled in beast taming and gave each of them one. This 7-colored bird was too gentle, with no attacking power, so no one wanted it, and he accepted it. He also mentioned that when Fifth Senior Brother returns, he would definitely gift her one. At that time, she could freely choose one she likes. She didn't expect that she would also get a spirit beast. This alone already surpassed Deep Dung Wet. In the original story, the female lead Deep Dung Wet, despite her good luck and excellent aptitude, only obtained a spirit beast after reaching the Foundation establishment stage. This made Deep Ling Lung even more certain that she didn't regret her decision to become a disciple of Qingwan sect. She hugged the 7-colored bird, stroking its feathers with delight, pleased with her own thoughts. While Deep Lin Lung and Sixth Senior Brother were happily stroking the gentle 7-colored bird's feathers, Boylak Bak announced from behind that it was time to depart. Her two senior brothers didn't need to ride swords and flew directly. She sat on the 7-colored bird. It was her first time riding a spirit beast. This first time going out for training was truly exciting for her. Following behind the two, she couldn't help but admire them. Big Senior Brother was at nascent soul stage and could fly directly without relying on a sword. As for Sixth Senior Brother, he was only at Golden Core stage but could already fly. His strength was truly impressive. As they approached the secret realm, they had to fly lower. Hugging the bird's neck, Deep Linlung felt that the lower they flew, the colder the surrounding air became. Deep Linlung was feeling smug and proud because she had practiced all night, so now she could use spiritual energy to resist the cold. She was about to use her spiritual energy to show off her capabilities. Unexpectedly, Big Senior Brother in front had already used spiritual energy to protect her. Big Senior Brother was so thoughtful, but it also made her feel embarrassed. She could protect herself too. Why did they treat her like a child? After a while, they stood before the entrance to the Sword Tomb. Boy Lak Bok seriously drew talismans at the entrance of the Sword Tomb. Dep Lin Lung secretly learned by drawing on her hand behind him. For a genius from modern times like her, memorizing at a glance was very simple for her. She drew along, feeling that the talisman to activate the secret realm was special. She thought it might be useful in the future, so she memorized it. After Boy Lak Bok finished drawing, he used internal force to strike the entrance. A loud explosion sounded. The scene before her eyes was so bright that she had to cover her eyes with her hand. The entrance was opened. Looking inside, it was pitch black with a few twinkling lights. She didn't expect the secret realm to look like this inside. Boy Lak Bosh thoughtfully pulled the reins of the seven-colored bird, guiding her as they entered the secret realm. The secret realm is very dangerous. You must be good and not run around. Although outwardly, Deep Lin Lung obediently replied, "I understand. Big Senior Brother, don't worry. I'll be good." In reality, she was screaming inside. Not only was she protected by Big Senior Brother's spiritual energy, but she wasn't even allowed to walk on her own. She had to sit on the seven-colored bird's back, with Big Senior Brother holding the reins, being treated like a child to be protected. What new things could possibly happen? Deep inside, Boy Lak Bosh informed that this was the Sword Tomb. Deep Lin Lung's whole body trembled with a bit of fear. She felt this place was cold, nothing like the Seven-Star Sect at all. In the original story, the Sword Tomb of the Seven-Star Sect was a tower created by the sect's elders. It contained the swords of deceased predecessors, considered as wealth left by ancestors for their descendants. But here, it seemed like an ancient battlefield remained. All swords were souls that had died on the battlefield, both fierce and evil. Boy Lak Bok leaned close to her face, interrupting her train of thought. "I've created a barrier in the Sword Tomb. Little junior sister, stay here and find a sword that suits you. Once you find it, come out. Let's do this quickly." As he spoke, he carefully helped her down from the seven-colored bird, making her feel a bit embarrassed. She could only obediently answer with a yes. Deep Lin Lung walked while observing. She noticed these swords looked too old and rusty, seeing no difference among them. As she was searching, suddenly a sword said, "Come here." This frightened her a bit. Deep Lin Lung glanced around, looking towards the direction of the voice she just heard. There she saw a black sword and wondered, was it that sword that just made the sound? She thought she should say something to Big Senior Brother and Sixth Senior Brother. Dep Ling Lung turned her head and broke into a cold sweat as she couldn't see Big Senior Brother and Sixth Senior Brother anywhere. She wondered if the Sword Tomb was a relic from ancient times, so its energy was much stronger than Big Senior Brother's. Therefore, his barrier had no effect had she been drawn in here. Dep Lin Lung sighed again, trying to reassure herself. However, even if it wanted to draw her in, it probably wouldn't take her life. After all, with her mid-stage chi refining cultivation, if it wanted to kill her, it wouldn't need to waste so much effort. The sword again made a sound, "Come here." Although she felt a bit scared inside, outwardly she appeared fierce. "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" The black sword still spoke in a cold voice. "Come here, you'll know." She crossed her arms, standing still, resolutely not approaching. "I'm not a curious person. It doesn't matter if I don't know." The sword then threatened, "If you don't come, I'll kill you right now." Dep Lin Lung wasn't afraid. She even stuck out her tongue at the threat to provoke it. "Come here if you dare." Deep Lin Lung's actions succeeded in angering the sword. It didn't expect that this little brat would be so difficult to deal with. Deep Lin Lung was wondering if it would really kill her when suddenly a strong gust of wind pulled her closer to it. She panicked at this unusually strong wind, not knowing what was happening. Had she really angered the sword? It turned out the sword had created the strong wind to pull Deep Lin Lung closer to itself. Deep Lin Lung's hair now looked like a bird's nest, which made her unhappy. While fixing her messy hair to look prettier, she thought, could it be that all that commotion just now was only to bring her closer to the sword? She covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't expect this one to speak so fiercely, yet make such a big fuss just for this. It was really too silly. She tried to keep herself calm and said boldly, "Hey, are you the sword spirit of this sword?" It replied with an unhappy tone, "Yes. Looks like you have some discernment." She pretended to be naive, pointing at herself and said, "It's not that I have discernment. It's because normal people wouldn't do such stupid things." The sword thrashed about angrily. "Ignorant human, are you trying to provoke me?" Deep Lin Lung didn't bother to care. She turned around wanting to leave. "I want to find a sword that's both innocent and cute, gentle and kind. You wait for someone else." How could the sword let her go so easily? It created another gust of wind to pull her back. "You can't leave." The wind was so strong, it made her fall sitting on the ground. She was a bit irritated and unhappy now. She wiped off the dirt stuck to her bottom, her mouth constantly criticizing it. "Does no one want you? You're really pitiful." The sword angrily said, as if throwing a tantrum, "I don't care. Today, you must accept me." Ha. Her process of finding a sword for herself was also tumultuous and extremely difficult. Usually people choose swords, but in this case, she was being forced by a sword to choose it. She asked teasingly, "Why should I accept you? Are you coveting my beauty?" To it, she was like a bean sprout. It silently complained. How could she be so shameless? The sword was furious, but it was just angry. It needed her, so it had to lower its tone. "If you don't accept me, then let's have a duel." She questioned again. "You have to tell me, what exactly are your intentions with me?" The sword tried to entice her again. "If you accept me, all the treasures in this secret realm will be yours." Deep Lin Lung showed indifference. "I can resist this little temptation." The reason she was so confident was because she knew her senior brothers and sisters were powerful. They would give her good things if she needed them. The sword didn't expect this bean sprout wouldn't be tempted. It doubted itself. Why did she say this little temptation? Does she know how many treasures are here? Or does she have something better, so she doesn't need this? What kind of background does she have? Is she so rich that she doesn't need anything else? In its imagination, she was sitting on a huge pile of gold, silver, and jewels. She crossed her arms and questioned with a slightly mischievous smile, "Just tell me straight. If the reason is appropriate, then it's not impossible for me to accept you." Knowing it couldn't tempt her with material things, it sighed. "To be honest, I want your blood." Hearing it needed her blood made her stand there dumbfounded. Then she closed her eyes and searched through the details she had read in the original story. In the original, she was the arrogant supporting female character, overbearing with poor aptitude. Until death, she never knew what was good about herself. Then she remembered in the original, after she was killed by those infatuated with Dep Dongwet, Dep Dongwet hurriedly came to her corpse, using the excuse that good or bad, they were sisters and couldn't leave her body in the wilderness. When collecting the body, Diep Dongwet had taken blood from the top of her heart, because at that time, although she was already dead, the blood on top of her heart still had warmth and life force. Up until she read this part, Diep Dongwet hadn't used her blood yet, so she didn't know what effect the blood on top of her heart had. She then deduced from the Black Sword's reaction that now it seems this blood must have a very significant effect. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but praise Diep Dongwet, truly worthy of being the female protagonist's halo. Diep Dongwet's luck was indeed good. Killing anyone would yield treasures. Seeing the bean sprout just standing there saying nothing, the sword angrily trembled all over and shouted, "I've already told you, hurry up and agree." Deep Lin Lung didn't agree, but instead asked, "Is my blood special?" The sword answered angrily, "I'm not sure, but I can sense the strong life force in your blood. It's a great life force that can encompass all things. It can be used for resurrection and to nurture the growth of all living things." Deep Lin Lung raised both hands and looked at them doubtfully. "How can my blood have such great effects? Is it true or false?" But all her doubts had been answered. She put on the appearance of a cunning little devil with a mischievous smile. "Earlier you said if I accept you, all the treasures in this secret realm will be mine. Is that true?" This made the sword doubt itself. Why did it feel like it was being played? This bean sprout was actually quite devious. Didn't she just say she could resist the temptation of treasures, or was she just making up an excuse? Seeing it not answering, she turned her back pretending to leave, frightening it to shout loudly. It's true. It disregarded everything because now its master needed her blood. It was ready to pay any price to get her blood. This way, she had gained an enormous harvest. Others go sword hunting and only find a sword for cultivation. But in her case, she went sword hunting and got all the treasures in the sword tomb. It was an incredible windfall. Having achieved her goal, Dep Lin Lung happily smiled and turned back. If you sincerely offer, I'll be merciful and accept you. After saying this, she pricked a drop of blood from her palm to complete the exchange transaction with it. As soon as the blood drop fell onto the sword, it created a beam of light that dazzled her. The blood drop floated in the air and moved to another place. She knew it was the blood drop she had just given to the sword. The sword created a source of spiritual energy to guide her following the blood drop. Now she realized that the sword wasn't actually absorbing her blood. It only said it needed her blood, but didn't say it would use the blood itself. She felt a bit angry because she didn't expect this sword to be even more cunning than her. Moreover, where exactly was this sword taking her? The sword led Deep Lin Lung to a lotus pond. She sensed the spiritual energy here was too intense, so intense that she wished she could sit down and start cultivating right away. She noticed the blood drop falling onto a lotus flower. Inside was a snake, so it turned out the one who needed her blood was this snake. Upon receiving the blood drop, the snake opened its eyes for a few seconds, then closed them again and continued sleeping. Looking at the snake, she couldn't help but admire it. This snake was so beautiful. Its eyes were just like lapis lazuli. She moved gently and quietly, wanting to get closer to see it more clearly. Deep Lin Lung approached to observe it. The snake cooperated by opening its eyes and moving, extending its head for her to touch. Just as her hand was about to touch its head, she heard the voices of her two senior brothers calling her. Junior sister, junior sister, we've found junior sister. She's over here. Hearing this, the snake turned its head and slithered away. She stood up and turned to see her two senior brothers running towards her. She wanted to point out the snake to her senior brothers. Unexpectedly, when she turned back, it was nowhere to be seen. The lotus flower had also disappeared. She doubted if everything that had just happened to her was just a dream. Sixth senior brother ran to her side, panting heavily. Junior sister, where did you go just now? You made us so worried. Are you all right? Hearing this, she was startled and reasoned. Second and sixth senior brothers were so worried, so she really did go missing. It's just that now she had been brought back. She thought the power of the black sword might be higher than the eldest senior brothers. If she told the truth, her senior brothers wouldn't be able to help her. On the contrary, they might get involved. She pretended to be naive and said, I was just searching around here. I didn't go anywhere. At this moment, Boy Lakbach ran over, panting, and grabbed her hand to ask, Junior sister, are you hurt? What happened just now? How did you disappear from my barrier? She pretended to shake her head vigorously, saying she didn't know either. I was just searching here, as you all told me to. I searched for half a day, but couldn't find a suitable sword. Boy Lakbach pointed at the black sword in her hand and asked what it was. Even she didn't know when it had flown into her hand. Her inner voice screamed frantically, this damned black sword, why is it in my hand? This bastard was scheming against me earlier. Why is it now shamelessly following me? She threw the sword to the ground forcefully and said, this ragged sword, I picked it up from the ground, but it's both ugly and ordinary. It's so hateful, so I threw it away. Hearing Junior sister say it was a junk sword made sixth, senior brother's face darken as he thought, a junk sword. This sword seems to contain a great power, but it's not showing it. I've been to the sword tomb many times, but this is the first time I've seen such a good sword. But if Junior sister doesn't like it, then never mind. Indeed, this sword doesn't suit the taste of a beautiful and adorable young lady like you. He grabbed her hand enthusiastically and said, let's go find a beautiful sword. I saw a colorful sword before. You'll definitely like it, you'll see. Thinking about using a colorful sword and how people would laugh at her when she took it out to fight, her heart rippled and she broke out in a cold sweat. The black sword, hearing she would go find another sword, immediately clung to her, automatically flying into her hand. The black sword's action made her two senior brothers break out in a cold sweat too, worried that this sword had already chosen Junior sister. Surely it couldn't be a sword with a sword spirit. The entire cultivation world had never seen a sword with a spirit. This would be the first one. The persistent clinging of the black sword made Deep Lin Lung uncomfortable. Seeing it in her hand, she angrily threw it to the ground hard. She shouted loudly, what's wrong with this ragged sword? I've already said I don't want you. The black sword refused to give up and flew back into her hand. This action repeated several times, making her blood boil even more. What a thick-skinned sword this is. How dare you cling to me and not let go? To ease the current atmosphere, Boy Lakbach approached and said to Junior sister, as if also speaking to the black sword, I'm not clear about this black sword's background, but Junior sister's aptitude is also ordinary, not suitable to be the master of this black sword. Junior sister, do you want to choose another one? Deep Lin Lung, as if nothing had happened, spoke again with indifference. Eldest senior brother, why are you being so polite with it? Before finishing her words, she had already placed the sword firmly on the ground. At this moment, her two senior brothers didn't understand what she was about to do. Deep Lin Lung used all her strength along with the anger she had been suppressing until now. She forcefully stomped on the sword repeatedly. This is for clinging to me. This is for sticking to me. I'll stomp you until you stop following me. Her actions made her two senior brothers' eyes widen, their faces turning black, mouths agape in shock, because they knew this sword was no ordinary one. Boylak Bosch hurriedly went to grab her hand. Stop it, junior sister. Get down quickly. The power of this sword is unpredictable. Moreover, it seems to have a sword spirit. Junior sister, you're throwing it down and stomping on it. If it seeks revenge, the consequences could be dire. Boylak Bosch lifted her up, but she was still angry, so she struggled, shouting, I won't get down. I want to stomp on it. If it's so capable, let it come by itself. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword moved under her foot. Then it lifted her up from the rock, continuing to fly her higher. Although scared, she still shouted loudly, if you make me fall, you'll be done for, I swear. Hearing this, the sword seemed to freeze like it was glued in place. It had to obediently balance itself, slowly lowering her down to satisfy her. This scene of conflict between junior sister and the black sword left the two senior brothers astonished. This sword could actually understand human speech. Moreover, it even obeyed their junior sister. She landed safely, looking satisfied, then waved at it and said gently, all right, I want to go find the sword in my dreams. You just wait here. The sword didn't expect its intentions to be like this. It had already yielded to her like that, yet she still stubbornly refused to accept it. The black sword got angry, shaking and spinning in circles in front of her threateningly. Be careful, or I'll kill you. Its attitude made her startled and afraid. Regaining her composure, she waved her hand to shoo it away, ignoring its anger. Stop shaking. You're already black and ugly, not matching my cute style at all. On the outside, she appeared calm, but inside, she was smugly laughing. She had figured out its warning. It was just an empty threat. Moreover, it was now seeking her approval. She didn't believe it would dare do anything to her. At this point, the black sword was furious, wanting to attack to intimidate her. Fortunately, the two senior brothers noticed and quickly stepped in to protect her. She didn't expect that after all this time, what the black sword hated most was being called ugly. This was too absurd. Inside Depp Lin Lung's sleeve, there was a movement that caught her attention. Surprisingly, it was the black snake from the lotus that had earlier made her break out in a cold sweat, not knowing how it got on her person. The snake glared at the sword, making it afraid. That gaze contained instructions for it to please her and not to harm her. The black sword was scared and full of resentment. Why was it so unlucky as to encounter such a stubborn bean sprout like this? Although unwilling, it had to resign itself to this humiliation. Immediately, it transformed into a 5-colored sword in front of Deep Lin Lung. The black sword changed colors continuously for her to choose. All the vibrant colors made her eyes sting. Seeing the sword like this, her two senior brothers standing nearby couldn't believe their eyes. A sword with such a proud temperament just to please their junior sister, even abandoning its dignity. This sword was too shameless. Deep Lin Lung wanted to thank the snake. Looking down at her empty hand, she was surprised to find it had disappeared. She guessed that earlier it sensed she was in danger, so it appeared. Given that the black snake cared for her like that, if it needed her blood to restore its body, she wouldn't mind sustaining it. Her face softened when thinking about the black snake. That expression quickly changed to one of disgust when she looked at the sword, constantly changing into vibrant colors before her eyes. She raised her hand as if to stop it from shaking. Enough, enough. Stop changing colors. You're making me dizzy, my ears ring, and my memory decline already. The sword, like an eager dog wagging its tail, came close to her, pleading, accept me, accept me. She guessed the sword was saying to protect the little snake. Surely it wouldn't leave. Currently, with her strength, she still couldn't protect the little snake, so she reluctantly decided to accept it. She spoke as if criticizing it, thinking to herself, you look so disgusting. Each time worse than the last, driving people crazy. Change to white. Looking normal is fine. I'll reluctantly let you follow me, but that's all for now. This seemed to be exactly what the sword wanted. Immediately, a white sword appeared before her eyes. Strike while the iron is hot. She took the opportunity to assert her dominance over it. Fine, I'll reluctantly accept you. I'll grudgingly let you follow me, but from now on, you can't be fierce anymore. Also, earlier you tried to harm my senior brothers. Now go and apologize to them immediately. Without hesitation, the sword flew to her two senior brothers and apologized. Of course, they also reluctantly accepted. Already, it was clear that this sword, on its first day, was tormented by her, put through the ringer. At this rate, its future life would be miserable if it dared to go against her wishes. Boy Lak Bak was surprised that such a powerful sword would obey his junior sister. Although he didn't want such a dangerous thing near his junior sister, if his little junior sister had decided to accept it, then so be it. Now that you've chosen a sword, let's leave this place. It's too dangerous here. Boy Lak Bak took his junior sister's hand to lead her back. And of course, she didn't forget to put on her adorable, obedient demeanor. After returning to Thanh Huyen in Diep Lin Lung's quarters, Boy Lak Bak repeatedly instructed his junior sister to remember not to provoke the sword if there's no reason, and to call them if there's any problem. Her puppy-like, adorable, obedient, and cute demeanor made the sixth senior brother standing nearby melt, his cheeks flushing. Diep Lin Lung, being cunning, pushed her two senior brothers out of the room with a tired expression. She used the excuse of being tired. Senior brothers who came along must be tired too. Please go rest. Seeing that her senior brothers had gone quite far, Diep Lin Lung closed the door and turned cold, giving the sword an ominous feeling about its fate. She interrogated the sword. Explain to me, what exactly are you? The sword rambled on about various things. Everything the sword said matched her guesses, but it didn't mention anything about its master. She waved her hand dismissively at it. If you don't want to talk about your master, then fine. Now go to the secret realm and bring back some Diim fruits. Diep Lin Lung then thanked the little snake. She knew it had protected her earlier when she was in danger. From now on, she would protect it. She admired her own strength. From now on, she had one more person to protect. She had to protect herself, protect her senior brothers and sisters at Thanh Huyen Tong, and protect this little snake too. She was determined to confront Deep Dung Nguyet, to fight against fate. So from now on, she had to use the 35 lives from her previous life to start cultivating. As the sword left, Diep Lin Lung sat down seriously to focus on cultivation. After a while, it returned, announcing loudly, "I'm back." It brought back two Diim fruits. The two Diim fruits it brought made Diep Lin Lung's eyes light up. Her mouth watered. She gave a thumbs up to the little sword, praising, "You did well." She picked up a Diim fruit, ready to put it in her mouth, when the sword shouted loudly, "If you want to die right here, then eat all of this." She panicked, breaking into a cold sweat, and asked it why. The sword spoke with a mix of anger and disdain. "Not long ago, you just ate one, didn't you? Last time you ate a Diim fruit, your meridians had to quickly expand due to the rapid increase in spiritual energy. Now, before you've even recovered, you want to eat a second one. Are you tired of living or what?" Diep Lin Lung refused to be humbled before it. She pouted angrily. Would it kill you to speak nicely? Yeah, that's right. She hadn't yet realized how arrogant and unruly this sword was, or what glorious and unyielding history it had. Diep Lin Lung refused to let it be so arrogant with her. She raised her hand, about to call the little snake, which terrified it, and it begged her not to wake up its master. The sword bent 90 degrees, hurriedly apologizing. "I was wrong. My former self is dead. After coming back to life, I'm now a polite and understanding sword. I thought it was something else. How dare it be arrogant with me when its master is still in my hands? How could I not control it?" She vented her anger, threatening and pointing at the sword. "Remember, there won't be a next time." Actually, she only intended to scare this silly sword. She wouldn't wake up the little snake over such a small matter. The sword spoke softly to Diep Lin Lung. "Can I negotiate something with you? Could you not call me by that cheap name, Little Sword? It's degrading. I am hundreds of times older than your ancestors. Besides, I have a name." Diep Lin Lung exclaimed, "Oh, so what's your name, old one?" Pleased to say its name, the sword showed an extremely proud expression. Diep Lin Lung let out another "Oh." "Huyenan, the spiritual energy here is too scarce. Take me to a place with more spiritual energy in the secret realm. I want to cultivate." Huyenan spoke with a disdainful tone. "With your cheap aptitude. How? How could Diep Lin Lung not be angry?" She loudly asked, "What do you mean? How?" At the same time, she pretended to raise her sleeve as if preparing to call out its master. Just this small gesture was enough to frighten Huyenan, who immediately changed its tone. "It's not impossible to cultivate. At least you could defeat a few small snakes. Small fry in the cultivation world shouldn't be a big problem. Although you only have 3 spirit roots now, with your special physique, acquiring more spirit roots in the future won't be an issue. If you work hard and encounter good opportunities, cultivating 9 spirit roots isn't impossible." Huyenan's words were far different from her previous understanding. Aren't fewer spirit roots better, purer, and more valuable? What nonsense are you talking about? No matter how well you cultivate one spirit root, it's still just one spirit root. How can it compare to someone who cultivates 9 spirit roots to the peak? The more Huyen spoke, the more angry it became at people's shallow understanding. You worms think pure spirit roots are more valuable because you can't even cultivate one spirit root properly. Failing to cultivate, you say multiple spirit roots aren't good. Isn't this just self-deception? As a result, many people even take this nonsense as truth. Diim Lung pondered these words carefully. According to Huyen logic, wouldn't my spirit roots have an advantage over Deep Dung Wet's? Deep Dung has 1 spirit root that can quickly take shape, while she has 3 spirit roots. If you pay attention, the speed of 3 spirit roots will naturally be slower and more challenging than hers. But if all 3 spirit roots are cultivated well simultaneously, defeating Deep Dung Wet would be very easy. Imagining Deep Dung Wet being beaten down by her, crawling and begging for mercy, her heart was filled with excitement. She eagerly wanted to go and focus on cultivation. Of course, she didn't forget to drag Huyen along. No matter how stubborn and arrogant it was in her hands, Huyen had to bend and obey, not daring to resist. In no time, Diim Lung had made Huyen obey her completely. Time flew by like a dog running in the field. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Diim Lung was focusing on cultivation at the Lotus Spirit Pool, where she first met the small snake. The spiritual energy here was abundant, very suitable for cultivation. For the past 4 months, during the day, she would go find the senior brother to practice swordsmanship. At night, she would come here to cultivate. Now her 3 spirit roots, wood, water, and fire, had been cultivated to the late stage. Although her cultivation level hadn't increased much, she could clearly feel it was more solid and stable. Now she dared to bet that if someone of the same cultivation level as her stood here, she could send them flying with 1 sword strike. Even an experienced veteran like Huyen had to praise Diim Lung. This beansprout, although childish in nature and often driving others crazy, besides being stingy and rude, her cultivation focus is truly commendable. If she continues to persevere, she might soar to the 9th cloud in the future, leaving people in awe. Suddenly, Diim Lung stood up abruptly with a panicked expression and shouted. Her sudden action startled Huyen from fear to anger. "What's wrong? Why are you so shocked?" She remembered it was written in the original story. After 4 months, Deep Dung Wet would follow the senior brother of That Tintong to depart for the secret realm of Tai Son to rescue fellow disciples captured by the little demon. Huyen was full of question marks. Who is Deep Dung Wet? That's not important. What's important is that the little demon seems to be named Li Tu Trak, and that's her 7th senior brother. Huyen continued to be confused. Who is Li Tu Trak now? She didn't have time to explain to it. She quickly grabbed Huyen and flew on the sword back to find her senior brother. At Boy Lac Botch's courtyard, hearing the little junior sister calling senior brother from outside, he was startled and frightened, hurriedly putting on his clothes. He didn't understand why today the little junior sister came so early. It's unknown what Diim Lung had done to make Boy Lac Botch, in just 4 months, shiver in fear at the sound of her voice. Usually, the little junior sister should fear the senior brother, but here it's the opposite. The reason Boy Lac Botch was terrified of his little junior sister was because for the past 4 months, every day, the little junior sister would come to find him to learn swordsmanship. She would also give him spirit fruits to eat. After he finished eating, the little junior sister would make him use the spirit energy from the fruits to cultivate even more. However long the little junior sister cultivated, he had to practice for just as long. He couldn't rest even for a second. The little junior sister was not only strict with herself, but also strict with him. If he showed any sign of laziness, the little junior sister would cry all day. And that's not all. Every day, the little junior sister would ask about his progress. If she thought it was slow, she would take out 3 times as many spirit fruits as the day before and make him eat them all. He had experienced the feeling of being so sick of spirit fruits that he wanted to vomit. Because he wanted to eat a little less, after the little junior sister left, he could only go to the secret realm to cultivate to achieve the progress that the little junior sister wanted. Because the little junior sister always told him that they were working hard together to cultivate, whenever he saw the little junior sister, he would unconsciously report his cultivation progress. The young man standing before the little junior sister obediently stammered his answer like a child. Oh my, this shows how Boy Lac Bach has been traumatized and forced by Diim Lung. It seems she has succeeded with her principle that whether she cultivates well or not doesn't matter. As long as the senior brother breaks through to the divine spirit realm, she can live to old age, so there's nothing to worry about. Thus, all the pressure for a comfortable retirement she has placed entirely on the senior brother. Diim Lung, panting, interrupted Boylakbak. Senior brother, this time I came not to ask about your cultivation progress. I'm here to report that 7th senior brother is in trouble. Boylakbak was startled and immediately asked, what happened to Two-Track? The sudden question made Deep Lin Lung flustered. How could Deep Lin Lung possibly say that she knew from reading a novel? How could she say she was a transmigrator? Hesitating for a moment, she had to make up an excuse. He just sent a paper crane to Thanh Huyen sect, saying he's in danger at the Tay Son secret realm. He's asking for the sect's help. Boylakbak again confused Diep Lin Lung. Little junior sister, where's the paper crane for help? The reason he was so particular wasn't because he disliked the 7th junior brother and didn't want to help. He was afraid the little junior sister had seen wrong or someone was plotting something. He knew the 7th junior brother's habit of going out to fight, but he always dealt with things on his own. Whether he won or lost, he would never mention Thanh Huyen sect's name. He would certainly never ask for help. Diep Lin Lung lied again. The crane had already turned into ashes when it arrived. She knew the senior brother thought carefully and acted meticulously. He wouldn't do anything unless he was certain, but everything would be fine because she was currently a child. Causing trouble for no reason was normal. Regardless of what Boylakbak thought, Deep Lin Lung pulled his hand, urging the senior brother to hurry. Go, hurry, and save 7th senior brother. If you don't go, he'll be bullied to death. Despite Diep Lin Lung's efforts to pull Boylakbak's sleeve, he stopped, wanting to advise her. Poor guy, really. He loved the little junior sister so much, sparing nothing for her. But this, he didn't want to do recklessly. Boylakbak, flustered, chose his words carefully to stop the little junior sister from being impulsive, suggesting there might be some misunderstanding. Knowing she couldn't sway Boylakbak with mere words, Diep Lin Lung angrily guaranteed that it was true. Then she pushed Boylakbak away, turned her back, determined to leave, not wanting to waste time. If you won't go, then I'll go. I will definitely rescue 7th senior brother. Hearing Deep Lin Lung call its name, Huyenon understood and immediately flew her on the sword. Diep Lin Lung acted so fiercely because she was certain the senior brother would go with her. In everyone's eyes, she was a child. Rushing into danger was a common thing. Despite Boylakbak calling out little junior sister from below, she still flew away on the sword. As expected, Boylakbak had compromised and went with her. Well then, it's rare for the little junior sister to have the heart to protect her senior brother. Even if it's a trap, so what? I'll go with her, that's all. At least in the cultivation world, relying on my Yuanying stage cultivation, others can't harm the little junior sister under my watch anyway. A while later, they arrived at West Mountain. Boylakbak was quite surprised by the secret realm of West Mountain. He didn't expect such unusual energy fluctuations here. Could it be that the plea for help the little junior sister mentioned was true? Was 7th brother really here? Boylakbak was thoughtful again. Little junior sister, stay close to me. This is where Foundation Establishment disciples train. Inside, there are many level 1 and 2 beast demons, very dangerous for chi condensation disciples like you. Boylakbak's actions always touched Deep Lin Lung. She obediently held his arm, nodded, and replied, yes. After walking for a while, Deep Lin Lung noticed on a tree branch a beast demon bird perched there, which piqued her interest. This bird was truly unlucky. Who knows why it caught her attention to quickly end up in the pot. While Boylakbak wasn't paying attention, she used force to hit the tree trunk where the bird was perched. Immediately, the bird fell to the ground. The result before her eyes excited her. Cultivating 3 spiritual roots was indeed awesome. Deep Lin Lung pointed at her spoils and called out, Huyenon, quick, go fetch the spoils for me. Huyenon was furiously angry. Why pick up that piece of trash? She crossed her arms and replied, this is my first time dealing with a beast demon. It's very meaningful. I despise you. Do you think I'm too free and want to find work for me? Deep Lin Lung, seeing Huyenon's angry expression, found it even more amusing. You've been with me for 4 months. Finally, you've become quite smart. As the two walked a bit further, they saw many cultivators gathered in discussion. Looking up, she saw Deep Dongwet, which gave her a bad feeling. Deep Dongwet was right there, being intimate with her senior brother, which made Diep Lin Lung unhappy. That was the female lead in the original story. She might be at a disadvantage. Unexpectedly, they had arrived before her. Unconsciously, she grabbed Huyenon and threw it hard, causing it to not understand what was happening. Huyenon's anger was beyond measure. Why suddenly throw me out like this? I can't wait for this blood bag's effect to wear off. I'll definitely kill this bean sprout. Despite being angry, as a sword with character, it wouldn't act ordinarily. Huyenon plunged into the ground forcefully, creating a small crater in front of many people standing nearby. The sword's power was so strong that many people were startled and frightened. Someone spoke up, "What's wrong with this white sword?" Another person said, "Who's so arrogant? daring to throw a sword here as a provocation. Someone looked towards Deep Lin Lung and Boy Lak Bak and spoke up. We are disciples of various sects here. I am Talamjiat from the Thattin sect. May I know who you are? Why did you throw your sword in front of us like that? Boy Lak Bak was also surprised and asked. Everything was fine. Why did little junior sister throw the sword? Knowing her unconscious action was wrong, Deep Lin Lung, flustered, put on a pitiful look and grabbed senior brother's sleeve, saying, I just casually threw it. I didn't expect it to go so far. Moreover, it's standing upright in the ground. It seems like it really wants to fight. Just now, she only had one intention, to interrupt whatever Diep Dung Wet and her senior brother were doing. I got hot-headed and unconsciously threw Huyanan. I didn't expect Huanan to be so concerned about face. It insisted on landing in such a domineering pose. Deep Dung Wet looked quite surprised. Lin Lung, why are you here? Deep Ling Lung feigned innocence. Aren't you here too? Why can't I be here, my dear sister? She knew that in the original story, Deep Dung Wet was the youngest person to enter the West Mountain secret realm for cultivation. So she had shocked everyone, creating a huge contrast. She received admiration and praise from everyone. Deep Lin Lung guessed, now that Deep Dung Wet was so surprised, it must be because her appearance meant she was no longer the person with the lowest cultivation and the youngest age. Hearing Deep Ling Lung call her sister, the people around started discussing. Could this be the sister of Deep Dung Wet, who at the disciple recruitment ceremony spoke about how their parents mistreated Deep Dung Wet? They wondered. Deep Dung Wet put on a pitiful expression and said with tears in her eyes, I'm sorry, sister. I was just worried about your safety. You're only at the early chi refining stage, and the West Mountain secret realm is for foundation establishment disciples to train. It's very dangerous for you. Deep Dung Wet's fake kindness made everyone around admire her. Deep Dung Wet's senior brother also comforted her. Junior sister, you don't need to be so humble. You didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, someone else who's aggressively threatening people should reconsider their actions. The affectionate scene between the two left Deep Lin Lung speechless. In the original story, Talam Jiat was the most infatuated admirer of Deep Dung Wet. He kept chasing her, but ended up with nothing in the end. Back then, she had sighed that this guy was truly stupid, but now that she met him, she realized that stupid wasn't enough to describe him. With her hot-tempered personality, she definitely couldn't stand these people. Deep Lin Lung retorted to that scheming and pretentious Deep Dung Wet, Sister, aren't you just like me, also at the chi refining stage? Why is it dangerous when I go, but you're fine? Who are you underestimating? Deep Dung Wet was surprised by Deep Lin Lung's logical response. Someone who had always been arrogant and haughty since childhood, speaking without thinking, how could she now speak each word with such structure? A bit embarrassed, her face turned red. But Deep Dung Wet still loudly argued, trying to justify herself. I'm going with senior brother, so I won't be in any danger in the Western Mountains. I'm concerned for your safety. Why are you still targeting and provoking me? Could it be that I'm going to that Tintong while you're going to an unknown sect? So you're jealous of me, is that it? Deep Lin Lung didn't get impatient or defensive like Deep Dung Wet. She crossed her arms and calmly replied with a teasing tone. I also have a senior brother with me. He's so big, how can you not see him? You say I'm targeting you. Have you forgotten at the disciple recruitment ceremony, I even asked for a spirit fruit to help you? How could you not remember my kindness? You don't keep it in your heart at all. You only remember that I was just angry at you. Moreover, you say we're from a sect that no one knows about. Is this what your master taught you, or is it from your heart that you look down on our sect? Deep Dung Wet didn't expect Deep Lung to analyze her words so clearly and articulately. She wanted to defend herself, but didn't know how to respond. Next to Deep Ling Lung, not wanting the green tea girl to interrupt with excuses, she spoke with increasing fervor. You're also just at the chi refining stage. What right do you have to be so arrogant? This sharp exchange from Deep Lin Lung caused many onlookers to discuss incessantly. Deep Dung Wet is so gentle. How can her younger sister be so fierce? Those naive ones who were deceived by her innocent face said so, but the clear-headed ones kept criticizing. What's so fierce about it? What she said isn't without reason. Every word Deep Dung Wet said seemed generous and considerate of others, but every sentence was looking down on her own sister. She looks down on someone and doesn't allow them to get angry. Is this what you call a genius girl? She's only at the chi refining stage, yet all day she boasts about being a genius girl with superior qualities. It's sickening to hear. Someone else commented, just that one line about an unknown sect is enough to show how much she looks down on her sister. If it were me, I'd be angry too and would scold her until she bowed her head and admitted her mistake. A cautious person said, come on, keep your mouth shut. She has her senior brother by her side to protect her. Do you think your life is too long? Senior brother, he's at the golden core stage. Who here can fight against him? Diip Dongwet had spent so much effort building her gentle and kind image. Her caring and considerate persona had made everyone believe her wholeheartedly. Unexpectedly, today Diep Lin Lung shattered it with just a few words. Diep Dongwet stood there embarrassed, hearing every criticism and unable to say anything in response. Fortunately, her infatuated admirer, Talamjat, was there. With his clouded mind, he stood up to defend the female lead. Heartbroken to see Diep Dongwet like this, regardless of right or wrong, he turned to Diep Lin Lung and Boylak Bach and shouted loudly, "Little girl, stop bullying Dongwet. She was kind enough to talk to you, yet you attack her. This is clearly jealousy and slander against her. I've seen many people like you, but none of them ever had a good ending." Just from reading his description in the original story, Diep Lin Lung already disliked him. She looked at Talam Gyat and spoke with contempt. Why would I be jealous of her? She's at the chi refining stage, and so am I. How is she stronger than me?
Struck speechless, he didn't know how to refute. Embarrassment turned to anger. He pointed at Diep Lin Lung, wanting to intimidate her with his strength. As the senior brother of the 7-star sect, I absolutely won't let outsiders bully my junior sister. If you continue to speak disrespectfully, I won't spare you. Before he could finish his words, he raised his hand, already channeling spiritual energy to attack Diep Lin Lung.
Fortunately, Boylak Bach hadn't taken his eyes off Diep Lin Lung for a moment. Boylak Bach quickly pulled his junior sister towards himself, avoiding Talam Gyat's attack. At the same time, he didn't forget to counterattack. In an instant, the two were in a competitive stance. Blue and pink lights clashed with crackling sounds. Talam Gyat was defeated. He staggered backward. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Diep Dongwet ran over worriedly to check on him. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Diep Dongwet couldn't believe her senior brother had lost. Her mind was full of doubts. Wasn't Diep Lin Lung from the weakest sect? How could she have such a powerful senior brother? My senior brother is the top golden core cultivator in the realm. He's the pride of our sect, yet he ended up like this. Boylak Bach calmly said, "He won't die. I only used 30% of my power to warn him. Originally, I wouldn't have interfered in your sisterly affairs. Children's quarrels should be resolved by themselves. But now, you wanted your senior brother to get involved. If you don't mind losing face, then I can only make you lose even more face." Diep Lin Lung, emboldened, stood behind him making faces and taunting the opponents. Hearing Boylak Bach lecture the opponents, she became more excited and kept cheering inwardly. "This is what I call proper behavior. My senior brother not only has higher cultivation than both of them, but his moral character is also clearly superior." Talam Gyat appeared aggrieved. "I was just warning your junior sister. You directly attacked me. You're going too far." Boylak Bach, who doted on his junior sister, hearing this, couldn't let it slide. He looked up coldly. "What right do you have to warn my junior sister? Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly?" Boylak Bach then patted Diep Lin Lung's head gently. "My junior sister is only 11 years old. Young in age, small in courage. Your warning like that would scare her. Based on this, my attack on you was justified." Boylak Bach always tried to appear righteous and stern, but the more he spoke, the more he revealed his obsessive protection of his junior sister. "If your warning harms her innocent mind, I will personally come to that tin tongue to hold you accountable." Diep Lin Lung noticed that her senior brother's words initially seemed fair, but the more he spoke, the more unreasonable he became. If her innocent mind was hurt, he would personally come to question that tin tong. Weren't these just cheesy, brainless words? These words were even more excessive than Talam Gyat's. The people around turned their gazes towards Diep Lin Lung, assessing her, making her confused about what was happening. Looking at Diep Lin Lung, she didn't seem scared at all. The two girls were so frightened they became dumbfounded, knowing they couldn't win in a fight, yet Talam Gyat was still aggressive. Fortunately, Diep Dongwit understood the situation and pretended to intervene. "Let it go, senior brother. We disciples of that tin tong are magnanimous. We won't hold it against them. Besides, they are also disciples of a sect, so we should live in harmony." Another display of deep affection from the infatuated bootlicker. "Junior sister is still so forgiving. This time we won't hold it against them." Diep Dongwet reminded them, "Don't forget our main purpose here. We came here to rescue our fellow disciples. We can't delay because of this." Diep Lin Lung remembered in the original story, Diep Dongwet came to the Taesan secret realm to train in order to save her senior brothers and sisters who were trapped inside. Her senior brothers and sisters had discovered a hidden realm inside, which was a fairy cave, so the level of danger and rewards were both greater than outside. After they went in, they encountered the little demon Li Tu Trak, who was also entering this realm. Then the realm was sealed, so they were all trapped together with Li Tu Trak. When Diep Dung Viet and Ta Lam Jat broke through the realm's entrance to rescue their fellow disciples, the That Tin Tong disciples falsely accused Li Tu Trak of wanting to kill people and steal treasures, so he had sealed the realm's entrance. So Diep Dung Viet led the disciples of Truk Tong to attack. Li Tu Trak was injured and the treasures in his possession were stolen. Afterwards, several sects joined forces to point out Li Tu Trak's criminal behavior. They permanently labeled him as a little demon. Until his death at the hands of Diep Dung Viet, he couldn't change this perception at all. When she read the original story, she also thought Li Tu Trak was evil. But when the sixth senior brother introduced the senior brothers and sisters in Thanh Huyen Tong to her, he mentioned something. Li Tu Trak had a lively personality and especially loved to fight. All the sects around here had been challenged by Li Tu Trak. Each time he challenged, he would send a letter in advance, and if they didn't want to accept, he wouldn't force them. Moreover, Li Tu Trak had never lost. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Although Li Tu Trak's cultivation wasn't high, he was the most skilled fighter in Thanh Huyen Tong. He always followed the principle of taking responsibility for his actions. He never mentioned Thanh Huyen Tong's name for fear of implicating the sect members. After hearing the sixth senior brother's introduction, she felt that the seventh senior brother was an upright and outstanding person. He certainly wouldn't do things like killing people and stealing treasures. Moreover, based on his strength, if he wanted to kill those Foundation establishment disciples, no one from that Tin Tong would have escaped. How could they still be alive to falsely accuse him? He must have some grievances that weren't addressed. At this moment, Ta Lam Gyat wanted to channel his spiritual energy to break through the secret realm's entrance and rush in to save people. Deep Lin Lung had already rushed forward to stop him. Ta Lam Gyat angrily shouted, "What are you trying to do now? Causing trouble once is enough. Do you really think everyone here will tolerate you?" Although Deep Lin Lung's actions were technically wrong, she still eloquently argued back. "Am I causing trouble, or are you just too stupid? If you know this is the entrance, then those inside know it too. If people outside want to break in, those inside certainly won't just sit and wait to die. They might be standing right behind the door now. If you directly use force to break the door, what if people on the other side get hurt?" Ta Lam Gyat imagined the scene as described by Diep Lin Lung and realized she was right. He didn't expect this girl to think more thoroughly than him. Ta Lam Gyat cleared his throat and tried to justify himself. "Did I need you to remind me of this? I've already thought about such minor details. After breaking the door, I'll withdraw my power to ensure those inside won't get hurt." As Ta Lam Gyat continued to try breaking the door, Diep Lin Lung, standing beside him, mocked. "You want to break a sealed door without hurting people inside? Can you really do something so difficult? I can't trust your abilities. After all, you couldn't even block one attack from my senior brother, let alone do this. Only her mouth is formidable." Those words were like 1,000 arrows piercing his proud ego. Diep Lin Lung's idle mouth, mocking others, successfully angered Ta Lam Gyat, who raised his hand to hit her. "You little brat, how dare you disrespect me? Do you really think I won't dare to lay a hand on you?" Boy Lak Bach and the little junior sister immediately stepped up to protect her and threatened Ta Lam Gyat. "Just try touching her and see what happens." Knowing he couldn't beat Boy Lak Bach, Ta Lam Gyat angrily gritted his teeth. The troublemaker girl, Diep Dung Viet, spoke up again. "Lin Lung, you may hate me, but you can't toy with the lives of That Tin Tong disciples as a joke. The senior brother is also a That Tin Tong disciple, so he won't harm his fellow disciples. Moreover, this doesn't concern you, so step aside." Diep Lin Lung, fearless like a tree, boldly shouted in a loud voice, "Who says this doesn't concern me? My seventh senior brother is also in there. I think your untrustworthy senior brother wants to do something reckless. I'm more worried than all of you." The crowd around discussed, so it turns out her senior brother is also inside. "No wonder she's so concerned." Someone else said, "The senior brother of That Tin Tong is no good. If it were me, I'd be scared too." The other person agreed. "With your own senior brother still inside, having to rely on outsiders, especially the untrustworthy Ta Lam Gyat, who could possibly feel at ease." They had thought that among those present, Ta Lam Gyat had the highest cultivation. Now, with Boy Lak Bach here, he was outshined by 2 people. He stood there, enduring the humiliation angrily, unable to refute anything. Although furious and wanting to give Diep Lin Lung a sound beating, leaving her half dead, Ta Lam Gyat could only curse inwardly. Outwardly, he calmly asked, "What exactly do you want?" Diep Lin Lung pointed to a corner of the wall to break, causing Ta Lam Gyat to exclaim loudly with his mouth agape, "Are you crazy? You won't let me break through the door, but want to break in slowly from outside the secret realm. Not breaking the thin part, but choosing the thick part to break. Deep Dung Wiet again seized the opportunity to show her meddling nature. Lin Lung, I know you hate me, but can you not cause trouble right now? If you don't trust my senior brother, you can ask your senior brother to break the door. Why do you insist on choosing this place? If it delays the rescue, can you bear the consequences? Deep Lin Lung, disgusted by her excessive meddling, opened her mouth. Whether she spoke or not, her methods were always attributed to personal grudges. Saying she was jealous of her, that's why she did so many things. Boy Lak Bok chose the right moment to show off his skills, not letting anyone bully his little junior sister. He gently patted his little junior sister's shoulder. He was indifferent towards Dep Dung Wet. Move aside a bit. I want to break into the secret realm where my little junior sister pointed. While Boy Lak Bok concentrated his power to break the secret realm's wall, the others could hardly believe their ears. Unexpectedly, someone was actually going to break the outer wall of the secret realm. Boy Lak Bok's decisive action made Deep Ling Lung not hesitate to give 1,000 likes, praising her senior brother's dominance. Her mouth kept cheering and encouraging. Boy Lak Bok swung his sword just once and broke a corner of the secret realm's wall. The terrifying power made everyone gape in shock. They couldn't believe it was actually broken. Deep Ling Lung jumped up and cheered excitedly. My senior brother is so cool. Deep Dung Wet didn't expect Diep Lin Lung to have a senior brother with such strong abilities. Wanting to share in his affection, she began to act coy. Just thinking about it in her head, her cheeks were already blushing. Shyly, she approached from behind and spoke up. I wonder what cultivation level this senior brother has to possess such strength, to be able to break the outer wall of the secret realm that's so thick and heavy. Although Boy Lak Bok was kind to his junior sister, it was only to his own junior sister. He didn't need to do anything for others. He turned his back indifferently and said, "What's it to you?" Deep Dung Wet was shocked and embarrassed. She couldn't believe someone dared to ignore her. Until now, no one had ever disrespected her like this. Tears began to stream down Deep Dung Wet's face. Those tears only attracted Ta Lam Jiat, who vented his anger on her behalf at those who didn't give her face. They're naturally ignorant of good and bad. Dung Wet, let's not bother with these people. Deep Dung Wet coyly responded, "You're right. The safety of senior brother and senior sister is important. These things are not." The performance of these two made Diep Lin Lung sigh in exasperation. These two are such great actors. I've seen plenty of pretending to my face, but this forced act to salvage their self-esteem is a first for me. Boy Lak Bok asked Deep Lin Lung, little junior sister, is this good enough? Deep Lin Lung gave a thumbs up, praising, "It's very good." Boy Lak Bok nodded, satisfied with his little junior sister's reaction. Actually, he felt a bit jealous when she kept staring at that couple. Senior brother, you're so outstanding here. How could your little junior sister not notice? Why would I stare at someone else's senior brother? The people inside the secret realm, seeing an opening in the wall of the secret realm, began to shout loudly for help. The wall of the secret realm has been broken. We're saved. The people inside then discussed, but why break the wall and not the door? Isn't the person who came to rescue us our senior brother? Has he already broken through the secret realm's barrier? Those words were like a fatal blow, 1,000 knives stabbing into Talam Jiet's heart. Dep Dung Wet called out, "Senior brothers and sisters, is everyone all right?" From inside, everyone replied they were fine. Although we encountered a demon who injured us, fortunately, we managed to survive. Senior brother came at noon to capture this demon. He sealed the secret realm and even took our Shiliet Von Dieu. Hearing them mention the little demon, Deep Lin Lung quickly rushed into the secret realm. She wanted to immediately check if 7th senior brother had encountered any problems. As soon as she entered the secret realm, Talam Jiat loudly asked, "What little demon? Is there another little demon here?" Someone pointed towards a young man standing under a large tree. "That one over there, his name is Li Tu Trak." Deep Lin Lung was surprised that 7th senior brother Li Tu Trak looked about the same age as her, yet possessed such strong abilities. Talam Gyat, without hesitation, boldly wielded his sword to attack Li Tu Trak. His mouth continuously boasted about his own spirit. "Little demon, how dare you be so arrogant? Today, I must teach you a lesson to avenge my junior brothers and sisters." Following that, all the disciples of that Tintong simultaneously drew their swords, wanting to assist. They charged forward together, determined to capture the little demon today and avenge their fellow disciples. The opponent's momentum was overwhelming. Deep Lin Lung shouted loudly to stop them. Without hesitation, she threw out Huinan as a bargaining chip. "Tonight, I will feed your master with blood. Go quickly." Understanding, Huinan flew away with great momentum. Talamjit, seeing it was the sword of that damn Diip Lin Lung, laughed with contempt. With just your chi-refining realm strength, you think you can stop me. If you want to lose face, I'll gladly oblige. I'll make you lose all face in front of everyone. Imagining himself breaking the sword of that hateful brat, and then her sitting there, hugging the broken sword and crying in front of everyone, he was already too excited. Reality slapped him in the face with a crisp sound. He swung his sword to strike Huyen An. Talamgyat's sword was not only broken in half, but he was also knocked down by Huyen An, nose bleeding, lying on the ground. The person who felt the most unexpectedly happy was none other than Diip Lin Lung herself. She had long wanted to hit Talamgyat for his grumpy attitude towards her. She didn't expect Huyen An to strike so hard. Perhaps Huyen An felt as annoyed as she did. Dep Dongwet rushed over in panic to check on him. Senior brother, are you all right? Talamgyat sat up with his face covered in blood. He held his head, asking himself, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Deep Dung Wet, angry, wanted to scold again. Blaming Dep Lin Lung, she pointed and shouted loudly, how outrageous. You dare to ambush my senior brother. Dep Lin Lung, how can you be so cruel? Deep Lin Lung feigned innocence. Oh my goodness, really? I just casually threw my sword. How could someone at Chi Refining stage like me possibly ambush a Golden Core stage senior brother from that Tin Tong? He was injured because of me. Really? Am I that powerful? Ha ha. Dep Dung Wet, you should learn from our beautiful sister's smart acting instead. Deep Lin Lung pretended to cover her mouth as she spoke. Talamgyat was dealt a heavy mental blow by her words. Not only that, but all the people from that Tin Tong were also stunned speechless. If they said Deep Lin Lung ambushed their senior brother, it meant they were overestimating her. Moreover, Deep Lin Lung's arrogant expression seemed to be waiting for them to admit their senior brother was harmed by her. Talamgyat could only clench his fists, angry and resentful to the point of almost coughing blood. He was having such bad luck today. He didn't know why he had to encounter such a hateful child. Dep Dungwit, unaware of how foolish her words just now were, arrogantly continued to scold loudly. Why did you throw your sword? Are you intentionally confronting that Tin Tong? I know you hate me, but can you not settle personal grudges at this moment? Your cruel actions not only harmed my senior brother, but also helped the demon escape. Deep Lin Lung pointed at the seventh senior brother standing next to her, staring wide-eyed at Tao Mai and the That Tin Tong group. You mean him? He didn't run anywhere. Deep Lin Lung couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Dep Dungwet before speaking. Can you open your eyes and look properly? It's very difficult to talk to you like this. Deep Dungwet stubbornly maintained her unreasonable attitude, wanting to blame Deep Lin Lung like that. You can't change the fact that you deliberately provoked our That Tin Tong. Deep Lin Lung stepped forward to pick up Huyen An, smiling faintly as she replied, that's because you didn't distinguish right from wrong first. You wanted to harm my seventh senior brother first, so I had to stop you. Dep Dungwet was shocked and wanted to ask again to be sure. Is that little demon really Dep Lin Lung's seventh senior brother? She asked. Dep Lin Lung held Huyen An threateningly at her sister. Watch your words. If you insult my senior brother again, my sword will fly out once more. It can't compare to that Tin Tong's items. This tattered sword of mine is hard to control, you know. After saying that, Diep Ling Lung waved the sword in front of Diep Dongwet threateningly. If you say that's your seventh senior brother, then ask him to explain why he sealed the secret realm, injured that Tin Tong's disciples, and stole the Shi Liet Van Dio. Diep Dongwet thought that now her senior brother was injured, she could only stand up to represent that Tin Tong. If not, the disciples of that Tin Tong would be bullied to death by those with ill intentions. Truly a female protagonist. Only at Chi refining stage yet, standing up to represent so fiercely. Deep Lin Lung looked at Li Tutrak. Seventh senior brother, we've heard what they said. Now it's your turn to explain what happened. Li Tutrak had been staring at her earlier, not caring about what was happening. But he eagerly ran over to Boylak Bak, pointing at Deep Lin Lung and asking, Senior brother, is that our new little junior sister? After receiving Boylak Bak's affirmative answer, Lu Trak showed an infatuated expression for the little junior sister. She's so cute and also smart and brave. She was protecting me just now, right, senior brother? To be precise, she dragged me here to back you up. Li Tutrak ran to hold Deep Lin Lung's hands excitedly. Master is usually unreliable, but he's always reliable in accepting disciples. They're all excellent people. Hello, little junior sister. Hello, seventh senior brother. Please quickly recount what happened earlier. All right, I'll do as you say. Deep Lin Lung was also at a loss for words with Li Tutrak. The seventh senior brother was being falsely accused but didn't care at all. Others drew swords to surround him, and he didn't mind, but he paid more attention to her instead. He was already overwhelmed by the favor. Li Tu-trak seriously recounted the story. A month ago, I heard from Master that he had to attend a grand ceremony to accept disciples and would bring a new disciple back afterward. Thinking there'd be a new disciple, I had to prepare a welcome gift. While struggling to decide what gift to give to the future junior brother or sister, unable to think of anything suitable, I went for a walk around until yesterday when I discovered an anomaly in the Taesun's secret realm. It turned out to be a Shi Liet Von Du. After I entered the secret realm, I found the Shi Liet Von Du. This bird's feathers have very strong defensive power. It's a rare defensive material. I wanted to take it as a gift for the new disciple. Unexpectedly, just as I subdued the Shi Liet Von Du, I was ambushed from behind by That Tintong disciples. They wanted to steal the Shi Liet Von Du. I thought they were just Foundation Establishment disciples. Although very petty, their strength wasn't weak. I was too lazy to fight, so I just taught them a lesson and drove them away. But unexpectedly, the secret realm suddenly shook as if it was about to collapse. I was about to leave with the Shi Liet Von Du when I discovered that the entrance had been sealed by That Tintong disciples. I guessed they feared others would come to compete, so they sealed it from the inside as soon as they arrived. In the end, it backfired on them. Unable to get out, I could only try to stabilize the secret realm to prevent it from collapsing too quickly. So I spent a lot of energy repairing this collapsing secret realm, protecting everyone's lives. And the result? Well, as soon as they saw their fellow disciples coming to rescue them, they immediately turned on me and falsely accused me. They said I wanted to steal the Shi Liet Von Du, so I injured them and sealed the secret realm. Li Tu-trak finished his story with a cold laugh, turning his gaze towards Deep Dung Wet. If senior brother and junior sister hadn't come today, I would have been exhausted from repairing the secret realm and certainly wouldn't have been a match for them. I could only have suffered their false accusations. The onlookers discussed in amazement. What Li Tu-trak said was different from That Tintong's version. If Deplin Lung hadn't tried to stop them, they might have already killed Li Tu-trak. Some people said that since they each had their own story, who was telling the truth? Indeed, as Deplin Lung had guessed, there was a hidden truth inside that caused a misunderstanding about Li Tu-trak later. According to the original plot in the disciple acceptance ceremony, the original owner didn't choose Thanh Huyen Tong, but stubbornly followed Deep Dung Wet to That Tintong. So that year, Thanh Huyen Tong didn't have a new disciple. This also meant that the gift Li Tu-trak had worked hard to prepare not only went unclaimed, but he was also falsely accused and got a bad reputation. Fortunately, this time, she arrived in time. Deep Lin Lung was determined not to let the seventh senior brother, who had prepared a gift for her with such effort, suffer any more injustice. A That Tintong member pointed and shouted loudly, "You're spewing lies. We That Tintong disciples are upright and honorable. How could we do such despicable things? Only low-class sects like yours would engage in such shameless acts of robbery everywhere." Implicating his sect was Li Tu-trak's greatest taboo. You falsely accuse me, that's one thing, but you dare insult my sect. Though restraining Li Tu-trak's anger, Deep Ling Lung was even angrier. She again took Huyen An and threw it once more. The Huyen An she threw terrified all those people. Oh heavens, not again. She's thrown the sword a third time, twice in That Tintong's face. Don't say it's the same this time. She's just a chi-refining disciple. Dep Dung Wet couldn't believe that Deplin Lung's sword throw would be effective again. Clearly, she was a useless person with poor aptitude. Li Tu-trak thought that junior sister not only had low cultivation, but her fighting skills were also poor. Her sword-throwing posture was like tossing trash. It surely wouldn't hit the target. We must quickly think of a way to find her a new sword. Only Boy Lakbosh knew Huyen An's true power, so he smiled as if watching a play. The charm in little junior sister's character has reached this level. Even though her sword-throwing posture is casual, she still risks her life to protect others. She really knows how to make people feel comforted. The man who spoke rashly earlier still didn't change his attitude. "You bastard! How dare you insult my sect? Take this sword of mine." He was so arrogant because he was pleased with the thought. Want to use the same trick to hit the senior brother to hit me again. I'm already prepared. Watch how I punish this arrogant brat. On Deplin Lung's side, she performed as if controlling the sword. She said one word, "Turn." Huyen An immediately understood and struck down the opponent. A surprise lunchbox was gifted to the arrogant man who bullied Deplin Lung. She reached out her hand and said, "Return." Huyen An quickly nestled in her hand. The image of overwhelming dominance was portrayed by her like a professional actor. She quietly praised Huyen Huyen for its good performance. Next time, let's show off together again and fly together, okay? Huyen was also quite proud. Don't you know who I am? How could such a small matter challenge me? 3 casual sword throws, all so powerful. It would be strange if the others weren't scared. She really knows how to control the sword in the air. Even Foundation Establishment disciples might not be able to do that. She's at chi refining stage and can do it so smoothly already. Diip Lin Lung coldly threatened, "I'll say it one more time. Anyone who dares to insult my sect and my senior brother, I won't let them off easily. Even if you're a righteous disciple of that Tin Tong, it doesn't matter. Diip Lin Lung, you casually threw your sword and killed your senior brother." Along with the jealousy in her heart, Diep Dung Wet angrily shouted, "But you can't be so unreasonable. Fine, I'll reason with you. Your fellow disciples said my senior brother sealed the secret realm, injured them, and stole their Shi Liet Van Dieu. Where's the evidence?" Diep Dung Wet pointed at her fellow disciples. "All the disciples of that Tin Tong are witnesses. We're so many people who all saw it. How could we falsely accuse him?" All the fellow disciples chimed in saying, "That's right. How could we, so many people, falsely accuse him?" Diep Lin Lung calmly watched as if they were performing comedy. Many people can prove that what they say is true, but everything needs evidence. Don't keep saying you're righteous disciples of that Tin Tong. That Tin Tong has many people and is powerful. I feel embarrassed for you all. If senior brother and that Tin Tong disciples all say the secret realm door was sealed by the other party, then it's simple. Let's see whose magic is on the door. That Tin Tong group trapped in the realm earlier heard this and felt uneasy, panicking inside. Diep Lin Lung stepped forward, the sealed door activated, spiritual energy checking whose seal it was. Fortunately, she deliberately didn't let Talamjet break the door, waiting for this moment. Immediately, that Tin Tong seal appeared. Diep Lin Lung had succeeded, and the faces of all that Tin Tong people were slapped with a crisp sound. The onlookers from other sects saw that Tin Tong's mark appear on the door and knew the truth. This was that Tin Tong's area restricting formation. After the formation is sealed, it can't be broken from the front, only from the back. This means if that Tin Tong people had broken in earlier, this formation would have disappeared, leaving no evidence. Diep Lin Lung started to scold. No wonder Talamjet earlier desperately wanted to break through the door. If I hadn't stopped him, the evidence would have been destroyed by now. Now that we have both proof and evidence, do you have anything else to say? Diep Dung Wet's face darkened at the truth, but she stubbornly insisted. First it was the little demon sealing it, now it's that Tin Tong disciples lying. How embarrassing. Although that Tin Tong group was ashamed, speechless with the evidence that exposed their lies about the seal, they still used their thick, shameless faces to continue lying defiantly. So what if it's that Tin Tong seal? It's because Li Tu-Trak relied on his golden core cultivation to steal our Shi Liet Van Dieu, so we had to resort to this measure. That's right. If anyone's wrong, he was wrong first. Diep Lin Lung was speechless at these people's tactics of turning black into white. It was impressive, but still too immature. You stubborn ducks, don't blame me for being cruel. Senior brother, they keep saying the Shi Liet Van Dieu was theirs first. Why don't you generously return it to them? At first, Li Tu-Trak stared at his junior sister in surprise. A moment later, he guessed her intention, grinned with delight, and followed her lead. All right, I'll return the Shi Liet Van Dieu to you. This move of my junior sister is brilliant. It'll make those duck beaks completely stiff. The Shi Liet Van Dieu was released and immediately targeted the That Tin Tong group, spewing fire at them. The group who had been twisting the truth was now attacked by the Shi Liet Van Dieu, barely surviving, panicking, and screaming for help. Seeing her fellow disciples like this, Diep Dung Wet was eager to save them. She yelled at Diep Lin Lung foolishly, "Stop it! How dare you hurt them, if anything happens to them?" Not letting the green tea girl finish her sentence, Diep Lin Lung interrupted with a friendly expression that was extremely sinister. "Even if you all die, what does it have to do with us? Huh? They said the Shi Liet Van Dieu was caught by them, and we've already generously returned it, haven't we?" Diep Dung Wet, at a loss for words, gritted her teeth in resentment. Why are these people so stupid? Without any skills, they still lie about being from the same sect as us. It's truly embarrassing. But she couldn't just stand by and watch them die. She didn't know how to explain when they returned, so she had to compromise. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, she switched to her green tea mode. With a friendly demeanor, she spoke softly. "Lin Lung, junior sister, tell senior brother to take back the Shi Liet Van Dieu. With their inferior skills, they certainly wouldn't have caught the Shi Liet Van Dieu first." Diep Lin Lung also switched to acting mode and responded. She feigned surprise with a friendly attitude, speaking at a high level. "Oh, so you admit that you were lying, right?" Since birth, Diep Dung Wet had always held her head high. Everyone had to admire her, praising her. but because of these fools from that Tin Tong, she had to bow her head to the waist Diep Ling Lung. Her heart was full of resentment. She wanted nothing more than to kill Diep Ling Lung with that arrogant smile, outwardly appearing very submissive. They lied and falsely accused your 7th senior brother. Now, if they're injured, it's deserved. But this offense doesn't warrant death. I hope you won't pursue this to the bitter end. Give them a chance to change. Diep Dung Wet, who was initially so aggressive, now slapped her own face just as hard. Having achieved her goal, Diep Lin Lung was delighted. You said that yourself, you know. Senior brothers, senior sisters from other sects have all heard it too, right? Please be witnesses for me. All right, I'll be a witness for you. The great sect, that Tin Tong of the cultivation world, is just this much, raising disciples who are both ignorant and shameless. Li Tu Trak recalled the Shi Liet Von Du. Having just been out to play for a bit, it was already being called back. The Shi Liet Von Du was also angry and resentful. Li Tu Trak couldn't stop admiring Diep Lin Lung. If his junior sister hadn't arrived in time, he would have been falsely accused by these people, bearing the crime of harming that Tin Tong disciples. Although he didn't care about worldly opinions, no one wants to be falsely accused. His junior sister had silenced these people. It felt so good that he also knew Li Tu Trak was also his junior sister's senior brother. Wonder if he'll regret it in the future. Meanwhile, Diep Dung Wit approached her senior brothers and sisters, saying, "Let's go inside and find a quiet place to treat our wounds." All right, let's go. Diep Dung Wet was surprised that after being stirred up by Diep Lin Lung, the senior brothers and sisters who usually avoided her were now obediently following her. It seemed like a blessing in disguise. Diep Dung Wet was proud of her achievements on this trip. That proud expression quickly faded when she turned and saw Diep Lin Lung being doted on by her two senior brothers. Diep Dung Wet left, determined to seek revenge. The humiliation of today would be repaid many times over to Diep Lin Lung. Diep Dung Wet directed everyone to the southwest to rest. Seeing her, sword riding, people from other sects couldn't stop praising her. Diep Dung Wet can already ride a sword and fly. She's only at the chi refining stage. Someone else said, "This must be the strongest person in this disciple recruitment event. She's so powerful." Diep Dung Wet was pleased and confident with her current glory, comforting herself. This was the state she should be in. What happened earlier in front of Diep Lin Lung was just an accident. The mirror dust informed her that in the Shishan secret realm, there was a spirit-rich stone platform in the southwest. She was currently at the chi refining stage, just a bit away from breaking through to the foundation building stage. She had to find that stone platform to sit and cultivate to break through to foundation building. If Diep Dung Wet knew that Diep Lin Lung wasn't just riding a sword normally like her, but was flying in loops and performing at super fast speeds, what would she think? Big senior brother, 7th senior brother, you two are so slow. I've been waiting for you for ages, and you still can't keep up. One at Golden Core stage, one at Nascent Soul stage. What's wrong with you two? The crowd below stared in amazement. It wasn't that they were slow. Clearly, Diep Lin Lung was too fast. It's the first time I've seen someone fly so fast. Diep Lin Lung is also at the chi refining stage. How can she fly so fast and steadily? I thought Diep Dung Wet was already impressive. Didn't expect Diep Lin Lung to be even more terrifying. Waiting too long for her two senior brothers, Diep Lin Lung had time to ride her sword and stretch for exercise. The two following behind couldn't stop praising their little junior sister for being so formidable. That's right, not just little junior sister, but big senior brother is also very impressive. In just a few months, big senior brother's cultivation has increased significantly. Even the barrier of the secret realm could be broken. After all, the great merit of helping Boy Lac Bach improve his cultivation like this is all thanks to little junior sister. Remembering being frantically forced by little junior sister to cultivate together for 4 months straight, I still feel terrified. Actually, little junior sister is even more formidable. Not wanting to reveal the truth and scare Li Tu Trak, Boy Lac Bach just gently patted his shoulder and said, "You'll understand clearly in the future. Not just you, but 6th junior brother has already been scared away by little junior sister. I wonder how 7th junior brother will fare in the future. I bet little junior sister won't let him off either." While lost in thought, he heard 7th junior brother say excitedly, "I will definitely get along well with little junior sister when we return." Boy Lac Bach, upon hearing this, his spirits lifted, immediately grabbed Li Tu Trak's hand tightly. "It's a promise then. Li Trak wondered why big senior brother looked so afraid he might change his mind. Haha, congratulations to this guy for the days ahead of being frantically pushed by little junior sister to practice and improve his cultivation in the future. Dep Dungwet, who was feeling proud and confident about her sword riding ability, was startled and shocked when she saw Dep Linglung surpass her in sword riding. Waves of jealousy and envy surged in Dip Dungwet's heart. How could Dip Linlung ride a sword so smoothly? Clearly, she was just a waste. It couldn't be that she always outperformed her like this. Noticing the shadow sword, she thought the issue must lie with Dip Linlung's sword. After returning, she would definitely ask the Mirror Dust about the origins of that sword. Seeing Dep Linlung also heading southwest, she feared Deep Linlung might also know about that stone platform, so she wanted to get there first to compete. She absolutely couldn't let Deep Linlung get there first and take that stone platform. Despite her determination, with inferior skills, she had to lose. Dep Linlung arrived first, already finding that stone platform nearby. She didn't forget to wave, calling her two senior brothers to come and cultivate together. Dep Dungwuyet arrived right after. Seeing Dep Linlung actually choosing to sit and cultivate on that stone platform, her face darkened, because she knew the spiritual energy of that platform would be completely absorbed. Once absorbed, it would take a long time to gather again. She couldn't let Dep Linlung snatch that stone platform. Distracted, she slipped while riding her sword and fell. Although the fall was painful, she was still determined with the thought that the stone platform must be hers. Disregarding her dignity, she had to climb onto the platform to compete for a place to cultivate. This was the first time she disregarded her pride, to climb up and fight for a spot with others. Though it was ridiculous, when she successfully breaks through, everyone will think she's extraordinary, right? No one will care about these trivial matters. Dep Linlung didn't expect that her opponent, in such a disheveled state, would still insist on climbing onto the platform to sit. The people from that tin tong didn't understand what Deep Dungwet's actions meant. Talam glanced over and knew junior sister wanted to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Let's not disturb her. The spiritual energy here is dense. Everyone, sit down at the healing spot and relax. Wait for her to finish breaking through. That's all. Many people were surprised to hear this. Junior sister is about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. How? She's only been here for 4 months. What kind of demonic speed is this? She's even a year younger than us, but her cultivation is already on par with ours. Is she the first disciple of this class to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Someone else said, Deep Linlung and her group are also on the stone platform. I saw them arrive first earlier. Deep Dungwit came later and still tried to squeeze in. It's really ridiculous. However, if she successfully breaks through, everyone will think she's extraordinary, right? No one will care about these trivial matters. The discussions of everyone were not beyond Deep Dungwet's expectations. In the original story, Diep Dungwet had 2 gains in the Western Mountain Secret Realm. One was the Shi Liet Von Du. 2 was finding the stone platform and successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. In the original story, it wasn't described how she knew about this place. Deep Lin Lung, seeing her reaction, guessed this wasn't a chance encounter, but that she knew early on and specifically rushed here. She just didn't expect her to be so thick-skinned. It must be admitted that the female lead has strong abilities and high determination. She called her 2 senior brothers to quickly sit down and cultivate as well. The spiritual energy here will be completely absorbed, so they must seize the time to cultivate. Her 2 senior brothers saw the situation wasn't good, but only Lai Tu Trak spoke up, wanting to refuse. I and senior brother, after all, are at the golden core and nascent soul stages. We shouldn't compete for spiritual energy. Before Li Tu Trak could finish his sentence, Deplin Lung had already started rambling on with her crybaby technique. So you don't need to cultivate anymore. Above golden core is nascent soul. Above nascent soul is deity formation. If you don't seize all future opportunities, who will come to save me if I encounter great danger? Li Tu Trak explained that since everyone was at a low level, this action wasn't very appropriate. Diep Lin Lung pointed at Diep Dong Viet and said, "You brothers should also seize the opportunity. Look at my elder sister. She'd rather be glared at but still squeeze in to cultivate. If she can be so shameless, why should you brothers be so upright? Being scolded so blatantly, Dep Dung Wet was furious inside. But for the greater good, she forced herself to stay calm. She had to focus on cultivation. As long as she breaks through to Foundation establishment, she'll only receive praise. No one will mock her. Lee Tutrak had to compromise with his junior sister. I'll listen to you and sit down to cultivate right here. As long as you don't make a fuss, losing face is fine. Glancing over, he saw that the eldest senior brother had long been focused on cultivation, causing Lai Tutrak to gape in shock. Is this really the eldest senior brother? Normally, isn't he the most arrogant and cold person with the strictest principles in Qingxuan's sect? Why would he compete for spiritual energy with a bunch of Foundation establishment kids? Seeing that the seventh senior brother was still dazed and not focusing on cultivation, Deep Lin Lung spoke up with an oppressive aura. Eldest senior brother has already set an example. Why aren't you following suit? Li Tutrak wanted to stay true to his view that those with higher cultivation shouldn't compete with newcomers. Oh, so I understand now. Seventh senior brother is looking down on me, not wanting to cultivate with me because you're at the lofty golden core stage, while I'm just a tiny chi condensation cultivator. If that's the case, Deep Lin Lung had just started to cry softly, which already frightened Li Tutrak. He hurriedly sat down, constantly coaxing, I'll cultivate. Deep Ling Lung was satisfied with the result. Family must be united. I'll join you brothers now. Lai Tutrak focused on gathering spiritual energy to cultivate, inadvertently absorbing Dep Dung Wet's spiritual energy as well. Deep Dung Wet's plans were all ruined by Deep Lin Lung, making her angry. Breaking through to Foundation establishment was already difficult. Now with so many people competing for spiritual energy, the plan to finish in 1 hour might not even be possible today. Ta Lam Jat, whose wounds had now recovered about 60%, observed from below that Dep Dung Wet was being bullied. He absolutely couldn't let this continue. Immediately, he took out a spirit-gathering talisman to help Dep Dung Wet gather spiritual energy for cultivation. Below, everyone was discussing the talisman excitedly. The spirit-gathering talisman of that tin tong was very precious. One needed to accumulate many points to exchange for it. The eldest senior brother really cares about his junior sister. It's truly admirable. With his help, the junior sister will definitely succeed this time. Deep Lin Lung sighed, as expected of the female lead. No matter the situation, she can't be defeated. The eldest senior brother and seventh senior brother had high cultivation and weren't affected, but the spiritual energy around her was all absorbed by the spirit-gathering talisman. She sighed and decided to give up. As soon as she gave up, Huyanan immediately scolded her repeatedly. Steal the spiritual energy. Why aren't you stealing it back? You're so useless. The opponent is using schemes and tricks. Don't you know how to use them too? Can you swallow this anger? Dep Lin Lung helplessly said, I'm the antagonist. How can I have many tricks to compete with the female lead? This is a crucial moment. I must take action myself. Immediately, Huyanan absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and gathered it for her. The low-level cultivators cried miserably. The stone platform only had a little spiritual energy left, and now it was all gone. They're fighting up there. We can't interfere. Let's just stop cultivating and stand here to watch the drama. Huyanan's action had stimulated the spirits of Boylak Bak and Li Tutrak. Now, they weren't competing with Foundation establishment cultivators, but were contending against an ancient spirit sword. It was too exciting. They had to increase their spiritual energy absorption. Around Deep Dung Wiet, only a thin layer of spiritual energy remained. Even the eldest senior brother's spirit-gathering formation was useless now. How could she compete now? It seemed that if she couldn't gather spiritual energy, she could only rely on her innate talent. As the sun was about to set, a dazzling golden light appeared. Everyone knew this meant someone on the stone platform had broken through. On the platform, Diep Dongwet was trying her best to cultivate. She was encouraging herself, just a little more, and she would succeed. Finally, Diep Dongwet successfully broke through to Foundation establishment. They heard discussions below about someone successfully breaking through to Foundation establishment. In just 4 months, she had gone from Qi condensation to Foundation establishment. She did it. No one in history had ever achieved this before. Thinking people were praising her, Diep Dongwet was feeling proud. Although the spiritual energy was dispersed, causing her to take 3 hours instead of 1 to break through, she had finally broken through to Foundation establishment, becoming a person who made history. Even more terrifying was that she was only 11 years old. Reaching Foundation establishment at 11 years old was truly admirable. Diep Dongwet's smile suddenly froze when she heard their discussion. Unexpectedly, the last person in the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was the first to break through to Foundation establishment. How did she do it? She didn't understand what these people were talking about. Could they be mistaken? Deep Dung Wet turned her head to see Deep Lin Lung proudly showing off her achievement. Eldest senior brother, seventh senior brother, I'm finally no longer the only chi condensation cultivator in our sect. I'm now at Foundation Establishment, you know. Boy Lack Botch patted the little junior sister's head affectionately. The title of the only chi condensation cultivator in the sect has been destroyed by you. You did very well. When we return, I'll reward you. Li Trak praised the little junior sister for being the first to reach Foundation Establishment among her peers. Senior brother catching a Shiliot cloud bird for you is not enough. I must find a better gift for you that's worthy of my adorable junior sister. The others couldn't help but be curious. Is Deep Lin Lung really the person who no one wanted and ended up at Thanh Huyen Tong? Were the elders of other sects all blind? If today's events spread, those sects will surely regret it. I wonder which sect was lucky enough to pick up such a formidable treasure. Deep Lin Lung didn't hesitate to boast. I didn't change my name. I didn't change my seat. My name at Thanh Huyen Tong is Deep Lin Lung. I've never heard of this sect before. Is it really that powerful? It seems their sect has very few people. It's not considered a sect in the cultivation world. Someone who was paying attention to Deep Dung Wet discovered that she had also broken through to Foundation Establishment. Deep Dung Wet felt a sense of loss. Clearly, she had been outstanding compared to everyone else since childhood. But why this time did Deep Ling Lung steal that prominence from her? Ta Lam Jiat consoled his junior sister while blaming himself. It's all my fault. If I had initially changed to a higher-level spirit-gathering formation, you wouldn't have lost to her today due to insufficient spiritual energy. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't blame yourself. You've already been very impressive. As for her, if she hadn't used shameless methods to concentrate a large amount of spiritual energy with her insignificant qualifications, how could she have beaten you? Her victory is not glorious at all. She's the most shameless person in the world. What a pair, always vying for attention to boost their own egos. Deep Lin Lung used underhanded methods to steal her spiritual energy. That's why she broke through. If it were a fair competition, Deep Lin Lung wouldn't be a match for her. Besides, she was the real genius who could soar to the ninth heaven and stand alongside the gods. Losing once wasn't a big deal. The arrogant and smug image of Deep Lin Lung made Diep Dung Wet increasingly angry as she thought about it. Her hand clenched tightly as she silently resolved that the road ahead was still long. With her abilities, the humiliation of today would someday be repaid in full to Diep Lin Lung. Looking at her complacent appearance, she had no ambition at all. Such a person isn't even worthy of being my rival. Regaining her composure, she called her senior brother to leave together. The gap between you and her isn't just about today. What's yours will eventually be yours, sooner or later. Talam Gyat praised her. This is how my junior sister should be. Let's go back then. Watching Deep Dung Wet leave, Diep Lin Lung thought to herself that the female lead had finally gone. She had to admit that she was indeed very strong. Under these circumstances, she still completed foundation building in 4 months, as in the original story. It seems the next trajectory will remain the same. Returning to her quarters in Thanh Huyen sect, Deep Lin Lung woke up the small black snake. Before the small black snake could understand what was happening, Deep Lin Lung had already cut her finger for it to drink her blood. Huinan said, "If you drink my blood, you'll recover faster." As soon as it finished speaking, Huinan panicked when it saw its master looking at it. Knowing its master was angry, it immediately laid down, pretending to be dead. Deep Lin Lung cheerfully said to it, "Don't look at Huinan anymore. It didn't force me. I'm doing this voluntarily. Hurry and drink. I've already cut it. If you don't drink, it'll be a waste." Hearing this, the small black snake finally sucked the blood from her fingertip. Deep Lin Lung didn't understand why she suddenly felt pale and dizzy. It felt like this snake wasn't sucking blood, but the energy from her body. No wonder when she said she'd feed it blood, Huinan had put in so much effort. So feeding blood takes this much energy. It's not like last time when she cut her hand and spilled a few drops of blood. After drinking the blood, the small black snake gently licked her wound. Seeing it care for her, she boasted to it again. "That's right, little snake. Today I successfully broke through to the foundation building stage. I'm the first disciple in my cohort to break through, you know. Everyone praised me for being formidable." The little snake gestured agreement, praising her prowess. Deep Lin Lung continued, "I'll become even more formidable in the future." After hearing her speak, the little snake crawled into her sleeve and fell asleep. Seeing its master go to sleep again, Huinan started chattering with her. Deep Lin Lung, displeased, scolded. "You're too professional at playing dead. You must have done it quite a few times before, huh?" Huinan defended itself. "This is called being flexible, you know. Explain something to me. Why did I feel dizzy just now when feeding blood?" Huinan seized the opportunity to show off again. "Do you still need an explanation? Your strength is insufficient. To put it bluntly, you're as weak as a snail." A fatal blow pierced her heart, but it also helped her sober up and reassess her current situation. Indeed, her cultivation level was too low. Her strength was insufficient. Forget about feeding blood to the little snake long term. Even competing with Depdung Wet would be a problem. Huinan was also surprised, as it was the first time the bean sprout didn't argue back. After pondering, Deep Lin Lung wanted it to suggest ways to improve her cultivation. Today was truly Huinan's day to shine. Now that you're at the foundation building stage, you can cultivate techniques corresponding to your spirit root to enhance your abilities. Your wood spirit root has also awakened now. Go practice the Great Rebirth technique. Once you master it, the master will have hope of awakening. It also informed her that the Great Rebirth technique was available in the library of Thanh Huyen sect. You should visit the library tomorrow. Following Huinan's advice, the next day, Deep Lin Lung asked Boy Lak Bak to take her to the library. Boy Lak Bak mentioned that the books there were numerous and profound. It's not easy to find. If you need a specific type, Senior Brother can help you choose. She then remembered that in the original story, that Tin Sect's library had 3 floors, but Thanh Huyen sects not only had 9 floors, its form even surpassed the leading that Tin sect. Could it be that Thanh Huyen sect was once a glorious sect? She wondered. Boy Lak Bak handed her several books, interrupting her train of thought. These 4 are techniques for wood, water, fire, and basic techniques most suitable for you. Take a look. Deep Lin Lung accepted them, opened and read, silently praising how detailed the books were. They were perfect for neglected children like herself. Boy Lak Bak continued to introduce. The books on the first floor are all basic techniques. The second floor has elementary techniques. After you finish these 4 books, I'll take you to the second floor to search. Golden Core cultivators can access the 3rd floor, Nascent Soul, the 4th floor, Spirit Severing, the 5th floor. She asked about the floors above the 5th. Boy Lak Bak stopped and shook his head. He said he couldn't go up there. This made Deep Lin Lung curious. Doesn't the library have 9 floors? It looks that way from outside, but inside, we can't go up further. I've tried, Senior Sister has tried too, but so far, no one has been able to reach the 6th floor. Such a strange thing further stimulated her curiosity. Boy Lak Bak said that besides technique books, there were many sword techniques and chi refining methods, alchemy, talisman drawing, and array setting. Whatever you want to learn, you can find it here. This made her feel that this was the largest library she had ever seen, at least unrivaled in the lower cultivation world. Even that Tin sect couldn't compare to Thanh Huyen sect. She had made the right decision. Deep Lin Lung then worried that if outsiders knew the library was unguarded, they would come in droves to steal. Boy Lak Bak patted her head, praising her thoughtfulness. That wouldn't happen because they couldn't enter. When Master brought you in, he gave you the special mark of a disciple of Thanh Huyen sect. With it, you can move freely within Thanh Huyen sect. Oh, I see. That's right, Senior Brother. Have you heard of the Great Rebirth technique? Boy Lak Bak seemed surprised at his junior sister's knowledge. Where did you hear about this book? I've never heard of it. Deep Lin Lung waved her hand. I just heard it randomly and asked out of curiosity. She thought the book Huyen An mentioned must be extraordinary, so it's normal that Senior Brother hasn't heard of it. To freely explore the library, she pushed Boy Lak Bak away, using the excuse of wanting to stay in the library for a while, urging him to go back and cultivate. She said she wouldn't delay his time anymore. You always mention cultivation. There's no need to rush every second, little junior sister. Though reluctant, he sighed and compromised with her. All right, I'll go back first. You stay here and search. If you need help, call me. Waving goodbye to Senior Brother, she then flashed a mischievous smile. Next, she could explore why the 6th floor was inaccessible, if there was any danger. And after an incense stick's time, exploring the 6th floor's secrets, she found herself panting on the 5th floor. Now she understood what Senior Brother meant by not being able to go above the 6th floor. Earlier, she had been running up the stairs continuously. She thought she had reached the 6th floor, but in reality, she was always running around the 5th floor. This meant the 6th floor, 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were inaccessible. Deep Lin Lung informed Huyen An that she had searched 5 floors but still couldn't find the Great Rebirth technique anywhere. Indeed, it's as I expected. This secret book wouldn't be placed in such an obvious location. After all, even 10,000 years ago, the Great Rebirth technique was a supreme technique. It couldn't be placed where others could easily access it. Huinan piqued her curiosity again. What level is this supreme technique? She knew that in the lower cultivation world, techniques were divided into 19 levels. The foundation establishment stage could start learning from the entry level. Level 9 was the highest, and some great cultivators had ascended with it. But without sufficient comprehension, it still might not be learnable. Huinan replied nonchalantly that level 9 was called a supreme technique. This shocked Deep Lin Lung, leaving her petrified. Huinan, the great rebirth technique you want me to practice, is a supreme technique of Thanh Huyen sect. You think so highly of me. She couldn't believe it valued her so much. Currently, she was only at early foundation establishment. Huinan now realized its mistake. It quickly shattered her illusions. Oh my, I was only thinking about the master having the great rebirth technique so they could quickly recover. I forgot about your poor aptitude. Angered by its taunt, but unable to retort, she started to leave. Forget it, I'm gonna sleep. Knowing it had angered her, it tried to coax her to stay. Supreme techniques are different from other techniques. Learning them has no cultivation level limit. After all, you want to learn techniques. Why not choose the best one? Supreme techniques have no cultivation level limit. Her murderous gaze made Huinan break out in a cold sweat. That's right, but it depends on one's comprehension ability. High comprehension at foundation establishment stage can learn it. Low comprehension might not learn it even at tribulation crossing stage. As a young modern-day PhD, comprehension was her strong suit. With her IQ, she wasn't worried about not passing. Huinan continued, the current difficulty is the staircase's restriction. Moreover, this restriction seems to have been upgraded. It's such a pity. Looks like we can't get the Great Rebirth technique. All the good stuff is sealed away. Thinking about the restriction, Diep Lin Lung used her spiritual energy to sense the staircase going up. Due to her low cultivation, she could only sense a short distance despite her best efforts. If only I could see it more clearly. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. She looked at Huinan with a mischievous smile. My cultivation is too low to see clearly, but there's this sword here that can see clearly for me. Having been with her for so long, upon seeing that expression, Huinan trembled all over, sensing that something unpleasant was coming its way. Indeed, they had bantered so much that they understood each other too well. Diep Lin Lung smiled at it. Huinan, with your strength, you can definitely see the restriction upstairs clearly, right? I can see it, but what do you want to do? I'm telling you, I don't know how to break it. Forcing it won't work either. What if we break the restriction and this archive gets destroyed along with it? Ignoring Huinan's words, she kept moving closer, pressing against it with a mischievous smile that made it even more confused. Don't have any evil intentions towards me. Your smile really scares me. No matter how it protested, there was no way Deep Lin Lung would let it escape this predicament. Quickly, circulate your spiritual energy to stir up this restriction so it appears. Huinan kept trying to dissuade her. Why look at it? It's too complex for you. You won't understand. But suddenly realizing she wanted to try breaking the restriction, it mocked. You little brat, you've never even drawn a talisman. You probably don't even know all the characters, yet you want to break this. Being looked down upon, how could a PhD like her tolerate it? Deep Lin Lung shouted, stop wasting time and do it now. Her imposing manner silenced it, making it obediently comply. As the restriction spells appeared, she eagerly drew them on paper until late at night. Exhausted, Huinan kept crying out, you're not going to make me shine until you break it, are you? I'm the mighty ancient sword god, and you're using me as a lamp. Have you considered my feelings at all? Even if you don't care about my feelings, have you thought about what happens when I use up all my spiritual energy and my soul dissipates? Despite its pitiful cries, it didn't dare to stop. The ancient sword spirit in Deep Lin Lung's hands was still just a sword after all. Finally, it was done. Deep Lin Lung was excited and joyful, while Huinan's spirit was the complete opposite. Its spiritual energy depleted, making it feel like it was on the verge of death. Copying from day to night, she had transcribed the basic part of the restriction. Next, she read talisman books to verify if she had guessed anything correctly while copying. This was her forte. Unexpectedly, doing her favorite work in another world made her even more enthusiastic. In the end, her deductions about the talismans were almost all correct. She became more certain that her memory and reasoning abilities hadn't diminished at all. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto the paper. Huinan was startled by her current appearance. Dieplin Lung put on a pitiful look for Huinan. I think I'm bleeding. Huinan screamed internally. You think, you little monkey. This isn't just simple bleeding. It seems this brat hasn't realized the severity of the situation. Unable to speak, with a horrified expression, it moved closer with its brightest glow to show her current image to her. Deep Lin Lung saw an eye bleeding, looking truly frightening, and asked, Is your true form a female demon bleeding from 7 orifices, Huinan? It's really scary, but why is your voice male? Huinan was speechless and turned into a large mirror for her to see clearly. Deep Lin Lung looked at herself in the mirror and asked, Why does the person in here look so much like me? The moment her rational mind realized her terrifying problem, she was startled and screamed in horror. A second later, she fainted. Huinan fearfully approached and called her repeatedly. Hey, Beansprout, wake up quickly. Don't scare me. After an incense stick's time, Depling Lung woke up. She felt that her injuries had disappeared and even had a feeling of being full of spiritual energy. She didn't know why this was happening. On this side, Huinan, weak as a beansprout ghost, said, Don't draw talismans anymore. I can barely hold on, so please have mercy. My soul is about to scatter. Deep Lin Lung, not understanding, innocently asked, Is it because the power of the talismans I drew was too strong, causing you to be severely injured? Am I that powerful? Sooner or later, I'll die of anger because of this beansprout. Does she have any self-awareness at all? So it angrily vented at her. Do you know that drawing talismans is something that consumes a lot of spiritual energy and mental power? Do you know that the way you're drawing, with your tiny foundation building stage, even a great Luo Immortal couldn't save you? So you saved me, which means you're even more powerful than a great Luo Immortal. Her fearless attitude made it even angrier. Do you know how to focus on the right things? If you want to die, go find a place with no one and die there. Don't die in front of me, so I have to save you, okay? That could easily kill me too. This is simple. You mean spiritual energy, right? Huinan didn't understand what the bean sprout was up to now. A moment later, she stuck a few talismans on Huinan. Huinan felt the dense spiritual energy around itself. It was so refreshing, so comfortable. It couldn't help but want to squeal like a pig, and even louder at that. Beansprout, I take back what I said earlier. As long as you draw talismans, even if my soul scatters, I will still save you. After a month of non-stop effort, each day forgetting to eat and sleep, to try countless calculation methods, finally, she analyzed the complex restriction to reach the 6th floor. For someone passionate about research, there's no joy greater than this. She stuck talismans at each crucial point on the stairs. Although her cultivation was weak, with Huianan's power, breaking the restriction on the stairs was not a problem. One person and one sword focused on using spiritual energy to break the restriction. The resistance was very strong. However, it was almost done. She encouraged herself to try a bit more. With the determination to win, finally, she achieved great success. A dazzling golden light appeared, blinding her. It didn't stop there. Outside, on top of the archive tower, the golden light shone even brighter, catching the attention of nearby sects. What's happening? Why is Thanh Huyen sect emitting such a brilliant golden light? Has something big happened? Quickly send someone to Thanh Huyen sect to inquire. Don't let something happen that we're unaware of and get inadvertently involved. Cultivation, who was enjoying tea, was also surprised. It's coming from the archive tower. What exactly has happened? Just as he was about to go to the archive tower to see what the commotion was about, he heard a noise at the gate. Cultivation waved his hand, sending spiritual energy, and saw the group from the neighboring sect, feeling annoyed. It's those people who always come to complain again. Well, I'll have to meet them first. If not, who knows what rumors they'll spread this time. Thanh Huyen sect had lived in seclusion for so many years now. He really didn't want anything to happen now. Meanwhile, her 3 senior brothers were also heading to the archive tower. 6th junior brother asked curiously, First senior brother, why is our archive tower emitting golden light? Could there be someone inside? Boy Lakbak was startled by this, with an uneasy premonition. Last month, little junior sister went to the archive tower. I wonder if she's still there now. Recently, I just found a secret manual for breakthrough. I was so focused on cultivation that I forgot everything around me, even forgot about little junior sister. I hope such a big commotion won't affect her. Can someone as frail as her handle it? Hearing about little junior sister, the other 2 were also startled and frightened. No wonder it's been so quiet for the past month, so little junior sister wasn't here. Let's quickly go to the archive tower to check the situation. The 3 climbed to the 5th floor. calling for little junior sister around. The silence made the three confused. Sixth senior brother said fearfully, "This is bad. No one's here. Don't tell me little junior sister has kicked the bucket." Seventh junior brother got angry at his senior brother's ill-omened words. "Don't curse little junior sister." Boylak Bach interrupted the argument. "No more joking. Now let's start searching from the first floor. Search every nook and cranny thoroughly. Don't miss any clues." First senior brother, sixth senior brother, all senior brothers, "Are you looking for me?" Hearing little junior sister's voice, the three looked around simultaneously, but saw nothing, causing inner fear and a premonition of something bad. Sixth senior brother, though confused and scared, tried to speak up. "Little junior sister, where are you? Are you all right? I'm here. Come up to the sixth floor." Diep Lin Lung, with talisman stuck all over her body, lay on the stairs looking like a ghost. The three located her position, turned to see her waving and grinning like a spirit, and immediately screamed in terror. Sixth senior brother trembled in fear, almost on the verge of crying out loud. "Why does little junior sister look so scary? Are you trying to frighten us?" Boylak Bosch went up the stairs, concerned about little junior sister. "Are you all right? Weren't you told that the sixth floor was inaccessible? What are you doing, lying there with those scary talismans stuck all over you?" First senior brother, "I'm fine. I was just tired, so I'm resting a bit and doing a spiritual energy spa." Deep Lin Lung used modern terms to explain, which no one could understand. Sixth senior brother, while climbing the stairs, asked, "What are you talking about, little junior sister? I've never heard such words before. What have you done to the archive tower?" Suddenly, the scene before him startled him, shocked by the truth. "Is this the sixth floor? Are we really on the sixth floor of the archive tower? Until now, no one has ever set foot on the sixth floor. Who knows how long it's been sealed off? The barrier on the stairs from the fifth to the sixth floor is nowhere to be seen. How could we easily come up to the sixth floor like this? Little junior sister, tell me what happened to the barrier on this sixth floor." "That's right, I broke the barrier." After enjoying the comfortable talisman spa and regaining my energy, she stood up and replied with a smile. Today, her senior brothers would probably be shocked by her even more. Everyone stared at little junior sister in amazement. This genius little junior sister, who had just joined and reached the foundation building stage, could already break the barrier. Even the big senior sister at the nascent soul stage couldn't do it. What kind of monster is little junior sister? If this talent spreads outside, it might cause a big commotion. Diep Lin Lung rested her chin on her hands and sighed. "I spent a month using my brain excessively, lost a bunch of hair, and I'm exhausted." Boylak Bach heard this and became even more worried. "Little junior sister, how are you feeling now?" "From my research, formation talismans consume a lot of spiritual power, easily causing bleeding from 7 orifices, and can even lead to death from extreme exhaustion. At your lively and adorable age, you shouldn't overexert yourself and affect your health." Understanding first senior brother's concern, she said, "Lower your head." Though not understanding why, seeing little junior sister's expectant eyes, he complied. Deep Lin Lung took a talisman from her ring and stuck it on Boylak Bach's face. Immediately, he felt surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. It felt incredibly comfortable. His whole body felt like it was soaking in cool, soft water. He couldn't help but relax. It was such a lovely feeling. First senior brother stood completely still. The 2 junior brothers poked him, but he didn't move at all, making them curious. What did little junior sister do to first senior brother? Without explanation, Deep Lin Lung took 2 talismans and stuck them on the faces of the other 2. The 2 hugged each other, enjoying the wonderful sensation. Being immersed in spiritual energy felt incredibly comfortable. Before going up the stairs, to be sure, she asked, "Are there any other people in our Qingxuan sect?" 6th and 7th senior brothers shook their heads, indicating no. Boylak Bach said, "There's also Master," awakening the consciousness of the 3. Deep Lin Lung asked in a low voice, "Aren't Master and we on the same side?" 6th and 7th senior brothers shook their heads frantically. Seeing first senior brother not reacting, the 2 stared at him. At this moment, first senior brother slowly shook his head. Oh my, even for a simple head shake, the 3 of them made it complicated. The result was not beyond her intuition. Master and disciples like us are not on the same side. Master has never interacted with ordinary disciples. Senior brothers and sisters don't mention him in conversations either. It seems that apart from bringing everyone into the sect, he has no affection or purpose for us. She then tore the barrier-breaking talisman, and the stairs to the 6th floor disappeared. Just then, Hua Tu Vian entered and asked, "Is anyone in the archive tower?" Master is coming to check on the situation. Looking around and seeing no one, he couldn't help but suspect someone was on the 6th floor. Upstairs, the three pressed their ears to the floor. Hearing Master's footsteps coming up to the 6th floor, they couldn't help but panic. Little junior sister had already torn off the barrier talisman earlier. Could it be that Master knew the barrier's password from the beginning, so he wasn't blocked by the barrier? Cultivation went up to the 6th floor, causing the three senior brothers to become increasingly tense. Cultivation came up and looked around, but didn't see anyone. He felt displeased, because if it weren't for those ignorant people at the neighboring sect, he could have arrived earlier to check the situation first. That way, he would have witnessed all the strange events by now, instead of seeing no one like this. Seeing Master turn to leave, the three sighed in relief. But how strange. Why couldn't Master see us? Glancing at little junior sister sitting calmly, they were certain she must have done something again. Did you do something? Deplin Lung, chewing, pointed at the talisman on the floor. The three were once again shocked by little junior sister's talent. Isn't this an invisibility talisman? That's right. Just now, I heard that Master might come up, so I quickly applied the invisibility talisman. I was afraid he would see us. 7th senior brother curiously said, Little junior sister, you're amazing. But how did you guess Master could come up to the 6th floor? You scared me to death just now. Deepling Lung continued eating spirit fruits. Senior brothers, didn't you say Master and we are not on the same side? So it's normal that he can come up to the 6th floor but doesn't tell us about it. Little junior sister's words sounded very reasonable, causing the three to fall into deep thought again. Previously, they only saw the relationship between Master and them as indifferent. Normally, they didn't meet, so they didn't consider him as one of their own. But through this incident, it seems Master really isn't on their side. Master, just like this Thanh Huyen sect, has countless secrets. His identity is also not ordinary. Deplin Lung then invited the three senior brothers to go over to check the mechanism on the 6th floor. Arriving there, they only saw a slightly round screen in front of them with strange compartments. Seeing it for the first time, everyone was curious. What is this? I don't understand. What does bright again mean? Li Tu Track, curious, wanted to try pressing one compartment to see how it works. Boy Lakbok stopped him with a very serious face. Brother, don't touch it carelessly. This seems to be a complex mechanism that needs the correct talisman to work. If we press wrong, I'm afraid the consequences will be severe. Deplin Lung observed again and found it interesting, so she ran over and pressed a compartment to try. Boy Lakbosh, fearing something bad might happen, quickly rushed to stand in front of little junior sister. At this moment, inside the round compartment, a book slowly appeared and then pushed out. This was too magical, and everyone was amazed again. Deplin Lung received the book. Reading the title, Great Rebirth Technique, she was left with her mouth agape. Big senior brother, it's the Great Rebirth Technique. I've found it. That's the technique you were looking for last month. What kind of technique is this? It looks powerful. Deplin Lung excitedly explained it was a high-level technique. More specifically, it's a technique above the 9th level. The three senior brothers were once again shocked by this truth. Although they knew Thanh Huyen sect wasn't an ordinary sect, they didn't expect to find techniques above the 9th level here. Such techniques probably don't exist in any lower cultivation sects. Thanh Huyen sect, what exactly is it? The strange sect leader, looking bored but actually having hidden depths. We've been in the sect for so long, yet we still don't know anything. Deplin Lung cheerfully asked her brothers if they needed any specific books. She offered to help them search for matches. The 6th senior brother continued to gape in amazement. Little junior sister, you know how to use the round table. As a young modern-day PhD, how could this challenge her? She understood the symbols above, combined with the function and arrangement order of the books. She knew how to use it. Deplin Lung confidently stepped forward and pressed the compartments on the keyboard. This is similar to the 9 keys on a phone keypad. If you've used a phone before, you senior brothers wouldn't be so surprised. The three looked at their little junior sister's back with suspicion. The intelligence of little junior sister was truly frightening. Could she really be some kind of monster? Why was she rated as the worst during the Disciple Recruitment Festival? Boylak Bach said they didn't have a specific technique in mind that needed to be found. We also don't know what mysterious books Thanh Huyen sect has, so there's nothing to search for. The 6th senior brother agreed. That's right, we've never been taught by Master. The 7th senior brother also sighed. We don't know what powerful techniques Thanh Huyen sect has either. It's okay, I can try to search. Deplin Lung's fingers nimbly pressed the buttons, and a book slowly appeared. Today was truly a day of surprises for the senior brothers. Deplin Lung took it and handed it to Boylak Bach. Big senior brother, how's this book? Boylak Bach opened it it to look, surprised that this book was perfect for him. This is a level 7 technique. Only the 4 major sects in the cultivation world have these. Each one is a sect-shaking treasure. Yet little junior sister casually got me a level 7 technique book. If I master this technique, I can walk proudly in the cultivation world without issue. Little junior sister, how did you find this book? Deep Lin Lung scratched her head and said, I know big senior brother's spiritual root is metal-based, and you're a great swordmaster. I combined that and selected based on your abilities, finding this metal-enhancing sword technique. Judging by big senior brother's expression, I guess this technique book is very good. Thanh Huyen sect's inner resources are truly terrifying. Boy Lak Bok affectionately patted little junior sister's head. Thank you, little junior sister. I really like this book. Seeing this, the other 2 senior brothers also wanted her to find suitable books for them. Their attitude motivated her to help her senior brothers cultivate and improve their skills, avoiding the tragic ending in the original story. Where else could you find such an enthusiastic junior sister? But her excessive enthusiasm made the senior brothers feel a bit overwhelmed. After a short while, she returned with a stack of technique books. Here are the techniques I found for you. It's not much, just 10 books for each of you. The expressions on the 3 men's faces showed how shocked they were. 10 books each, and she called it not much. Little junior sister was truly a monster. Handing the books to her senior brothers, she added, based on your talents and efforts, you'll learn these quickly. Don't be too precious about them and hesitate to study. Once you're done, I'll find new techniques for you. There are plenty more techniques. It was clear that she had succeeded once again in her plan to push the burden of improving cultivation onto her brothers. Holding 10 books, Boy Lak Bok felt chilled by little junior sister's thoughts. Each of these technique books was rare. Some people couldn't master even one in a lifetime of practice. Yet little junior sister treated them like toys and gave us so many. Could she really think mastering these was as easy as eating rice? Was she being serious? I calculated that in half a year, there will be a martial arts tournament. In half a year, you brothers can finish these technique books without a problem. By then, the reputation of our Thanh Huyen sect will depend entirely on you, Boy Lak Bok informed her. Although Thanh Huyen sect is part of the sect alliance, we've never participated in the competition tournament. Now she understood why no one outside knew about Thanh Huyen sect. It turned out that for so many years, no one had participated. We didn't even have a ranking. So senior brother, doesn't Master care about this? No, Master says reputation isn't important. No. You believe what Master says. Master even secretly went to the 6th floor without telling us. Although we also went to the 6th floor without telling Master, the reputation of Thanh Huyen sect is very important. Li Tu Trak wanted to know why reputation was important. Diep Ling Lung seriously analyzed. Brother, consider this. If last time you had registered as Thanh Huyen sect at the Western Mountain Secret Realm, if Thanh Huyen sect was a renowned righteous sect, would they have dared to label you as a little demon? Certainly not, right? Li Tu Trak pondered and found little junior sister's words reasonable. That Tin sect relied on him without registering a sect name, which led to him being wrongly labeled as a little demon. They even openly stole his Shiliat Von Dio. Li Tu Trak hesitated. Normally, when I go out to challenge others, I always declare Thanh Huyen sect, but that might harm the sect's reputation. Deep Lin Lung was unhappy with Li Tu Trak's thought. 7th senior brother, you're wrong. When you go to challenge others, if you win, it brings glory to Thanh Huyen sect. How could that be harmful? Well, that's true, but what if I lose? Afraid of losing? Then you must continuously strive to improve your cultivation. What else? 3rd senior brother. Little junior sister has the right mindset. Why fear people knowing Thanh Huyen sect's reputation? As long as we're strong, what's wrong with being proud? Diep Lin Lung fiercely determined. So for the martial arts tournament in half a year, we're not only participating, but we must also claim a spot in the rankings. We need to make everyone know that Thanh Huyen sect has few people, not because no one wants to join, but because our requirements are so high that not everyone is worthy to join. The little junior sister's fiery spirit inspired Li Tu Trak. Little junior sister, you're absolutely right. Last time, after Deep Dung Wet and Ta Lam broke the secret realm to rescue our fellow disciples, the That Tin sect disciples falsely accused me of killing people and stealing treasures, claiming that's why I sealed the realm. That day at the Western Mountain Secret Realm, if little junior sister hadn't arrived in time, they would have framed me completely. Those arrogant, narrow-minded people need to be taught a lesson. Dep Lin Lung continued to stir up the fighting spirit of 6th senior brother. Your fire-based Ling Kendan has reached the Golden Core stage. Not as strong as foundation building stage Dep Dung Wet, but look how arrogant she is now. She might even want to step on your head in the future. Kicking you aside like a pebble, can you tolerate that? Of course not. Then how can you bear such humiliation? Dep Lin Lung truly had a talent for psychological manipulation. Dep Lin Lung continued to provoke Boy Lak Bach. Eldest senior brother, remember how we were bullied at the Western Mountain Secret Realm before? Even you couldn't protect us then, so we, knowing he could never refuse little junior sister's requests, Boy Lak Bach raised his hand to stop her. If little junior sister wants to participate, I will participate with you. Ha ha, he understood his little junior sister too well. She had successfully manipulated their psychology, stimulating the fighting spirit of her senior brothers. Having reached a common agreement, let's make a commitment together. She held out her hand, but no one understood her intention. Brothers, put your hands on mine. The 3 senior brothers placed their hands on hers. She then threw her hand up forcefully, shouting, "Let's go." No one understood why little junior sister did this. Is this some kind of ritual? We've never seen it before. 6th senior brother misunderstood little junior sister's words. Why did little junior sister say, "Add oil"? Isn't oil for cooking? We cultivators abstain from the 5 grains. Why add it? Dep Lin Lung's actions only confused her senior brothers more. 6th senior brother thought about the comfortable feeling of using the spa talisman and approached to ask for more. That's right, little junior sister, can you give me some more talismans? Li Tutrak also raised his hand. I want some too. I want some too. The eldest senior brother, being modest, said nothing, but his eyes looked at little junior sister full of expectation. It was nothing special. To help her senior brothers improve their cultivation, how could she be stingy? She gave all the spa talismans to her 3 senior brothers. Holding the stack of talismans, the 3 happily left to cultivate. Dep Lin Lung had successfully united with her senior brothers, but she felt that over the past month, she seemed to have overlooked something. Racking her brains, she finally remembered that in the original story, Dep Dung Wet, after breaking through to the foundation building stage, relied on that tin sect's resources to cultivate frantically. In 1 month, she had completed the early foundation building stage. Moreover, she had entered that tin sect's formation. She cultivated her fire spirit. Dep Dung Wet's lightning-fast speed was truly frightening. Dep Lin Lung blamed herself. The other had already finished cultivating, while she had just obtained the citrus technique. She hadn't even opened the first page yet. Unwilling to lose to Dep Dung Wet, Dep Lin Lung quickly went to get the 5 volumes of techniques Huyen had chosen for her. She was determined to study immediately to catch up with Dep Dung Wet, to not fall behind Dep Dung Wet. Dep Lin Lung focused on cultivating without rest. After 3 months, she felt the citrus technique was supremely profound, as deep as if it had no bottom. So even though she had practiced day and night for 3 months, she had only learned the first level of the 5 citrus techniques. As she was feeling the results after months of arduous practice, her cultivation had now progressed significantly. She had now reached the early stage of foundation building peak. Just a bit more, and she could reach mid-foundation building stage. Enjoying it for just a moment, she knew it wasn't time to be complacent yet, because according to her memory, during this time, Dep Dung Wet obtained her first spirit beast. It was a Xuan K with high attack power. Besides the basic entry-level techniques of the fire system, Dep Dung Wet had also mastered 2 level 2 techniques, Lu Kao fire technique and Hoa Van sword technique. She continued to cultivate, using the vast resources obtained from the secret realm, helping her become the first genius young lady of this class. Everyone in the cultivation world knew about her. Comparing Dep Dung Wet to herself, she was too depressed to speak. One at early foundation building, one at mid-foundation building. One person studied 5 technique books but only grasped a little, while the other learned 3 technique books and mastered them proficiently. One was still arguing with her spirit sword every day. The other already had a spirit sword and spirit beast, as well as her own fire spirit. Realizing the gap was growing wider, she wanted to cry, but couldn't. She was too exhausted and didn't want to try anymore. She was thinking that she might as well use this little energy to supervise her senior brothers instead. After all, if they did well in one, she could also benefit from their success. If her senior brothers knew her intentions, they would probably be screaming in despair inside. As Dep Lin Lung was lying down, ready to give up, the little snake crawled out again. Deep Lin Lung was happy to see it. "Little snake, are you awake?" The little snake affectionately nuzzled her face. Thinking it needed blood, she asked, but the little snake shook its head, indicating it just wanted to be closer to her. An idea suddenly flashed in her mind. She wanted to let the little snake experience the spirit energy spa talisman. She took out a talisman and stuck it on the little snake, but saw no reaction from it. This made both of them look at each other doubtfully. The little snake didn't understand what she was trying to do. She, on the other hand, wondered why it had no reaction to the talisman. Not giving up, Deep Lin Lung grabbed more talismans, determined to stick them on the little snake for it to enjoy. She frantically stuck talismans on the little snake, but still saw no reaction from it. While Deep Lin Lung found it strange that the little snake had no reaction, Huinan stood outside, unsure whether to regret the waste of talismans that weren't given to it, or to feel sorry for its master being teased. It stood by, screaming in frustration. "Stop wasting your useless talismans, master. They're ineffective." Deep Lin Lung wanted to know why this was happening. Huinan lazily explained, "Didn't you draw some shrinking talismans before? If you stick one on yourself and then jump onto those large lotus leaves, you'll understand immediately." Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung stuck a shrinking talisman on herself. Instantly, she turned into a tiny girl and jumped onto a large lotus flower. She felt the immense spirit energy in the lotus flower. Lying in the flower, relaxing, felt extremely comfortable. The spirit energy of this lotus flower gradually spread out. The level of the spirit energy spa talisman couldn't compare. So that's why the little snake, having lain on the lotus flower for so long, was already used to it. No wonder it had no reaction to my talismans. While enjoying the abundant spirit energy from the lotus flower, lying next to the little snake, its skin was very cool. This comfortable feeling was something she had never experienced before. Deep Lin Lung, curious again, asked Huinan, "When the little snake leaves the lotus flower, does it feel uncomfortable due to insufficient spirit energy?" "That's not the case," Huinan replied. "So, should I not take it with me?" Huinan answered irritably, "Initially, it was its choice to go with you. What do you think?" She was surprised that the little snake would rather give up such a comfortable place to follow her. If she left it behind while it was sleeping, when it woke up, it would probably be very sad. Huinan took the opportunity to urge her to work harder. If you feel sorry for it, then practice the Great Vitality technique well. Practice frantically. Practice desperately. Practice to death. Today, it was able to wake up on its own because you've gotten stronger. The Great Vitality technique you're practicing is effectively helping it heal. Deep Lin Lung's jaw dropped, not expecting it to be so powerful. Seeing that expression, Huinan added, "Don't underestimate those high-level techniques you're practicing. Although you've only mastered one level, it's still one level of a high-level technique. Those ordinary techniques out there can never compare to it." Huinan's words had successfully awakened the fighting spirit within her. Whether for the little snake or herself, she couldn't give up. No more not wanting to try. No more relying entirely on senior brothers. All of that no longer existed. However, how powerful the high-level technique was couldn't be determined by Huinan's words alone. She had to try it herself to know. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Seeing that smile, it was clear that her senior brother's ordeal was about to begin. 3 days after the daring idea had sprouted in her mind, who knows what she had prepared. The first person she was interested in finding was 6th senior brother. Deep Lin Lung went to 6th senior brother's quarters, knocked, and called out loudly. He opened the door and greeted his junior sister with a bright smile. "What's the matter, junior sister?" Contrary to his outward smile, in his heart, he now had an ominous feeling for himself, not knowing why, but seeing his junior sister, who hadn't appeared for 3 months, now showing up here, gave him a strong sense that his fate today might not be good at all. Without hesitation or beating around the bush, Deep Lin Lung grabbed his arm and pulled him along with a bright smile. "6th senior brother, I'm taking you to a really fun place. Just listen." He was already terrified inside. A moment later, the two were at the secret realm of Qingshuan sect. The 6th senior brother looked around and asked, "Isn't this the secret realm of our Qingshuan sect?" he asked. "Don't you remember? Didn't you say that Golden Core Realm cultivators can't enter the secret realm casually? But how did junior sister open the secret realm gate so easily? Moreover, the talisman on the door is extremely complex. How does she know it? Could it be that last time when eldest senior brother brought her in to search, she memorized it?" A series of doubtful questions were swirling in his head. Before he could find the right answer, Deep Lin Lung had quickly and easily opened the secret realm door and pulled his hand, urging urging him to enter quickly. This made the sixth senior brother continue to gape at the talent of his junior sister. She pulled me into the secret realm very easily. A Foundation establishment cultivator can rely on their body to resist the killing aura of the secret realm. Isn't this too terrifying? Back then, when I had just broken through to Golden Core and entered here, I was still injured by the killing aura. In his mind, he thought, Junior Sister is not an ordinary person. This is the answer to what I've been seeing so far. He reassured himself with this answer. Seeing his gloomy face and gaping mouth, the Junior Sister understood that he was surprised to the point of being terrified by her talent. Deep Lin Lung interrupted his thoughts by pushing his back and urging him on. We're here, sixth senior brother. Don't look at me anymore. Let's enter the formation first. While he was still confused about what was happening, she had already pushed him into the formation that she had prepared in advance. As soon as he entered the formation, he panicked. What's going on? This formation looked very small just now. Why is it so big after entering? While he was full of doubts about the situation, Deep Lin Lung put on a face with a mischievous smile. Sixth senior brother, try circulating the spiritual energy in your body and see. Though full of doubt, he still followed her instructions. He concentrated on circulating his spiritual energy. A moment later, he looked at his palm in panic and said loudly, how come I was only at the Foundation establishment stage a few months ago? I've been cultivating diligently. My cultivation had reached the middle stage of Golden Core. I even thought I'd reached the late stage of Golden Core before the martial arts competition. Why have I fallen back to the early stage of Foundation establishment now? Could it be because of this formation? Deep Lin Lung patted his back from behind, smiling brightly as she praised. The little silly head of sixth senior brother is quite smart. It only took me 3 days to create this formation. Anyone inside will return to the early stage of Foundation establishment, so as long as we enter here, everyone's cultivation level will be the same. He wanted to know why it was the early stage of Foundation establishment and not something else. Deep Lin Lung patted her chest and said with pride, because I'm at the early Foundation establishment stage. I want to compete with you all, but I can't quickly level up, so I can only pull you down to my level. The sixth senior brother broke out in a cold sweat at this harmful thought, but he was speechless and couldn't argue back. The junior sister made sense. He couldn't argue against her low cultivation level, wanting to pull others down to her level and then compete with them. Deep Lin Lung didn't want to waste time. She had already warmed up and prepared for battle. Don't just stand there anymore. Come quickly and try my new creation. I'm very excited because I can finally fight against you. I'm not cultivating alone anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, sixth senior brother prepared to receive her attack. She grabbed her sword and attacked him with a battle-ready gaze. After fighting for 2 hours, sixth senior brother was panting heavily. Junior sister, can we take a break? Deep Lin Lung was also drenched in sweat, but excited. Though a bit tired, I can persist a little longer. Sixth senior brother, you're truly worthy of having reached the Golden Core stage long ago. Even with your cultivation suppressed, your strength is still extraordinary. Not wanting to wait long, Deep Lin Lung grabbed her sword with burning momentum and used the Heavenly God Sword technique, Phoenix Divine Fire technique, and Heavenly Soft Water technique. She continuously attacked him. The sixth senior brother also didn't want to lose face in front of his junior sister. Deep Lin Lung realized that in her previous battle with sixth senior brother, she only used the Heavenly God Sword technique and the Phoenix Divine Fire technique. Now, she would use the Heavenly Soft Water technique and the Great Rebirth technique. Engaging in battle, she indeed progressed faster than self-training. She could feel herself improving with each encounter. Contrary to her excitement, the sixth senior brother was suffering. He was so tired that he was panting, no longer having the strength to fight. Deep Lin Lung, still excited, circled around him saying, Sixth senior brother, can't you hold on anymore? Don't tell me you're even weaker than me. The thought of being weaker than his junior sister made him cry out internally. His face darkened. He couldn't understand how a Golden Core cultivator like him, who had cultivated for many years, could have less endurance than his junior sister at the early Foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung also pondered. Sixth senior brother, you're right. Why is a Golden Core's endurance weaker than Foundation establishment? This doesn't make sense. Perhaps it's because the formation I made suppresses your cultivation. At the same time, it also lowers your level in all aspects. At this moment, he came to his senses, startled, and asked with a gaping mouth and darkened face, Does this formation only suppress me? Are you not affected? That's right. Hearing this, he lay down and cried out as if full of resentment. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not in the mood to fight anymore. Fighting against you in your territory, in your formation, under your suppression, how can I win? This is only possible in dreams. Deep Lin Lung sat down and asked innocently, Sixth senior brother, you're not hurt, are you? I didn't intentionally make this formation for 3 days and 3 nights, so I didn't pay attention to the details. Of course, I saved where I could. I just needed to suppress higher cultivation down to early foundation establishment. I didn't care about the rest. The more she spoke, the more apologetic she appeared. Sixth senior brother couldn't take it anymore and sat up, admitting defeat. All right then. As she spoke, her hand accidentally touched a talisman. At that moment, there was a loud noise outside. The sixth senior brother heard it and panicked. Junior sister, did you hear any strange noises? Is something wrong? Deep Lin Lung smiled mischievously, as if it was part of her plan. I heard it. It's the sound of beast demons charging. Sensing trouble, he stood to shield his junior sister. Beast demons are charging towards us. Be careful, junior sister. Deep Lin Lung grabbed Huyen An with an excited spirit, ready to fight. A herd of fierce beast demons attacked the two of them. While dodging and eliminating the beast demons, the sixth senior brother accidentally noticed talismans attached to the beast demons' bodies. Out of curiosity, he asked his junior sister, "What are these talismans?" Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung quickly shouted, trying to stop her sixth senior brother, "Don't tear off the talisman." But the mischievous fellow, without waiting for an answer, quickly removed the talisman. As a result, the beast demon began to change size, terrifying him as he couldn't understand what was happening. Both of them gaped in shock and ran for their lives. Junior sister, what's going on with this beast demon? In 3 days, I didn't have time for details, so I used shrinking talismans to reduce the size of these beast demons and then lure them into this formation. Tearing off the talisman restored its original size. We can't defeat it, so let's run quickly. Then why did you need to shrink the beast demons? I only had time to make one formation for one large room, but the space was too small, not enough, so I set it up so that anyone entering the formation would automatically shrink 100 times. Now you understand why this formation looks small from the outside, but when you enter, it seems very large. It turns out you were shrunk down. Tearing the talisman on the beast demon's body made it return to its original size. This is truly too exciting. After all, what kind of monster are you, junior sister? Is she really the one with the lowest ability in the Grand Disciple recruitment meeting? He wondered. While frantically running away, avoiding the beast demon's attacks, they finally neared their destination. Deep Lin Lung pointed and said, "Sixth senior brother, ahead is the formation's border. Let's rush through there, open the formation, and fly out." Luckily, the two of them narrowly escaped the beast demon's claws. It was a close call with death. Junior sister, you really know how to play, creating such thrills. He had just sat down to rest for a moment, regaining his composure, when he heard his junior sister say, "I'll have to improve this formation in the future. It scared you too much." Deep Lin Lung continued with her schemes. "Sixth senior brother, I'm going to release this beast demon soon. Can you help me put a talisman on it? It's a level 3 beast demon outside. I can't defeat it." He immediately agreed, not wanting his junior sister to get hurt at all. But he felt uneasy in his heart, thinking that if he stayed with his junior sister, he would end up looking miserable and pathetic. In a pitiful state, he wanted to find a way to escape his junior sister's games. "Junior sister, why don't you find someone stronger to come here and fight? I can't possibly beat you in this formation. It won't help you improve much either." "Oh, is that so, senior brother?" As if achieving his goal, he nodded frantically. "That's right. I think the eldest senior brother would be good." This guy knew too well how to pass trouble to others. He leaned in and whispered to her, "Didn't you say the 7th level of the Quit technique that we've been practicing is very good? This can be considered as verifying the results of the past few months of eldest senior brother's cultivation." "That's right. Improving eldest senior brother's strength is the most important thing. He needs to break through from Yuan Ying stage to Hua Shen stage before dealing with Deep Dung Wet." Having achieved their common goal, the two smiled excitedly, wanting to quickly return to the sect to find the eldest senior brother. At Boy Lakbok's quarters, hearing a knock, Boy Lakbok opened the door to see it was his junior sister. He immediately had a sense of impending doom. "Eldest senior brother, let me take you to a fun place." The happiest person right now was none other than the 6th senior brother standing beside her. It seemed this calamity he had successfully passed on to the eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother was unwillingly caught in the trap. The junior sister tormented him for several days straight. He was exhausted, panting, and inwardly lamenting the ordeal he had gone through in the past few days. He harbored this grievance in his heart. This grudge he would remember. One day when he meets the 6th junior brother, he would definitely let him know how severe the consequences of harming a senior brother can be. Boy Lakbach began using the 6th junior brother's tactic against his junior sister. Recently, the 7th junior brother has been wanting to challenge other sects. Why don't we let him come here to test the power of this formation? What do you think? Eldest senior brother's idea is not bad. However, I have something I want to do with you. Soon, a group of beast demons will arrive, so let's eliminate them together, shall we? Deep Lin Lung said with an excited and expectant look. In contrast, Boy Lakbok's eyes widened in fear upon hearing this. He quickly tried to pass the trouble to the 7th junior brother. How about leaving it for the 7th junior brother? He's the most battle-hungry among us. He can kill many times more beast demons than we can. His combat ability is the best among us. Don't you want to see that? This novel and exciting idea full of drama caught her attention. Of course I want to. Just waiting for those words. Boy Lakbosh immediately took his junior sister's hand to find the 7th junior brother. Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief, having avoided this calamity. He brought his junior sister to Li Tutrak's quarters. Without hesitation, he pushed his junior sister towards the 7th junior brother's door. Junior sister, go ahead and find the 7th junior brother. He's inside there. But he quickly turned to leave. I'm going back to continue my cultivation. For him, it was time to return to the secret realm and cultivate day and night, to learn all the techniques from before that junior sister had given him. As long as he didn't have to meet junior sister, he was willing to seclude himself and train hard. Not eating or sleeping was still safer than being with junior sister. Seeing Boy Lakbach hurriedly leave like that, Diep Lin Lung also realized she had scared off another senior brother. However, now her endurance was indeed strong, astonishingly so. Just by practicing the first level of the Supreme Heart technique, she had achieved such results. The Tri-Cow technique was truly unrivaled in the world. Diep Lin Lung began knocking on the door with a bright smile. 7th senior brother, I've brought you somewhere fun. Li Tu-Trak heard junior sister's smile and felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. After a battle with beast demons, the two lay down on spa talismans to rest. Li Tu-Trak raised a finger and praised junior sister. You really know how to have fun. I thought shrinking one beast demon with a talisman was crazy enough, but you went and shrank 10 at once. Senior brother, you flatter me. Actually, I thought if we couldn't defeat one, the other 9 would help us fight it. Who knew the 10 beast demons would fight each other once released? And we got caught in the middle. Luckily, we managed to escape in the end, or we'd have been squashed flat. Lai Tu-Trak saw that in the sect currently, there was no one left to pass the buck to like the previous two, so he came up with a new idea. Junior sister, with your abilities, staying in Thanh Huyen sect to harm fellow disciples is such a waste. Diep Lin Lung then asked if 7th senior brother had any ideas. Of course, let's go out and have some fun. If we play here, we have to use our own resources. But going out is different. We'll be competing for public resources so we can gain even more. Li Tu-Trak's idea was very reasonable. We're risking our lives here, fighting only stupid beast demons that can see our strength. Going out to play will make others recognize our excellence. Having reached a common goal, the two excitedly high-fived as if celebrating. 7th senior brother, where should we go? Lai Tu-Trak pondered for a moment. How about we go to Dai Kim Mountain? I heard strange phenomena have appeared on Dai Kim Mountain. Since half a year ago, strange mist often appears on the mountain. Hearing Dai Kim Mountain, Diep Lin Lung remembered that in the original story, Dep Dung Wet had been there before. Moreover, their sect's luck wasn't good. They encountered the mist, and the whole group got separated. This mist was actually the entrance to a random secret realm. After being sucked in, one would be trapped in the secret realm hidden in Dai Kim Mountain. The resources of beast demons and spirit herbs in this secret realm were even more abundant than on Dai Kim Mountain. But the level of danger also increased significantly. It's said that no one who enters has ever survived to come out. Deep Dung Wiet not only became the first person to lead sect disciples out alive, but also met the male lead there. It was love at first sight with Tung Luthan. The trip to Dai Kim Mountain transformed Deep Dung Wet from a genius girl of that Tin sect into the righteous light of the cultivation world. She gained admiration and gratitude from many, quickly ascending the path to becoming a powerful cultivator. This was a climactic part of the script, especially the scene of the male lead competing for her affection with her admirers, one loved by many, breaking countless hearts. Just thinking about it made Diep Lin Lung feel too excited. Diep Lin Lung was lost in thought, which Li Tu-Trak found strange. He waved his hand in front of her, calling, "Junior sister, did you hear what I said?" Diep Lin Lung snapped back to reality and pulled Li Tu-Trak's sleeve to leave. "Let's depart right away." Knowing junior sister was excited to go there, he hesitantly reminded her, "The mist there is very dangerous. Don't get too close. If you get close," not letting Li Tu-Trak finish, as she already knew the issues there. "I know already. ready. Let's hurry, or we'll miss the good show. Seeing junior sister like this, he realized he had finally met someone more mischievous than himself. After many years, he really liked this junior sister. The two flew on their swords to Diim Mountain. As Depling Lung flew, Huyen An took care of everything, so she used the time to draw various talismans. Lai Tu Trak, worried about his junior sister, urged her to eat some spirit fruits. You're using too much spiritual energy drawing talismans. He observed carefully and noticed that even her brush was worn out. The level of his junior sister's frenzy was truly unmatched. Taking her out today would surely be exciting. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. Indeed, a mischievous person meeting someone even more mischievous was truly the most interesting thing. Depling Lung drawing talismans while flying attracted quite a bit of attention. Oh my, how can someone write while flying so well? Someone else said, why bother learning to write? Our cultivation world doesn't have exams, right? She's flying without looking at the road. At that speed, isn't she afraid of crashing into a mountain? She's really impressive. Another person said, look how tiny she is, like a bean sprout. Can she even sit on a flying sword? The crowd was really too nosy. Diplin Lung, unhappy and angry, clenched her talismans. Just then, a group of people flew past her on swords. Noticing the crescent moon embroidery on their clothes, she knew they were disciples of Anyet Kung, one of the 4 major sects in the lower cultivation world. Deplin Lung's sword flying and talisman drawing attracted even more of their attention. Noticing that the little girl was very pretty, the group gathered to discuss. She looks so adorable. Which family's young miss is she? That person was Anyet Kung disciple Trak Tin Chao. Beside him were fellow disciples Trin Bao Mong, Vu Than Tri, and Tu Chi Fong. Tu Chi Fong, wanting to get acquainted with Dieplin Lung, sold out his fellow disciples. It's my fault for not teaching them well, causing my juniors to be disrespectful to you, miss. I apologize on their behalf. I hope you can forgive them. It's their first time out, and they're inexperienced, so they've offended you. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he became, his face turning red without him realizing. Dieplin Lung calmly believed their words were sincere and not meant to offend. The cultivation world indeed has no exams, but I'm young and don't know many characters. I'm trying to read books and practice writing, not wanting to be illiterate. Her words surprised them, and they looked at her with some admiration. She openly told strangers that she didn't know many characters, without hiding anything, how straightforward she was. Dieplin Lung continued, I never look at the road while flying on my sword. If I hit someone, it's their bad luck. If I crash into a mountain, then it's my misfortune. The others gaped in surprise and amusement. Is that even possible? But it seems to make sense. Tin Chao suddenly startled when he looked up and saw she was no longer sitting on her sword. He shouted, Bean Sprout, where did you go? It turned out Dieplin Lung had applied a shrinking talisman on herself. Deplin Lung laughed loudly. You're right, I'm even smaller than a bean sprout now. After saying that, she tore off the talisman and grew back to normal size, causing everyone to gape in shock. Little Miss is truly impressive. Dieplin Lung laughed again and added, finally, the fellow cultivator who just said I was adorable. The young man was a bit embarrassed, waving his hands and stuttering incoherently. Dieplin Lung then put on an extremely cute expression and interrupted him. You have good eyes, you know. This made him even more embarrassed. Trin Bao Mong said delightedly, Senior brother, she's so interesting. I really like her. Tin Chao probably thought they were only 2 people. Why don't we travel together with them? Tu Chi Fong also agreed. That's right, she can grow big and small. She's young, but very impressive. Lai Tu Trak, seeing people vying for his junior sister, became unhappy. They had just left, not even reaching Dai Kim Mountain yet, and already people wanted to steal his junior sister. This situation couldn't be left alone. Tin Chao on this side had quickly moved forward to give Depling Lung a brush, wanting to get closer to her. I see that the little Mrs. Brush is broken. I have a good brush here. I'd like to give it to you. Deep Lin Lung thanked him and didn't forget to reciprocate. Then I'll give you a gift in return, okay? Deep Lin Lung knew that the brush this young man gave her was a top-grade spirit brush. In terms of both grade and quality, it was better than the brush in her hand. Moreover, her brush was about to give out. She took out a stack of talismans to give to the young man. These are talismans I made myself. They work very well. You can't buy them outside. If you use just 1, you'll feel comfortable. Use 2, and you'll feel refreshed. Use 3, and your soul will ascend to the heavens on the spot. The young man accepted them happily and took the chance to introduce himself and start a conversation. My name is Trak Tin Chao. May I know the little Miss's name? I am Dieplin Lung. The young man then eagerly greeted her, Miss Deep. So from now on, we're friends. Li Tu-trak, unable to stand by and let others vie for his junior sister, stepped in to block him. With a gloomy face, he coldly threatened Trak Tin Chao. I am her senior brother. My name is Li Tu-trak. Senior Li, it's an honor to meet you. Li Tu-trak, not wanting to drag things out, pointed and politely dismissed the young man. The meeting gifts have been exchanged. You may leave now. The young man, not understanding what he had done wrong to make Li Tu-trak so hostile towards him, dejectedly turned and left. The young man's senior brother quickly approached and started a conversation. I am Tu Chi Fong from Angwet Palace. May I ask if you two are on your way to Daikim Mountain? Li Tu-trak, still maintaining his cold attitude, replied, That's right. Tu Chi Fong suggested, I've heard that Daikim Mountain has shown many strange phenomena, much more dangerous than before. Why don't we travel together, looking out for each other? What do you think, brother? Li Tu-trak coldly replied, No. Deep Lin Lung gently nudged him and whispered, Seventh senior brother, it's easier to act with more people. Having a few disciples from Angwet Palace with us will give us some intimidating power. Otherwise, some random troublemakers might come to cause problems, delaying our business. Li Tu-trak pondered deeply. He and his junior sister didn't have sect robes, making them easily mistaken for independent cultivators. Independent cultivators without organization or discipline were the easiest to bully. Although they weren't afraid of people causing trouble, it was better to avoid unnecessary problems. Looking at the others with their expectant and kind gazes, he sighed and agreed to travel together with them. Having achieved their goal, the four people's faces showed obvious delight. Tin Chao excitedly took out a talisman and said, That's great then. Let me try Miss Dipe's talisman. Sticking the talisman on himself, the young man felt the spiritual energy around him, helping him relax. However, he relaxed too much and didn't pay attention to the fact that he was sword riding, causing him to fall freely, terrifying his fellow disciples. Fortunately, Tu Chi Fong quickly caught his junior brother. Trin Baomong loudly scolded Diep Lin Lung. My junior brother, how did he end up like this after putting on your talisman? What kind of talisman did you give him? Diep Lin Lung calmly replied, You should ask him. Luckily, Trak Ting Chao had regained his composure. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. Miss Diep's talisman isn't problematic at all. It's just that I didn't expect its effect to be so strong that I couldn't handle it. Hearing this, Trin Baomong immediately extended her hands with an expectant look towards her junior brother. If that's the case, give me a talisman too. I want to try and see how miraculous its effects are that made my junior brother forget he was sword riding. The young man handed a talisman to his senior sister, though he really didn't want to at all. After she put the talisman on herself, the result was no different from her junior brother's. The other two couldn't help but gape in astonishment. It's not an exaggeration at all. This really is good stuff, Miss Deep. I want some too. I'll find something to trade with you. Okay? The other two looked at each other, immediately understanding and reaching out to Trak Tin Chao, wanting to share the talismans. Junior brother, give us one each to try too. Boo-hoo. I just traded for these good items, and now I have to share almost all of them. The 6 people put on the spa talismans and rode their swords with very strange spirits, causing many passersby to be curious. Look over there. Those 6 people are so strange. Li Tu-trak also had to secretly praise his junior sister. Everyone who met her couldn't help but be fooled by her. With this level of influence, if not careful, his junior sister might be snatched away by others. Not long after, the 6 people arrived at Mount Daikim. Tu Chi Fong stepped down and approached to hand something to Deep Lin Lung, asking, Miss Diep, this is a luminous lapis lazuli. How many talismans can I exchange for it? The others also took out their items, wanting to trade for her talismans. Li Tu-trak, standing nearby, was also shocked. His junior sister could draw hundreds of talismans a day, but when trading with the foolish disciples of Yin Palace, she only gave each person 10 talismans. Yet she still managed to get quite a few good items. A mischievous thought flashed through his mind. It was time for outsiders to see the ruthlessness of his junior sister. If the trading is done, let's continue our journey. Deep Lin Lung thought, this Mount Daikim truly deserves to be the place chosen by disciples of various sects for training. The path is full of beast monsters, and the deeper we go, the higher their levels become. She had just fought quite a few level 1 and 2 beast monsters and collected their remains. She wondered how much money she could exchange them for. She truly was money obsessed, not letting go of even the smallest profit. Suddenly, she spotted a golden-winged bird. She knew this species, although a level 2 beast monster, had very strong combat power due to its metal attribute. Moreover, encountering it meant they had already entered Mount Daikim. She announced, None of you are to touch it. Today will be a life or death battle between it and me. She excitedly grabbed her sword, eager to test her strength against it. Chak Ting Chao, worried for her, cautioned, "If you can't defeat it, I'll jump in immediately." She firmly replied, "That won't be necessary." She was determined to conquer that golden-winged bird, but unexpectedly, the bird noticed and let out a cry. Looking up, she discovered it wasn't just one bird, but a whole flock of golden-winged birds, leaving her stunned. Attacked by a flock of golden-winged birds, she quickly turned and ran, shouting loudly. This was too terrifying for her. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was now the best option. The other 5 saw her running back and couldn't help but be curious. Why did Deep Lin Lung suddenly run back? Chak Tin Chao wanted to draw his sword to assist. "You couldn't defeat it. Don't worry, let me help you." Deep Lin Lung had no time to explain, just grabbed his hand and said, "Quick, run." Though he didn't understand what was happening, he still ran after her. The others, hearing the two running away and shouting, simply thought the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't defeat one bird and wanted to help them. But when they turned around and saw a flock of golden-winged birds behind them, they couldn't help but be startled and terrified. Heavens, why are there so many golden-winged birds? Attacked by a flock of golden-winged birds, the whole group gaped in shock, half dead with fear as they fled for their lives, screaming non-stop. "No way. We can't let these golden-winged birds attack us." Deep Lin Lung quickly applied speed-enhancing talismans to herself, outrunning the others, but not forgetting to remind them, "Everyone, quickly apply the speed-enhancing talismans. If those birds catch up to you, their beaks will surely peck you into a honeycomb." Hearing this, the others immediately applied the speed-enhancing talismans to themselves. The feeling of running so lightly was truly exhilarating. Someone curiously asked, "Miss Deep, are you a talisman master? You don't look like one. How do you know how to draw such great talismans? These speed-enhancing talismans are so cool. I never dreamed I'd be able to run this fast one day. This is so much fun. Lin Lung, I'll buy some talismans from you later. Don't hold back on me." Indeed, Deep Lin Lung always brought surprises to others. While causing chaos, she was thinking to herself, "Are these golden-winged birds really made of gold? If we capture these birds and refine them, we'd get a lot of gold, right? We could use this gold to forge weapons and sell them to metal element cultivators, making a huge profit." This money-obsessed girl always chose ways to make money in every situation. Her serious expression made the others' eyes widen in shock. Is she really serious? While running away, she's actually considering turning back to kill those birds behind us. What on earth is going on in her brain? She moved closer and called out, "Seventh senior brother, please answer me quickly. If you don't answer, we'll run out of their pursuit range." Li Tu-Trak replied that it wasn't impossible, but compared to catching them, it would be easier for them to catch us, little junior sister. The path to wealth opening before her eyes excited her. The glittering prospect of money had attracted her so much that she decided to turn back and eliminate them. Li Tu-Trak had now succeeded in letting outsiders experience Deep Lin Lung's ruthlessness. The people from Angwet Kung heard this and turned pale with fear. Is she making such a hasty decision just like that? We haven't even agreed yet. Deep Lin Lung used an evil smile and demonic eyes to intimidate the others. Seventh senior brother and fellow disciples of Angwet Kung, it's time for you all to prove your worth. You lure those birds over here. Don't let them fly in another direction. When necessary, you can turn back and give them a couple of vengeful sword thrusts. If not, then shed a little blood to lure them. Those being threatened, though unwilling, had to comply. Li Tu-Trak cautiously asked, "So where will you go, little junior sister?" Deep Lin Lung confidently replied, "Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Before I return, you all must do your best." A moment later, Deep Lin Lung cheerfully returned to 7th senior brother. "I'm back." Li Tu-Trak, now exhausted and panting, said, "Little junior sister, I'm about to die from exhaustion here." Deep Lin Lung encouraged Li Tu-Trak, "Hang in there just a bit longer. We're almost done." Suddenly, she noticed in another direction, not far away, someone being chased by a flock of golden-winged birds. She noticed that the flock of golden-winged birds wasn't as large as the one behind her group, but she couldn't ignore it just because it was smaller. Can't refuse money just because it's less. Can't miss out on any coin. Thinking this, Deep Lin Lung immediately applied a talisman, sped up to that young man, and cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, brother. I see you have a lucky face. If you survive this life and death situation today, you'll achieve enlightenment in the future, if not fame and success. That young man was a rogue cultivator named Dong Fuang Tan. Hearing this, he doubted and asked, "What if I don't survive this calamity?" Deplin Lung confidently introduced herself. "With me here, you won't die." The young man doubted. "How can such a small girl save me?" Deplin Lung started her money-making scheme. "I can save your life for just 10,000 low-grade spirit stones or 10 mid-grade spirit stones. You need to decide quickly. If you die and I loot your belongings, it won't be as little money as that." Her negotiation skills were truly top-notch. The young man looked back, saw a flock of golden-winged birds chasing him, gritted his teeth, and took out spirit stones, handing them to Deplin Lung. He thought it was worth a try. After all, he was going to die today anyway. Not giving spirit stones would still result in death. Dying to this girl or the birds made little difference. Seeing the spirit stones, Deplin Lung's eyes lit up. She became even more enthusiastic about her work. She immediately took out a speed-enhancing talisman and stuck it on the young man's arm. Before he could understand what talisman she had applied, he suddenly accelerated so unexpectedly that he couldn't control his speed and crashed into a large tree. With a big bump on his forehead, the young man stood up with a frown. "You should have at least warned me, good or bad. With such high speed, crashing into a tree could also kill me, couldn't it?" Deplin Lung scratched her head mischievously. "Sorry, I was too quick with my hands. I'll definitely be more careful next time." A wicked thought was secretly planned in her mind. Next time, she must charge 10 spirit stones for 2 talismans. That way, even if they crash into a tree and die, it wouldn't count as her taking money without responsibility. The young man, hearing there would be a next time, was unhappy. Deplin Lung had seized the opportunity to make money from the young man, so now she started on the main task. She took her sword and attacked the flock of golden-winged birds, drawing their attention to herself. The scene before his eyes made Dong Fuang Tan turn pale with fear, unable to believe what strange thing he had encountered. Wouldn't it be better to just run away now that he had the chance? A mere child with seemingly no remarkable strength dared to provoke the flock of golden-winged birds. Was she tired of living? Not wanting to concern himself too much with a passerby, he wanted to ignore the girl and avoid getting too involved. After all, exchanging 10 spirit stones for his life was worth it. Suddenly, he noticed Deplin Lung shouting loudly, "Seventh senior brothers and sisters, bring the golden-winged birds over here. Now, let's head to the forest ahead." Realizing he had been tricked, Dong Fuang Tan gritted his teeth in fury. After wandering the world for so many years, he had been fooled by a snot-nosed brat. From the beginning, she had intended to lead away the flock of birds behind him. Selling him the talisman was just a side business. On this side, Deplin Lung directed, "Now, use your fastest speed to fly through that forest." As planned, she lured the golden-winged birds into the trap she had prepared, amazing the others with her talent. Unexpectedly, the flock of golden-winged birds was truly trapped in the formation. The trapped golden-winged birds glowed brightly. Deplin Lung's eyes shone just as brightly. The glowing appearance of these birds is so beautiful. They must be worth a lot of money. Li Tu Trak, standing nearby, was speechless. "I didn't expect little junior sister to have such talent." Trak Tin Chao, admiring her, cautiously spoke up. "Lin Lung, did you draw so many talismans in just a moment?" Li Tu Trak was speechless. Given the young man's naivety, he said, "What are you thinking? Our little junior sister finished writing them long ago. She stored them in her ring and just took them out to use now. You didn't think she was drawing while writing her sword, did you? Don't tell me you really believed she was just learning to write. Oh, so earlier she was just teasing me when she said that." Seeing Trak Tin Chao's innocent expression, Li Tu Trak felt sympathetic. This fool who believed everything was quite endearing. Timing the imprisonment of the golden-winged birds perfectly, the moment for Deplin Lung's revenge arrived very quickly. Deplin Lung used the Phoenix Divine Fire technique to attack the golden-winged birds. Due to her weak inner force, unable to overwhelm the birds, she called out loudly for help. "Quick, come help me. I can't hold on anymore." How can we not help when our beautiful little junior sister is calling for aid? Trak Tin Chao, observing the scene from outside, couldn't help but wonder, just how big of a grudge is this that these 6 people would join forces to trap the birds and roast them over a large fire? The emitted glow attracted the attention of many people. Such a golden light must mean there's a treasure there. Could it be that they've dug up some treasure? Upon arrival, many were surprised to see only 6 people roasting birds there. Deplin Lung was secretly delighted. The golden-winged birds had attracted so many people. This was perfect. The more people, the bigger her stage. It would be more beneficial for Thanh Huyen reputation. Deep Lin Lung intensified the flames, making them burn more fiercely. The scene before them attracted even more curiosity from the crowd. What kind of fire is this? It's so powerful. The bones of the golden-winged birds are being burned to ashes, and even their golden wings are melting into liquid. I find this formation truly marvelous. Not only can it trap the entire flock of birds, but it also separates their bones from the gold. Someone else guessed. They're extracting gold from the golden-winged birds. I bet the child at the top must be at the Yuan Ying stage. Look, those behind are disciples of Nguyen Kung. At first, I couldn't understand why they were so powerful, so they're disciples of Nguyen Kung. They've refined so much gold that the gold on the golden-winged birds isn't like normal gold. It has durable properties. If it's gold from scattered cultivators, that's even better. Deep in the mountains, the news had already spread. It was said that disciples of Nguyen Kung were roasting birds. Some were skeptical. Roasting birds? What kind of birds? Haven't immortal cultivators already abstained from food? Why are there still people eating normally? Who knows, but it smells delicious. Otherwise, how could news of bird roasting spread so far? As it happened, Deep Dung Nguyet was also there. Deep Dung Nguyet sensed that this flame was stronger. It was nobler than any flame she had ever seen. She knew this was absolutely no ordinary fire. She immediately took out her dust mirror to see what kind of flame was on the other side of the mountain. Do the disciples of Nguyen Kung have someone who can control fire so powerfully like that? The dust mirror revealed it was the Phoenix Divine Fire technique. Diep Dung Nguyet pondered, unable to hide her surprise. The Phoenix Divine Fire technique was a high-level fire system technique, one that fire system cultivators like her dreamed of possessing. She asked the dust mirror whose Phoenix Divine Fire technique it was. The mirror showed an image of Deep Ling Lung using the Phoenix Divine Fire technique, causing Diep Dung Nguyet's face to darken with envy. How can Diep Lin Lung possibly use the Phoenix Divine Fire technique? After a long while of exterminating the golden-winged birds, Deep Lin Lung, exhausted, collapsed. Fortunately, Li Tu-Trak quickly caught his little junior sister. "Are you all right? Don't scare me." Diep Lin Lung spoke weakly. "Seventh senior brother, quickly put a spa talisman on me, then set me down on the ground. I'm exhausted to death." Li Tu-Trak came to his senses. "Oh, so little junior sister is just tired. Lie down quickly." He placed the spa talisman on Deep Lin Lung as she lay down to enjoy it. The crowd around them, seeing an opportunity, as the group had just used their strength to destroy the golden-winged birds and were now weak and not paying attention, wanted to rob them. Even if they couldn't take all the gold, they'd take whatever they could get. Those petty tricks won't fool me. Li Tu-Trak quickly used his spiritual power to stop the crowd. The loud noise caught Deep Lin Lung's attention. "Seventh senior brother, are there thieves?" Li Tu-Trak reassured his little junior sister. "Don't worry, I'll handle these thieves." Tu Chi Fong drew his sword, wanting to help. "There are too many of them. Let's go help." He thoughtfully instructed Tu-Trak and Quan Mong, "You two stay here and protect Lin Lung. Tu-Trak, we're coming to save you." Just as he said this, he saw that Lai Tu-Trak had already dusted off his hands, having finished dealing with those ruffians. "Sorry, it's been a while since I've fought. Next time, I'll make sure not to disappoint you." Li Tu-Trak's words seemed very modest, but left Tu Chi Fong speechless with admiration. This terrifying combat power, is he really just at the Golden Core stage? I'm also at the Golden Core stage. Why can't I fight as effectively as that? Haha, these two brothers are just troublemakers. This small matter is nothing. Deep Ling Lung collected the huge lump of gold. She hugged it excitedly. "I'll keep all the gold we refined today for now. When the time comes, I'll divide it into 6 parts, one for each of us." Li Tu-Trak, not caring about the gold, generously let his little junior sister have it. "My share, little junior sister. You don't need to give it to me. Keep it." Tin Chao, seeing this, didn't want to be outdone. He scratched his head and said with blushing cheeks, "Well, you can keep my share too." Deep Lin Lung approached him and asked, "Why don't you want it?" Deep Lin Lung's sudden approach made his face redden even more with embarrassment, stammering, not knowing what to say. Tu Chi Fong quickly chimed in from behind, helping his junior brother out of the situation. Because little junior brother also thinks that speed talisman is very powerful, so he wants to trade his share of gold for it. Grasping at straws, he agreed. Yes, I want your talisman. The gold is useless to me." Tu Chi Fong also didn't need the gold. He said, "I didn't put in much effort, so I'd like a talisman too. Do you have any other talismans I can choose from?" Deep Lin Lung agreed. "All right, I'll take them out later for you to choose from. For those who don't want talismans, I'll divide your shares later." Deep Lin Lung then pulled Lai Tu-Trak aside and whispered, "Seventh senior brother, we should find a chance to split up. We need to go deeper into the Great Gold Mountain. Lai Tu Trak agreed. I think we've traveled together long enough. Then, seventh senior brother, why don't you tell them? The two kept passing the buck. Why don't you say it instead of me? After thinking for a moment, Diip Ling Lung came up with a plan. She took out some paper, drew a few talismans, and handed them to Lai Tu Trak. These talismans are for you. Later, find a place to use your water element to create some rain. Then stick this talisman on your cloud. Lai Tu Trak was still doubtful. What will that do? Diip Ling Lung explained impatiently. The cloud will turn into a thick fog and rush towards us. It will keep growing and then engulf us. Lai Tu Trak felt a bit scared. Will we really be engulfed? For someone who had roamed the world for so long, he wasn't afraid of much. But when facing his little junior sister, he always felt a sense of foreboding. Diip Ling Lung reassured Lai Tu Trak. What are you thinking? It's fake, just to deceive others. When the clouds gather, we'll pretend to run around in chaos. Then we'll meet up at that mountain peak. Diip Ling Lung pointed to the meeting place on the mountain peak. Lai Tu Trak, now understanding, showed interest. I get it now, little junior sister, you're so thoughtful. I'll go do it now. Tin Chao, seeing Lai Tu Trak leave, asked Lin Lung, where is Tu Trak going? He's going ahead to check things out. Tu Qifeng worried. Lai Tu Trak is too excited. This Great Gold Mountain is very dangerous. It's even more dangerous for him to go alone. Diip Ling Lung smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. The group waited for a while until Lai Tu Trak came running back in a hurry with a genuinely frightened expression, shouting loudly, the fog is coming. Run quickly, the fog is surrounding us. Accompanied by loud thunder, everyone was terrified and started running away. Tin Chao didn't forget to call out to Diip Ling Lung, hurry, run away from the fog. Meanwhile, Diip Ling Lung sensed something ominous about this fog. Lai Tu Trak, still naive, was unaware of the impending danger. He ran over excitedly, gesticulating and boasting. Little junior sister, the effect of this talisman is really good. Its power is like suppressing heaven and earth. Look, it scared those Onyet Kung people away. Diip Ling Lung froze and said fearfully, thank you for the praise, seventh senior brother. Although I am indeed capable, this fog is not my doing. Huh, what do you mean? Lai Tu Trak's head was full of question marks, with a sense of foreboding. Diip Ling Lung explained that it was the fog of the Great Gold Mountain, the real deal. Lai Tu Trak was startled and terrified. Then why are you standing there? We should run quickly. As he was about to run away, Diip Ling Lung tied him up with a rope, making him even more panicked. Little junior sister, what are you doing? Contrary to him, Diip Ling Lung, with determined eyes, stood still to face this fog. Senior brother, after being engulfed by the fog, will be transported to random places in the secret realm. Even if people are swept in together, they'll be separated. My cultivation level is too low. If I resist alone, I won't implicate you. As she spoke, she tied the two of them together with a rope. Lai Tu Trak was already scared, crying silently when he realized his junior sister's intention. At that moment, both were swept into the fog, screaming loudly. Senior brother, don't be afraid. Lai Tu Trak had a glimmer of hope. Do you have any other preparations? Diip Ling Lung calmly handed him a black cloth and said, yes, we'll use this black cloth to cover our eyes. If we can't see, our hearts won't panic. He was at a loss for words. What was I thinking to come in here with you? A while later, both lay unconscious on the ground. Coincidentally, drops of nectar from flower petals fell into Diip Ling Lung's mouth. This sweet taste helped wake Diip Ling Lung up. She felt comfortable all over. The discomfort from the fog earlier had disappeared. Diip Ling Lung sat up and observed that the flower looked like an icebone flower. She remembered from the original story that icebone flowers could reduce bodily discomfort. The sweet nectar could be harvested when the flower bloomed, but these flowers were rare and not easy to harvest from because demon beasts were often nearby. Moreover, the honey demon beasts were level 3. The queen bee could reach level 4. Just as she thought this, Diip Ling Lung shuddered in fear because the honey demon beasts had arrived. Diip Ling Lung hurriedly shook Lai Tu Trak, repeatedly trying to wake him up. Lai Tu Trak opened his eyes with a face full of resentment, complaining, little junior sister, stop calling me. Let me rest for a bit. The fog has nearly swept away all my internal organs. Hearing this, Diip Ling Lung panicked and quickly put some flower nectar into his mouth. As he tasted the sweet nectar, his spirit was revitalized and he sprang up. Little junior sister, what delicious thing did you feed me? I want more. Diip Ling Lung untied the rope around her and said, don't just think about eating. I hear the sound of level 3 honeybees. Quickly prepare for battle. Lai Tu Trak stood up confidently. It's just level 3 honey demon beasts. What's there to fear? If one comes, we'll fight one. If two come, we'll fight both. Diip Ling Lung pointed at the swarm of bees and asked, seventh senior brother, what if a whole swarm comes? As soon as Diip Ling Lung finished speaking, Lai Tu Trak grabbed her hand and started running. Fight the devil. We must run. I've never seen such a large swarm of bees in my life. I'm not afraid of fighting them one-on-one, but they only want to attack as a swarm. We have no choice but to run. He quickly stuck a speed-enhancing talisman on himself and fled. Deep Lin Lung suggested, "Seventh senior brother, I have an idea." Li Tu-trak, knowing her tricks all too well, was already scared just hearing this. No, we don't need any ideas. Deep Lin Lung tried to tempt him again, but seventh senior brother, the ice frost flower's nectar is very delicious. Don't you want it? No need. Deep Lin Lung refused to give up. Seventh senior brother, help me in this time of abundance. Didn't we come to this secret realm to obtain treasures, improve ourselves, and increase our wealth? Li Tu-trak firmly shouted his refusal. No. Unable to persuade him, she tried another trick. She pointed towards the lake and said, "You know honey demon beasts are afraid of water, right? If we hide underwater, they won't chase us anymore." Li Tu-trak, excited as if he'd found a lifeline, didn't realize he'd fallen into her trap. "I see. Then let's hide underwater first." Deep Lin Lung smiled mischievously and said, "Not exactly we, but just you. We'll split up. I'll entrust you with the important task. We'll split the loot 40 to 60. As she finished speaking, she shoved the icebone flower cluster into Li Tu-trak's hands and ran off in another direction. Li Tu-trak, realizing he'd been tricked, startled and ran away screaming, "Little junior sister, you're too cruel. I suspect my little junior sister might be a spy from another sect. Why else would she keep trying to massacre her fellow disciples? As long as it doesn't kill, she'll do it without hesitation." Li Tu-trak ran to the lake, jumped in, and dove deep to avoid the bees' attack. The swarm of bees above the water knew the situation wasn't favorable for them. Later, when Li Tu-trak surfaced, he saw no bees left and felt suspicious. The legendary honey demon beasts were known to hold grudges, so why did they give up so easily? Could there be something in the lake that scared them? At that moment, bubbles started appearing on the water surface behind him. A second later, he raised his hand and screamed, "Little junior sister, save me." Meanwhile, Deep Lin Lung, taking advantage of the honey demon beasts being lured away, had to seize the opportunity to harvest honey. Suddenly, she noticed a queen bee preparing to attack her. She immediately stuck a speed-enhancing talisman on herself, started running, and screamed, "Seventh senior brother, save me." She hadn't expected that after luring away the level 3 bees, there would be a level 4 queen bee left. When one's luck is bad, it really is bad in every way. Seeing the bee preparing to attack with its stinger, she used the Phoenix Divine Fire technique to attack it. Then she used the Supreme Goodness Flows Like Water technique, followed by the Great Rebirth technique. Luckily, she had many techniques, but fighting like this would surely lead to her death. After thinking for a moment, another idea flashed through her mind. Fortunately, she had quite a few demon beast corpses in her ring, which would come in handy now. She took out a level 3 demon beast corpse. Then she stuck an explosive talisman on it and threw it towards the queen bee. As expected, the bee attacked the demon beast corpse upon seeing it. A loud explosion followed. The bee fell to the ground. Deep Lin Lung sighed in relief. Luckily, this queen bee isn't very smart and can be fooled by me. While it can't get up, I must quickly pick the flowers. Then I must escape quickly. After a while, Deep Lin Lung was excited about her harvest. By now, those honey bees should have flown back. Seventh senior brother should be waiting for her by the lake now. Arriving at the lake and seeing no one, she felt a bit worried. Where's seventh senior brother? I hope nothing has happened to him. She thought the speed talisman could help senior brother keep his distance from the honey demon beasts. That's why she felt confident in trusting him with the task. With a sense of foreboding, she frantically shouted, "Seventh senior brother, where are you? Are you all right?" At that moment, bubbles appeared on the lake's surface. Following that, the corpse of a large demon beast emerged, frightening Deep Lin Lung. She felt something was terribly wrong. A moment later, Li Tu-trak surfaced with injuries on his body. This made Deep Lin Lung's face turn pale with fear. "Seventh senior brother, are you okay?" Li Tu-trak showed a look of disgust and unhappiness. "You've come back now to see my face one last time. Seventh senior brother, are you about to pass away?" "Little junior sister, you always say such ominous things," he said, getting angrier. "To disappoint you, I can still live for another 100 years. In a battle of words, Deep Lin Lung wouldn't admit defeat. "Oh, that is indeed a bit disappointing. I thought I might be able to inherit your ring soon. Truly, no one is as heartless and cruel as little junior sister. Well, let's drag the demon beast corpse ashore and harvest it to console our souls." Deep Lin Lung praised, "I can't believe you defeated a level 5 demon beast. That's amazing. Encouraged, Li Trak stroked his hair, trying to look cool. Forget about level 5. Even if it were level 6, 7, or 8, I'd still kill them for you. Being pampered again, she was unexpectedly touched, her fragile heart overwhelmed with emotion. The two became embarrassed and started bantering, neither willing to back down. After dealing with the demon beast corpse, they sat under a tree and couldn't stop boasting. 7th senior brother, let me tell you, earlier I had to outsmart the queen bee. It was a tough fight. Li Trak wasn't to be outdone. My battle with that monster was also very dangerous. Luckily, I'm a water element cultivator and knew how to overcome water element demon beasts. Little junior sister, how did you know there was a secret realm behind the mist? Deep Lin Lung honestly replied that it was written in a book. This left Li Trak with a head full of question marks. It's in a book. What book is that? Don't tell me you found something in the Qingxuan sect's library again. You're too impressive, remembering even this. 7th senior brother, don't panic. We'll definitely be able to get out. Otherwise, how could someone have written about it? In her heart, she really wanted to say that the book she mentioned was actually the original work, not a book from the sect's library. Little junior sister is too mischievous, so I'm still worried anyway. He pinched her cheek. This place is too dangerous. From now on, don't act on impulse. You must listen to your senior brother. Deep Lin Lung immediately replied, I'll definitely listen to senior brother. This made him suspicious. Are you just paying lip service to me? That's right, but 7th senior brother, don't you think life is more interesting with some unknowns? Her words enlightened him. A moment later, they both burst into laughter. With you around, it's never boring or predictable. Actually, I'm quite happy. Compared to cultivating on Mount Daijin as usual, I prefer this unknown danger we're facing now. Besides, I finally don't have to go out alone anymore. Although your cultivation level is low, you're very smart. Indeed, these two troublemakers were on the same wavelength, a perfect match. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Suddenly, Deep Lin Lung interrupted. Li Trak, 7th senior brother, I think I've grasped the second level of the Great Rebirth technique. Little junior sister always brought surprises that shocked others, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I just said I'd protect her, and now she's already grasped the second level of the Great Rebirth technique. That's the second level of a supreme technique. How could a foundation establishment cultivator grasp it so quickly? Deep Lin Lung wanted to focus on cultivation, so she said, 7th senior brother, please protect me while I cultivate. I need to enter a cultivation state. Li Trak was also speechless at his little junior sister's cultivation speed. What kind of monster are you, after all? Deep Lin Lung focused her mind on cultivation. She sensed that the first level of the Great Rebirth technique was healing. Although it had no offensive capabilities, it could heal many minor wounds in an instant, followed by healing major injuries. The second level was growth. Under the influence of the Great Rebirth technique, plants would grow rapidly. Vines could grow indefinitely, entangling enemies. Thorny bushes could quickly extend to attack opponents. Plants and flowers would continuously grow and could also serve as conduits, allowing her spiritual power to grow infinitely. Now she could sense the powerful vitality of Mount Daijin. Infinite life force was growing here. While little junior sister was cultivating, vines grew outward, surrounding Li Trak. The growth of the vines was so beautiful that he was mesmerized. Unconsciously, he used his spiritual power to sense himself, feeling as if he was about to grasp the third level of his water element technique. As Deep Lin Lung finished cultivating, Li Trak said, Please protect me while I cultivate, junior sister. Day and night, she had been finding ways to pressure her senior brothers to improve their cultivation, so how could she not agree? Moreover, Deep Lin Lung created vines to surround Li Trak, enhancing his cultivation spirit. Little junior sister, you've created such a great place for me. Vitality radiates everywhere, truly the best place for cultivation enlightenment. The next day, Deep Lin Lung was sound asleep in a small, cozy house protected by vines. Li Trak excitedly pushed open the door and called out loudly, Little junior sister, I've successfully grasped the third level of the water element technique. The small room you created is excellent. From now on, we'll have a place to stay when we go out to cultivate. Stop sleeping and wake up now. Deep Lin Lung lazily pulled the blanket over herself, not wanting to wake up. Understanding his little junior sister's mood, he tried to entice her. Stop sleeping. Let's go hunt demon beasts and earn lots of money. As a money lover, how could she not wake up at the mention of making money? Her eyes immediately lit up, and she jumped out of bed excitedly, throwing off the blanket. In the secret realm of Mount Daijin, the two worked hard to eliminate demon beasts for money, which also served as good combat training. From weak level 3 demon beasts to powerful level 5 demon beasts, they didn't let any escape. After a while, the two had gathered quite a lot and wanted to rest. A ravine ahead caught Deep Lin Lung's attention. She pointed it out to Li Tu-trak. Seventh senior brother, do you see that ravine over there? It seems to have many good herbs inside that I haven't seen before. Could there be some treasures there? Li Tu-trak, not wanting any uncontrollable situations, tried to dissuade her. It seems dangerous in there, little junior sister. Deep Lin Lung, on the contrary, became more interested. Thinking that greater danger meant better treasures, she quickly ran in to search for treasures. Li Tu-trak wanted to stop her but was too late. Soon, the two were inside, moving quietly. Hearing a loud roar, they both became alarmed. With so much noise in the ravine, why couldn't they hear it from outside? Deep Lin Lung moved closer and used her spiritual power to sense a barrier. The barrier blocked everything inside the ravine, so it looked normal from the outside. Although both were a bit scared, they remained curious. Let's see what dares to look down on us and consider us as prey. While the two were hesitating, unsure what to do, a fierce demon snake beast lunged at them. The demon snake was so huge that it left them frozen in place. In a corner not far away, someone recognized Deep Lin Lung. As if grasping at straws, they shouted loudly, "It's her! She's here! We're saved!" Following the direction of the voice, Deep Lin Lung turned her attention and saw in a small rocky corner a group of people hiding from the giant snake's attacks. Observing the brutal demon snake beast growling, trying to drive them out for a snack. While Deep Lin Lung was deep in thought, the demon snake beast noticed her and shifted its attack towards her, startling Deep Lin Lung. Luckily, a man named Dong Fuang Tan shouted, warning the young girl to run quickly. "It's memorizing your scent. Once it remembers you, it will chase you to the death." Thinking about the demon snake wanting to remember her scent, Deep Lin Lung quickly took out her tools to deal with it. It turned out Deep Lin Lung took out the strongest smelling demon beast she had carefully stored, wrapped in scent-masking talismans. Not knowing how to use it before, it now found its purpose. She excitedly took the demon beast and used her vines to place it on the snake's nose. As she placed it on the demon snake beast, all the talismans flew off. The demon snake beast was a bit surprised. It was the first time prey had come to it voluntarily. A moment later, the prey's foul odor spread, causing it to turn pale and faint. Indeed, she didn't disappoint. When she brought out that demon beast, Deep Lin Lung had quickly put scent-masking talismans on herself. Poor Li Tu-trak had to cover his nose, unable to breathe. "Little junior sister, put it away quickly. Your senior brother is about to meet his maker. I can't believe when we killed this demon beast, I told you not to pick it up. I didn't expect you to secretly put it in your bag." As the smelly demon beast fell, Deep Lin Lung quickly wrapped it in scent-masking talismans, along with an apologetic smile. "I forgot to put a scent-masking talisman on you. The snake has fainted from this stench. Let me quickly put it away." Dong Fuang Tan's hope was indeed not misplaced. "I said she would have a way. She would definitely save us. Hey, little girl, look over here. 10 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 speed-boosting talisman. Sell me 8 of them. Quickly, sell them to us." Now Deep Lin Lung recognized the man. She had thought he looked familiar earlier. It was that unlucky fool from the golden winged bird incident. Without a profitable deal in a while, she was overjoyed. She approached the small cave to conduct the transaction. 40 mid-grade spirit stones for 8 speed-boosting talismans, deal done. Dong Fuang Tan took the talismans and distributed them to the other 3. "Quickly, put the talismans on. 2 for each person. They burn out fast." At this moment, Li Tu-trak shouted loudly, "Little junior sister, be careful." Deep Lin Lung, unaware, turned around to see the demon snake beast with its mouth wide open, ferociously lunging at her. Fortunately, Li Tu-trak swiftly flew over and grabbed her collar, avoiding the snake's attack. The snake, with its momentum, crashed into the rock cave, where the others were hiding. Unfortunately, a large boulder in the cave fell down, hitting one of the girls. It turned out to be her 4th senior sister. The 2 remaining senior sisters quickly rushed to help 4th junior sister. "Don't be afraid, we're coming to rescue you." Not wanting to hold back her 2 senior sisters, she said tearfully, "The snake is coming again. 2nd sister, 3rd sister, you 2 must run away. Forget about me. You must survive." Just then, Li Tu-trak came in calling, "2nd sister, 3rd sister, why are you all here? I've come to help you move the boulder." Outside, Deep Lin Lung thought to herself, "That cave is too small. It probably won't withstand the snake's attack. I need to find a way to divert its attention." To prevent the snake from attacking the small cave, she flew on her sword and threw the smelly demon beast towards the snake. Deep Lin Lung succeeded in traumatizing the snake. As soon as it saw the smelly demon beast flying towards it, the snake turned pale with fear and tried to dodge. As if realizing she was the cause of its misery, it vented all its anger and furiously attacked her. Deep Lin Lung, now frightened, ran away, screaming non-stop, "Don't come here." Lai Tu Trak in the cave had rescued fourth senior sister. Hearing little junior sister's screams, he couldn't help but worry. Little junior sister is only at the foundation building stage. How dare she provoke that giant snake? She's so brave. Outside, Deep Lin Lung was running away when she discovered a stone door in the mountain. She rejoiced, thinking she was saved. Dongfuang Tan called from behind, warning her not to go there. They won't open the stone door for her. Deep Lin Lung didn't care and still approached the stone door. As she got close, before even touching it, she was thrown far away by a strong force. She realized this stone door was too powerful and dangerous. No wonder the snake crashed into everything except this stone door. Not giving up, Deep Lin Lung approached the stone door again. Inside, voices of several people came from behind the stone door. "Don't come near the door. Do you want to die?" Someone else shouted, "Go away quickly. We won't open the door for you. If you get us killed, even 10 lives of yours wouldn't be enough to compensate." Outside, she was being chased by the giant snake. Here, a safe hiding place was being blocked by others, making her feel frustrated. Seeing the giant snake approaching, she had to fly on her sword to dodge its attack. Below, several people observed the scene. Li Tutrak curiously asked who was behind the stone door. Why wouldn't they open it? Second senior sister answered angrily, "Behind the stone door are people from that Tin Tong. They always look down on wandering cultivators. Although we are from Thanh Huyen Tong, we're no different from wandering cultivators to them." Li Tutrak asked again, "So they'd rather watch you die than open the door for you to take shelter?" The three senior sisters became even angrier hearing this. "Not only that, we were the ones who discovered the stone door first, but when the snake attacked us, they went inside first and closed the door, leaving us outside. No matter how much we begged, they still wouldn't open the door for us. They're afraid that when they open the door, the snake will attack, so they absolutely refuse to open it." The more Lai Tutrak heard, the more his blood boiled with anger. These that Tin Tong people are truly despicable. Although I've seen their cunning before, this time it concerns the lives of our senior sisters. I definitely won't let them off the hook. Dongfuang Tan pointed at Deep Lin Lung and interrupted the conversation loudly. "What should we do now? Your little junior sister up there is about to lose her strength. Should we have her fly back to us? We can help her fend off the giant snake." Understanding the vengeful nature of his little junior sister, Li Tutrak flew on his sword, wanting to explain the situation to her. The two senior sisters, not understanding the situation, fearfully called out, "What good will it do for you to tell little junior sister? Little junior sister is only at the foundation building stage. She can barely protect herself now." Up there, Deep Lin Lung dodged the giant snake's attacks by flying back and forth. She flew to and fro to avoid the snake's strikes. Li Tutrak flew on his sword to approach Deep Lin Lung and explained the situation to her. Without saying a word, one could tell how angry Deep Lin Lung became after hearing it. "Why is it that Tin Tong again? Last time they falsely accused my 7th senior brother. This time they deliberately harmed my 3 senior sisters. In the original story, they were righteous. How can they do such despicable things now?" The level of anger of little junior sister was exactly as Li Tutrak had predicted. Indeed, fighting side by side for so long made them understand each other's personalities well. As expected, the idea of revenge flashed in her mind. "The 7 of us have a way to deal with them." Li Tutrak gave a thumbs up, praising continuously. "I knew there's no way you wouldn't come up with something, junior sister." Deep Lin Lung thought, "If we tolerate this today, how can we bring glory to Thanh Huyen Tong in the future? As disciples of Thanh Huyen Tong, when will we be able to stand up for ourselves?" Outside, Deep Lin Lung frantically dodged the snake's attacks. Inside, the That Tin Tong group was sitting and lamenting. The snake outside seems even more ferocious than before. It's striking randomly at the rock crevices now. "We don't know what to do beyond this stone door. We can't hide here forever." One person wanted to observe outside to see what the situation was like. As soon as he put his eye to the door crack, he was terrified. What met his eye was a fierce eye staring back at him, shouting, "What are you looking at? Do you like my face that much?" This frightened him so much that he screamed, pointing at the door and saying fearfully, "Great senior brother, she's coming close to the stone door again." Talam didn't understand who his junior brother saw that scared him so much and couldn't help but be curious. He knew there was a forbidden spell on the stone door that even the ferocious giant snake didn't dare approach. How could anyone get close to the door? Talam moved towards the door, looked through the crack, wanting to observe the situation outside. "Why are you talking nonsense, junior brother? I don't see anything." Then he discovered outside Deep Lin Lung was being attacked by the giant snake. Seeing that the person in trouble was Deep Lin Lung, he felt overjoyed. Last time in the Shishan secret realm, Deep Lin Lung had made him lose face completely. He didn't expect to encounter her here again. It really was a narrow escape for enemies. All the anger he had suppressed in his heart that day was now released. Talam shouted loudly, "Deep Lin Lung, you're getting what you deserve today. I'm here to watch how that snake swallows you whole. Even if you wait until you die, I absolutely won't open the door for you." Deep Lin Lung outside heard this and became furious. "Talam what good does your big mouth do? If you have the guts, come out here." Talam still gloated with a victor's attitude. "Deep Lin Lung, your provocation won't work on me. If you have the ability, come in here." His laughter echoed. The haha kept ringing outside, successfully provoking Deep Lin Lung. Deep Lin Lung's eyes were determined as she held Xuan Ying and faced the door. Talam saw everything unfolding before his eyes. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. As expected, Deep Lin Lung concentrated all her strength and successfully broke the stone door, surprising everyone inside. Deep Lin Lung smiled triumphantly. "How kind of you to come to the door to welcome me. No need to be so polite in the future." Talam whole body trembled as he pointed at Deep Lin Lung, stuttering. "How could you get in?" Deep Lin Lung, pleased with herself, praised herself while mocking her opponent. "Are you blind? Didn't you see me break the door and come in just now? Was this stone door of yours eaten by termites or something? It shattered at the slightest touch, just like the swords of your that tin tong, as thin as paper. The quality is very poor." As soon as she finished speaking, all the that tin tong members became furious and simultaneously pointed their swords at Deep Lin Lung threateningly. On the contrary, Deep Lin Lung remained calm and cheerfully teased them. "You're all at the foundation establishment stage. Why do you look at me as if I'm a formidable enemy? Am I really that impressive?" Deep Lin Lung grinned widely, continuously provoking her opponents. Talam was left speechless. He was also being laughed at with contempt, which made him increasingly angry. "It's her again. This brat always insults me." Unable to bear it anymore, Talam drew his sword and attacked Deep Lin Lung. "If you've come here seeking death, then I'll grant your wish." Talam fiercely swung his sword at Deep Lin Lung. Fortunately, a sheet of ice appeared in front of her, helping her avoid the attack. From behind, Lai Trak had rushed in to protect his junior sister. "What are you doing? How can a man at the Golden Core stage bully a young girl at the Foundation Establishment stage? What kind of behavior is this? If you want to fight, fight me instead. We're both at the Golden Core stage, so don't say I'm bullying you." Quickly, Lai Trak stood in front of Deep Lin Lung, using his ice sword to battle Talam Very soon, without taking much time, Lai Trak defeated Talam Talam was thrown far away, in great pain. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted from Talam mouth, causing the junior disciple standing nearby to tremble in fear. Previously in the Taesun's secret realm, they had seen their senior brother unable to defeat Deep Lin Lung's senior brother. Now, even against their opponent's seventh senior brother, their senior brother still couldn't win. The two senior sisters began to mock and provoke the other group. "Weren't you just closing the door to keep me out? How come you've lost the door completely now? Could it be that you stole this cave so unethically before that even the heavens couldn't bear to watch? Don't worry about it. We have 6 people, while your that tin tong has 10 people. How can more people be afraid of fewer? Come on. Fight us. Come here and chase us out." The oppressive aura and cutting words made the others startle and feel uneasy with fear. Deep Lin Lung sat aside eating spirit fruits to nourish her body while watching the show. She couldn't help but praise her 7th senior brother's skills. The 2 senior sisters also knew how to talk. Just the aura of these 2 was enough to scare the enemy already. Outside, the giant snake crashed into the cave. Inside, small rocks fell down, causing the that tin tong members inside to panic. "It's over. It's over. Now we've lost the stone door. The protective spell is gone. This place will soon be destroyed." Talam limbs trembled, his mouth still stained with blood and his eyes cold with resentment. "This is all because of what you did. If you hadn't destroyed the stone door, how would we have even one place left to save our lives?" The 2 senior sisters laughed loudly, mocking. "It's because you didn't open the door. You didn't let us live, so we'll all die together. Anyway, we're going to die now, not only living a bit longer, but also taking a group with us. This is quite fun, isn't it? Talam Dot held his sword, his whole body trembling, unable to speak properly. You. At this moment, Deep Lin Lung took out a brush and drew a dividing line. If we're not fighting, then let's make a peace treaty between the two sides. Let this line be the border. If you dare to cross it, my 7th senior brother will attack. 1 strike, 1 death, and then we'll throw you to the snake. Talam Dot was satisfied with this proposal. Fine, we'll mind our own business. Don't even dream of crossing the border. As soon as Talam Dot finished speaking, Deep Lin Lung stepped over the boundary line, provoking Talam Dot. Knowing it was a provocation, all the That Tin Tong members dared not say anything, knowing they couldn't defeat her senior brother. Talam Dot was so angry, he coughed up blood. He never thought in this world there would be someone so thick-skinned, trampling on others' dignity like this. Why did he keep encountering this brat? Seeing their junior sister's expression change, the 2 senior sisters worriedly asked, "Junior sister, you were just in such danger. Are you hurt?" Deep Lin Lung held her head, saying she was fine. She just used too many talismans to speed up, so she felt a bit dizzy. The 4th senior sister then took out a bottle of pills and gave it to her junior sister. "This is the Qing Shindan that I made myself. Take it, and all discomfort will disappear." Putting the pill in her mouth, she found the taste of this pill very familiar. It was similar to the ice frost flower she had tried before. She took out a bottle of ice frost flower nectar that she had harvested earlier and gave it to her 4th senior sister. "I don't know how to refine medicine, so eating it directly would be wasteful. I heard that 4th senior sister is good at pill refining, so I'm giving this to you as a gift for our first meeting." Smelling that it was a bottle of pure ice frost flower nectar, she couldn't help but be surprised. "How did you get this? And such a large bottle, too." Deep Lin Lung didn't realize it was considered a large bottle. At the time, she only managed to get that much and thought it was little. The 4th senior sister smiled with narrowed eyes. "This amount of nectar is enough for me to make over 1,000 Qing Shindan pills. I really love this gift from you." The group of cultivators, hearing that she could refine over 1,000 Qing Shindan pills, were shocked. A single Qing Shindan pill was not cheap. Over 1,000 pills would make her rich, wouldn't it? Deep Lin Lung then took out some gold she had refined and gave it to her 3rd senior sister. "I heard from 7th senior brother that you're very good at weapon refining. This is gold I got from the golden-winged bird, so I'm giving it to you as a meeting gift." The meeting gifts from our junior sister are truly amazing. Earlier, I heard Dongfuang brother mention that there was a very capable young girl who had caught a flock of golden-winged birds. So it was you, junior sister. When I heard about it, I was very impressed. I never thought it would end up in my hands so quickly. Seeing that her senior sisters liked the meeting gifts, she generously kept giving them more and more. The abundance of gifts overwhelmed the 3rd senior sister. "Junior sister, this is already too much. It's enough for me to forge weapons for all our fellow disciples." Deep Lin Lung, being generous, even suggested to her senior sister, "After you finish forging, we can choose the best ones and sell the rest." She truly was money-loving and had a business mindset. "All right, I'll forge them quickly to replace everyone's old weapons soon." The exchange between the two made the other cultivators very envious. Is this how normal people talk? We struggle with missions to earn points for weapons, while they casually choose several of the best for each person. If they don't like them, they just sell them. Deep Lin Lung didn't forget to give gifts to her 2 senior sisters. "These are magic tangerines. Please take a look and see if you like them." The 2 senior sisters opened them and were surprised. "These are all level 6 magic tangerine treasures." 7th junior sister, "You're too amazing." Feeling warmed by the praise, Deep Lin Lung added, "It's nothing. Just distributing them among our Qingxuan sect members, that's all. I didn't prepare any special gifts this time. Next time I see something good, I'll keep it for everyone." The group of cultivators saw the gifts Deep Lin Lung gave to her senior sisters and were drooling with envy. Moreover, Dongfuang Tan, seeing this, stood by and teased the Qingxuan sect. "You guys are too generous. Even better than that, Hidden Moon Palace or 7 Stars sect or whatever." Dongfuang Tan's words were like 1,000 daggers stabbing into their hearts. Deep Lin Lung looked up at Dongfuang Tan and asked who he was. "Haven't you heard of the Qingxuan sect before?" The young man introduced himself. "I'm a freelance cultivator named Dongfuang Tan. I was also caught in the mist, then met your 3 senior sisters, and finally arrived here." You know what happened after that? The 2 senior sisters also introduced themselves. "Junior sister, Brother Dongfuang is a good person. He has helped us a lot. especially when we were attacked by that giant snake. They took the opportunity to glance and tease, unlike some people who claim to be from prestigious sects but do unconscionable things. Now, let me formally introduce ourselves to you, junior sister. I am Hamlan. Your second senior sister next to me is Mo Nuok Lam. The third senior sister over there is named Hua Thi Tin. She's the fourth senior sister. And what's your name, junior sister? Greetings, senior sisters. My name is Diep Lin Lung. This heartfelt greeting scene between them made Ta Lam, who was standing nearby, unhappy, and he started to mock them. Not wanting only his sect to be teased and angered, he also wanted them to taste the feeling of being insulted. What a close-knit family indeed. About to die together, yet still putting on a family reunion show. Not one to be easily bullied, Diep Lin Lung turned with a cold gaze and a savage smile that made everyone shudder. Who said we're all about to die? Thanks to the senior brother of the That Tin sect for reminding us. I've already thought of a way out. It's just a pity that the fellow disciples of the That Tin sect will have to suffer a bit. Diep Lin Lung took out some odor-masking talismans and handed them out, distributing them to her senior sisters and allies. Stick these talismans on yourselves. Trusting her completely, everyone obediently followed her instructions. While the people from other sects didn't understand what they were doing, Diep Lin Lung had already brought out a stinky skunk, causing the others to vomit upon smelling it. Everyone felt uncomfortable, not only nauseous, but dizzy and with headaches. They never expected that such a young girl would have such a nauseating thing. Now they realized that earlier, the others had put on odor-masking talismans. Not only did the foul odor terrify the people in the cave, but it also spread outside, making the snake that smelled it even more aggressive. Diep Lin Lung then took out another set of talismans for everyone and explained her plan. Stick these speed-enhancing talismans on yourselves in a moment. Everyone will use their fastest speed to get past that snake and rush out the entrance. But the cliff is sealed with a forbidden spell, so I need everyone to buy me some time, so I can break the forbidden spell. Li Tu Trak patted his chest excitedly, not minding the danger of buying time. You say, and we'll cooperate. Diep Lin Lung smiled with narrowed eyes, indicating that she didn't need to use her own people. Then she turned her sinister gaze and cruel smile towards the remaining sect members. As a renowned righteous sect in the cultivation world, the disciples of the That Tin sect will surely sacrifice themselves for others in times of danger. The others were startled and terrified, having a bad feeling about themselves. Diep Lin Lung threw the skunk up and used her sword to cut it into small pieces. Then she took out a bottle of specially prepared dog glue that was super sticky. She used it to stick the smelly beast meat pieces onto the clothes of the remaining sect members who were tricked. With the super strong smell on them, everyone was scared and wanted to stay away. Don't come here. What kind of monster are you? How do you have so many strange things on you? We know we were wrong. In the future, when we see you, we'd rather disobey our senior brother than not open the door for you. Hearing his junior brothers speak like this, Ta Lam angrily shouted, "Now you're putting the blame on me. Tell me clearly, did I not let them in?" The junior brothers, afraid of offending their senior, didn't dare to say anything and just timidly nodded in unison, making him even angrier. Without his knowledge, he had already been stuck with a piece of rotten meat on his back by Diep Lin Lung. So you're the mastermind behind all this blame. Then you deserve the biggest piece stuck on you. Remember to run fast later. With preparations complete, Diep Lin Lung pointed towards the door and commanded, "Now that everything's stuck on, everyone line up in order to go outside. Don't push." Going outside meant facing the prospect of becoming prey for the giant snake. No one wanted to. Only the crazy would rush to be first. While they were hesitating, Diep Lin Lung quickly kicked Ta Lam out, causing him to scream in fear. Diep Lin Lung, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. He knew he was injured, and with this stinky stuff on him, he would surely be targeted by the big snake. This time, he was certain to die. At that moment, he sensed something ominous behind him. Looking back, he saw the ferocious giant snake attacking him, and immediately fled in terror on his flying sword. A moment later, to his surprise, he found that he had actually avoided the snake's attack. Moreover, his speed had become very fast. He realized it was all thanks to Diep Lin Lung's speed-enhancing talisman. He realized he didn't need to become a ghost anymore, which made him extremely excited. It definitely won't catch up to me. Inside, Deep Lin Lung continued to kick the remaining people out. Everyone screamed in fear. Suddenly seeing many prey before it, the snake became very excited. Deep Lin Lung observed the situation outside and commanded, "Take this chance to quickly fly to the entrance." Deep Lin Lung and her senior brothers and sisters used their fastest speed to fly on their swords towards the exit. Talam Gyat noticed this and immediately flew his sword in their direction, ordering the Tin sect disciples to all gather at the main entrance. "If they don't want us to live, then we absolutely cannot let them escape." Li Tu-trak noticed him coming and lightly threw a punch, which he dodged to the side. He warned him not to cause trouble. Talam Gyat is indeed weak, but still tries to act tough. With just a simple move, he was knocked back against the rock wall and coughed up blood. Deep Lin Lung, protected by her senior brothers and sisters, along with her two proud senior sisters, gave a thumbs down, threatening, "Whoever dares come here, I'll beat them to death." Talam Gyat, treated like a small fry, roared in fury, "You're really too arrogant." He wanted to call everyone to charge and attack, but looking back, he saw that no one was charging forward. They even ignored this like a slap in the face, making him extremely embarrassed. Luckily, the giant snake's attack helped him have an excuse to flee. He even threatened back, "I won't let you off." In front of the door, Deep Lin Lung pasted many talismans on it. Her hand used a brush to draw incantations on the door. Knowing the junior sister was consuming spiritual power, the fourth senior sister stood beside her using Dan Nuo to replenish her energy. Above, a junior brother flew on his sword to discuss with Talam Gyat. "Senior brother, do you think that Beansprout is trustworthy? Are her talismans just for show? Even our junior sister, our genius, doesn't know about this, so how could she possibly know?" Talam Gyat proudly praised his junior sister. "In Cultivation, some people only specialize in attacking. Our junior sister is a genius with fire attribute spiritual roots on the righteous path. Her mind is focused on breaking through and enhancing combat power." He mocked Deep Lin Lung beside him. "That Beansprout only has 3 poor quality spiritual roots. She can't cultivate, that's why she does this." Fortunately, the junior brother was not as foolish as Talam Gyat. He knew geniuses who could break formations, regardless of their sect, were rare treasures, worth 10,000 times more than geniuses who only knew how to fight. Afraid of the senior brother's authority, he dared not speak his mind. Hearing Talam Gyat badmouth his junior sister, Li Tu-trak stood below observing. He looked at Talam Gyat with eyes full of killing intent, making Talam Gyat shiver involuntarily. But he still defiantly said, "What are you looking at? Did I say anything wrong?" Li Tu-trak pointed and teased him. "You're not wrong. I hope this shocking logic of yours will shine at that insect." Knowing he couldn't beat his opponent, Talam Gyat angrily gritted his teeth and could only curse silently in his heart. "Why don't you just insult me directly instead of speaking sarcastically?" No matter how others mocked, Deep Lin Lung focused only on opening the barrier. As expected, she successfully opened the barrier to let everyone out, avoiding the giant snake's attack. After everyone was out, Deep Lin Lung pasted talismans and used spiritual power to close the barrier. Once the door was closed, she let out a sigh of relief. To help others avoid the attack and danger of the giant snake, she took a brush and wrote on the rock wall, "Enter and die," thinking that future visitors seeing this message would not fall into the same trap as they did. Talam Gyat, standing nearby, saw her write those words and mocked her. "Are you sure you wrote this to remind people not to enter? Isn't it to trick people into going in? Wherever there's such a message, there must be treasures inside. Passersby will definitely rush in." Hearing his words, though not wrong, although he made sense, she was displeased. Not liking what he said, Deep Lin Lung took out a silencing talisman and stuck it on him. "Now that everyone is safely out, let's start settling accounts. You all stole the cave that our Thanh Huyen sect found first, then maliciously left them outside. How shall we settle this grudge?" When Deep Lin Lung pasted the talisman on his forehead, Talam Gyat didn't understand what kind of talisman it was. When Deep Lin Lung wanted to settle the matter, he initially felt a bit uneasy. After Deep Lin Lung finished speaking, he wanted to refute. It was then he discovered he couldn't speak. He knew it must be because of Deep Lin Lung's talisman. Deip Lin Lung, as if knowing what he wanted to say, interrupted. "You've been stripped of your right to speak. Now it's your junior brother's turn to talk." Upon hearing this, the junior brother standing nearby was startled. Talam Gyat frantically raged and screamed silently. "What kind of devilry is this Beansprout? The talisman disappeared after being pasted. How can I remove it?" Talam Gyat waved his arms and legs like in a silent play. Fortunately, some junior brothers could interpret his meaning. Senior brother says that although before we harmed your Thanh Huyen sect's disciples, but afterwards you forced us to run out in front of the snake, so we should consider it even. Deep Lin Lung didn't lack a counter-argument. Letting you go distract the beast was to let you realize your own value. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made any contribution. What right do you have to demand to escape through the opening we created? If your brain doesn't work well, why don't you try to nourish it more? The others found her words reasonable. Only Talam Jiet was unhappy, silently raging and screaming. Not wanting to hear the others discuss further and waste time, her senior sisters and brothers held swords threateningly. With just a small gesture, they made the others startled and afraid, immediately shutting up and not daring to discuss further. They only conveyed the senior brother's I asked then, what compensation do you want? The junior brothers, using themselves as shields, made Talam Jiat even angrier. Nonsense. I never had such an I. The junior brothers, though scared, dared not change their words. Deep Lin Lung was just waiting for this to trap them financially. Although the lives of our Thanh Huyen sect disciples are very valuable, your That Tin sect disciples are too poor to have anything to compensate with. So, I'll just take 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones as spiritual compensation. Hearing this, all the That Tin sect people were shocked with their mouths agape. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This is like a lion's bite. Ta Lam got enraged, waved his arms and legs, cursing Dep Lin Lung. This is too greedy. Such unrealistic thinking. Don't give her anything at all. The junior brothers of the That Tin sect held him back, trying to stop him. Though afraid of their senior brother, they were more afraid of the Thanh Huyen sect people, so they reluctantly lied. Our senior brother means, can you reduce it a bit? Deep Lin Lung covered her mouth, laughing mockingly. Do you think 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones is a lot? I casually give gifts to my 3 senior sisters worth many times more than that. Fine, I won't make it difficult for you anymore. If you're that poor, then you don't need to give spirit stones. Dep Lin Lung took out paper and pen and handed them over. Apologize to us and write a letter of repentance. Clearly state your faults and your determination to change. Everyone must sign and stamp it. Li Tu Trak couldn't help but secretly praise her, thinking she was still the little junior sister who knew how to handle people. Writing a letter of repentance was worse than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. From his understanding, after receiving this letter of repentance, she would carry it with her. If that Tin sect disciples dared to offend her, she would take it out and read it aloud, even show it to disciples from other sects to read together. Hearing about writing a letter of repentance, all the That Tin sect people were simultaneously terrified. We won't write a letter of repentance. We'd rather collect 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones to give you instead. Deep Lin Lung's face darkened with anger. You just said you had no spirit stones, and now you say you don't want to write the letter. You're the ones apologizing. What right do you have to be picky? If you don't want to write, that's fine. Then pay me 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones instead. If you don't have that many, write an IOU. She was indeed an expert at trapping people. Using their contradiction as an excuse, she raised it from 1,000 to 10,000 spirit stones in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Talam Jiat's silencing talisman lost its effect, and he shouted loudly, "All That Tin sect disciples, listen up. Form a protective formation and retreat immediately." Instantly, the That Tin disciples drew their swords, forming a formation in a split second. The That Tin sect people successfully escaped. Second senior sister, I can't believe the That Tin sect people are so shameless. They just ran away like that. Deep Lin Lung sighed and shook her head. Who would have thought the sword formation painstakingly created by That Tin sect's ancestors would be used by their disciples to escape? Isn't this escape technique supposed to be for villains? Yet they used it so righteously. Li Tu Trak probed his little junior sister. What should we do next? Because from his understanding, when his little junior sister was this calm, she must have already thought of the next move. Deep Lin Lung clenched her fists, angry. They've bullied us more than once. Last time it was 7th senior brother. This time it's 3rd senior sister. We absolutely cannot let them off. Deep Lin Lung took out a compass and revealed that when she stuck the dog glue on Talam Jet, she had secretly attached a tracking talisman as well. Now it's time to use it. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously gave a thumbs up with admiring eyes, praising in unison. Junior sister is always so thoughtful. At that time, I was just being cautious. Didn't expect there would actually be villains. This compass works within 1,000 miles, so before they fly too far, let's hurry and find them. When the That Tin sect group had fled quite far, they finally noticed the stench behind them. It was now unbearable. Talam Jet thought, we've taken so many detours, we must have shaken off the Thanh Huyen sect people. Everyone, let's remove this stinking thing from our backs first. The group took turns trying to remove the rotten meat, constantly complaining. Just how twisted is that bean sprout's mind to pick up such rotten demon beast carcasses? The liquid she used to stick it on us, we can't pull it off. Fire won't burn it, scissors can't cut it. What kind of demonic glue is this? The junior disciples complained to Talamjiat in unison. Senior brother, that person is too cruel. We've been bullied too badly today. Talamjiat gritted his teeth in anger. This grudge from today I will never forget. When we meet again, I will definitely not let them live in peace. Talamjiat, this revenge must be taken. Just as he finished speaking, Deep Ling Lung poked her head out from the bushes and spoke with a friendly smile. I just heard you say you wanted revenge. I was afraid you'd wait too long, so I quickly came to find you. You didn't wait long, did you? Talamjiat screamed in fear and surprise. Don't come over here. Deep Ling Lung stepped out of the bushes with an even friendlier smile and asked, didn't you say you wanted revenge? Talamjiat, now terrified, sat down and cried, but not right now. Deep Ling Lung asked again, are you planning to save this grudge for New Year's? Talamjiat said through tears, what's it to you? Can't you just not appear in front of me? Deep Ling Lung continued to ask, so are you still going to take revenge? Talamjiat's trembling hand grabbed his sword with a malicious look in his eyes. Deep Ling Lung, don't bully people too much. Before he finished speaking, there was movement in the bushes. Talamjiat looked up to see what it was. It was none other than Li Tu-Trak. Deep Ling Lung was overjoyed to have someone to help her. Talamjiat didn't understand how they had caught up so quickly. He and his junior disciples quickly drew their swords and deployed the Lamgyat formation, creating a smokescreen to escape for the second time. Deep Ling Lung and the others didn't expect them to run away again. Second senior sister wanted to quickly chase after them to avoid losing their trail. However, Deep Ling Lung sat down to rest, calmly saying there was no need to chase. It's already dark now. We've been running from the cliff and have been tired all day. We should rest. Li Tu-Trak sat down to rest as well, seeing the logic in it. The two senior sisters also agreed, folding their arms. Let them run around for a while. We'll eat well and sleep soundly, then catch them tomorrow. It's ridiculous that to avoid pursuit, they're tiring themselves running around the forest. It's actually convenient for us. Knowing Talamjiat's character, he'll go all night until dawn before finding a place to rest. That's when we'll go find them. They'll surely be surprised. Dongfuang Tan, seeing how the Thanh Huyen sect people dealt with their opponents, was also terrified inside. Provoking these Thanh Huyen sect people was truly bad luck for the Thatin sect. However, they did despicable things first, so they don't deserve sympathy. Deep Ling Lung took out demon beasts from her ring with delight. I heard that level 3 golden armored rabbit meat is delicious. I killed one earlier and picked it up. Let's try it tonight. Hearing this, the two senior sisters started drooling. I've heard it's very tasty too. I've never tried it before. Quickly, everyone took on a task, starting a fire, grilling food, and drinking. Deep Ling Lung took out a variety of demon beasts for everyone to choose from. Besides that, they also collected many good items like ankle bones, feathers, and wolf fur from demon beasts for refining. Fourth senior sister was surprised at how capable little junior sister was. She even had the corpse of a level 5 demon beast. Third senior sister, hugging a fox, admired little junior sister. This fox fur is very soft. It's excellent material for making spirit brushes. I'll make a brush for you, sister. I see you use them so much, they're about to wear out. Fourth senior sister also said happily, little junior sister, just tell me what spirit tools you want. As long as we have the materials, I can definitely create them. Second senior sister hugged little junior sister, boasting, your third and fourth senior sisters are very famous in the alchemy world and are incredibly skilled at refining. Your fourth senior sister even has the title Manhwa Vu. When Deep Ling Lung heard the title Manhwa Vu, her mood suddenly changed. Because she remembered in the original story, Manhwa Vu was a very skilled person in the alchemy world. Many people, in order to obtain one of her pills, would accept anything unconditionally. But her final outcome was extremely notorious. To avenge her senior sister, she used pills she created to poison everyone in an entire city to death. In the end, when she was cornered, her heart-wrenching laughter made people's hearts ache. She said she had no regrets. The world had never treated her fairly. Her senior sister died a tragic and unjust death, and in the entire city, no one was innocent. Following her train of thought, Deep Ling Lung looked intently at the girl with sympathetic eyes. This made the girl scratch her head awkwardly. Little junior sister, why are you suddenly sobbing? A moment later, she had tears streaming down her face, frightening her senior sister. Little junior sister, why are you crying so much? Why are you crying? Just thinking about Manhwa Vu's ending in the original story made her feel uncomfortable, and tears flowed. Regaining her composure, Deep Lin Lung wiped her tears and pretended to say, "It's just that some sand got into my eyes earlier." Before her, now was the gentle and kind fourth senior sister, which made her feel even more uneasy. In the evening, after eating their fill, everyone lay down to rest. At this time, only Li Tu-trak looked at little junior sister with anticipation. He quickly found a log and sat down with sparkling eyes. After eating and drinking, "I'm sleepy now. Little junior sister, I'm ready. Hurry, hurry." The two senior sisters, not understanding why seventh junior brother was behaving like this, asked, "Seventh junior brother, what are you doing?" Li Tu-trak mysteriously said, "Wait a bit, and you two senior sisters will know." Not wanting to keep seventh senior brother waiting long, Deep Lin Lung immediately deployed the great rapid growth technique. Cucumbers grew and sprouted, surrounding the young man, creating a small, cute wooden house for him. Having achieved his wish, seventh senior brother quickly spoke up. "Good night, everyone." The magical scene before their eyes surprised everyone. The two senior sisters asked little junior sister what kind of magic this was. "This is the wood-based tangerine magic of the Great Rebirth technique. It can make all things grow and multiply. Sisters, find a grassy place for me to make houses for you." The two senior sisters excitedly hugged Deep Lin Lung, their little junior sister. "You're so talented. This is much more comfortable than before. We used to sleep under the open sky, often without even a place to lie down. It's so good to have little junior sister." Deep Lin Lung silently determined in her heart. With her here, she wouldn't let her sisters suffer anymore. She would definitely protect her sisters from the tragic fate related to Thanh Huyen sect, as in the original story. She couldn't let it happen to even one person. Early the next morning, everyone had slept well and regained their energy. They began to search for the That Tin sect's guardians. As expected, the That Tin sect group had run until they were out of breath. "Senior brother, we can't run anymore. We've run in so many circles, they won't catch up to us. Why don't we rest for a bit?" Talam Dot commanded everyone to rest in place, but not to let their guard down completely. Set up a defensive formation before sleeping. Given the chance to rest, everyone quickly set up the defensive formation to get some sleep. While they were in deep sleep, Deep Lin Lung's group appeared. Li Tu-trak laughed mockingly. "Such a big sect. They sure know how to think." They set up a formation even while sleeping. Deep Lin Lung approached Talam, waved her hand to test, then criticized the formation. "The formation is good, but the people are useless." An idea flashed in her mind. She took her senior sister's hands and led them behind the group, then entered the formation. Using all her strength, Deep Lin Lung shouted loudly, "It's not good. Something's happened. Deep Lin Lung and her group have found us." All the That Tin sect members were startled awake, their eyes wide open. "Where is she? Why can't I see anything?" Deep Lin Lung smiled mischievously with cunning eyes and said softly, "I'm behind you." Everyone turned around with wide eyes and open mouths, shouting in terror. Talam flinched, breaking out in a cold sweat. His hand holding the sword trembled, but he still spoke firmly. "You're really pushing us too far. Cultivators would rather die with honor than live in shame. It's time to end this ridiculous chase. I've been tolerant, not because I fear you. Prepare to die." As Deep Lin Lung finished speaking, he swung his sword at her. Without any worry, Deep Lin Lung took out Huyanan to counter. "Even if I die, I can't really die." The two swords clashed, their eyes locked, full of killing intent. A moment later, Talam's sword suddenly shattered, leaving him with his mouth agape and eyes wide in shock. Quickly regaining his composure, he dropped his sword and attacked using spiritual energy. On her side, Deep Lin Lung held Huyen Ang and used the Heavenly God sword technique to counterattack. Huyanan split into 5 swords that flew towards him, quickly breaking through the formation Talam Jiet had set up. Talam Jiet couldn't believe he was defeated so quickly. A moment later, 5 swords were embedded in his back. He fell down, unable to stand up again. Talam Jiet coughed up blood, feeling extremely ashamed. He couldn't believe that he was defeated by a Foundation establishment stage Deep Lin Lung. Moreover, she was the worst in the grand ceremony, a disciple considered trash that even the lowest sects wouldn't accept. His junior brothers kept calling out, "Senior brother, senior brother, quickly use the life-saving talisman. If you use the life-saving talisman, you can quickly leave to a safe place." In Talambat's heart, he felt utterly humiliated and disgraced, so he resolutely refused to use it. "It's just a minor setback. It's just the weakest Thanh Huyen sect in the cultivation world. As the senior brother of that tin sect, I absolutely won't bow my head to them. He deceived himself, thinking that he was already injured before. After running for a day and night, it affected his strength, which is why he lost to Deep Lin Lung. She only defeated me because I was injured, he thought to himself. A junior brother, not wanting to hear his senior brother ramble, secretly took the life-saving talisman from the senior brother and stuck it on him. Talam Gyat immediately disappeared. The junior brothers sighed in relief. The remaining members of that tin sect once again set up a formation and escaped. Deep Lin Lung felt a bit tired as these people were using the same old trick. The three senior sisters ran to hug Deep Lin Lung. Little junior sister, your sword technique just now was amazing. So cool. You've defeated Talam Jet, who's at the Golden Core stage, despite being at a lower level. He's the top disciple of Trio Duanghua, a senior of that tin sect. Li Tu Trak also patted her head with a bright smile. Little junior sister has improved again. Throughout this journey, every time you make progress, it surprises everyone. However, Deep Lin Lung sighed disappointedly. Senior brother, my cultivation level is too low. If I were at mid-foundation establishment stage just now, Talam Jiet wouldn't have dreamed of escaping. The little junior sister's dejection brought down the mood of the three senior sisters as well. I thought you were only this harsh with your senior brothers. Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung looked up at Li Tu Trak. Sister, you reminded me. Your 7-level water system technique has been stuck at the 3rd level for a long time now. 7th senior brother, starting from tonight, you shouldn't sleep anymore. Diep Lin Lung smiled brightly, while Li Tu Trak's mood completely reversed. He regretted why he had to open his mouth in the first place. Now he was being pressured by his little junior sister to cultivate like this. He guessed his days of suffering were about to begin again. Meanwhile, the people from that tin sect had found Talam Jet. Everyone gathered around their senior brother, who was lying down, observing and discussing the strange situation. The life-saving talisman not only transports people, but it can also heal in a short time. Earlier, senior brother wasn't unconscious, but after using it, why is he now unresponsive like this? One person put his hand under the nose to check and guessed that their senior brother was sleeping. They tried to wake him up, but he wouldn't stir. Whether intentionally or not, one junior brother spoke up. I think I saw junior sister Deng Wet. As soon as he heard Deng Wet's name, Talam Jiat suddenly sat up and said loudly, "Where is Deng Wet?" Meanwhile, Deep Deng Wet was fighting with a Shichdio bird. The fierce beast spewed fire, creating a large blaze. Deep Deng Wet showed no fear or hesitation. With her fire attribute spiritual root abilities, she easily defeated the Shichdio bird. The That Tinsect members, seeing Deep Deng Wet's prowess, excitedly praised her. Well fought. Talam Jiat thought, my Deng Wet is so strong. With her foundation establishment cultivation, she defeated a level 3 Shichdio bird. She must be stronger than that bean sprout who keeps using evil tricks. My Deng Wet has the demeanor of a noble and righteous sect. Talam Jat is indeed like a dog, fawning over the female lead without fail. Look at how outstanding our Truong Deng Wet is. As soon as Talam Jiat finished speaking, his junior brothers chimed in. That's right, that's right. Talam Jiat, pleased with himself, continued. Deep Lin Lung is no match for her at all. Didn't she just defeat me when I was severely injured? How despicable and shameless, truly without honor. Behind them, Deep Lin Lung's group had arrived. Hearing this, they also chimed in. That's right, that's right, they said to the That Tinsect group with a very displeased attitude. Talam Jat spoke with increasing fervor, his hands clenched into fists. If Deep Lin Lung's group hadn't run so fast, I would have definitely dragged her over here to show her what a true expert looks like. Who does she think she is? The junior brothers behind him enthusiastically agreed. That's right, that's right. This time, Deep Lin Lung's group chimed in with equally enthusiastic attitudes. Suddenly, Talam Gat sensed something was off. He felt that something wasn't right. Turning his head, he saw Deep Lin Lung's group standing behind him. He let out a startled cry, his face showing wide-eyed, open-mouthed fear. The senior brother's strange behavior made the junior brothers curious, turning their heads to see what was happening. Their reactions were no different from Talam Gyat's. In their eyes, Deep Lin Lung's group looked like vicious demons. They didn't understand why Deep Lin Lung's group had come again. Talam Gyat turned around, waving with hopeful eyes, running over to call out, Deng Wet, Deng Wet, Deng Wet, junior sister. Deep Deng Wet, seeing her senior brother's strange behavior, asked, Senior brother, what's the matter? It's them. They're here again. Deep Ling Lung and her group are here again. Deep Deng Wet tilted her head and looked around, seeing Diep Lin Lung standing nearby, somewhat surprised. She thought Diep Lin Lung had the ability to reach the deepest part of the Dai Kim mountain range. Did she encounter the mist and arrive at this secret realm? Anyway, she came at just the right time. Last time, knowing she had the Phoenix Divine Fire, she had wanted to find her. Now they meet here. Dep Dung Wet began to play the role of a sisterly figure, putting on a bright, friendly smile. Lin Lung, why are you here?
I'm here thanks to the care of the senior brothers from that Tin sect. So I, along with the senior brothers and sisters from Thanh Huyen sect, could safely arrive here. Deep Dung Wiet, surprised, said, "Oh, I see." Deep Lin Lung continued, "If not for them, the journey would have been full of dangers. We wouldn't have known what to do."
Deep Dung Wit, not understanding the situation, felt a bit smug upon hearing this. Disciples of that Tin sect consider helping the righteous path as their duty. Helping fellow cultivators is the right thing to do. Those who knew the truth couldn't understand why Diep Ling Lung was speaking like this. Li Tu Trak, who had known and traveled with the junior sister for a long time, knew something was about to happen. Because every time the junior sister started something big, it always left many people confused. The most surprised was Talam Jat. He had intended to accuse Diep Lin Lung of evil actions. Now she was saying they had taken care of her group the whole way.
She must have become afraid, he thought. Seeing Dung Wet's strong power, she feared making enemies with them, so she was making up an excuse to escape. With this thought, he smugly said, "You don't need to thank us. After all, the secret realm is full of dangers. Helping you is what we should do."
The path ahead is getting more difficult. Why don't you come with us so we can help each other? In his heart, he thought, I must keep them here, and then secretly tell Dung Wiet the truth so she can help me teach them a lesson. Dep Dung Wiet, hearing Talam Jiet say he would let Dep Lin Lung's group come along, was suddenly filled with confusion. She wasn't happy at all. In response to Talam Jiet's suggestion, Deep Lin Lung smiled brightly, agreeing and turning to ask, "Sister Deep Dung Wiet, you don't mind us coming along, do you?" Caught in the trap, Dep Dung Wiet had to force a smile and respond, "Of course I don't mind. You are my sister. Taking care of you is what I should do." Deep Lin Lung continued, pointing at the Shichdium fruit on the branch, pretending to ask innocently, "Sister, didn't you want to pick the Shichdium fruit just now?" Deep Dung Wiet, feeling utterly confused, almost wanted to swing her sword at her. She had intended to pick it secretly, but now Deep Lin Lung had exposed her, revealing it in front of everyone. She had to pretend to smile and answer, "Yes, yes." Those around were full of admiration. "So that's the Shichdium. It really is the Shichdium fruit." Talam Jiat kept on boasting to Deep Lin Lung, "Did you see? Our Dungwit defeated a level 3 Shichdio bird. She got the Shichdium fruit that everyone wants." Deep Dungwit kept rubbing her forehead to calm down. It's true that one shouldn't fear strong enemies, but rather foolish allies. Deep Lin Lung played along, displaying eyes full of expectation and surprise. "Wow, so this is the Shichdium fruit. It's really admirable. But since you're fellow disciples, when she gets such a good thing, she'll share it with you, right?" Deep Dungwit's face darkened as she silently cursed. What a meddlesome person. Hearing this, the fellow disciples were very expectant. "Junior sister Dung Wiet will share with us, right?" Earlier, Deep Lin Lung was so generous, sharing things with her senior sisters like that. Dep Dung Wiet cursed more and more in her heart. It was all because of that hateful Deep Ling Lung. Deep Ling Lung again pretended to be envious. "Wow, why am I not a disciple of that Tin Tong? Then I would also get a share. I admire you all so much." Two senior sisters came over to support their junior sister. "You're indeed not a that Tin Tong disciple, but you are her sister, her younger sister. Your parents raised her for so many years. How could she only share with that Tin Tong disciples and not share with you? Don't worry, you'll get a share too." Understanding Deep Lin Lung's intention, she continued, "Sister is right," turning her gaze to Dep Dung Wiet. "Sister surely won't treat me like that." Dep Dung Wiet felt like she was pierced by many arrows, so angry she could spit blood. Every time Dep Lin Lung appeared, there was never anything good. The Shichdium fruit was such a precious thing, how could it be shared? But with her talking so much, if I refuse, I'll look petty. She could only hope her fellow disciples would understand and voluntarily decline, so her face would be saved. Just as Dep Dung Wet opened her mouth to smile and say, "Fellow senior brothers," her face darkened as everyone looked up at her with expectant faces. Thinking that the senior brother who usually protected her surely wouldn't take her treasure, she turned around to call him, only to find the senior brother with an equally expectant look in his eyes. She couldn't understand why they had changed so much. Just a few days apart, and they've all gone mad. They weren't like this before. Not knowing how to refuse, a voice from behind came to her rescue. The Diim fruit was obtained through Dung Wiet's hard work. Why should she share it with you? When she was struggling in battle, you did nothing. You have no right to demand she share the Diim fruit. This voice sounded very familiar. Dep Dung Wiet looked up and saw it was Nuthan. Tunguthan, the male lead in the original story. Finally, she met the male lead Tunguthan. He was just as described in the original, cold as ice. Talam angrily pointed at Nguthan and scolded, "Who are you? This is that Tintong's business. What right do you have to interfere?" Deep Lin Lung sat enjoying the show. This is the natural conflict between the dog and the main wife. It's finally here. It's here. The love-hate drama between the dog and the main wife has finally arrived. At this moment, Deep Dung Wiet stepped forward to intervene. "Senior brother, please don't speak like that. He is a friend I met on the road. He has always taken care of me." Talam's heart shattered into pieces, leaving him speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Dep Lin Lung quickly added fuel to the fire. "Oh, so sister always has someone taking care of her. Then Ta's senior brother has been worrying unnecessarily. He was concerned you couldn't find your fellow disciples. I wonder if you suffered any hardships on your journey." Talam, as if prompted, said, "Yes, I was worried about you throughout the entire journey. Afraid you might suffer. Now seeing you safe puts my mind at ease." As he spoke, he stepped forward and grabbed Dep Dung Wiet's hand. Surprised by the sudden hand-holding, Dep Dung Wiet decisively pulled away, leaving Talam feeling a bit hurt. Deep Lin Lung, truly not afraid of chaos, continued to stir up drama. "I already told Ta's senior brother not to worry. After all that Tintong disciples have gathered now. Only sister was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps this is the fate that heaven has arranged for her." Talam pondered and found it reasonable that Tintong disciples have their own way of finding lost fellow disciples. But Dung Wiet didn't gather with us. Someone must have forced or deceived her. Otherwise, why wouldn't she gather with her fellow disciples? He naively thought Dep Dung Wiet was in danger and drew his sword to threaten Tunguthan. "What have you done to my junior sister? Why hasn't she gathered with us yet?" Originally, Deep Dung Wiet had used the dust mirror to locate the Diim fruit. She thought it would be easier to act alone, so she ignored her teammates' signals and went ahead by herself. Meeting Tunguthan was completely unexpected. Not wanting to cause more trouble, Dep Dung Wiet stood in front of the sword's tip. "Senior brother, Nguthan has nothing to do with this. When I was caught in the mist, I lost my jade token, so I couldn't gather with everyone else." She truly didn't understand what was wrong with her senior brother today. Usually, he always protected her. Why today did he listen to Dep Lin Lung's instigation? Could it be that he had a change of heart? Seeing Dep Dung Wiet like this, Talam's blood boiled even more. "Dung Wiet, why do you keep defending him? You're even lying for him. The jade token is lost. Jade tokens self-destruct if away from their owner for long, but I never received any news that your jade token self-destructed." Dep Dung Wiet hurriedly lied, not expecting her senior brother to find the flaw so quickly. Usually, she didn't find him this smart. Dep Lin Lung, watching from the sidelines, was also surprised by Talam's sudden display of intelligence. Could this be the power of love? Even in his confused state, Talam could still clearly detect the error in Dung Wiet's words. It was truly impressive. On this side, Talam became increasingly agitated as he spoke. Growing angrier, he demanded, "Tell me, what exactly are your intentions towards my junior sister? If you don't speak up, I won't be polite with you anymore." This reaction from the young man caught Dep Dung Wiet off guard. She broke out in a cold sweat, frightened and unsure how to handle the situation. Fortunately, the male lead spoke up to help her out of the predicament. "I am Tunguthan from Kongo City. I wonder how that Tintong disciple plans to be impolite with me." Many people outside who heard his name gasped in surprise. That's Tunguthan from Kongo City. He's the top disciple of Kongo City's leader. He has the highest aptitude and strongest power. He has the best chance of ascending in the cultivation world. Talam, upon hearing his name, felt fear inside but maintained a tough exterior. He still spoke with a strong air. "So what if you're the top disciple of Kongo City's leader? You hurt me and deceived my junior sister. I'll risk this crippled life to make sure you don't live well." Talam's display of deep affection successfully moved Deep Dung Wiet. She always knew her senior brother liked her, but didn't expect his feelings to be this strong. Tunguthan wouldn't allow anyone to be arrogant before him. Angrily, he shouted at Talam for his insolence, his palm already channeling spiritual energy, ready to attack. Depdungwet wanted to stop him. She didn't want anyone to get hurt in this matter. Seeing the opponent's imposing aura, Talam was afraid inside, but outwardly, he remained unchanged. He raised his sword, ready to fight. A moment later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Depdungwet to worry and repeatedly call out senior brother. Tunguthan was also surprised, not understanding what had happened to Talam. Moreover, the onlookers had various expressions. Some who didn't understand what was happening had their heads full of question marks. Others praised Talam's skill. Deep Lin Lung was truly enjoying the show. She kept applauding, praising Talam. Well done. Coughing up blood. What a great performance. An actor like Talam, if he can't shine in the cultivation world, I'll be the first to disagree. Beside her, she also paid attention to Tunguthan. She remembered that in the original story, it didn't mention Tunguthan's strength. It only implied that he was very powerful, but now witnessing it firsthand, she could sense how strong he was. If one day Diepdungwet were to kill her fellow disciples from Thanh Huyen Tong and Tunguthan stood by her side, this matter would be very difficult to resolve. Thanh Huyen Tong wasn't weak, but not strong enough. The future of the sect still had a long road ahead. She was determined to put in all her effort to run on this path. No one from Thanh Huyen Tong should die. Meanwhile, Talam coughed up another larger mouthful of blood, then fell unconscious on the ground. Depdungwet ran over worriedly, calling out loudly, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you? How could you be injured?" Talam lay in Deep Dungwet's arms, appearing extremely weak. "Dungwet, I'm fine. You've coughed up blood like this, yet you say you're fine. Senior brother, don't push yourself too hard." At this moment, a fellow disciple told her, "Junior sister, our senior brother led us through many hardships. We encountered a giant snake. If it weren't for him risking his life to help us escape, we might not have been able to see you again." Another person added, "We ran for a day and a night. Senior brother didn't rest for a moment. He was only concerned about finding you." These junior brothers were indeed considerate, caring for their senior brother's love life. Senior brother had successfully gained Diepdungwet's sympathy. She scolded, "Senior brother, why are you being so reckless?" Talam, still appearing weak, expressed his feelings. "Junior sister, you entered the cultivation world at a young age. With little experience, I fear you might be deceived by outsiders. I'm fine, so please help me up. As long as I'm here today, I absolutely won't let Tunguthan come near you, even half a step." After saying this, he coughed up another large mouthful of blood, making Deep Dungwet even more worried about him. Deep Dungwet looked up towards Tunguthan and explained her senior brother's current situation. "I'm very sorry. I can't handle any more stress. Could you please leave first?" Tunguthan, though unhappy, agreed to leave. Talam, lying in Depdungwet's arms, flashed a smug smile, as if everything was going according to his plan. Outside, Deepling Lung watched intently, not missing any detail. When Talam coughed up blood and fainted, she had guessed that it wasn't possible, in such a short time, for Talam to have vomited so much blood. He must have practiced it many times before. When he lay in Deep Dungwet's arms, she was speechless. Who said only women could be green tea? Talam's level of being a green tea must surely top the cultivation world. Dep Dungwet took care of Talam. She took out a pill and gave it to Talam to drink. After finishing caring for Talam, she stood up and approached Deep Lin Lung with a bright smile and greeted her. "I didn't expect to meet you in this secret realm. I'm very happy. Although there were some unpleasant things last time, we are still sisters of the Deep family. Our parents will be happy if we get along well." Deep Lin Lung's acting skills were no less impressive. "I'm also very happy to see you, sister." The more she smiled on the outside, the more disgusted she felt on the inside. Not only did she get to watch a free palace drama, but she also saw Talam chase away Tunguthan. None of the That Tintong disciples could defeat her, but she could easily defeat them. How could she not be happy? How could she not be pleased? Deep Dungwet put her hand on Diep Lin Lung's shoulder and said, "I heard you have a technique manual called the Phoenix Divine Fire Technique. You know I have a fire-based spirit root. This fire-based technique is very important to me. Could you lend it to me to take a look? To thank you, I'll give you a spirit fruit." Deep Lin Lung wondered how Dep Dungwet knew she had the Phoenix Divine Fire Technique. Did she have some kind of treasure? This wasn't described in the original story. But if not, how could she have found the Spirit Stone platform with the most spiritual energy in the Western Mountain secret realm last time? Deep Lin Lung's senior sisters and brothers, hearing about one spirit fruit in exchange for a chance chance to see a high-level technique looked as if they had misheard. Deep Dung Nguyet really knew how to negotiate. This level of stinginess in trading was unmatched in the cultivation world. Deep Dung Nguyet didn't know she was being looked down upon. Seeing their expressions, she felt even more smug, thinking to herself, it's just one spirit fruit, yet they're so excited. They're just a group from the lowest-ranked sect in the cultivation world, like Deep Lin Lung. It's normal that they haven't seen good things before. With this thought, Deep Dung Nguyet smugly flipped her hair and smiled condescendingly at her sister. Sister, since we're sisters, how about I give you 10 spirit fruits? 10 spirit fruits in exchange for one look at the Phoenix Divine Fire technique. You'll be profiting, and I'm willing to do it. What do you think? As if reading her thoughts, Deep Lin Lung waved her finger and said, No. Sister, I won't trade. Deep Dung Nguyet was slightly shocked by the unexpected result. Why? Do you think it's not enough? She thought to herself. Has Deep Lin Lung grown up and become greedy? Deep Lin Lung casually took out a Diim fruit from her ring and said excitedly, It's not that I think it's not enough. It's just that I can't eat spirit fruits. Ordinary spirit fruits aren't tasty, so I prefer eating this kind. Deep Lin Lung had successfully given Deep Dung Nguyet a crisp slap in the face with her condescending attitude earlier about the Diim fruit. Sister, how do you also have a Diim fruit? Deep Lin Lung casually said. She picked it up along the way. She then took out a small knife and without hesitation cut the Diim fruit into 6 pieces. She turned and shared it with her senior sisters and brothers, giving each person a piece. Deep Lin Lung had once again slapped Deep Dung Nguyet's face, even more resoundingly. Deep Dung Nguyet's expression was one of disbelief, as if Deep Lin Lung had gone mad. How could she share such a precious Diim fruit? Glancing around, she saw her fellow disciples looking at her with expectant eyes. She knew she had lost this round. Nevertheless, she remained adamant about not sharing her Diim fruit with anyone. She thought Deep Lin Lung was crazy, but she wasn't. She would never share her Diim fruit with anyone. It was so precious, and she had worked hard to get it, so why share? Talamjet, sensing Deep Dung Nguyet's expression, knew the outcome, so he stepped in to defuse the situation, pretending to cough and then said, You can't force Sister Dung Nguyet. It's not easy to get a Diim fruit. None of you should covet it. Deep Lin Lung isn't sharing for the first time. Haven't you gotten used to it by now? Though he stepped in to help, his words were like arrows striking Dung Nguyet's vital points. She couldn't believe that Deep Lin Lung wasn't sharing for the first time. How could such treasures be shared so casually? Deep Lin Lung saw Ta Lam Jet and smiled brightly. Welcome, senior brother Ta. Has your wound healed? Let's continue our main discussion. We haven't finished yet, right? I know your health isn't good, so I've already written the debt note for you. You just need to stamp it. Moreover, I'm afraid you can't repay the debt in one go, so I've prepared a schedule for your convenience to pay in installments. As she spoke, Deep Lin Lung handed over the pre-written debt note to Ta Lam Jet. The brighter she smiled, the more Ta Lam Jet wanted to cry. Deep Dung Nguyet, not understanding what they were talking about, stepped forward and asked what they were discussing. What debt note? Ling Lung, why are you forcing our senior brother? Deep Dung Nguyet had only taken a few steps when Li Tutrak stopped her with a knife to her throat. My junior sister is conducting business. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden to enter. Deep Dung Nguyet argued, Lin Lung is my sister. The person she's forcing is our senior brother. How can you say I'm unauthorized? Li Tutrak replied, if my junior sister doesn't call you over, then you are unauthorized. If she calls you, I'll release you immediately. He truly was a reliable senior brother. Though tormented by his junior sister, his affection remained unchanged. Deep Dung Nguyet then turned to address Deep Lin Lung. He's your senior brother, and you don't care. How can you let him treat me like this? Deep Lin Lung replied, Sister, your senior brother is in trouble. Quickly advise him to sign the debt note. If not, I'll beat him up. It won't be as simple as coughing up blood then. At least a few tendons will be severed. One of his legs will also be crippled. Deep Dung Nguyet was shocked that Deep Lin Lung could smile while saying such cruel things. It seemed she truly didn't understand her at all. It seemed she wasn't the useless person I thought she was. You need to let me know what debt note you're signing before I can advise him. Oh, it's because the disciples of that Tin Tong almost caused the death of our Thanh Huyen Tong fellow disciples. We're kind-hearted, so we only want them to compensate 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If they can't pay it all at once, I won't force them. They can write a debt note and pay gradually. As she spoke, she presented the pre-written debt note again. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones is too much. Listen to your sister's advice. Compensate 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and let's put this matter to rest. After all, none of you died. Deep Lin Lung lost her patience, her expression changing. We give more than 100 mid-grade spirit stones to beggars when we go out. We disciples of Thanh Huyen are wealthy. Our lives are precious. I'm respecting you by not demanding the That Tintong disciples to pay with their lives. Don't you agree, Senior Brother Ta? As she spoke, she created vines that wrapped around Talam Jiat. Deep Dung Wit couldn't stand being bullied by anyone, especially not by Diep Lin Lung. She held her sword threateningly. Diep Lin Lung, don't bully people too much. If you harm my senior brother again, don't blame me for not being polite. Diep Lin Lung smiled brightly and turned her hand towards Li Trak. Then don't be polite anymore. Come at me. This made Deep Dung Wet even more angry. Was Deep Lin Lung so arrogant because she had a Golden Core Stage senior brother here? She thought it was just Golden Core Stage. She had never lost before. She could defeat those of the same level or even higher, so she might be able to beat him. Li Trak didn't need to be polite. He took his sword and attacked her. With just one jump, spinning and attacking, Deep Dung Wet could no longer defend herself. She couldn't believe that in just a few months since the Western Mountain Secret Realm, Li Trak had improved so much. She had tried her best. Every day, she spent at least 5 watches practicing. But for him to improve at this rate, he must be practicing 10 watches a day. Haha, with a junior sister pushing me every day like that, how could I not practice? On the other side, Talam Jat was wrapped by vines that were getting tighter and tighter. Unable to bear it anymore, he still worried about his junior sister Dung Wet. Are you all right? Stop fighting, Diep Lin Lung. I alone did this. I alone will bear the consequences. Absolutely cannot involve Dung Wet to suffer in my place. Today was truly a day for Talam Jat to perform and win Diep Dung Wet's affection for himself. She didn't expect senior brother Ta to forget himself and think of her so much like this. Indeed, anyone who falls into Diep Lin Lung's sights doesn't have a good ending. She always finds ways to trap people thoroughly, leaving no way out. Senior brother Ta, do you really mean it? But she turned to the junior brothers who had fled with him earlier and said, did you all hear that? These 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones will be paid by your senior brother. You don't need to pay. Hurry up and thank him. The junior brothers then said, thank you, senior brother. You're so good to us. We're so touched. Talam Gat was trapped by her and couldn't refute at all. His inner self was screaming non-stop. I only said I didn't want Dung Wet to be punished, not that I would pay for everything myself. This bean sprout is trapping me, isn't she? Deep Lin Lung handed out the debt note saying, stamp it, don't hesitate anymore. The sooner you stamp, the sooner you pay. Diep Dung Wet still wanted to stop her senior brother. Brother, don't be rash. I haven't used all my strength yet. I might still be able to defeat him. Dung Wet, I know you're heartbroken for me. With your feelings, anything I do is worth it, but I don't want you to sacrifice so much for me. After saying this, the two kept calling each other's names in tears. Diep Lin Lung couldn't bear it anymore and held the debt note between the two, suggesting a new proposal. If you can't bear it, then split it in half. That way, you won't have to feel heartbroken for each other. Indeed, once in her sights, she always has a way to trap others unexpectedly, leaving them no time to react. Hearing such a proposal, Talamat looked at Diep Dung Wet with sparkling eyes full of expectation. It's unclear if it was the look of having someone share his debt or the look of expecting a lover to share in his troubles. But in return for that expectant gaze, Diep Dung Wet had turned her eyes in another direction. The expression was so clear that Talam Jiat understood and spoke words as if to comfort himself. This has nothing to do with Dung Wet. She's innocent. Don't drag her into this. After saying this, he immediately stamped the debt note. Then he turned and smiled, saying, Dung Wet, I've stamped it already. They won't harm you anymore. Deep Dung Wet, touched, thought that her senior brother had always been good to her. Now, she let him bear all the responsibility. After a brief inner struggle, she said, Senior brother, let's share the hardship together. It goes without saying that she also stamped the debt note. Talam Gat was touched and overjoyed. Everything could have ended there, but Deep Lin Lung wasn't about to let it go. She stirred things up again, dampening the two's emotional high, sharing hardships together, but not willing to share the blessings. Not even willing to share a single Diim fruit. Diep Dung Wet trembled with anger and secretly resented. Can we stop mentioning the Diim fruit already? Talam Gat's resentment was no less intense. My relationship with Dung Wet is very good. It's not so easily divided. Why is Diep Lin Lung's mouth so vile, always trying to destroy our relationship? The expressions of these two made Diep Lin Lung extremely happy. She said, let's end this matter here for today. I don't have time to watch you two talk lovey-dovey. Anyway, this kind of thing isn't suitable for children, and for minors like me, Watching too much will give me nightmares. As expected, Talam Jiat gritted his teeth and called out Deplin Lung's name. Contrary to his thoughts, she smiled brightly and asked, "What? Do you want to pay 10,000 spirit stones now? Let me note it down." Talam Jiat really couldn't keep up with her unexpected train of thought. He could only grit his teeth, seething with anger, unable to say anything. Deep Ling Lung flashed a devilish smile and said mockingly, "Hand it over then. Don't tell me you're so poor that you have nothing, yet still want to have a lover. If you have free time, go make some money." Suppressing his anger, he threw the spirit stones at her feet and said, "Take it and get lost." Perhaps that action would make many people feel offended, but she had an even sweeter response. She picked up the spirit stones and said mockingly, "Oh," as expected of an actor, throwing 500 spirit stones as if it were 50,000. Deep Lin Lung then turned to Dep Dung Wet and asked, "What about you? How much do you want to pay?" Although angry, she didn't dare show any attitude. She just pitifully handed over 1,000 spirit stones to her. Dep Lin Lung noted down the number of spirit stones they paid on the debt note, then handed it out, saying, "All right, do you want to check it?" Of course, Dep Dung Wet knew Dep Lin Lung was intentionally using this to humiliate her, so she turned her head away and said, "No need." She really always laughed at others' pain. She rolled up the debt note, her mouth still smiling gleefully as she said, "Now that I've collected the money, I'm in a good mood. I'll give you a free piece of advice." Without planning, both of them said in unison, "No need," with extremely angry attitudes. Regardless of what others thought, Deep Lin Lung still did as she pleased. "If you don't want to hear it, then I'll tell Big Sister. Talam Jat's abilities are indeed not as good as yours. He even paid fewer spirit stones than you. I don't understand what you see in him." She really didn't mind causing chaos. As expected, Dip Dungwet protested with a harsh attitude. "I absolutely do not like him." Talamjat was suddenly hit with a bucket of ice water. Heartbroken over his long-held illusions, 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Her role as Tao Mai towards him had now almost completely collapsed. Now she could only apologize to senior brother. "I didn't mean to speak so bluntly. It's all because of Deep Lin Lung harming me. Please don't be angry." Deep Ling Lung pulled on Deep Dung Wet's sleeve and said, "Big sister, don't comfort him. If he hadn't angrily driven Tunguthan away, you wouldn't have had to endure my anger. No matter what, he owes you too much." She really knew how to seize the opportunity to manipulate others' psychology. Deep Dungwet fell into deep thought. What Deep Lung said wasn't wrong. If Tunguthan hadn't left, she wouldn't have been bullied like this. Moreover, senior brother never mentioned the debt. It was only because of Deep Ling Lung's pressure that she found out. Talamgyat was now panicking because Deep Dungwet's expression was too clear. "Dungwet, listen to my explanation." Having achieved her goal, Deep Lin Lung happily went to her fellow disciples. "Senior brothers and sisters, let's continue deeper inside." The little junior sister resolved everything and teased others, truly not disappointing anyone. On the way, Deep Ling Lung thought if Tunguthan knew she had separated Diep Dungwet from Talam Lamgyat, he would certainly have to thank her. After all, it was her contribution to promoting the relationship between the male and female leads. By now, everyone had entered deep into the forest. She remembered that in the original story, in about 10 days, Deep Dungwet and Tunguthan would find the exit of the secret realm together. They would lead all the trapped people out, so she had to quickly explore this place and frantically collect treasures. In 10 days, she would leave with Deep Dungwet. She thought when Deep Dungwet and Tunguthan separated, she must collect. When Deep Dungwet's obsessed admirers made a fuss, she must also collect. When Deep Dungwet encountered difficulties, she would still continue to collect. Men only interfered with her collection progress. After walking a bit further, Li Tu-Trak pointed to a tree. "Everyone, look, there are so many spirit fruits over there, and these spirit fruits are much better than those outside." So everyone eagerly ran over to pick them. After picking for a while, Deep Lin Lung noticed that the tree over there, which was full of fruits earlier, now had half of them missing. Moreover, the missing part looked exactly like the tree they were picking from. Lai Tu-Trak also noticed and pointed to another tree, saying, "Here's another one. All the trees here are like this." It felt like the entire forest had only one tree. The other trees were all shadows of this one tree. While she was deep in thought, a foot touched her shoulder from behind and then disappeared. Deep Lin Lung turned around and saw nothing behind her. Nevertheless, she still had the feeling that something had just touched her. Unable to figure it out, she continued picking spirit fruits. Li Tu-Trak approached and asked, "Little junior sister, this forest is problematic, yet you still want to pick. First, senior brother, even if this forest is a trap, we've already fallen into it now. If it's already a trap, let's not disappoint their good intentions. Indeed, one who dares to think, dares to act. The most troublesome pair in the sect. working together. Not wrong at all. Right, we can't let the trap designers go empty-handed. Since we're already here, we must make them bleed a little. Quickly, they picked all the spirit fruits from the tree. Deep Lin Lung, holding a pile of spirit fruits, praised that this collection wasn't bad. She wanted to put them all in her ring. While she was putting the spirit fruits in, an animal ran by very quickly, looking at her with eyes full of killing intent. However, Deep Lin Lung wasn't to be trifled with. She had already noticed its appearance. When it attacked, she quickly dodged. Observing clearly, she was very amused. This is a fat radish. Fat radish, your angry face is so cute. Yes, that's right, be angry. Keep that expression. I really like it. Who would have thought that in this world, there could be such an annoying child? If I had known earlier, I would have hit someone else just now. Third senior sister saw it and was extremely excited. She knew it was a snow spirit fruit. Unexpectedly, there's such a big snow spirit fruit here, and there's even spirit mushroom too. Second senior sister's expression of delight was no less. The snow spirit fruit seems to be close to a celestial fruit. It's of much higher quality than the red flame fruit. That's right, the snow spirit fruit is an incomparable treasure. Recognized by someone, it showed a proud expression. It squinted at Deep Lin Lung again, as if mocking the brat who just called it a fat radish. Do you regret it now, you blind fool? Ignorant one. Deep Lin Lung poured cold water on it again, irritating the snow spirit fruit. Why would anyone name a fat radish such an unfitting name? My name also has the character Lin, but it's not the Lin for agile like yours. The snow spirit fruit was angry. This brat showed no remorse at all. The more she spoke, the more wrong she was. Deep Lin Lung threatened it. Now, fat radish, I'll count to 3 and you start running. If you run slowly, I'll catch you and take you home to stew. Indeed, a pair that wouldn't yield to each other. It made a face at her, sticking out its tongue, because clearly it initially intended for them to chase after it. Suddenly, this brat stole its lines. It got excited with the thought, "Chase me, you stupid human. You're about to pay for your arrogance and ignorance now." Seeing the little junior sister chasing the snow spirit fruit, Li Trak said everyone should chase after it too. I have a feeling this snow spirit fruit is clearly luring them. Although I don't know why little junior sister is deliberately going along with it, but she must have a reason. Seeing the little junior sister chasing the snow spirit fruit, not paying attention to anything, luckily, second senior sister reminded her to be careful. No need to chase, because there's an illusion ahead. Thanks to that, she stopped in time and didn't fall into the opponent's trap. The illusion ahead was very powerful. Second senior sister could sense it, but couldn't break it for now. Deep Lin Lung asked second senior sister to determine the illusion's boundaries to let her know which positions not to cross. In just a moment, second senior sister used her spirit power to determine the boundaries, helping her. The snow spirit fruit hiding behind the boundary at the big tree wasn't happy at all. It didn't expect this group to break through its trap. They not only picked all its spirit fruits, but also didn't fall into the trap. It was really annoying. Second senior sister asked little junior sister what they should do now. Just then, Deep Lin Lung discovered the snow spirit fruit hiding behind the tree. She deliberately said for it to hear, "We've seen it all. Let's pack up. We've picked all the fruits. That's profit enough. Let's go." Hearing her say they're leaving, it panicked. It wasn't willing to accept this at all. It had never lost before in all its previous attempts. This time it wouldn't accept defeat either. Thinking is doing, it came out and approached Deep Lin Lung, with the thought that if it came out, they wouldn't resist catching it, because humans are always greedy. Deep Lin Lung didn't understand why it jumped out. After thinking for a while, she said to it, "Are you trying to escape?" The snow spirit fruit, unhappy, jumped and punched her chaotically, full of resentment, then ran away, saying, "Escape my foot. I was planning to use my life to lure you. Today, I must catch you." This snow spirit fruit really wasn't afraid of anything. Its actions had provoked her. Originally, she was going to let it go. Now it dared to come out and challenge her, so she would let it taste the cruelty of the human world. "Fat radish, I'll give you 3 seconds to run. After 3 seconds, I'll come to catch you," she said and started counting. The snow spirit fruit was still smug, thinking this little girl was indeed vindictive and greedy. She couldn't control her own desires. "I'm about to lure her in," it thought, but it didn't know its doom was approaching. After counting to 0, Deep Lin Lung took out from her ring a gun that was made beforehand. Earlier, she had drawn the design for third senior sister to make. A total of 10 were made. In the end, she only kept this best one. The snow spirit fruit was the first to witness its power. It was really too pitiful. She aimed carefully and continuously fired at it. The terrible moment finally came for the snow spirit fruit. Although it managed to dodge the bullets, it was extremely panicked inside. It didn't know what that was, but it was so powerful. The speed was terrifying. Luckily, its strength was speed, otherwise it would have been hit already. After testing it on the snow spirit fruit, Diim Lung was very satisfied with this talisman mechanism gun. The snow spirit fruit had become afraid of her now. It cried and ran away, full of resentment. This brat still wants to come. At this rate, it will be hit sooner or later. Consider yourselves lucky. I'll let you off this time. Once the game had started, it no longer had the right to decide. Diim Lung was determined not to let it escape. She had intended to use it to practice her gun's accuracy, but now she could only fight for real. She used the Great Rebirth technique on the snow spirit fruit. Suddenly falling to the ground, it didn't understand why this was happening. When it tried to stand up, it tripped again. It couldn't understand what was wrong with itself. When it looked back and saw it had 3 extra legs, it screamed, "Ah! Why do I have 3 extra legs?" Before it could regain its senses, Diim Lung attacked it with the gun again. It tried to run away, but couldn't move normally. Meanwhile, Diim Lung used a pulling talisman on it, dragging it towards herself. The snow spirit fruit was truly terrified of her now. It screamed in panic, "How can there be someone so evil in this world? What have you done to me? Why have I grown so many extra legs? Oh, so you can talk. Of course I can. I just didn't want to communicate with a fool like you. Oh well, you're about to become a dish on humans' plates, you fool." Hearing this, the snow spirit fruit stopped being stubborn and cried loudly. "You're not really going to eat me, are you?" she teased. "Don't you have 6 legs now? I'll help you by eating 3 legs to restore you." 2 streams of tears flowed non-stop from the snow spirit fruit. "No, what if you accidentally eat my real legs? Then you'd better adapt to your fake legs, as if they were real. Treat the fake as real." The snow spirit fruit was truly terrified of her. It spun around, rolled, jumped, and cried out, "Fake legs are fake legs. They're not the same. You're so evil. You're the most evil person I've ever met." Diim Lung sat down, wanting to catch and tease it. "Who was provoking me earlier? I let you off once, and you still haven't learned your lesson. This time, you're in for it." Before she could finish speaking, she noticed an arrow flying towards her from afar. Lee Tu-Trak outside also noticed and shouted to warn his junior sister to be careful. It wasn't just the arrow. Right after, a sword flew and stuck into the ground in front of her. The snow spirit fruit pointed at the scratch on its face, its whole body trembling with fear. "Boo-hoo, don't kill me. I'm scratched." Knowing it was extremely frightened, she reassured it. "It's okay. I'll put a spot talisman on you, and it will heal quickly. The people coming don't have good intentions, so you should go into my ring and wait." At this moment, a group of people approached with unfriendly attitudes. The leader was Lo Nguyen-Hook, a senior disciple of Angwet Palace. He stepped in front of Diim Lung and spoke coldly, as if threatening, "Hand over the snow spirit fruit." Diim Lung refused to be intimidated. With her hands on her hips, she asked, "On what grounds?" She glanced around and observed that their sleeves had white and purple symbols. It seemed they were all disciples of Angwet Palace. Moreover, the leader certainly held a high position, perhaps even higher than Chak Tin Chao, both from Angwet Palace. Yet Chak Tin Chao and his group seemed like righteous cultivators, while these people appeared more like evil cultivators. While she was lost in thought, the opponent had already retrieved his sword and coldly threatened, "If you don't want to live, I won't waste words. I'll kill you all, and the snow spirit fruit will be mine." Diim Lung displeased, scolded, "People say Angwet Palace is a righteous sect, yet you open your mouths wanting to rob treasures." He remained arrogant. Angwet Palace is of course a righteous sect. As long as you're all dead, the matter of killing and robbing won't be attributed to Angwet Palace. The people standing outside couldn't stand by and let them be bullied. "Junior sister, don't even dream of touching my fellow disciples." Diim Lung pulled Lee Tu-Trak's sleeve to stop him and reminded, "Since we're going to fight anyway, let's introduce ourselves. Senior brother." Hearing about introductions, he scoffed. "You people don't need to introduce yourselves. Rogue cultivators like you aren't worthy of being known." Diim Lung, not to be outdone, replied, "I'm afraid you don't know my name. You might die without knowing who killed you. You rely on yourselves." "That's right, we rely on ourselves." After this verbal sparring, he finally introduced himself. Lo Nguyen-Hook, Angwet Palace. As soon as he introduced himself, most people were shocked and gasped in surprise. Is this the top disciple of Angwet Palace? Really, he's one of the strongest disciples in the cultivation world, with the most potential for ascension. After he introduced his sect, she politely responded, "Thanh Huyen sect, Diim Lung." The others couldn't stop her in time. Junior sister, it's better not to reveal your name. Our sect isn't known to anyone if we mention it. As everyone expected, Leung Win-hook laughed with disdain. Thanh Huyen sect. I've never heard of it. She stirred up trouble, not caring about his attitude, and said, well, now you've heard of it. Moreover, from today, you'll remember it forever. Hearing her words, it was clear she was up to something again. Leung Win-hook didn't want to talk much. He held his sword and coldly threatened, enough talk. Accept your death. Deep Lin Lung held Huyen on with a confident air. Senior brothers and sisters, don't panic. Leave this battle to me. Everyone, please step back. Although they knew Junior Sister always had many tricks, no one understood why Junior Sister was so confident this time. Leung Hukhwati was at the Yuanying stage. Moreover, his combat power was very strong. She was only at the Foundation Establishment stage. How could she fight against Leung Win-hook? In our Thanh Huyen sect, only the eldest senior brother could withstand Leung Win-hook's attacks and defeat him, or the eldest senior sister at the nascent soul stage. The more the two senior sisters thought, the more they trembled. Now we have 3 at Golden Core and 3 at Foundation Establishment. They could cut through us like melons. It would be too easy for that guy. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Tu-trak noticed her actions. He discovered that Junior Sister had speed-enhancing talismans on her back. He guessed that Junior Sister was preparing to run away directly. Knowing Junior Sister's intention, he spoke up. If Junior Sister wants to fight alone with Leung Win-hook, then we should step back to avoid interfering with them. Then he pretended to cough and whispered the plan to the senior sisters. Junior Sister has speed-enhancing talismans on. We should also prepare to run away. The 2 senior sisters were speechless about Junior Sister's actions. They were almost fooled by Junior Sister. If that's the case, we should also prepare to use speed-enhancing talismans. On this side, Deep Ling Lung held her sword with a powerful aura. She threw Huyen-an out and shouted loudly, "Divine sword technique." Huyen-an was indeed a spirit sword. It had a bad feeling just now. What was that bean sprout yelling about? This wasn't the heavenly technique of the sword art. What was this bean sprout up to now? It didn't have to wait long. Deep Lin Lung had already given it the answer. She started running away while waving goodbye to it. Huyen-an, you're already a grown-up sword. You should learn to fight on your own. Fight to the end to protect your master. Be brave and unyielding. Huyen-an almost wanted to rush and hit her non-stop, complaining, "You bean sprout, you can't fight yourself, so you throw me out like this." It rushed towards Leung Win-hook. He lightly raised his sword to block the collision. It knew it was too weak now. To avoid being hit by him, it flew up high. It thought the more hateful one was the bean sprout. When the master wakes up, it would definitely cut her into 100 pieces. A junior brother reported to Leung Win-hook that Deep Lin Lung's group had already run away. He thought about how arrogant that girl was just now. If she wanted to die, how could he let her run away? Looking up, he saw Deep Lin Lung had already run quite a distance. Without hesitation, he was about to fly after her. Knowing his intention, Huyen-an flew over to stop him from chasing her. For Huyen-an, only it could bully that bean sprout, not anyone else's turn to pick on her. Leung Win-hook found this sword quite interesting. He deduced that such a sword must be a spirit sword. How could that Foundation Establishment stage kid have such a wonderful treasure? Thinking this, he reached out to grab Huyen-an. He wanted to examine this sword. Knowing it couldn't beat him, Huyen-an trembled in fear. It didn't want to be held by others. It kept crying out, "Get your dirty hands off me. Don't touch me. Save me." While running away, Deep Lin Lung was thinking of a solution. Huyen-an was just a sword. It could only buy a little time. She remembered earlier when Leung Win-hook stepped out of the mystic realm. It proved that Fat Radish had lured them. Moreover, they fell for the trap but weren't trapped inside. This meant there was a chance to slow down Leung Win-hook in the mystic realm. She thought, if you can take a risk, then do it. Thinking is doing, she immediately directed everyone into the mystic realm. Soon, everyone had entered the mystic realm. Here, the mist was thick. Without wasting time, Deep Lin Lung took Fat Radish out of the ring. Fat Radish was enjoying the spa talisman, still indulging in pleasure. Deep Lin Lung shook it awake, saying, "Fat Radish, wake up. If you don't wake up, I'll cook you in soup." Hearing this, it jolted awake, screaming, "If you dare cook me in soup, I'll poison that person to death." Deep Lin Lung turned to ask Huathitin, "Is this Fat Radish poisonous, senior sister?" "Yes, but you can remove the poisonous parts when eating. It won't affect anything." "Junior sister, do you want to cook it now? I can help you." Indeed, going with junior sister was exciting. Her senior sisters were also infected. Fat Radish became scared, its whole body trembling. It said tearfully, "Don't cook me in soup." Deep Lin Lung got to the point. "Fat Radish, did you see that fierce person just now? Did you trick him before?" "That's right. He's much dumber than you, but how did he get out?" Wasn't he supposed to be trapped inside? Deep Lin Lung started lecturing Fat Radish. He's dumb but strong, so this trashy mystic realm of yours couldn't trap him. Now we're being hunted by him because of that. So what should we do now? Isn't this your territory? Is there anywhere that can trap him? Take me to see it. Oh, okay. Fat Radish happily agreed. A moment later, it changed its tone. Wait a minute, why should I save you guys? The more it spoke, the more aggressively Deep Lin Lung threatened Fat Radish. Senior sister, get the knife and start the fire. Faced with her menacing expression and savage smile, Fat Radish fearfully flailed its limbs, crying non-stop. It had to surrender, not daring to be stubborn with her. I know a place. I'll take you there. Please, don't cook me. At that moment, Huyen flew over, speaking aggressively. What are you standing there for? Run quickly. He's right behind us. Huyen's tone made her furiously angry. Rather than asking Hua Thi Tin to teach her how to make soup, she now wanted to ask Monyua Lam about the cruelest sword-forging method to torture Huyen. No matter how angry she was, her legs were still honest and ran following Fat Radish's directions. After a while, Fat Radish climbed up and clung to her shoulder, pointing the way vigorously. Behind them, Leung Wen Huk was catching up, constantly threatening them to surrender. You can't escape. Seeing how quickly he was catching up, Deep Lin Lung couldn't help but admire him. He truly is the strongest in the Hidden Palace. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Even speed-enhancing talismans can't help us escape his pursuit. As they approached the location, Fat Radish instructed, "It's here. Jump forward. You must jump." Following its instructions, everyone jumped to a beautiful place with fragrant flowers and singing birds. Very peaceful. They all couldn't help but marvel at the scenery. Contrary to everyone else, Fat Radish anxiously shouted, urging them to keep running and not stop here. Deep Lin Lung, suspicious, asked if it wasn't safe here. Fat Radish honestly admitted this wasn't its territory. The group moved cautiously. Deep Lin Lung noticed many cocoons on the tree branches, hanging loosely. Some of them were moving. Curious, she asked Fat Radish, "Why are those cocoons moving? Are butterflies inside about to break out and fly away?" Fat Radish, with a gloomy face, revealed it wasn't butterflies inside, but humans struggling to escape. Whoosh! A stream of sword energy flew towards her. Fortunately, Li Tu-Trak noticed and loudly warned her to dodge. Thanks to Li Tu-Trak, she managed to avoid that fierce attack. The nearby tree was cut in half, showing the intensity of the attack. Lu Guanhook shouted aggressively, "Let's see where you can run now." Hearing the familiar voice, the cocoons on the trees started calling for help. "Senior brother, save us. We're here. Quickly come and rescue us from inside." Deep Lin Lung guessed these must be disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace. A group of Hidden Moon Palace disciples had been tricked by Fat Radish and trapped inside. Those with stronger abilities had managed to escape. Fat Radish didn't want to prolong the dangerous situation. With a determined look, it pointed the way for Deep Lin Lung. "See that flower bush ahead? Jump into it." As Deep Lin Lung's group moved, Leung Wen Huk kept pursuing them relentlessly, ignoring his junior disciples' pitiful cries for help. Leung Wen Huk's actions proved that fundamentally, he never intended to save his fellow disciples. How cruel and selfish. Following the instructions, Deep Lin Lung jumped into the flower bush. Immediately, she shrank in size as she descended from the air. "Fat Radish, where do we run next? We've arrived. No need to run anymore." Deep Lin Lung didn't understand what was so special about this place that they didn't need to move anymore. As if in its own territory, Fat Radish spoke with a slightly disdainful tone. "Can you feel any changes in yourself?" Deep Lin Lung used her spiritual power but felt no changes in herself. Fat Radish's face twisted. Had it misplaced its trust in the wrong person? "You're not a newly ascended immortal, are you?" Deep Lin Lung wasn't pleased with its words at all. "Take that back. You make it sound like newly ascended immortals are weak." "Oh, so Foundation Establishment stage is strong." Where did she get the confidence to be so arrogant? It had been a while since she had an opponent to verbally spar with. Now she'd met her match. Li Tu-Trak used his spiritual power and sensed a change in himself. His golden core stage cultivation was now suppressed. He was now only at Foundation Establishment stage. The two senior sisters and Dong Fuang Tan also spoke up in unison. "We're the same. Our cultivation is now only at Foundation Establishment stage." Oh, this seems familiar to me. While this situation confused and worried many, only Li Tu-Trak remained calm and unsurprised. He knew that for his junior sister, this was certainly her area of expertise. Previously, his junior sister had spent 3 days drawing a formation that would turn everyone inside into Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Once inside, everyone's cultivation level would be the same. If you can't beat them, bring them down to your level, then win with years of experience. At first, he and the eldest senior brother and sixth senior brother had been treated this way. Thinking about this, he felt a bit excited and expectant. This time, it's going to be good. The trick that poisoned 3 fellow disciples would finally be used on the enemy. He began to look forward to seeing Leung Wen-hook's expression. His purpose in bringing his junior sister out this time had now been fulfilled as he wished. He must be feeling indescribably happy, knowing this was their home turf now. Deep Lin Lung held Huyen on with a fierce aura. Everyone, step back. In a moment, you won't need to act. Let me handle Leung Wen-hook. Leung Wen-hook had just landed in the flower garden. He thought Deep Lin Lung's imposing manner was just for show. Surely she wouldn't dare to fight him. She'd probably just make a few moves and then run away. If not, if you know your limits, I'll do you a favor. Saying this, he fiercely attacked her. On her side, Deep Lin Lung's aura was formidable. She loudly replied, I want to see who's the one who doesn't know their own limits. Leung Wen-hook didn't understand why she suddenly became so brave. Just as the two came close, he was attacked by Deep Lin Lung's sword swing. He was surprised that his hand was wounded. How could a Foundation establishment stage sword injure him? Feeling something was wrong, he used his spiritual power and discovered his cultivation had been suppressed. He was now at Foundation establishment stage. This was indeed Deep Lin Lung's home turf. Now she was very confident, scolding him. Leung Wen-hook, you're so bold. A Foundation establishment cultivator like you, where do you get the courage to fight me? Draw your sword and fight. Now you've earned the right to challenge me. She truly was a slippery eel, twisting words to suit her own purposes. Leung Wen-hook was confident that even if he was reduced to Foundation establishment stage, he was still originally at nascent soul early stage. Dealing with a Foundation establishment cultivator like her would be easy. Without hesitation, he fiercely wielded his sword to attack her. Outside, as expected, many people were worried about the junior sister. Only Li Tu-trak eagerly awaited the result. This was indeed the time for the arrogant Leung Wen-hook to taste the junior sister's poison. Among those of the same level, she was unlike ordinary people. Inside, the two fought fiercely. Deep Lin Lung used the Heavenly God Sword technique to create 5 swords. Under her command, they whooshed forward, attacking Leung Wen-hook frantically. He was surprised that Deep Lin Lung's strength was so great. Not only was her aura intimidating, but her sword stance was also powerful. Her swordsmanship was probably no worse than the strongest swordsmanship of Annuet Palace. As Li Tu-trak had predicted, Deep Lin Lung successfully defeated Leung Wen-hook quickly. His junior brothers standing outside were all shocked and frightened. They shouted in unison, "Senior brother, what are you shouting for? Just shouting is useless. Come and help." Deep Lin Lung even beckoned, challenging them to all come up. Let me show you what it means to be the #1 Foundation establishment cultivator in the cultivation world. Leung Wen-hook's junior brothers were so angry they could spit blood. Just a Foundation establishment cultivator acting like she was at nascent soul stage. This was truly too arrogant. Senior brother, what should we do now? Should we really charge in and attack her? Just thinking about the head disciple of Annuet Palace leading a group of disciples to surround and attack a Foundation establishment girl, it was too embarrassing. Leung Wen-hook waved his hand, signaling his junior brothers to back down. What are you panicking about? I was just underestimating her earlier. All of you, step back. Today, I must teach her a lesson. After saying this, he took out a medicinal pill to stop bleeding and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, his junior brothers still had the illusion of cheering for Leung Wen-hook. That's right, senior brother hasn't admitted defeat yet. How can we step up before him? Annuet Palace has abundant spiritual energy and countless pills. Whether in terms of patience or experience, we can't lose to that little girl. Deep Lin Lung coldly laughed at their disparaging remarks, calling me a little girl. It seems you don't know my true strength yet. With that, she took out a bottle of pills and put them in her mouth. Without hesitation, her spiritual energy increased significantly. Just casually taking a bottle of supplementary pills scared that group of people. They all showed disbelieving expressions. Everyone knew that healing pills were very precious in battle. As the head disciple of Annuet Palace, senior brother only took 1 pill at a time. She was just a Foundation establishment cultivator from a small sect. How could she afford to consume so many pills? Leung Wen-hook's jealousy and anger were clearly visible. I was the one who got injured earlier. She doesn't even have a scratch on her skin. Why is she taking pills? Who is she trying to impress? Is she looking down on me? Fine, I'll use Thanh Huyen technique. Deep Lin Lung, I'll remember this. Today I'll kill this girl, and another day I'll destroy her sect. With that thought, he wielded his sword and attacked. With a smug look like he had already won, Deep Lin Lung met his attack with equally fierce momentum. At first, both sides fought with swords, neither willing to yield. Soon after, Leung Wen-hook became exhausted and couldn't keep up. He sensed that her sword seemed to have a mind of its own, striking at any weak point it could find. Realizing the current situation was unfavorable, Leung Wen-huk threw a binding talisman towards Diep Lin Lung. As expected, Diep Lin Lung was restrained and couldn't move. Leung Wen-huk thought he had successfully trapped her and breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing. But while Diep Lin Lung wanted to rest, Huyen An had other ideas. Huyen An automatically detached itself from her grasp and fiercely rushed towards Leung Wen-huk to attack in retaliation. Huyen An thought that while this guy was still at Foundation establishment, it must take revenge for him daring to touch it with his dirty hands. Leung Wen-huk had only rested for a few seconds. When he noticed the sword rushing to attack him, he was startled and terrified. While counterattacking, he couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of sect was Thanh Huyen Tong after all? How could a Foundation establishment disciple possess a sword that was actually a spirit sword? He was even more shocked when he saw Diep Lin Lung casually tearing off the binding talisman. The talisman was made by skilled cultivators in Onyet Palace. How could she tear it off so easily? Leung Wen-huk was so shocked he was almost petrified. His Foundation establishment cultivation couldn't match hers. Taking pills didn't help either. The sword in his hand wasn't as good as hers. Even his talismans couldn't compare to this small Foundation establishment girl. How could she be so terrifying? Diep Lin Lung tore the talisman to pieces, then turned her gaze to Leung Wen-huk's junior brothers, smiling smugly. What are you all standing there for? Are you enjoying the sight of your senior brother being killed by my sword? The group exchanged fearful glances, silently discussing. They thought it made sense. What if she really killed their senior brother? If he died, none of them would survive either. Reaching a common understanding, they all drew their swords and attacked simultaneously. They were ready to fight her to the death. With a cold, murderous gaze, she didn't hide her intentions. You're thinking correctly. Just watching is meaningless. Come and join in. Get beaten like your senior brother. Half an hour later, Diep Lin Lung alone had defeated that group of people. Leung Wen-huk's strength was no less exhausted than his junior brothers. Her senior sisters, who had been observing from outside, couldn't stop praising her. It turned out that besides being intelligent, good at drawing talismans, the little junior sister was also very strong in combat. Leung Wen-huk knew he couldn't defeat the opponent with this cultivation-suppressing formation. Suppressing all his frustration, he gritted his teeth and commanded his junior brothers. Disciples of Onyet Palace, listen to my order. Now, everyone leave this place. I don't believe she can chase all of us alone. As they were about to flee, they were blocked by the group accompanying Diep Lin Lung, who were holding swords. Li Tutrak smiled menacingly and threatened. Little junior sister, if you haven't fought enough, don't let anyone leave. Leung Wen-huk only now noticed them. These people had been so quiet all this time that he had almost forgotten about them. These people not only surrounded us together, but even went to get the snow spirit fruit. What's the meaning of this? Is a mere fruit meant to humiliate me? The more he thought, the angrier he became. He wished he could instantly recover his core formation cultivation to beat them to a pulp. Although they were already very tired, he and his junior brothers mustered their strength, wielding their swords desperately against Diep Lin Lung, and that group, engaging in battle once again. At this point, they had flown up to the flowers to fight. Unfortunately, one of the junior brothers was hit by her attack and fell from a great height. He was terrified at that moment, knowing he couldn't cling to the tree branches anymore. He was about to fall to the ground and die. Just as he thought he was about to meet his end, a rope wrapped around him at the last second. It turned out the one who saved him was Diep Lin Lung. She had tightly bound his arms and legs, almost like a cocoon, then threw him to her two senior sisters. Senior sisters, please tie him to that red flower over there for me. From their long experience of working together, the two senior sisters sensed their junior sister was devising a new game. Why tie him to the red flower, little junior sister? Oh, because I can't remember the faces of Onyet Palace disciples, so let's distinguish them by red, orange, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The most favorite ones go on the red flower. This way, we can easily tell them apart later. Her wicked smile was not concealed at all. This wasn't too great an insult to the opponents. Besides being known for losing to a Foundation establishment girl, they were also ranked by strength based on colors. Even if they wanted to lose, wanted to stop the game, Diep Lin Lung didn't give them a way out. She really knew how to thoroughly humiliate her opponents. Indeed, the person who had just been hung on the red branch was truly suffering severe inner trauma. In this world, is there really a way to rank strength based on colors? Isn't this just like tying people to a post to humiliate them? If I had known, I would have persevered a bit longer. A moment later, 4 of Leung Win Huk's junior brothers had been hung on flower branches sorted by color, all in 2 rows, tears flowing from the great humiliation by her. Deep Lin Lung now felt somewhat satisfied. Finally, it's just you left, Leung Win Huk. Which color flower do you like? I'll accommodate your preference. Leung Win Huk was now extremely exhausted. He was panting heavily, his face covered in blood. His current appearance was truly miserable. Just then, the flower petal she was standing on shook violently. Something strange was happening, so Deep Lin Lung had to look around to see what was going on. What caught her eye at that moment was a giant green caterpillar about to attack her. Deep Lin Lung's face changed color in panic. This caterpillar is too big. Senior brothers and sisters, run quickly. Fat Radish, isn't this your territory? What's with this hairy caterpillar? Fat Radish replied evasively, I never said this was my territory. This is its territory. The people trapped in what you saw earlier were all trapped by it. Chased by the giant caterpillar, Deep Lin Lung questioned Fat Radish. You led us here, didn't you? Could it be that you two aren't in cahoots? Fathead felt a bit guilty, but still stubbornly replied, That's not true. But can't we cooperate if we're not on the same side? Even knowing that different sides can cooperate, isn't the premise of cooperation equality? I don't see any equality or respect from this fat kid at all. Deep Lin Lung's sharp gaze made Fathead uncomfortable, so he waved his hands, urging her to move. Stop looking at me like that. You'd better run quickly, unless you want to be trapped in its cocoon. Despite his threats, Deep Lin Lung wasn't much concerned. She pulled tightly on the 2 leaves on his head, threatening, Explain this clearly to me. What exactly is going on here? Feeling the pain from being pulled, he cried out, Ouch, then honestly spoke without beating around the bush. After I lure people in, the caterpillar traps them in cocoons. Then it drains their spiritual energy completely, turning them into dried butterflies. After speaking, Fat Radish pointed out the dried butterflies in the sky for her to see. At first glance, they looked like butterflies in the sky, with beautiful wings. But upon closer inspection, they were people drained of all spiritual energy, like dried corpses. Very frightening. Deep Lin Lung saw the fate of those trapped in cocoons as truly horrifying. As Deep Lin Lung fell into deep thought, Fat Radish kept urging her, You should quickly follow those butterflies. The door to survival is open, so let's hurry in. Leung Win Huk below didn't want to let her go. He wanted to pursue Deep Lin Lung to the end. Ignoring his junior disciples trapped in cocoons, screaming for their senior brother to save them, he remained heartless, disregarding his juniors and flying away. Unfortunately for Leung Win Huk, he came into the caterpillar's sight. It shot out a thread, wrapping around Leung Win Huk's leg. Leung Win Huk truly had a wicked heart. Seeing Deep Lin Lung's group flying away, escaping the disaster, he took out a thread from his sleeve and threw it up, wrapping it around Hoa Thi Ting's neck to capture and threaten her. Hearing the 4th senior sister's call, Deep Lin Lung turned back to see Leung Win Huk torturing her senior sister while looking at her provocatively. Leung Win Huk had successfully provoked her, making her want to kill him without mercy. Leung Win Huk was smug, having caught someone to threaten Li Tu Trak. Seeing the situation, he swung his sword to cut the green silk thread wrapped around the senior sister. The result was unexpected. This silk thread was too strong. Not understanding what material it was made of, he kept swinging his sword but couldn't cut it. Deep Lin Lung outside worried for Hoa Thi Ting. Enraged, Leung Win Huk gritted his teeth, and without hesitation, he grabbed Huyen An, concentrated his strength, and swung the sword to cut the silk thread. Fortunately, the silk thread was cut, helping her senior sister loosen from its tight grip. Leung Win Huk was surprised that Deep Lin Lung could cut the silk thread. He continued to tighten the thread around Hoa Thi Ting's neck, threatening Deep Lin Lung. If you dare to take one more step forward, I will immediately kill your senior sister. Deep Lin Lung's face darkened for a few seconds. Then her expression changed. Her eyes filled with killing intent, and a wicked smile challenged him. Fine, then try to kill her. Let me see. Tighten her neck and cut off her head. No need to hold back. Deep Lin Lung's aura flared up. She grabbed her sword and charged towards him. Deep Lin Lung always had unexpected actions, making it impossible for anyone to grasp what she was thinking to prepare against. Having started, one must follow through. Leung Win Huk didn't hesitate, holding his sword to Hoa Thi Ting's neck. If that's how it is, I'll make you regret it. Leung Win Huk forcefully held the knife, ready to stab Hoa Thi Ting. Unexpectedly, she had disappeared at some point, so when he swung his sword, it cut his own neck. It turned out Deep Lin Lung had timed it perfectly. When Leung Win Huk swung his sword, she had thrown a shrinking charm at Hoa Thi Ting. She was now like a tiny person, successfully escaping Leung Win Huk's control. But the distance to the ground was too high, causing her to scream in fear. Fortunately, Diep Lin Lung rushed over and successfully caught her, avoiding a situation full of injuries. Hoa The Tin, don't be afraid. I've put a shrinking charm on you. Diep Lin Lung tore off the shrinking charm, and Hoa The Tin returned to her original size. She then turned towards Leung Win Huk, lying on the ground, and mocked. Is your strength only this much? Why didn't your head fall off with that sword swing just now? The top disciple of Angwet Palace is only this good, huh? Being defeated again, she didn't need to say anything to know how much Leung Win Huk hated her now. This rotten girl is so fierce. Just now, when I felt the pain, I had already withdrawn some of my strength. Otherwise, my head would have been cut off by now. Luckily, I still have a 9th grade spirit pill that can bring me back from death. One of these costs a very high price to obtain. At this moment, Fat Radish urged Diep Lin Lung again. What are you still doing, standing there like an idiot? Run quickly. The 9 dried butterflies are all flying in. We won't be able to enter anymore. Leung Win Huk, after taking the pill, sat on a flower and concentrated on cultivating. Diep Lin Lung probed Fathead. He took the pill. Will he survive? Fathead answered instinctively. Whether he survives or not, he can't threaten you anymore. In a moment, he'll be wrapped tightly by the butterfly cocoon and become food. Hearing this, Diep Lin Lung suddenly stopped. It turned out she wasn't willing to let it go. He touched my senior sister. I can't tolerate that. At this moment, the giant caterpillar was still pursuing. When it spat silk towards Diep Lin Lung, fortunately, she quickly dodged it. Contrary to her calmness, Fathead covered his eyes and said fearfully, "We're about to be wrapped in cocoons. Before you go crazy, can you find a safe place to put me down? I've been here for so many years and never heard of any fruit being wrapped in cocoons. Fruits break cocoons to become butterflies and return to their nest, right?" Fathead's words became more and more confused. Diep Lin Lung, tired of listening to its rambling, stuck a silencing charm on its mouth. She had flown on her sword to the flower where Leung Win Huk was concentrating on cultivation. Just then, from behind, the giant caterpillar had spun silk to wrap Leung Win Huk. Seizing this heaven-sent opportunity, Diep Lin Lung fiercely charged with her sword, aiming for his heart. She wanted to end Leung Win Huk's life. Luckily for Leung Win Huk, he had a heart-protecting mirror, which helped him reduce the impact of her fatal attack. He didn't expect that Diep Lin Lung's power could break through the heart-protecting mirror and pierce his heart. Using all her strength, she thrust the sword through Leung Win Huk's heart before pulling it out. At this moment, Leung Win Huk was already wrapped in the caterpillar's silk, his eyes full of murderous intent and grudge. Diep Lin Lung didn't bother to hide at all. Seeing Leung Win Huk tightly wrapped in silk like a cocoon, Fathead started its song again. He's like that now. So can we run? Don't just stand there. Leung Win Huk is surely dead. The heart-protecting mirror is broken. His heart is pierced, his whole body wrapped. He's all coiled up. What more do you want? Don't tell me you want to burst this cocoon open. Originally, she didn't have that intention, but thanks to Fathead, she became excited and praised it. Fat kid, at such a crucial moment, you're quite smart, aren't you? I'll make him explode. Fathead heard this and regretted deeply. Why did this stinking mouth of mine talk so much? Giving her random ideas, this time it's done for. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately acted on it. Diep Lin Lung took out a stack of talismans and threw them up. Quickly, a gun formed from the talismans appeared. Aiming at Leung Win Huk's cocoon, with a wicked smile, she pointed the gun at him half crazily. After a moment, the cocoon deformed. The color also changed to black and emitted a foul odor. Only now was she satisfied and let it go. The sight before him made Fathead tremble without cold. In its eyes, Diep Lin Lung was now terrifying. So cruel. That caterpillar turned towards Diep Lin Lung, wanting to attack her. Fathead, knowing this, screamed in fear. While running away, Diep Lin Lung curiously asked Fathead, "What if it discovers us?" Fathead said fearfully, "If so, it would be very scary." Just as it finished speaking, the caterpillar spat out a liquid, attacking the two. Luckily, Diep Lin Lung dodged the attack. Unfortunately for Fathead, it was hit. It cried, whined, and complained nonstop. "It's all your fault. Earlier I told you to run, but you wouldn't listen. What's wrong with my head? It hurts so much. Oh my, how disgusting." It turned out that on its head, there was now a group of young caterpillars eating leaves and the top of its head. Diep Lin Lung, seeing its dire situation, decisively took her sword and cut off the part being tormented by those caterpillars. Although the pain was gone, it had lost the top of its head, and tears wouldn't stop falling. At this moment, an escape route appeared. Li Tu-Trak urged everyone to quickly move towards it. Everyone quickly went through the escape route. The exit also disappeared right after. Going inside, the scenery was incredibly beautiful. Deep Ling Lung was enjoying the fresh air. The feeling here was so pleasant. It seemed to dispel the fatigue in her body. The wounds in her body also felt like they were healing. Meanwhile, Fathead was crying non-stop. My beautiful radish head is gone. Deep Ling Lung went to where everyone was standing. Everyone, treat your wounds so I can check Fat Radish's head. Fat Radish covered its face, crying incessantly. What's there to check? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost half of my head. Deep Lin Lung, unhappy, retorted. If I hadn't cut off your head, those green caterpillars would have eaten your entire radish head. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have survived. Though knowing this, Fathead still whined endlessly. That's also your fault. I told you to run quickly, but you kept hesitating and wouldn't go. You just kept insisting on getting revenge on Long Wen Hook. Feeling guilty, Deplin Lung tried to comfort it. Don't cry anymore. I'll fix this head for you. Hearing this, Fathead wiped its tears. Really, this can be fixed. Deep Lin Lung patted her chest, full of self-confidence. Of course it can be done. It might even grow flowers. If I could make you grow 4 legs, then I can also make you grow a new head. Fathead's spirit immediately brightened up. It kept urging her, so why don't you hurry up and do it, quickly? Fathead's anticipation turned into disappointment. After a while of Deep Lin Lung adjusting its head, it cried miserably. Pointing at its head, it said through tears, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? I asked you to fix it into a new head for me, not to turn it into a butt for me. What radish wears a butt on its head like me?" Deep Lin Lung was unhappy about being criticized for her skills. How is it a butt? It's just that my hands were shaky, and I couldn't smooth it out, so 2 lumps of flesh stuck out. Fathead cried even more intensely. It pointed at its newly created head, then bent down to point at its butt, complaining, "Aren't 2 protruding pieces of flesh a butt?" The others couldn't stop laughing. Only Deep Lin Lung, being criticized, wasn't happy at all. Huathi Tin tried to stay calm, suppressing her smile, and spoke up. "Little junior sister's skills are a bit lacking. Let me fix the excess parts for it. After smoothing it out, you use the Great Rebirth technique to make the skin grow in that area, okay?" Hearing this, Fathead happily threw itself into Huathi Tin's arms. "Senior sister is still the best to me." Taking the opportunity, it pointed at its legs and continued, "And my legs too. My legs need to be reshaped as well." Deep Ling Lung agreed with a very unhappy attitude. A while later, with Huathi Tin's help, Fathead had regained its beautiful appearance, confident and proud as before. Now, about Fathead's extra legs. Deep Lin Lung held them, examining them intently. It was clear she had a new idea forming in her head. After thinking for a moment, she turned her gaze towards Li Tu-Trak and called, "Senior brother." Hearing his junior sister call his name, he was startled. He had a bad feeling about this. Still, he calmly asked, "What is it, junior sister?" "Seventh senior brother, why couldn't you defeat Long Wen Hook?" Li Tu-Trak didn't understand why his junior sister was asking this. He rolled his eyes wildly and explained, "He's at the Yuan Ying stage while I'm only at Golden Core. How could I possibly fight him?" Deep Lin Lung criticized him. "You should fight above your level. Didn't I defeat Talamjat before?" Li Tu-Trak was almost in tears. "How can that be the same, junior sister? Talamjat was a useless person." Deep Lin Lung wouldn't accept any excuses from him. She waved her hand saying, No. In the end, you're just not strong enough." As she spoke, she stepped towards him. Li Tu-Trak felt very uneasy and kept backing away. "Junior sister, listen to my explanation first. No need for explanations." After saying this, she pinched him hard, making him cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, she shoved one of Fathead's legs into his mouth. Unable to react in time, he unconsciously swallowed it into his stomach. She was very pleased that senior brother had swallowed it. Li Tu-Trak coughed until exhausted and asked her, "Junior sister, what did you put in my mouth?" She ignored him and only asked, "Was it tasty, senior brother?" Li Tu-Trak pondered the flavor and said, "It's a bit salty." "Then do you feel like you're floating like an immortal?" He only now noticed this and exclaimed joyfully, "Junior sister, it's true." Then he was urged by her, "Wapfoil, then why aren't you cultivating quickly? See if you can break through to the next level." Being pushed again by his junior sister to improve his cultivation, he wasn't happy at all. Nevertheless, he obediently sat down to focus on cultivating. This junior sister was too mischievous. As senior brother was concentrating on cultivation, she teased 7th senior brother again. "Actually, what you just ate was the unwashed leg of that fat kid from years ago." Upon hearing this, he jumped up startled and vomited outside. Crying silently inside, he remembered those harmed by junior sister. The That Tintong disciples left on the third day. The Angwiat Kung disciples left on the first day. Now he missed them terribly. He cried for real. Junior sister, how could you treat me like this? What have I done to offend you? She was as straight as a tree and feared nothing. No, no, no. I don't agree with what you said. Fat Kid is a snow spirit fruit, which has gained consciousness and is very precious. Among the 6 of us, you're the first to eat the snow spirit fruit. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Li Tu Trak complained miserably. Good or bad, you should have washed it first. She still reasoned that she wasn't wrong. 7th senior brother, the original flavor is the most precious. If I wasn't careful and washed away all the essence, what would we do? I've never eaten a snow spirit fruit before. Fat Kid's first time belongs to you, you know? But that was Fat Kid's leg. If I washed it in front of him, but you ate it in front of him, did you consider how he would feel? Could you accept that? With the logic of the Eel Lord, she successfully manipulated his psychology. He responded according to her wishes. I guess I couldn't. Having achieved her goal, she urged, well, that's good then. I've resolved it decisively to avoid awkwardness for both sides. I only wanted the best for both of you. You've already eaten it, so hurry up and cultivate. With your current cultivation level, if we encounter bad people bullying me again next time, what will we do? I'm still young. With low cultivation, I'm weak. How can you be so heartless? Her pitiful act always succeeded in defeating the senior brothers and sisters. Li Tu Trak was no exception. He didn't want to hear anymore and told her to stop. He immediately focused on cultivating. Deep Lin Lung also didn't let time go to waste. She took out all her items to examine. During her free time, she also reorganized her talismans a bit. She had used quite a few on the journey, so she replenished what needed replenishing. What needed improvement, she improved. This way, when facing danger, she wouldn't be caught off guard, unable to react to the opponent in time. The others also followed junior sister Hoa Thi Tin's example, taking out the pill furnace and recently acquired herbs to refine medicinal pills right away. Even during rest time, the little junior sister was working so hard, they couldn't let themselves become a hindrance. Monuak Lam also studied the new spiritual device blueprint that the little junior sister wanted. Hatamlan practiced the technique the little junior sister gave her. Dongfang Tan took out some wine to drink. Unconsciously, he glanced towards Deplin Lung's group. Seeing everyone diligently practicing, he became curious. What kind of miraculous sect is Thanh Huyen Tong after all? Gathering together to cultivate like that. The wine in his hand suddenly didn't taste as good anymore. Well, never mind. He didn't want to become a strange person huddling together like that. Fathead was excitedly enjoying his new appearance, full of enthusiasm, when after a while, Deep Lin Lung beckoned him over. Fathead, come here. I need your help with something. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he still obediently approached. Seeing him come close, she said nothing and immediately stuck a talisman on him. Fathead immediately lay down, crying and wailing. Why is it so heavy? Deep Lin Lung, you evil one, what have you done to me? Why do I feel like there's a huge rock pressing on my back? It's so heavy, I'm about to be crushed flat. Seeing Fathead like this, she was quite satisfied. It's the 1,000-pounds talisman I just created. You're very lucky, being the first to test it out. Don't you feel honored? She wanted to brag more, but when she turned back, she found Fathead being pressed until he was oozing liquid. It turned out the 1,000-pounds talisman was squeezing liquid out of Fathead. If this continued, it could turn into a murder case. To prevent him from discovering the truth, she quickly tore off that talisman and replaced it with a spa talisman. Indeed, Fathead enjoyed the spa talisman, feeling very comfortable in his body now. All the pain from earlier was gone. While enjoying the talisman, he saw a familiar light. He knew it was the enthusiastic holy light dragging its tired body towards him. Knowing it was moving, Deplin Lung stopped it by sticking a speed-reducing talisman on it. Fathead, did I allow you to run? At this moment, Fathead moved and discovered his speed was even slower than a snail's. Without thinking, he knew Deplin Lung had played a trick on him. What? You evil one. Quickly remove this talisman from me. Hurry up. Look, the holy light is shining. That butterfly wants to start the ritual ceremony. Quickly go over there and bathe in the holy light. Let's recite the divine reproduction poem. Hearing something good, she approached and placed it on her shoulder. Then she used the great rebirth technique to surround Lai Tu Trak. The outer shape looked like a moving zongzi. Everyone set off together to the flower garden in Sintuk Chi Mon. Upon arriving there, everyone felt the abundant spiritual energy of the place. There was also a stream of growth power, very suitable for cultivation. Speaking of which, the guy Dongfuang Tan later joined everyone in sitting down to cultivate. At this time, the spiritual energy around them was very dense in the sky. At this moment, several dry butterflies in the sky dissolved, creating a loud noise. That sound attracted the attention of the people below. Dep Lin Lung noticed that the spiritual power had disappeared. The vitality was also gone. It was just like a dream. But thinking about this trip, it was indeed fruitful. The spiritual energy of the senior sisters was full. Their cultivation had reached a breakthrough point. Just give them a suitable environment, and they could certainly sit down and try to break through. Senior brother Tat was even more exaggerated. He successfully broke through, reaching the middle stage of golden core. Even Fathead's head bloomed with flowers. Although I myself absorbed a lot of spiritual energy and holy light, I'm still at the foundation establishment stage as before. However, she had 3 spirit roots that needed nurturing. Each one was precious, so naturally it was much slower compared to others. Nevertheless, she wasn't in a hurry, believing that slow cultivation would lead to a breakthrough one day. Moreover, not breaking through also didn't affect her own combat strength. Thinking about the 2 experts she defeated made her a bit happy. Talam had reached golden core. Lungwen Hook had reached nascent soul, yet weren't they still beaten by a foundation establishment like her? At this moment, looking around, she discovered an old man sitting in a focused cultivation posture. There's an old grandpa over there. Since we've come to someone else's territory, why don't we go over and greet him for a bit? Fathead, hearing her say this, started rambling to stop her. He won't pay attention to you. Depling Lung wanted to know why that was the case. Fathead then showed off like a local expert who had lived here for years and explained. He's been sitting there for a very long time. Since I became aware, he was already there. I've asked other living beings. They all said he's been here for a very long time and has always been motionless. We don't even know if he's still alive. Hearing it say this, she understood everything it had done. She suddenly grabbed the leaves on its head, making it cry and call for help. So that's why you hung fruit on the tree outside to lure them to pick it. Then you designed an illusion to trick people into entering and made the worm turn them into dry butterflies because you wanted to start this ritual to gain power from the holy light. Fathead, feeling too much pain, flailed its arms and legs, staggering and admitting without hesitation. That's right, to lure more people in, we hung all the fruits in the forest on trees outside. After bathing in the holy light, the fruits here all gained consciousness. Finding fruits without consciousness to put outside to trick people was already difficult. Now you've picked them all. It's killing me. Hearing it say this, Deep Lin Lung was extremely panicked in her mind. The image of Fathead multiplied by 5 or 7 just made her think that the future would never be peaceful. Do all fruits here have consciousness like you? Isn't it just a bunch of stupid fatheads gathering to do foolish things? Fathead struggled free from her control, showing off smugly. They only have a trace of consciousness. They only understand how to slowly absorb spiritual energy, cultivating very, very slowly. Reaching a powerful level like me in the Sintuk Chi Man, there's only me. I'm one of a kind. Now she understood where Fathead's confidence came from. She asked Fathead again, so the small animals that just came to participate in the ritual, can they all talk like you? Fathead confidently boasted to Dep Lin Lung, no, I'm the only one here who can talk, so the task of going out to trick people can only be done by me. Deep Lin Lung asked again, don't you find it strange? In your place, there are animals and plants, but no humans. So why do you know how to speak human language? Even if you have primordial consciousness, you couldn't have been born knowing human language, right? Fathead, hearing her logic, began to feel confused. Why do I know how to speak human language? Who am I? Is there something wrong with my background? Am I really a fruit? Deep Lin Lung didn't bother arguing with it. She grabbed its head, turning to Li Tu Troch, saying, you must be the snow spirit fruit, Senior Brother 07. I have the most right to speak. After all, he once ate you. Fathead looked at Li Tu Troch with sparkling eyes, full of expectation, as if wanting to flatter him. In return, it only received an indifferent attitude from him. Impatient with that attitude, it waved its arms and legs, giving Li Tu Troch a few kicks to the face. It was extremely angry. Li Tu Troch regained his composure and said seriously, you must be the snow spirit fruit, no doubt. After all, you were indeed very nutritious. Moreover, if you weren't my junior sister's plant, how could she use the great wood growth technique to help you grow legs and a head? Hearing this, Fathead happily breathed a sigh of relief. Just as it breathed a sigh of relief, it heard Li Tu Troch pondering ambiguously. Just hearing that much, it panicked, feeling a sense of foreboding. Could there be an unexpected turn of events? On this side, Li Tu Troch said seriously, can you be a clean snow spirit fruit demon? Fathead was confused upon hearing this, not understanding. When its brain finally processed it, it became furiously angry and shouted, Even if you kneel down and beg me in the future, I won't let you eat any of my legs or head again. Recalling the taste of Fathead's leg back then, Lai Tu Trak became equally angry. Even if you cut off your leg, wash it clean, mix it with honey and add sugar, it will never lose that smell. The anger between the two was intense at this moment. Fortunately, some people intervened, and Deep Lin Lung suggested, all right, you two stop arguing. We should go over there and check on the old man. Everyone approached the old man. Hatamlan put her hand to the old man's nose to check. She was surprised to find that he was still breathing. Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung became serious and respectful, clasping her hands in greeting to the old man. We've rudely barged in and disturbed your tranquility. We're very sorry. Please forgive us. However, the old man remained completely motionless. Fathead, familiar with the situation, jumped in and lay in the old man's arms. I told you he won't pay attention to you. He doesn't care about anyone. You don't need to waste your energy anymore. Hoathi, now awake, said, this old man is no longer alive. He's dead and has been for a long time. Look at the hairpin in his hand. I've seen this hairpin in books before. It's called the Greenwood hairpin, made from the 10,000-year-old green crow divine wood. It's the only green crow divine wood still existing in the world. When it was discovered, it was already dead. Only a single branch at the top still had a small living twig. The person who discovered it made it into a greenwood hairpin. This greenwood hairpin became the only spiritual item with divine power in the lower cultivation world. Its owner was a famous wood system master in the cultivation world named Tat Than Bach. Deep Lin Lung was equally surprised. You mean this old man is Tat Than Bach, Senior Tat? She had heard of Senior Tat's name before. In the immortal realm, wood system cultivators were considered not very strong, but Senior Tat practiced the art of life, which changed the perception of wood system cultivators. Hoathi informed, there's a rumor that wherever Senior Tat went, there was always abundant vitality. His power of life could revive dead flesh and white bones, and even nurture living beings. Now, Senior Tat still has breath, but his breathing is not normal. It's slow, and unlike his usual breathing. Instead, it's as if this place full of vitality is breathing. Deep Lin Lung guessed it was the power of life, and therefore Senior Tat had dedicated his life to this land, nurturing all living beings. She remembered that the original story didn't describe this part because Deep Dung Wet never came to this place. She was now reuniting with Tungu Than, having a sweet and loving relationship. She pondered and asked again, but why did he do this? Huathitin shook her head, saying she didn't know, but he did this. There must be an unavoidable reason. Senior Tat was a very capable person. At this moment, Fathead noticed the hairpin in Senior Tat's hand. It picked up the hairpin and looked up at the flower on its head. Look, you two, this flower, isn't it exactly like the newly bloomed flower on my head? Hearing this, everyone noticed that these two flowers were indeed very similar, and they had just bloomed. Just then, the flower on the hairpin and the flower on Fathead's head simultaneously lit up. Fathead, frightened, ran and climbed onto Deep Lin Lung's shoulder, trembling, stuttering as it spoke. What's happening? Suddenly, a black vortex appeared, sucking the two of them in. The tiny Fathead was pulled in first. Fortunately, Deep Lin Lung managed to grab its hand and pull it back. Fathead screamed, save me, save me. I won't dare touch anything carelessly again. The pull is too strong. I can barely stand. Hearing her say that, it screamed even louder. Deep Lin Lung, don't let go. If we die, we'll die together. Luckily, in this dangerous moment, Lai Tu Trak and the senior sisters pulled their junior sister back. After a while, the vortex's pull became too strong, and everyone could no longer resist. They were all sucked in. Everyone was confused, not knowing when they would stop falling. Finally, they landed somewhere. The place was completely dark. Deep Lin Lung sat up, wanting to know how everyone else was doing. She came up with an idea. Everyone, let's count off. As soon as she finished speaking, she said 1, followed by everyone else counting. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Deep Lin Lung sighed in relief. Fortunately, all 6 were accounted for. At this moment, Fathead counted 7. Don't forget me. Don't forget me. 2 streams of tears flowed down its face as it shamelessly pleaded, I'm also a member of your group. You can't abandon me. Deep Lin Lung wasn't about to give in. Since when did you become a member of our group? I haven't agreed to let you join yet. Fathead argued. How come I haven't joined? Senior brother, you ate my leg. We've already become one. Anyway, you're not allowed to abandon me. Thinking about those pure legs, Li Tu Trak got angry again. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll chop you up and divide you among everyone. I guarantee everyone will take you wherever they go and won't leave you behind. His inner voice screamed. He really just wanted to dig this little brat out. Would it ever stop causing trouble? Fathead, who was in the center of some kind of formation, fearfully called out, Deep Lin Lung, Come here quick. There are many glowing things around me. I've never seen them before. I'm trapped in here. I'm so scared. Deep Ling Lung looked around but couldn't see anything. She found it strange that she couldn't see anything, but from the echoes she heard, this place must be quite spacious. Fathead wasn't far from them, and where it was, there were things emitting light, but why couldn't they see it? To see more clearly, she took out a luminous stone from her ring to light the way and see better. Now she saw that this place was covered by something. The light was blocked and couldn't penetrate. On this side, the others also took out luminous stones to light their way. Everyone stayed close together. If they separated, it would be hard to find each other. Fathead couldn't wait any longer and urged, Diep Lin Lung, have you found me yet? Almost there. Fortunately, she didn't tease it anymore, but just spoke to reassure and comfort it. Hearing this, Fathead continued to describe its situation in more detail. I'm tied up here. It seems like some strange ritual is taking place. Deplin Lung reassured it. What are you panicking about? Aren't you just a fruit? They might eat you, but what ritual would they perform? Are you overestimating yourself? Really, you're not comforting me. Then why are these shiny things around me moving? Maybe they're just putting on a show for you, welcoming you to their territory. Oh well, let me see. Yeah, watch and describe it. I'm curious too. Finally, Deplin Lung found it. From Fathead's description, she guessed this was a formation, and Fathead was at its center. It seemed her guess was correct. Fathead, anxious, looked left and right but saw nothing, and asked Deplin Lung again, where are you exactly? Why can't I see you? You fool. Look behind you. Fathead turned around, saw her, and was overjoyed. Deplin Lung, you finally found me. Quick, save me. Deplin Lung entered the formation, feeling a bit worried but not telling Fathead to avoid scaring it. This formation seemed not to be fully activated yet. Moreover, it didn't appear to have any offensive properties. She approached and lifted it up. In response, its limbs flailed wildly, hitting her. Deplin Lung was no pushover. She darkened her face and threatened coldly. Fathead, if you keep screaming like that, I'll put you back where you were. Fathead said fearfully, I'm not yelling for no reason. There really is a ghost. Deplin Lung didn't believe it and threw it to the ground, exclaiming, what? It's so deserted here. There's not even a single grave. How could there be ghosts? She deduced that Fathead must have been scared senseless and started imagining things. Fathead, still trembling all over, said fearfully, just now, I really saw it. There really is a ghost. I'm so scared. I grew up under the sun. This is the first time I've encountered a ghost. Fathead's words made Deplin Lung increasingly suspicious. Fathead, there's a serious problem here. Have you thought about this? You say you grew up under the sun, never seen a ghost before, so how do you know what a ghost is? Fathead pondered this and realized she had a point. It asked itself, why indeed? Why do I know so much strange knowledge? Deplin Lung achieved her goal. Finally, Fathead fell silent. Next, she could carefully study this formation now. She put Fathead on her shoulder as usual. Before she could study the formation, she heard the senior sisters shouting, there's a ghost. Outside the formation, there were indeed many ghosts. Glancing towards the outside, she saw many ghosts moving around, which startled her. So there really were ghosts. Fathead took the opportunity to complain and blame her. I told you there were ghosts, but you didn't believe me. You even wanted to put me back there. Deplin Lung, you wicked thing. You should apologize to me now. You also need to swear you'll never put me up there again. Despite saying that, she put it back on the formation's eye to its bewilderment. Deplin Lung looked outside again and saw the ghosts disappear. It was exactly as she had predicted. Everyone there was also confused about what happened. Under their intense stares, Fathead cautiously probed, why are you all looking at me like that? Don't tell me these ghosts have something to do with me. Instead of answering, Deplin Lung put her hands on her hips and looked at it teasingly. What do you think? Fathead cried, truly scared now, and wailed pitifully. Even so, you can't abandon me. Deplin Lung seriously questioned Fathead. Things have come to this point, and you still won't admit it. You're different from all the other living beings here. You really have a problem. Fathead still insisted tearfully. I don't know anything. I'm really scared. Please save me. The more it spoke, the more pitiful it looked. Are you going to leave me here? Unintentionally, its words helped Deplin Lung find the correct answer. If it knew, it would surely regret its chattering mouth. Indeed, all signs indicated that Fathead had to stay here. Fathead now looked truly pitiful. Sitting alone in the eye of the formation, everyone was lying. Deplin Lung looked at it for just a few seconds and cheerfully picked it up, saying, fine, I won't leave you here. Fathead was moved to tears of happiness. Before letting it be touched for too long, Deep Lin Lung started teasing Fathead again. She pointed at its legs. All the ingredients for the soup are ready. How could we miss you? Needless to say, Fathead started flailing its limbs vigorously, struggling and hitting her non-stop, complaining, hateful, despicable. How can there be someone like you in this world? So angry it hurt its heart, but it still had to hold on tight and not let go. Absolutely not let go. As Fathead left the eye of the formation, the ghosts appeared again, surrounding them, frightening everyone in the group. Through observation, they also realized that the number of ghosts was increasing. This made them even more afraid. Suddenly, Deep Ling Lung called out to 7th senior brother, startling him with fear. Every time little junior sister called his name, something was bound to happen. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still cautiously asked little junior sister, "You don't want me to go out there and check, do you? Brother, we've been together so much that you really know everything I'm thinking." Diep Lin Lung smiled more brightly than ever. 7th senior brother, I didn't expect you to come up with this idea. Well, go ahead, I'll pray for you. Hearing the answer, he just wanted to lie down and play dead right then and there. Fortunately, Dongfeng Tan patted his shoulder comfortingly. Come on, dear brother, let me go with you. Hearing him volunteer to go, surprised that someone wanted to seek death, he asked in disbelief, Brother Dong, aren't you afraid of ghosts? He replied helplessly, How could I not be afraid? But I'm more afraid of your little junior sister. Sharing the same thought, Li Tutrak patted his shoulder to comfort him as well as to comfort himself. As expected of brothers who've been through thick and thin, he truly understands everything. The two men regained their spirits and prepared to fight those ghosts. Meanwhile, the girls were eagerly watching as if it were a play. The two men fought with great vigor. They tried to stab the ghosts with their swords, but unexpectedly, the ghosts slowly dissipated, not allowing the swords to touch them. Dongfeng Tan was surprised. The sword actually can't touch them. Instead of stabbing, he decisively used his sword to cut it in half. But a moment later, it didn't die, and even frightened Dongfeng Tan. The ghost that was just hit didn't disappear, but instead split into two. The number doubled. Li Tutrak then used his spiritual power to attack the ghosts. The two tried every method, but couldn't eliminate a single ghost. Li Tutrak couldn't believe that after fighting so hard, not only did they fail to cause any damage, but they actually made them multiply. So the two discussed retreating to reassess the situation and see how to get back inside. The two lay there panting heavily, as if about to collapse any moment. Li Tutrak applied a healing talisman while constantly complaining. The ghosts outside are too powerful. Foundation establishment stage can barely fight the weakest one. Golden core stage can hold out for a few hours. Nascent soul stage might be able to fight until dawn. To clear them all, you'd need to be at deity transformation stage. Deep Lin Lung wanted to know if the ghosts outside, after being torn apart, maintained the same strength. After observing, Li Tutrak said they did become weaker. When one turns into two, both become weaker. It's as if their power is divided equally, but they absorb killing intent to make themselves stronger. So the two weakened ones will quickly recover their strength, as if we're just increasing their power. Deep Ling Lung heard this and said, Fatty, do you see now? Decisively, it replied, I'm blind now. She stopped joking and became serious with it. Fatty, can you hear me? Fatty had already covered its eyes. Not wanting to hear her speak, it decisively said, I'm deaf now. Meanwhile, Hua Thi Tin noticed that Dongfeng Tan's hand was injured. There's a blood stain on your hand. Were you caught by them earlier? Li Tutrak heard this and became a bit scared. Based on his experience, those who were caught had a high chance of becoming one of them. Could Dongfeng Tan become a ghost? Dongfeng Tan only now noticed the wound. Fortunately, Hua Thi Tin was alert. She used spiritual energy to clean his wound. However, just cleaning it didn't seem to have much effect. Hearing this, he cried over his unfortunate fate. Nevertheless, to avoid becoming a ghost, he made a decision. If it really doesn't work, just cut off this piece of flesh. I can't endure the pain. Hua Thi Tin thought it probably wouldn't come to that. She wanted to try another method. She took a calm heart pill and ground it up, sprinkling it on the wound. The wound gradually began to heal. Everyone was happy for him at the good result. Hua Thi Tin knew that icebone flower nectar could neutralize poison, so she used the nectar to make the pill. Monuo Lam then said, Getting injured here comes at a great cost. The pills made from icebone flower nectar are not cheap at all. Hatamlan felt a mix of joy and sadness. What kind of bizarre place is this, after all? This secret realm is full of vitality, yet it harbors a place like this. Dep Lin Lung guessed, Senior Tat must have used his entire life to guard this place. What needs guarding are these ghosts. As for the vitality here, it's influenced by Senior Tat's power, or you could say, the entire secret realm was created for him. If he wasn't guarding it, these ghosts would run to the immortal realm with unimaginable consequences. Though we don't know where the ghosts came from, Senior Tat is truly worthy of our respect. Now it seems that Fatty was probably nurtured by Senior Tat himself, which is why its behavior, speech, and awareness are all similar to humans. When the flower blooms, it's time for you to take on the responsibility. The more Deplin Lung analyzed, the more intently she stared at Fatty. Senior Tat's power will eventually be exhausted one day, so he planned for Fatty to take over his position, to become the core of this formation, guarding the ghosts here. The flower growing on its head means it's grown enough to take on this great responsibility. Fatty sighed, not happy at all. What's this about growing flowers? What's this about taking on responsibility? Do I have something very important to do? Deplin Lung teased it again. You can't even pretend to be smart, and you don't have a graceful figure either. What use could you possibly have? Lie still, Fatty said. She hugged it again. Adults are talking. Children shouldn't interrupt. Fatty's mouth wasn't about to let her win. Though I'm round and chubby, for better or worse, I've already matured in the plant world. Still better than you who hasn't even come of age. Hearing this, the others shared the same thought, happy for it. Finally, it had won an argument against the little junior sister. Needless to say, Deplin Lung wasn't pleased. A plan for revenge was already forming in her mind. A mischievous smile that spelled trouble for enemies appeared after a long time. Fatty also had an ominous feeling about itself. I suddenly have a rather bold idea. As she spoke, she took out a needle, just casually like that. Not just Fatty, the others were also startled, now afraid of her. Fatty was scared. What do you want to do to me? It turned out she used the needle to prick its bottom, taking a bit of its fluid. Then she threw it towards the lingering ghosts. Fatty, unaware of what was happening, yelled loudly when pricked. When she let it go, it kept scolding her. You're truly the most wicked, still with a woman's heart. Not bothering to argue, she picked it up and showed it where she had just thrown the needle for it to see. With just a few drops of Fatty's nutrients, many ghosts had flown over to seize it. The ghosts were frantically fighting each other over it. The others who were watching curiously also widened their eyes in shock. Fatty's mouth gaped open no less. Deplin Lung also came to a conclusion. Fatty's flavor is indeed very attractive to them. Fatty, knowing it was in extreme danger, immediately changed its attitude towards her. It kept flattering her, massaging her with both hands. Its voice sweeter than sugar. Sister Lin Lung, is this strength enough? Do you want it a bit lighter? Now it was her turn to perform. She snapped her fingers, shooing Fatty away. Her mocking voice slapped it like a painful smack. You're a mature fruit, while I haven't even come of age. One word, this sister is too much for me to handle. Go call for grandfather. If Fatty didn't bow its head, it knew the end result would be never seeing daylight again. Now it had to happily comply, not daring to make any mistake with the little ancestor's demands. Before grandfather, let this unfilial grandson dance for you to cheer you up. With your looks, don't embarrass yourself further. After the test, the result was known. Deplin Lung took out a paper, wrote down her idea, then handed it to the third senior sister. Senior sister, please help me make this with gold. Monualam read it and said it was simple. Junior sister, wait a moment, I'll finish it right away. Deplin Lung then took out 2 talismans and gave them to the 2 guys. You two, look, go out and stick these talismans on the 2 ghosts above you. Laitu Trak wanted to know why it had to be those 2 specific ghosts. Deplin Lung didn't bother to hide it, because they are the 2 most vicious ones. Better not to know, to spare the heart pain. Why be curious, only to be shocked like this? Looking at the talisman, Laitu Trak's mood couldn't possibly be happy. Not only did he have to rush out, but also pass through other ghosts to find exactly the 2 most vicious ones. I really suspect that junior sister is plotting to harm your senior brother and even wants to use ghosts to kill people. Nevertheless, the 2 guys had to set out to find those 2 vicious ghosts. Deplin Lung turned her head and smiled at Fatty. According to her, after these days, it should understand the meaning of that smile. Fatty's whole body trembled, as if begging. You can't take revenge on me like this. Save me. I know I was wrong. I won't argue with you anymore in the future. I promise I'll be good from now on. I'll give you anything you want. Please let me go. Criticizing others was always her forte. You're poor and have nothing to give me. Fatty used his advantage to plead. Don't you crave my body. I'll offer myself to you. That should do. I just hope you can treat me gently. I'm afraid of pain. Who would crave your body? Outside, the 2 guys were fighting hard. Finally, they succeeded in sticking the talismans on the 2 ghosts that the junior sister had specified. They managed to stick the 2 talismans on the 2 ghosts, But now it was dangerous for them. They couldn't return at the moment. The ghosts surrounded them in a circle, making escape impossible. According to her plan, Deplin Lung placed Fatty back at the eye of the ghost formation. The ghosts surrounding the two guys outside also disappeared. The danger passed. Lee Trak sat down and sighed with relief. Suddenly, he saw a ghost standing motionless near him. He immediately grabbed his sword and took a fighting stance. Upon closer observation, he discovered that they seemed unable to move. It's because of the talisman Junior Sister stuck on them that we can see them now. No wonder this place is pitch black beyond 5 steps. It turns out the ghosts are blocking all the light. A moment later, the golden cage she requested was finished by Senior Sister. Now I'll engrave talismans on the cage, and then trap those two ghosts inside it. Then sprinkle Fatty's liquid on them. All steps are completed. The great work is done, and an experiment begins. Everyone, quickly step back now. Fatty, sitting in the eye of the formation, looked pitiful. Deep Lin Lung lifted Fatty out of the formation's eye. As expected, the ghosts began to appear in there again. She focused on the two ghosts she had chosen earlier. Everyone look, the two ghosts in my cage, which I just sprinkled with Fatty's juice. Those two, now they've smelled the scent on each other and have started fighting. Lie Trak now realized the Junior Sister's intention. They had a slight conflict and didn't hesitate to attack each other. If we tear them apart, it will make the 5 of them stronger. So if we merge them together, there will be fewer and fewer ghosts. Now they were biting and devouring each other, merging into one. Deep Lin Lung was truly resourceful. Starting another successful experiment based on this idea, she made them kill each other. To save time, she asked her Senior Sister to make a few more cages. Going with Junior Sister, everyone's perception was constantly renewed. Oh my, I never thought it could be done like this. After countless battles, a Ghost King was born. It looked terrifying, but in Deep Lin Lung's eyes, it was different. This Ghost King is so cool and handsome. I said it could definitely break through the encirclement and escape, and within 100 steps around it, there's not a single ghost. It alone can make 10,000 ghosts retreat. Lie Trak cautiously probed the Junior Sister's intentions. Why did you want to create a Ghost King? To get us out of here. As she spoke, she revealed a mischievous expression. Fatty isn't at the eye of the formation. We'll be blocked by these ghosts and unable to get out. But if we have a super strong Ghost King to clear the way, then Fatty doesn't need to be at the eye of the formation. He can also follow us out. The more he heard the Junior Sister speak, the more confused he became. In theory, the Ghost King could indeed lead us out, but will it be willing? The reason for his confusion was that this Ghost King had just devoured 7 other Ghost Kings to break free from the encirclement. With its fighting power, even if everyone combined their strength, they'd only be appetizers for it. Always wanting things done her way, she became a bit irritated with Lie Trak. Whether it's willing or not doesn't matter. I'll make it willing. Oh, so how will you make it take us? Depling Lung said seriously. I don't know yet. It's truly not terrifying that she said that. What's terrifying is that she doesn't know yet, still remains so confident. After thinking for a moment, Deeplin Lung took out a book. I haven't studied ghost countering spells yet, but I brought the book with me, so I'll start learning now. Once I've finished studying, I'll deal with it. Though unplanned, everyone shared the same fearful expression. The Ghost King had already been created, but the method to deal with it was only now being learned from page 1. How could this be reasonable? Fatty, sitting in the eye of the formation, felt uneasy and started to ramble again. Daiplin Lung, I'm using my life to buy time for you, but you must find a way, okay? While the junior sister was studying diligently to find a solution, the senior sisters seemed to gain motivation to self-study. The killing aura of ghost toxin, I've never researched it before. Might as well study it now. Golden Fur can imprison the Ghost King. Maybe there's a way to control and weaken it. Let me research a bit. At this moment, the Ghost King, bound by chains, humming, began to howl and struggle violently. Lee Trak knew Fatty was lying on the eye of the formation. He didn't expect the Ghost King could still move. It seemed the Ghost King was indeed much stronger than ordinary ghosts, showing signs of breaking free from suppression. But fortunately, the formation could still suppress most of its power. Faced with this urgent situation, he decided to go and stop the Ghost King nearby, conveniently practicing his ghost-fighting combat skills. It's just biting and swallowing. Who doesn't know that? Hatamlan couldn't sit still either. She joined Lee Trak in rushing to subdue the Ghost King. Dongfuang Tan, with his weak and pitiful inner self, also had to charge in to suppress the Ghost King. He felt a bit resentful inside. We could be swept away at any moment, you know. Their continuous efforts paid off. After a few days of studying, Dieplin Lung finished learning. Now she could draw talismans to stick on the Ghost King. Tin was equally excited. Deep Lin Lung, what a coincidence. I've just finished this potion of mine. It can weaken the Ghost King and stop its frenzy, as well as lower its combat power. Monua Lam also completed her task. She had finished making the golden ring. This can lock the Ghost King and prevent it from running wild. It can also make it transform into other forms. Junior Sister can imprison the Ghost King when needed, make it appear when necessary, and put it in the box when not needed. Deep Ling Lung was overjoyed. These are all great things. This way, the Ghost King will be at my beck and call. I'll pour Fourth Sister's potion into Third Sister's box. After trapping the Ghost King inside, it will sleep forever. Once I add the talismans to Third Sister's magical item, everything will be ready. Meanwhile, the Ghost King was being controlled by Li Tu Trak and Hatam Lan. Deep Lin Lung brought everything and approached the unfortunate Ghost King. Senior brothers and sisters, you've all done very well. Next, everyone please continue to control this Ghost King. The journey to subdue the Ghost King began. First, she made it drink Huathi Tin's potion. The previously fierce and aggressive Ghost King now turned into a deeply sleeping Ghost King. Next, she put the ring Monua Lam created on it. As soon as it was put on, the Ghost King felt like it was about to suffocate. Monua Lam reminded her junior sister that this ring could adjust its size according to the Ghost King's size. It didn't need to be just around the neck. Tormenting others was her passion. Although she knew this, she only wanted to tie it around its neck for fun. Her fun games always brought terror to others, which was not uncommon in everyone's eyes. After all, it was a Ghost King that devoured countless souls with super strong combat power. Using a method like walking a dog with it, was it appropriate? Next, she pasted 7 times 749 talismans on the Ghost King. The decoration process to subdue the Ghost King was complete, and she smiled brightly. Holding the leash and pulling the Ghost King like walking a dog made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Seeing the junior sister leading the Ghost King in another direction, Li Tu Trak spoke up and asked the junior sister why she wasn't coming back. Deep Lin Lung confidently patted her chest and replied, "I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Such dangerous matters. Let me handle them. I'm all prepared now. At this moment, we just need to squeeze out the fat." After a while, she and the Ghost King had gone outside, where the group of ghosts was gathered. Everyone sitting inside was watching attentively. They were sweating nervously for her. Standing before the group of immature ghosts, the Ghost King emitted a great killing aura, causing the nearby ghosts to cry in fear incessantly. The people inside were initially worried, but seeing the effective results, they all cheered joyfully in unison. The potion, collar, and talismans are working. We've succeeded. Outside, the Ghost King struggled fiercely, rushing towards the ghosts wanting to eat them. Its strength was too great. Even with the restraining items, her strength was still no match for it. The ghosts, unsure whether to fear the Ghost King or her, all fled quickly with their legs. At first, everyone was worried about Deep Lin Lung, but a moment later, they were all speechless, sharing the same thought. The Ghost King's struggle for power earlier had left a psychological scar on them. Perhaps all these ghosts are now afraid of this instigator. Deep Lin Lung, wanting to satisfy the Ghost King's wishes, tore off the talismans to release it, allowing it to eat its fill. Her action made everyone worry about the Ghost King counterattacking. When the Ghost King finished eating those ghosts, it still seemed hungry. When it looked up at Deep Lin Lung, the Ghost King growled fiercely, wanting to devour and swallow her whole. As it rushed to eat her, Deep Lin Lung's fatty head inside was too scared to look. She could only cover her eyes with both hands. Fatty Head, after covering her eyes for a long time without hearing any sound, finally opened her eyes to see what was happening. Looking closely, she realized the girl was using a forbidden spell to subdue the Ghost King. No matter how stubborn and fierce the Ghost King was, in Deep Lin Lung's hands, it had to obediently comply. Deep Lin Lung began to teach her new pet. "From now on, I am your master. It's my first time keeping a pet, so to show my affection for you, I'll call you Chiotai from now on." Li Tu Trak, traumatized by the junior sister's pet, thought, "Is junior sister serious about this? The Ghost King is affected by the spell, that's why it's not moving in front of her, but it doesn't look like it will obey absolutely. How can this thing be kept as a pet?" Deep Lin Lung started to walk the Ghost King like a dog. "All right, let's get going, Chiotai." Chiotai, as if obeying, happily walked along excitedly. The two moved so quickly that everyone had to hurry to keep up. Fortunately, they finally caught up with the troublemaking junior sister. Deep Lin Lung was again focused on drawing talismans and pasting them on Chiotai to rest. Li Tu Trak spoke up with concern. "Junior sister, are you all right?" In her eyes, there was no obstacle. "It's just that this new pet is a bit too mischievous." Hatam Lan discovered a place emitting light. She guessed it must be the exit. Deep Lin Lung also confirmed that it was indeed the exit, but there's a formation blocking it inside. It will take some time to break through. While I'm breaking it, I hope the two senior sisters can create an illusion to help me. I remember you once said your magic also works on souls. So I want to ask you to follow this script to create an illusion that can be played repeatedly. Put all the appearances of Thanh Huyen disciples into the illusion, singing and dancing every day, holding red flags waving in the wind, praising peace and friendship. Ha Tam Lan, not understanding why they should do that, asked junior sister what she was trying to do. Diip Lin Lung cheerfully explained, Chiu Tai is too hasty and hot-tempered. I want to arrange a course on compassion. I deliberately used our sect as the subject. In the future, when it sees us, it will be like seeing family and won't harm us. Don't you think I've planned it carefully? Contrary to her thoughtful and caring attitude, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, frightened, sharing the same thought. Thank you, junior sister, but we don't need this kind of ghost king as family. Fatty Head wasn't happy at all inside. She was a bit jealous of the ghost king. She's paying too much attention to her new toy. After some time, Ha Tam Lan had created the illusion as requested by the junior sister. Just then, Deep Lin Lung also finished drawing the talisman to break the formation. Deep Lin Lung threw the talisman at the formation, which expanded to create an exit for everyone. Deep Lin Lung confidently said to herself, as if threatening everyone, "Tremble, outside world. Deep Lin Lung is back." Finally, everyone successfully went outside together. Deep Lin Lung was happy with the thought of reforming Chiu Tai. She had just put Chiu Tai into a box transformed from the golden ring. She even put in images teaching how to love to keep it entertained. She hoped Chiu Tai would understand how much thought she put into its well-being as soon as possible. Just as she glanced towards Senior Tat, she saw him smiling. Look, everyone, Senior Tat is actually smiling. Everyone started discussing this new development. Could it be that he's still alive? Was our previous judgment wrong? Hoathi woke up and thought it impossible. She guessed he was dead. Perhaps his last wish has been fulfilled, and he has no more attachments. Ha Tam Lan then asked what that wish was. Deep Lin Lung pointed at Fatty Head, guessing it must be him. Fatty Head was raised single-handedly by the old senior. When he was alive, how could the old senior bear to use it as a formation eye? That's why he taught it things related to humans. He hoped that before it became a formation eye, it would find someone who likes to do foolish things and agree to take care of it and agree to help it clean up all of this. Now that it's found someone easy to trick, even if he's dead, how could he not smile with his eyes closed? The easily tricked one is you, sister. He might even be laughing out loud for everyone to hear. The more she spoke, the more she sighed at her own unfortunate fate. Deep Lin Lung went over and took the hairpin from Senior Tat's hand, then said, "Everyone, wait here for me. I want to go down there for a bit." Senior Tat's power has almost been completely depleted. In the future, without Fatty Head as the formation eye down there, those ghost souls won't be contained anymore. I think this Qingmu hairpin is similar to the fat kid. Let's try using it as the formation eye and see how it goes. An unexpected turn of events was that Fatty Head tugged at Deep Lin Lung's clothes, insisting on going along. Don't say I'm not loyal anymore, okay? I'll go down with you. In return for this noble action, Fatty Head was criticized by Deep Lin Lung. When you're useful and follow me, that's called loyalty. When you're useless and still want to follow, I call that getting in the way. You're not even as useful as my Chiu Tai. Being criticized, Fatty Head unhappily flailed its limbs like throwing a tantrum. Even if I'm in the way, I still want to go down there with you. Deep Lin Lung smiled mischievously, as if planning to tease it when they go down there. Don't regret it, okay? Familiar with the timing, Li Tu Trak spoke up. Junior sister has gone to handle everything. Let's take this time to rest. Before he finished speaking, Dong Feng Tan had already obediently sat down, interrupting Li Tu Trak. I know. Stop urging. I'll cultivate right away. Junior sister really knows how to psychologically traumatize everyone into cultivating and improving their skills. Li Tu Trak also understood Dong Feng Tan's current inner state and felt sorry for the guy. After some time passed, while everyone was focused on cultivating, they heard Fatty Heads crying and shouting and turned their eyes towards the source of the cries for help. I want to go back. I don't want to be near her anymore. Someone save me. On this side, Deep Lin Lung grabbed the fat radish's head and shook it, trying to stop its mouth. Wake up. We're already back on the ground. Li Tu Trak wanted to know how things went down there. Throwing Fatty Head down, Deep Lin Lung informed them. The power of the Qingmu hairpin and the old senior are connected. The old senior has almost exhausted his power, so there's not much left in the Qingmu hairpin either, but it can still hold on for a while. We'll just have to wait until we come across another wood element treasure to replace the formation eye later. Fatty Head, things here are taken care of now. Quickly lead us out of here. Fatty Head didn't dare disobey her. On the way out, guiding everyone, Fatty Head kept clinging to Lai Tu-Trak's shoulder, bad-mouthing Deep Lin Lung with various expressions. Do you know what Deep Lin Lung did in a day and night? I can't believe she used my juice as bait to lure those ghost souls out for Chiao Tai to eat. There's more. Every day she says I'm useless, but doesn't she know that without my old tat, how could she have absorbed the power from the Qingmu while using it as the formation eye? That power source could help her cultivation, which never changed before, breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment stage immediately. What? Junior sister is at mid-foundation establishment now. I can't believe, while doing such important work, junior sister also broke through her cultivation. Fatty Head, unhappy, dragged Li Tu-Trak back to the story of accusing Diep Lin Lung. Your attention span is a bit off. I didn't want to talk to you about that. With such unrestrained speech, it successfully angered Diep Lin Lung. She couldn't take it anymore and went to grab its head, throwing it far away. Go find a cool place to stay. No need to come back. Fatty Head kept mumbling along the way. Moreover, it spoke more and more brazenly, without any restraint. The more it talked, the more outrageous it became, and she couldn't stand it anymore. On this side, Fatty Head was thrown and rolled far away. Unfortunately, it bumped into someone's foot. It opened its eyes to see what it had hit. Seeing that it had bumped into Lo Nguyen Huc, its mood was like the sky falling. Not dead yet, but it curled up its legs and ran back towards Deep Lin Lung's group. Lo Nguyen Huc had been holding a grudge against Deep Lin Lung, so he had been waiting here for her for a long time. Deep Lin Lung, you finally decided to come out. You didn't expect this, did you? Those cocoons couldn't trouble me. You used exploding talismans to pull tricks, but you still couldn't kill me. This is the true strength of the top disciple of Angyet Palace. The more he spoke, the darker Lo Nguyen Huc's face became. His tone grew colder and more threatening. Perhaps he never thought that Deep Lin Lung would welcome him joyfully. Great. I was just wondering where to find this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Aren't you just delivering yourself to me? With old and new grudges, Lo Nguyen Huc grabbed his sword, wanting to attack the girl who appeared so talented. Such arrogant talk. You think I'm afraid of you. Lo Nguyen Huc thought for a moment about how this little girl dared to provoke a Yuanying stage cultivator like him. Although she was severely injured, she still couldn't possibly match him in a fight. As he charged forward with murderous intent, Diep Lin Lung responded with equal enthusiasm. Come right here. A piece of fresh meat delivered right to our doorstep. Go eat, my Chiao Tai. She simply threw out the small, pretty box containing the Demon King to attack her enemy for her. 4 eyes met. Chiao Tai stared intently at Lo Nguyen Huc. Seeing this person wasn't on the screen and could be food, it charged forward to chase Lo Nguyen Huc to devour him alive. On this side, Lo Nguyen Huc was too surprised by the opponent before him. Coming to his senses, he turned tail and ran. He couldn't understand where Diep Lin Lung had recruited this creature. He knew that protecting his life was now the top priority, so he quickly tore a life-saving talisman to retreat and preserve his life. The fresh meat before its eyes suddenly disappeared, making Chiao Tai a bit dejected. Seeing its expression, Deep Lin Lung understood and quickly comforted it. Don't worry, next time we catch them, I'll make sure they don't escape. Chiao Tai turned its head and saw Dong Phuong Tan. It thought this person wasn't on the screen, so he might be edible. Seeing the Demon King staring at him intently, the young man was startled and had a bad feeling about his situation. Chiao Tai couldn't ignore the fresh meat before its eyes. It had barely let out a roar when the young man fled in tears, scared out of his wits. Although Deep Lin Lung tried her best to hold it back, constantly explaining that the young man was on their side, Chiao Tai was like a blockhead, understanding nothing. Unable to let it cause trouble, she took out the box and recalled it. Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, Dong Phuong Tan sat down to rest, still trembling with fear. How could there be someone in this world who keeps a Demon King as a pet, and it's such a cute-looking girl at that? Staring intently at the box containing Chiao Tai, Diep Lin Lung could guess its current state. Perhaps its demonic nature was hard to tame. Unless absolutely necessary, she absolutely couldn't release it. If the righteous sects people saw it, they would surely join forces to deal with it. Thinking of those people's escape tactics, she asked everyone, "What do you think? Why do those righteous sects like to use escape methods to save themselves so much? Be it life-saving talismans, or heart-protecting mirrors, or ninth-grade spirit pills. No matter how you hit them, they just won't die, like cockroaches. Hatamlan thought this was only natural. It must be because they have many tricks and power that they're considered major sects and famous schools. Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung became even more determined to elevate her sect's status. Our Thanh Huyen sect can't fall behind. When we return, I must make life-saving talismans for all senior brothers and sisters. Everyone must have a stack, no exceptions. Her enthusiasm also inspired the senior sisters. That's right, when we return, I'll try to refine 9th grade spirit pills. Then everyone in our Thanh Huyen sect will have a bottle. So when we get back, I'll research heart-protecting mirrors. Everyone should have a few spares to replace broken ones in time. The scene before him made Dongfuang Tan cry inside. At first, I thought Thanh Huyen sect was like me, living a life similar to a wandering cultivator. But in the end, I'm the only fool here. Deep Lin Lung calculated the time and anxiously pulled everyone to leave. According to her calculations, she knew today was the day Diep Dung Wet would lead everyone out of the secret realm. In principle, she should have opened the main gate of the secret realm at noon. Now it's only 1 hour before noon. But 1 hour is enough for her to finish everything and leisurely exit the secret realm. So she hurriedly pulled everyone to leave, constantly urging them, "Hurry up, senior brothers and sisters. Let's go take revenge." Hearing this, everyone wanted to know who the little junior sister wanted to take revenge on this time. Because they knew besides Ta Lam Gyat and Leung Win Hook, who else could the little junior sister have a grudge against? Who was the unlucky one she had targeted this time? A moment later, they arrived at the Icebone Flower Garden. They gathered on a tall tree, looking up to see who the little junior sister's enemy was. Deep Lin Lung let out a sigh and pointed at the level 4B. "That's my enemy." Li Tu Trak, for some reason, quickly teased her. "Little junior sister, I thought your revenge target was that giant snake." Knowing she was being teased, she still argued back. "7th senior brother, it's only revenge if you can win. If you can't win, it's called seeking death. I've never done anything irrational." Whether intentional or not, she flashed a mischievous, harmful smile. Placing her hand on Li Tu Trak's shoulder, she smiled brightly. "7th senior brother, let's divide the work according to the old rules, shall we?" Now he wished he had a regret pill to correct the little junior sister. "You're so smart. Surely you can think of a better way, right?" Deep Lin Lung again put on her adorable, innocent face. "7th senior brother, I feel the previous method was the most perfect." Knowing he couldn't escape the task, Li Tu Trak turned to Dongfuang Tan, pointing and hinting, "Do you want to go with me?" Dongfuang Tan wasn't someone who didn't understand. The most difficult task, how could Deep Lin Lung let him do it? By survival instinct, he quickly waved his hands. "No, dear brother. If it's according to your old rules, it means we need to split into 2 directions to execute it, right? I'm sure your little junior sister has already arranged something else for me." Li Tu Trak resigned himself with 2 streams of tears, crying for his unfortunate fate. "All right then, I'll go by myself," he silently complained in his heart. Some people are usually quiet, but at crucial moments, they're more cunning than anyone else. Li Tu Trak flew on his sword towards the bees. Fearing they wouldn't chase him, he even made a teasing face at them, saying, "Nah, nah, nah, come on, chase me." A few angry bees led the whole swarm to chase and attack the troublemaker. The queen bee didn't understand what was happening, but Deep Lin Lung had already pointed it out to her teammates. "It's this one from before. This level 4 beast attacked a foundation establishment cultivator like me mercilessly and kept chasing and attacking me, bullying the weak. How shameless." Recognizing the honey thief, the bee was also angry that this person dared to come here again. Deep Lin Lung, relying on her group's strength, kept scolding it. "What are you trying to do with that attitude? Still want to hit me?" She pointed her arm towards everyone, excitedly introducing them. "Do you see clearly? This time, I've brought people with me. Senior sisters, Dongfuang brother, let's charge together, and don't hold back when you strike." Receiving the signal, everyone charged forward at once, attacking the bee without mercy. It didn't take long for the bee to be defeated. The bee was tied up with a bow on its chest. Deep Lin Lung was finally satisfied. "Not bad. Now you can stay here happily. From now on, let's consider all grudges between us settled, okay?" Another idea flashed in her mind. She turned to ask the 4th senior sister, "Do you know how to grow ice flowers? I've read about it in books, but I've never tried growing them." Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung immediately pulled up a plant and handed it to Hua Thi Ting. "If you've read about it, you can do it. Take this ice flower back to Thanh Huyen sect and grow it, okay?" The group then moved to the pond, where Li Tu Trak was hiding. Before everyone's eyes, there were Tu Trak lying among the corpses of many beasts. Deep Lin Lung, shocked, asked the seventh senior brother, "Did you bomb the fish pond here?" Li Tu Trak was also surprised by the outcome. "You probably won't believe this, but the children and grandchildren of that level 5 blue fish I killed before came to seek revenge on me." Hoa Thi Ting was horrified, thinking to herself, along the way, how many innocent lives have these two harmed already? Having gotten her revenge, she was satisfied and urged everyone, "It's almost noon. Everyone, quickly follow me. If we hesitate any longer, we'll be too late." Fortunately, Deep Lin Lung's group finally arrived in time at the exit of the secret realm. "We'll be leaving the secret realm soon." Suddenly, someone called out. Lin Lung turned her gaze towards the source of the voice and realized it was Trak Tin Chao. He waved excitedly in greeting. "You guys really got pulled in here too." But he didn't know anything, and enthusiastically introduced Lo Nguyen Hook to her. Seeing each other, the two simultaneously shared an unhappy attitude, thinking, "Why are we meeting again?" Deep Lin Lung thought to herself, "It's truly a small world. What terrible luck. But with so many people here, they probably won't try to kill anyone. Just stay calm." Lo Nguyen Hook thought, "With so many people here, they probably won't release the Demon King. No need to panic." With these thoughts, the two pretended to shake hands in greeting, as if meeting for the first time. Tin Chao, noticing their slightly odd behavior, asked the two, "Do you know each other?" The two replied in unison, "We don't," with gloomy faces. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, Lo Nguyen Hook spoke seriously to Trak Tin Chao. "We have other plans. You and your fellow disciples should just go back. Be good now. Don't let anything happen that would make your father blame me for not protecting you properly." Watching the two leave, Deep Lin Lung thought her guess wasn't wrong. Indeed, Lo Nguyen Hook wouldn't tell anyone that he was hunted by a small Chu-ko like herself. After all, he's someone who can't stand losing face. Moreover, even if he wants to seek revenge in the future, he'd come personally, not ask Ung Wet Kung for help. Ung Wet Kung also can't destroy a righteous sect like Thanh Huyen Tong for a disciple's personal vendetta. At this moment, Ta Lam Jet also noticed Dep Lin Lung. Unexpectedly, he boldly called out her name. Dep Lin Lung turned around with a smile to greet him. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Ta Lam Jiat, who had been tormented miserably by her, seeing that haunting smile, trembled and said fearfully, "What are you planning to do?" "The head disciple of our That Tin Tong, senior brother Nat Pham, is waiting with reinforcements for us right outside the secret realm. If you dare to do anything." Before he could finish, Dep Lin Lung interrupted. "How could that be? I don't have that kind of courage, and I don't need to go outside. The head disciple of Than Kong Ngo is here to protect you all, and I'm not that stupid." Hearing her mention him, Tungu Than immediately called out to greet her. Deep Lin Lung waved back without hesitation. "Over here. Hello, brother-in-law." With just one greeting, she managed to provoke various reactions from the others. Tungu Than looked a bit embarrassed. Dep Dung Wet hurriedly said, "Sister Lin Lung, what are you calling him? Don't speak nonsense." Hearing Dep Dung Wet say this, Talam Jat became furiously angry. "That's right, mind your words. My junior sister is not yet married. If you dare to tarnish her reputation, I won't let you off easily." Dep Lin Lung responded to this angry attitude with a bright smile. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Even if I don't tarnish her name, you and I can't settle everything between us. How about repaying some of the money you owe first? At least a little bit." She always had a way to unexpectedly harm her enemies, making them hard to predict. Ta Lam Jat was so angry he could spit blood. "These days I've been in the secret realm. How could I have time to make money? I'll pay you back. Don't keep asking like this. I can't live as a decent person anymore." She still wore that bright smile that specialized in harming people. "If you don't want to lose face, then in the future when you see Thanh Huyen Tong disciples, you should be more respectful." Got it. Though unwilling, Talam Jet had to accept as Diep Lin Lung had caught him out. Diep Lin Lung thought it would take some time for Dep Dung Wet to open the secret realm, so there was nothing to do. With nothing to do, she was indeed too free, so why not develop a little business? Thinking this, she laid out talismans in a corner and sat down to sell them. Talismans for sale. Selling speed-up talismans, slow-down talismans, and immobilizing talismans. Limited quantity. Hurry up if you want to buy. Many people who didn't know her discussed, how can someone set up shop in a place like this? Isn't she going to watch how Deep Dung Wet opens the secret realm? She must have a problem with her head. Who would want to buy her talismans? However, a person wearing a black cloak and mask with a furtive attitude came to ask about the price of speed-up talismans. Deep Lin Lung held up 3 fingers and said, 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, the people outside were shocked. Such an expensive price. Is she crazy? Who would buy that? On the contrary, the cloaked person said nothing and just put down a bag of spirit stones, saying, Here are 90 medium-grade spirit stones. Give me 3 speed-up talismans. Having sold her goods at an exorbitant price, of course, she was beaming with joy. The people outside were once again left with their mouths agape. Someone actually bought them. Someone observant said, "That person just now seemed to be a disciple of Onyet Kung. Although their face was covered, I saw the crescent moon shape on their sleeve." Another person said, "That Tuat Tintong disciple also came to buy. Why are they being so secretive?" Anuyet Kung and Tuat Tintong are 2 of the 4 major sects. The disciples of these sects know about this girl's talismans, and despite being so expensive, they still agree to buy them. So you don't know anything, do you? I just overheard everything. This girl is Deep Lin Lung from Thanh Huyen Tong. The top disciple of Ongwit Kung is Leung Win Huk. The top disciple of Thang Kon Ngo is Tu Ngu Than. The top disciple of Elder Trio from Tuat Tin Tong is Ta Lam Gat. They all called her by name when they met. Someone else speculated about her background. Is she that impressive? People from all major sects recognize her. Diep Ling Lung, Thanh Huyen Tong. I've learned something new today. Someone else thought, if people from major sects are buying talismans, I should buy some too. They must be good quality. But when they went to buy, they found she had sold out. What else is there to buy? She didn't have many talismans. The disciples from those 2 sects bought everything. There's nothing left. But I don't understand why they had to be so secretive. They even used cloaks to cover their sect's attire. Deep Lin Lung was also surprised that those supporting her small, impromptu business were the ones she had harmed the most in the past. Thinking about it made her feel a bit touched. The talisman buyers were crying inside. Although they didn't want to give their money to that detestable Deep Lin Lung for her to profit, the truth was her talismans were incredibly effective. After a while, someone spoke up. Dep Dung Wit from Tuat Tin Tong has opened the main door of the secret realm. We can finally leave now. Tin Chao is probably the one who doesn't want to part with you the most, Lin Lung. I must return to Anwiet Kung. Let's meet again in 3 months at Din Fong Vu. Diep Lin Lung waved back to the young man, saying, 3 more months until Din Fong Vu. She silently resolved to make the most of her training time. She would try to progress even faster to make Thanh Huyen Tong famous once and for all. In the future, when her senior disciples go out, they won't be looked down upon as scattered cultivators anymore. Dong Phuong Tan thought, I'll say a few polite words to the Thanh Huyen Tong group, and then I need to leave quickly. This sect truly has people who are all abnormal to an unacceptable degree. He politely said, I was fortunate to have your help on this journey. I am extremely grateful. I don't want to part ways with you at all right now. The others heard this and thought, so he doesn't want to leave after all. Li Tu Trak cautiously asked, are you hinting at us, Dong Phuong Huyen? Are you saying this because you're eager to join our Thanh Huyen Tong? The young man was surprised that Li Tu Trak thought this way. He had only come to say goodbye. Have you misunderstood that your sect is so great or something? However, he only criticized them in his mind, yet they didn't hesitate to reject him without mercy. Sorry, but this won't be possible. Your aptitude is too ordinary. You don't have any outstanding strengths. More importantly, you lack good looks as well. They spoke so directly that the young man felt both sad and angry. So in your hearts you think I'm that terribly inadequate. Deep Lin Lung even patted his shoulder and concluded, therefore, unfortunately, you can't join us. Don't cry. Okay, stand tall and leave bravely. Dong Phuong Tan said nothing and decisively turned away, silently vowing, if I ever talk too much again, I'm a fool. Deep Lin Lung summarized the results of this journey to the secret realm of Dai Kim Mountain. Some are happy, some are sad, some gained, and some lost. Dep Dung Wet obtained the Shich fruit. Tunguthan reaped love. Talam Dat Thu gained an IOU from 3 people. They all profited greatly. Leung Win Hook lost a 9th grade spirit pill, a heart-protecting mirror, a life-saving talisman, and all his dignity. He suffered the biggest losses. As for me, I was unlucky to be pestered by the chubby kid, but I got the wealth-attracting technique, so it's barely considered breaking even, neither gain nor loss. Soon after, they returned to Thanh Huyen Tong. Li Tu Trak, upon arriving, excitedly called out, Senior brother, your 6 junior brothers have brought back your beloved little junior sister alive. After calling for a while with no response, he found it strange. He didn't understand why senior brother and the 6 junior brothers, who were always at Thanh Huyen Tong, were nowhere to be seen now. We've finally brought little junior sister back, yet no one comes out to let me feel a bit of joy in my heart. Why? Hatamlan, seeing this, spoke up. When I returned, I sent a message to senior brother. He's probably not here. Li Tu Trak, hearing this, had an uneasy premonition about himself. Second senior sister already notified senior brother. So now what? No one's coming to receive little junior sister. What should I do? Hua Thi Ting caught the main point and threatened the 7th junior brother. It seems I hear you resenting little junior sister, don't I? Wait here. I'm going to report you to little junior sister. Li Trak, hearing this, nearly burst into tears. Don't. I didn't mean it that way. Meanwhile, Baodao was constantly waving his arms and legs, dancing around Deep Lin Lung. This place is really impressive. He kept asking, what's this and what's that? Deep Lin Lung, annoyed, grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. This is where I live. You just stay in there. Don't run around to other places, disturbing the senior and junior brothers and sisters. She silently complained. What breaking even nonsense. Looking closely now, it seems the losses are getting more serious. At this moment, Hua Thi Tin ran over, wanting to report Li Trak to the little junior sister. Just then, a male figure appeared. It turned out to be her fifth senior brother. Li Trak happily introduced the little junior sister. This is your fifth senior brother. His name is Muk Tio Nien. His specialty is controlling animals. He once gave each fellow disciple in our sect a spirit pet. This time, he's back. He must have brought a gift for you. Muk Tio Nien patted Li Trak's head like a beloved puppy. It's been a while. Seventh junior brother's temperament has become much more impulsive than before. Little junior sister, please don't blame him. Deep Lin Lung honestly replied, I've been used to it for a long time, so I'm not surprised anymore. Fifth senior brother, you really did bring a gift for me. Of course, I heard that in our sect there's a new 11-year-old little junior sister, so I deliberately caught a long-eared rabbit for you. As he spoke, he took out the animal from his ring and gave it to Deep Lin Lung. This small level 1 spirit beast is both gentle and adorable. I'm sure little junior sister will like it. Deep Lin Lung couldn't help but exclaim about how cute this spirit beast was. It's so cute and adorable. It's even pink. Such a beautiful color, senior brother. Thank you, fifth senior brother. I love it so much. The little junior sister's expression warmed his heart. I'm glad you like it. Although its temperament is gentle, it's still a spirit beast, after all. If it accidentally hurts you, just give it back to me. I'll tame it again. Hearing about taming spirit beasts, an idea flashed in her mind. Fifth senior brother, you know how to tame spirit beasts. I just happened to catch a pet, but it's not very well behaved. Can you help me tame it? The two people beside her, knowing the little junior sister was referring to Chiu Tai, widened their eyes in shock and said in unison, That's not possible. Muk Tio Nien, not understanding the situation, naively asked, Why not? What's wrong? Out of concern for fifth senior brother, Li Trak had to tell a little white lie. Fifth senior brother, actually, little junior sister is still young and doesn't understand. It's just something picked up from the roadside, brought home for fun. If it's not a spirit beast, it can't be a spirit pet. Little junior sister is still young, so it's normal that she can't distinguish these things. Meanwhile, Hua Thi Ting said to Deep Lin Lung, Little junior sister, Chiu Tai is not a spirit beast. It belongs to the demon system, which is not within fifth senior brother's expertise. Oh, is that so? That's a pity then. Baodao, returning from who knows where, saw Deep Lin Lung holding another animal in her arms. He jumped up, kicked it down, and took its place. Then he climbed onto the animal to ride Deep Lin Lung. Is this the new mount you prepared for me? It looks a bit stupid, but its fluffy fur makes it very comfortable to ride. Fatty likes it very much. You've finally done something good. You're truly worthy of old Tat's trust in you. The more he spoke, the more sinister his expression became. It's just a pity for the innocent spirit beast. Muk Tio Nien, seeing Baodao, misunderstood and asked the little junior sister, Is this the spirit pet you caught? I didn't expect it to be of the plant system and even able to speak human language. That's impressive. It's just a bit fierce though. With this personality, it might bully its owner. How about I tame it for a while? It'll become obedient soon. He truly is a kind-hearted fellow who doesn't understand the situation. When he finds out later, I wonder if he'll regret these words. Baodao's arrogant behavior successfully angered her. She grabbed its head and spoke in an ominous tone. Fifth senior brother, it's not a pet I caught. It came here to collect a debt, but it's fine. In a few days I'll cook it anyway. Hearing this, Baodao struggled non-stop in response. It was then thrown hard to the ground by Deep Lin Lung, who threatened, If you go out and do more embarrassing things, I'll call Chiu Tai out to play with you. The kind-hearted Muk Tio Nien worried for her. Little junior sister, is it really okay to do that? That spirit beast seems very aggressive. Deep Lin Lung, knowing he didn't understand her situation, covered his mouth to stop him from speaking. Fifth senior brother, you misunderstood. It's not aggressive, just mentally unstable. She skillfully changed the subject. Is it just you alone on Thanlan Mountain now, brother? The honest young man recounted the situation. That's right. Big senior brother and sixth junior brother yesterday went into Thanh Huyen sect's secret realm for closed-door cultivation. I don't understand why. when little junior sister is returning tomorrow, they couldn't wait one more day and rushed to seclude themselves like that. Li Tu-trak, understanding the reason, had an uncomfortable expression, as if blaming someone. What else could it be for? It's all because second senior sister informed them. Fifth senior brother, did they leave any message for you? Muktonyen informed that they didn't leave any instructions. They only said one thing: remember to take good care of little junior sister. Anyway, little junior sister isn't as weak or afraid of strangers as I am. Taking care of her shouldn't be difficult at all. Li Tu-trak quickly grasped at this lifeline. He gave 1,000 likes to praise Muktionyen. Your understanding is absolutely correct. Besides, he quickly pushed Deep Ling Lung towards him and ran away, saying, I'll leave little junior sister to you. We also want to go into seclusion for cultivation. Muktionyen, thinking the little junior sister was cute and needed protection, patted her head affectionately. I was just about to go out. Let me take little junior sister along. Excited about being taken out to play, her eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Great. Senior brother, where are we going? We're going to Lucan City. Yesterday, fifth junior sister sent a distress signal. Big senior brother told me to go there and help her. Only those who had experienced the personalities of the two girls were startled, wide-eyed, and open-mouthed in horror. They couldn't believe fifth senior brother wanted to bring fifth senior sister and little junior sister out together. We salute you as a brave warrior. Their 1,000-mile fingers and frightened expressions were enough to understand what they predicted for Muktionyen's days ahead. Muktionyen still looked like a kind-hearted bodhisattva, radiating golden light, seventh junior brother. Although fifth junior sister's temperament is a bit hard to describe, it's not a problem. We have little junior sister here, don't we? Little junior sister is calm and adorable. With the two of them together, who knows, fifth junior sister might be influenced and change her temperament. Besides, she'll have to take care of little junior sister anyway, so she'll surely restrain herself a bit. The two felt sorry for him, but didn't dare to tell the truth. I don't know what to say. I have some unused spirit fruits left. I'll give them all to you. Hoathi Tin also took out her good items to give to Muktionyen. Take this box of purple elixir. Also, here's the illusion pearl from second senior sister and the heart protection mirror from third senior sister. Here, Muktionyen was extremely touched. He didn't expect everyone to care for him so much. Thank you, junior brother and senior sister. You can rest assured and cultivate at Thanh Huyen sect. I will definitely take good care of the two junior sisters. Deep Ling Lung also cheerfully waved goodbye. You two can leave without worry. I'll be obedient and listen to fifth senior brother. That evening, in Deep Lin Lung's quarters, Deep Lin Lung was lying on the bed with a mood full of anticipation. Tomorrow, we'll set off for An City with fifth senior brother. I'm so excited. At this moment, the snake in her sleeve crawled out, waking her up. Seeing it, she was very happy. Little snake, you're awake. You're just so adorable. So Deep Lin Lung chatted with the little snake. Earlier in the secret realm of Mount Dai Kim, when I used the Qingmu hairpin to cool the formation, I absorbed a lot of wood element power. At that time, I noticed you had a reaction, but I was busy breaking through, so I couldn't pay attention to you. By the time I finished breaking through, you were already asleep. Is it that when my wood element power increases, your healing speed also becomes faster? The little snake nodded as if answering her. She asked again, so when will you be fully healed? The little snake shook its head in the oil basin. Even you don't know when you'll be healed. At this moment, the little snake crawled off the bed onto the table and used its tail to write on paper to communicate with her. It drew a sword on the paper. Deep Lin Lung guessed, you mean the wound healing or not, isn't that important? Huyanan will protect me. Is that what you mean? The little snake nodded in agreement. Then it tapped its tail on the paper repeatedly. Deep Lin Lung guessed it meant to say, if Huyanan doesn't listen, she should hit it. The little snake nodded in agreement, making her laugh. Luckily, I've sent Huyanan to take the senior sisters to the Lotus Pond in Thanh Huyen sect's secret realm for cultivation. If it heard this, it would be heartbroken. Now that you're awake, let me give you some blood to eat. It seems I haven't fed you for a long time. The little snake, afraid of hurting her, shook its head in refusal. Why won't you eat? Are you worried about affecting my body? It's fine. I'm much stronger now than before, and you need to recover quickly so we can go out and play together. The little snake wrote another message with water. Whether I'm well or not, I'll stay by your side forever. Deep Lin Lung was touched, then laughed. You dare to say forever to me. Don't you know that big senior brother, sixth senior brother, and seventh senior brother are all so afraid of me that they've run away? The little snake wrote again, they're not good enough, with a disdainful expression. Seeing this, Deep Lin Lung burst into laughter. If the senior senior brothers knew someone was commenting on them like this, they might die of anger on the spot. Outstanding young men with strong bodies, profound cultivation, and excellent combat abilities being judged as inadequate by a tiny black snake. Anyone would find that hard to accept. Diip Lin Lung was curious to know more. Your handwriting is really beautiful. The strokes are strong, sharp, straight, and decisive. They say handwriting reflects the person. Were you very impressive in the past? In response, the little snake shook its head, indicating it couldn't remember. They had plenty of time together, so there was no rush. She then pretended to accidentally break a teacup, causing her finger to bleed. I'm bleeding. Can you lick the wound for me? What's wrong? The little snake didn't understand she was intentionally letting it drink her blood. Seeing its reaction, she continued her act, rubbing her finger and pretending to be in pain. It hurts so much. Are you really going to ignore me? This trick of hers always defeated anyone who cared for her. The little snake reluctantly came forward to drink her blood. Diip Lin Lung could feel the strength in her body being drained. Little Black really was absorbing power from her blood. But this didn't matter to her at all. She was willing to do it. The next morning, while she was still sound asleep, she was awakened by noise from outside. It turned out Fathead was riding the rabbit, bullying it. Hey, rabbit, when you run, you need to keep your body balanced. Don't shake and make me fall off. Seeing Fat Radish like this, Diip Lin Lung couldn't help but speak up. Long Ears, you're a rabbit after all. There's such a big radish right in front of you, and you're not biting it. Wake up. No matter how it tries to act, it's still just a radish. Fathead, unhappy, scolded her. Do you have any knowledge? I'm a snow spirit fruit, not a radish. The rabbit, bullied since yesterday, was also quite irritated. Now with this hint, it counterattacked Fathead. The rabbit stopped abruptly and suddenly sat up. Fathead, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground before the rabbit, which now looked at it like a prey with a hungry gaze. This time, Fathead knew to be afraid of it. Diip Lin Lung chimed in. Long Ears, if it looks like a radish, then it's a radish. I hope you'll still be able to see the midday sun today. This time it was Fathead's turn to run away from Long Ears' pursuit. About to go out with fifth senior brother, she had to let Chiao Tai out to eat two little ghosts to replenish its energy first. Fortunately, in her cultivation ring, she had saved quite a few little ghosts, enough for it to have a meal. Just then, Muktian came to Diip Lin Lung's courtyard. He didn't understand why Fathead was being chased so fiercely by Long Ears. Glancing inside Diip Lin Lung's courtyard, he sensed a strong killing intent. Fearing something had happened to little junior sister, he kicked open the door and rushed in. Little junior sister, be careful. Luckily, Chiao Tai had finished eating and returned to its box before Muktian entered. Seeing Muktian enter with concern, Diip Lin Lung, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" Fifth senior brother. Muktian felt it was very strange. How come I don't see anything, but there's still residual killing intent in the room? Moreover, the long-eared rabbit I've tamed many times suddenly went crazy. Something must have come in here and caused trouble just now. Observing little junior sister's expression, which seemed confused and dazed, he thought she probably didn't know anything. Never mind, she's still young and timid. It's better not to tell her about this. Thinking this, Muktian said, "It's nothing. I must have been seeing things." Diip Lin Lung excitedly asked, "So, are we setting off now, senior brother?" "That's right," he replied, but thought to himself, "Later, I'll have to tell seventh junior brother to come and check little junior sister's room occasionally." And so, the girl's new journey began. Sitting on the bird's back, Muktian gave her a gift. "Little junior sister, these spirit stones and spirit fruits are from eldest senior brother and sixth junior brother. They asked me to give them to you. Although they couldn't meet you in person, both of them miss you very much." How could she not know they were intentionally avoiding her? But she was happy to receive gifts anyway. "Thank you, senior brothers." "Oh, right. How are eldest senior brother and sixth senior brother's cultivation going?" "They're putting all their effort into cultivation. Their cultivation is increasing as fast as the wind. Even I admire them." "Haha. In the near future, your cultivation will also be pushed to increase rapidly by junior sister." At this moment, Fathead burst into tears, attracting their attention. "Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, my bottom. Diip Lin Lung, this stupid rabbit bit my bottom." Muktian picked up the rabbit, looking at it with many questions in mind. "Why is it so strange? What exactly is the problem? It doesn't seem to be possessed or anything." "I'm sorry, little junior sister. How about I take this long-eared rabbit back? I'll give you a better behaved one another day." Diip Lin Lung quickly hugged the rabbit back to herself. "It's all right, fifth senior brother. After all, it didn't bite me. Besides, now that it has bitten Fathead once, It's no longer an ordinary rabbit. Its value has skyrocketed, so how could I willingly return it to you? Just as she finished speaking, Long Ears flew up. It leveled up before Muktionian's astonished eyes. What's happening? Long Ears is leveling up again. It was clearly just a level 1 spirit pet. Its speed is too fast. Has it learned the walk like wind skill already? Long Ears, having leveled up, happily ran around in excitement as if celebrating. Fathead, being ignored, cried even more miserably. Do you guys still care about me at all? I got bitten on the butt, but you're hugging and cherishing the culprit like that. Oh, old tat, why did you leave so early? If you have any spirit in heaven and see your darling being treated like this by others, you must be heartbroken, right? Deep Ling Lung knew Fathead's nature all too well. Those words made her even angrier. She grabbed its head and threatened, if you make another sound, I won't patch up the meat on your butt. Fathead, getting her attention, started rambling again. Deep Ling Lung, why don't you just bite me once? My leg has already been bitten, so what's one more bite? My head's been cut in half, but I still want to use these hands. Thinking it over, only the front part hasn't been touched yet. Come here, I'll let you eat my fruit meat. Then you won't abandon me anymore. Not only was Deep Lin Lung speechless, but even Muktionian, a gentle and kind person, was at a loss for words. Little junior sister, is your plant-type spirit pet all right? Deep Lin Lung flicked its forehead hard and replied, it's fine. Its mind is beyond saving. By evening, they had arrived at Lukon City. Mukteo, Nian suggested they should find an inn to rest for the night first, then look for 5th senior sister tomorrow. But Deep Lin Lung kept thinking about rescuing 5th senior sister today. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, followed by the chatter of onlookers, gossiping, which caught the attention of the two. The main content of their talk was that the Luke mansion had exploded again. Hearing these words, Muktionian had a bad feeling and immediately changed his decision. This is not good, little junior sister. There's an emergency. Quickly follow me. At the Luke mansion, explosions were heard with smoke rising high. Below, a girl holding a large talisman was shouting at the servants surrounding her. Get out of the way, all of you. Move aside from me. That girl was Luke Bakvi, the 5th senior sister of Thayan's sect. The butler criticized her. Your fighting ability is as weak as a cat's scratch. If you hadn't stolen the talismans from the 4th master, how could you have fought your way this far? Now you only have one talisman left in your hand. How do you plan to escape? Though angry, Luke Bakvi knew the butler's words were true. She felt a bit confused and didn't know what to do next. Mukteo Nian and Diep Lin Lung had also arrived. Seeing the Luke mansion surrounded by people, with 5th junior sister holding a talisman and arguing with the servants, Mukteo Nian found the current situation too dangerous. He couldn't understand why it had become so chaotic. Diep Lin Lung asked, 5th senior brother, is that person being surrounded my 5th senior sister? Yes, that's your 5th senior sister. Her name is Luke Bakvi. After answering his junior sister, he thought to himself that this situation wasn't good. He needed to quickly go and stop them, otherwise it would become too chaotic to resolve. Deep Lin Lung thought 5th senior sister was being bullied. As a fellow disciple, she couldn't just stand by and not help. So she took out a stack of explosive talismans and gave them to Long Ears to hold in its mouth, then commanded, go, Long Ears, take these explosive talismans to 5th senior sister. With the principle of maintaining harmony, Mukteo Nian approached and greeted the Luke butler. What's going on? Why has everything suddenly become so chaotic? We're all family here. There's no need to make a big fuss about it. Frustrated with the young Mrs. commotion these past few days, the butler saw Mukteo Nian as a target to vent his anger. You dare to come to our Luke mansion again. Our master has already said he won't allow the young miss to return to Thanh Huyen sect. Give up on this idea. If it weren't for you all, why would the young miss confront the Luke family every day? Suddenly becoming a punching bag, the young man was caught off guard. But with his kind nature, he still warmly explained, Luke butler, if there's anything, let's talk it through slowly. I know my 5th junior sister has always been a bit impulsive. This time I'm here to advise her. Let's all sit down and have a proper conversation. The young man was so enthusiastic that the Luke butler had to compromise. Well, considering your usual upright and serious conduct, I'll trust you this once. If you can persuade the young miss to stop confronting the Luck family, then. As the Luck butler was speaking, he noticed several talismans flying towards them from behind. Recognizing them as explosive talismans, he shouted loudly, everyone, get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion occurred, smoke billowing everywhere. As the smoke gradually cleared, Luke Bakvi shouted again with an unafraid demeanor, who said I only had one talisman left? Open those owl eyes of yours and look carefully. I still have several here. Come and fight me if you dare. as if I'm afraid of you. Looking closely, the young miss was holding a stack of talismans. One arm was hugging a pink mutant long-eared rabbit. He knew that rabbit was Muktionyen's spirit pet that had been caught earlier. The Look butler, with a fierce attitude, turned to scold Muktionyen. Muktionyen, you pretend to negotiate peace on the surface, but behind our backs, you sent your long-eared rabbit to deliver explosive talismans to the young miss. Someone, beat him up for me. Muktionyen was still bewildered, not knowing how to explain reasonably. Muktionyen knew he was misunderstood, but how could he say it was done by his little junior sister? He still tried to maintain a friendly attitude and calm tone. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't misunderstand. I really didn't come here to fight. While everyone was focused on surrounding Muktionyen, Lukbafi took the opportunity to slip away. She could only apologize to Muktionyen in her heart. As soon as Lukbak got outside, the long-eared rabbit jumped out of her arms and went into Deep Lin Lung's arms. Seeing Deep Lin Lung hugging the long-eared rabbit, she asked probingly, "Are you our new little junior sister who just arrived?" Deep Lin Lung smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I am, fifth senior sister. So those talismans were also given to me by you." Lukbakva thought to herself, fifth senior brother has always wanted to use peaceful means to resolve all conflicts. How could he have given me those talismans? So it was you who did it. Lukbak gave Dieplin Lung a thumbs up. You did a great job. Looking at the smiles of the two girls, it was clear they were on the same wavelength. This time, Muktionyen's arrival would lead to a conversation with these two girls. Luke Bakva pulled Deeplin Lung's hand to leave. We'll talk about other things later. Let's go quickly now. We need to find a place to hide first. But what about fifth senior brother? Fortunately, Deeplin Lung still cared about him. That fragile concern was quickly washed away by Luke Bakvi. Little junior sister, don't worry, fifth senior brother will be fine. At a restaurant, the two ordered many delicious dishes to enjoy. Little junior sister, feel free to eat whatever you like. Our first meeting was so sudden that I couldn't prepare a gift for you. Do you see that general store across the street, opposite the window? She said while pointing it out to Deep Lin Lung. I'm giving it to you. Here's the contract for the store. From now on, every month, you can use this contract to go to the Luke family's money house and collect the monthly spirit stones earned by that store. Deepling Lung must surely be happy with this gift. I wonder if any of us here would like to have a senior sister like this, huh? Opening the contract to look, even Deepling Lung had to exclaim at how impressive it was. Wow, this scroll is so magical. The numbers inside change by themselves. Luke Bakvi explained further. That's right, little junior sister. You can use this scroll to check the actual income and expenses of the store. No need to be formal. Deeplin Lung immediately put away the store contract. Thank you, fifth senior sister. Now she could see how wealthy fifth senior sister was. No wonder all the servants cleaning in Thanh Huyen Tong were invited by fifth senior sister. At this moment, the door to their dining room opened. They both turned to look and saw that fifth senior brother had arrived. Muk Teo Nien, panting, called out to the two girls. Luke Bai cheerfully said to Deeplin Lung, "See, I told you he would be fine." Deeplin Lung also chimed in, praising, fifth senior brother is indeed impressive. Luke Bakfai handed the cup of wine she had just poured to Deepling Lung. Deepling Lung didn't hesitate to accept the cup of wine to drink. As Deepling Lung was about to bring the cup to her lips, Muktionyen snatched it away. Muktionyen, as if venting about the unpleasant things that had just happened to him, said, "Fifth junior sister, how can you let little junior sister drink wine? She's still so young. And you, little junior sister, how could you give explosive talismans to fifth junior sister? The gate of the Luke mansion also has a huge hole blown in it because of you." The two girls, looking gloomy, shared the same thought. They never expected fifth senior brother, who had always been gentle, polite, and kind, to be this angry. Seizing the opportunity, Muktionyen scolded fifth junior sister again. This time, why are you opposing your family again? Is there nothing that can be discussed properly? Why do you have to cause such chaos in the family like this? Not wanting to hear more scolding, Luke Bakvi raised her hand to interrupt him. Fifth senior brother, you can't blame me this time. My father actually wanted to fulfill that marriage agreement. He wanted to marry me off to Hatai Din. Of course, I couldn't agree to that. Hearing this, Muktionyen regained his composure. Didn't your father already consider canceling the engagement? Luke Bakvi, mentioning this, reignited the anger within her. That's right, who would have thought that after Hatai Ding heard this news, he rushed to see my father and said he would search for the continuation fire pearl for me. As soon as my father heard this, he took the bait immediately. He even promised that if he finds the continuation fire pearl, he'll hold our wedding ceremony right away. According to the information Muktionyin knew, the last place the continuation fire pearl disappeared was in Giovan City. That place has become a living hell for over a decade. Dangers lurk everywhere there. He agreed to risk his life to find the continuation fire pearl for you, which proves he truly likes you, doesn't it? Luke Bak Vai held her head and shouted, "Another person has been fooled by Ha Tai Ding. Finding a pearl for me doesn't mean he cares about me. Only Deep Ling Lung thought differently. It could be that he's interested in fifth senior sister's wealth and power." Muktionyin replied, "Little junior sister, you don't understand. The Ha family is also one of the 8 powerful families. As the eldest young master of the Ha family, why would Ha Tai Ding covet Bakvi's wealth and power? Moreover, searching for the continuation fire pearl is risky, disregarding the danger to his life." Deep Lin Lung disagreed with Muktionyin. The Ha family has money, but what does that have to do with coveting fifth senior sister's wealth and power? Even if my family has vast wealth, if I see a spirit stone on the ground, I would still pick it up. Furthermore, on the path of cultivation, when is there not a risk of life-threatening danger? If his journey is successful, he'll not only get the continuation fire pearl, but also be gifted fifth senior sister. That's an incredible deal for him. It's too good to be true for him. Luke Bach felt like she found a kindred spirit. She hugged Deep Lin Lung tightly. "You truly understand me. But most importantly, my father was so moved that he lent him our family's Chaos Heart mirror." Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung felt even less favorable towards Ha Tai Din. He even borrowed a Chaos Heart mirror. He's really profiting from this. Exactly. Little junior sister, you're absolutely right. The more they talked, the more excited the two girls became. "Fifth senior sister, I think we should go to Giovan City together and teach Ha Tai Ding a lesson. Then we'll take back the Chaos Heart mirror. We must also secure the continuation fire pearl." Luke Bakvi enthusiastically agreed. "The Chaos Heart mirror is very important. We must get it back. And we'll take the continuation fire pearl too." Deep Lin Lung decided to sleep for the night and set out the next day. The wealthy Luke Bach called for a servant to rent 3 high-class rooms. The best room was given to little junior sister. Only Muktionyin was still confused, manipulated by the two girls. "So it's all decided then. I don't think I've agreed yet. Giovan City is so dangerous. How can we go there?" Lying on the bed, Deep Lin Lung pondered. She remembered that in the original plot, after Diep Dung Wet opened the secret realm of Mount Dai Kim, the next place she went was Giovan City. But in the original story, there was no mention of the continuation fire pearl, because what Deep Dung Wet obtained in Giovan City was the divine fire sword, an unparalleled, supreme sword in the world left behind by Jia Thien, the city lord. When the sword came to her, she also began to generate sword energy. "If we also go to Giovan City, then she will go ahead and lead the way, stepping on all the traps first." She smiled mischievously again, thinking that when leaving, the group could tag along with her team like last time. No need to find the exit on their own, which would save a lot of time to brazenly go and plunder. She must seize the opportunity to get rich. As for fifth senior sister, although in the original plot there was no mention of whether Ha Tai Din liked her or not, but there was a brief mention of a fallen evil spirit appearing in the Luke family, one of the 8 major immortal cultivation families, causing the entire family to be killed. In the end, that demon died under Deep Dung Wet's sword. From his body, Deep Dung Wet obtained 10 precious moon eclipse scrolls, an extremely rare treasure never seen before from the Luke family. And when the Luck family was annihilated, the other 7 families didn't lift a finger to help. No one even felt sorry or grieved for the Luke family's demise. Suddenly, Fathead unexpectedly jumped in, hitting her head, causing quite a bit of pain. Fathead started rambling again. "Deep Lin Lung, do you think if I bite myself, it would have any effect? Long Ears has leveled up. I can't beat it now. Every day it chases and bites me. I can't live like this anymore. Why don't you return it? You already have a cute little fruit like me. Why do you need to keep a rabbit too?" Too familiar with this song, she pulled its mouth shut again. "So I should give up the whole forest for a fruit kid that can only be looked at, not eaten, like you. Is that what you're saying? Aren't you overestimating yourself a bit?" Fathead thought for a while, unable to argue with her logic, and started wailing again. It just called out, "Old Tat." Deep Lin Lung knew the routine and covered its mouth, saying, "Shut up," with a threatening look. Deep Lin Lung began to lie down to sleep, preparing for tomorrow's journey. Fathead, thick-skinned, wanted to vie for favor again. "Then let me sleep next to you, okay?" Deep Lin Lung was too lazy to argue with it. "Lie down neatly on one side. Don't take up my bed space." Soon, Fathead fell asleep and started sleep-talking, waking up Deep Lin Lung. Long Ears is bullying me. At times like this, she found it a bit cute indeed. The incomprehensible thing was, how on earth had Fat Head managed to survive until now? The next morning, the three sat on the bird's back and set off for giovan City. Yen seriously expressed her viewpoint. I've thought seriously about it again yesterday. Giovan City is too dangerous. It's better not to go there. How about we go to Daisuyan Forest instead? There's an area there full of level 1 and 2 spirit beasts. Both junior sisters are at the foundation building stage, so it's most suitable for you to cultivate there. Deep Lin Lung started using her usual tactic again. Fifth senior brother, do you know why we'll face danger if we go to Giovan City? Because we're not strong enough. She was just waiting for him to say that. Exactly. Fifth senior brother, your perception is quite clear. As she spoke, she took out some skill manuals from her ring and gave them to the two. Little junior sister doesn't have any precious gifts, so I'm giving you these skill manuals instead. I've carefully chosen these for you two. Everyone has their share. No one is left out. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Don't be shy. As long as you two cultivate seriously and work hard to level up, you won't fear the dangers in Giovan City anymore. Little junior sister's gift was indeed surprisingly shocking. Mukchonian held the two skill manuals, speechless in her heart. He cautiously said, Little junior sister has just started cultivating. I'm afraid it might not be enough time. When it comes to urging senior brothers and sisters to improve their cultivation, I never fail. Fifth senior brother, as long as you have perseverance and determination, it's never too late to start cultivating. Let me calculate it for you, brother. From Lucan City to Giovan City, it takes a total of 2 days to travel. During these 2 days, if you don't sleep or rest and diligently cultivate to master the first level of the skill manual, it shouldn't be a problem at all. As she spoke, her gaze at Mukchonian grew colder, as if threatening him. Mukchonian was truly afraid of little junior sister now. No sleep or rest, little junior sister. If not that, then what else? Anyway, you don't need to fly by yourself. What else would you do with your free time? She started her familiar song, but it was new to Mukchonian. Fifth senior brother, before we left, you promised the other senior brothers to protect us, but now you don't even want to cultivate. What if we encountered danger? Indeed, the old trick still works. Mukchonian said helplessly, It's not like that, little junior sister. It's not that I don't want to cultivate, but now in midair, there's not enough spiritual energy. I'm afraid it won't be very effective. A difficult problem for him, but simple for her. Senior brother, don't worry. I know how to solve this issue. As Deep Lin Lung spoke, she set up an array for the two to cultivate. Last time when we went out, I discovered that time is always available, but spiritual energy isn't always present, and cultivation can't be delayed or prolonged. That's why I've developed an array formation that can convert the spiritual energy from spirit stones into spiritual energy for cultivation. Look, isn't this amount of spiritual energy enough? This was truly novel for the two of them. The spiritual energy was now so dense that they were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Seeing this, Deep Lin Lung patted fifth senior brother's shoulder to urge him on. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and start. If you don't seize this opportunity, you'll not only let me and fifth senior sister down. If big senior brother finds out, he won't let you off either. Her gaze now turned threatening, frightening Mukchonian. He immediately sat down obediently. I got it. I'll start cultivating right away. Deplin Lung then turned her eyes to Luke Bakvai. Fifth senior sister, let's begin too. Luke Bakvai seemed to want to find an excuse to politely refuse. Before Luke Bakvi could say anything, Deep Lin Lung began to manipulate her psychology again. Have you forgotten how your family's butler scolded you yesterday, sister? He kept saying your kung fu was like cat scratches. As the young miss of the Luke family, can you tolerate that? With her hot temper, Luke Bakvi was already angry inside when she thought of those words. She replied, I can't tolerate it. Deep Ling Lung leaned in closer to provoke her further. Moreover, the purpose of our trip is to beat that crybaby who wants to eat swan meat at the pavilion to a pulp. If your cultivation isn't strong enough, fighting him would be like scratching an itch. Would you be content with that? Of course, Luke Bakvi replied that she wouldn't be content. Deep Lin Lung continued, Fifth senior brother has already said the Tu Kwa Chao is a lost treasure in Giovan City. As its new owner, don't you need to become even more outstanding to not let it lose face? No, that's right. I'll start cultivating right away. And so, the stubborn Luke Bakvi was manipulated by Deep Lin Lung psychologically, obediently sitting down to cultivate without resistance. She didn't even spare the two spirit pets. You two should also take this chance to absorb spiritual energy and improve your abilities. Spirit stones are expensive. Don't waste them. Understand? If not, when I find more obedient spirit beasts, stronger than weak and incompetent pets like you, you'll all be discarded. 2 days later, they arrived at Giovan City. While Yen was intently observing Giovan City, the two girls had already quickly entered. Yen worriedly tried to stop them. Giovan City is also a large city, prosperous and thriving. Its owner is the Yen family, a major clan that once dominated a region. But over 10 years ago, the Yen family suddenly experienced a calamity. Giovan City also became a city of death. Demon beasts flooded in en masse. Junior sisters, you can see Giovan City like this. As Yen was about to advise the two girls to leave, Luke Bakvi had already pointed at a ferocious beast and said, "Little junior sister, come here and look. There's a beast at the city gate that looks like it wants to be beaten up." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her sword to attack it. "After cultivating for 2 days, I feel I can do this. Don't stop me. I must go on a killing spree now." As Luke Bakvi was about to charge in to attack the beast, Deep Ling Lung called out from outside, "Fifth senior sister, when you kill it, remember to keep the body intact." Luke Bakvi asked in surprise, "You want to collect its carcass? It's so ugly. What do you want it for?" Her eyes changed as soon as money was mentioned. "I'll sell it for money. Are you that short on money? When we return, I'll give you a few more shops." Indeed, rich people talk differently. Who wouldn't want a senior sister like this? Only ordinary people have to choose, but Deplin Lung doesn't need to choose. "Thank you, fifth senior sister. I'll gladly accept the shops, but I also want to keep the beast's carcass." Lukba happily agreed. She fiercely charged in to fight the beast, but she had overestimated herself. Within seconds, she was counterattacked by the beast. Fortunately, she wasn't stubborn enough to seek death and ran away instead. Muktionyin stood outside observing and assessing the situation. He summoned the white tiger Dangvan to fight the beast. He knew it was a level 3 demon wolf. Moreover, the demon wolves in Giovan City were even more ferocious and vicious than normal ones. Fifth junior sister was only at foundation building stage. It was like feeding herself to the demon wolf. Seeing the white tiger Dangvan, the demon wolf became frightened. Knowing it couldn't win, it shifted its target to attack Deep Lin Lung. Alas for the demon wolf, heaven's path was open, but it didn't take it. Hell had no door yet. It rushed in. Muktionyen didn't expect the demon wolf's target would be his little junior sister. He felt that little junior sister's safety was threatened. Neither the white tiger Dangvan nor himself could block it in time. He shouted loudly, "Run quickly, little junior sister." He hoped little junior sister could escape so he could rescue her in time. As worried as Muktionyen was, Depling Lung was equally excited. She held Huyen with a composed stance, ready to defeat the beast. It's just a level 3 beast. Before, in the secret realm of Mount Dai Kim, if I didn't kill 100, I killed at least several dozen. After studying for so long, if I didn't have any skills, how could I be worthy of my day and night diligent efforts? As soon as the beast charged, it was defeated by one move from Deep Lin Lung and fell to the ground. The beast was now doubting its own choice. This human girl looked small and weak, but was so fierce and vicious. Did I choose the wrong target? Mukto Nien and Luke Bakvi were equally frightened by the scene before them. Is this our weak and adorable little junior sister who just joined us? The beast couldn't bear this humiliation. It stubbornly tried to justify itself. That was just a probe. This time, I'll fight seriously. It still couldn't believe it couldn't defeat this small human. It fiercely charged at Deplin Lung. Deplin Lung found this even more amusing. Since you're so determined to seek death, I won't be polite anymore. With just one sword strike, Deplin Lung knocked out the demon wolf, leaving it lying on the ground. The demon wolf now truly admitted defeat. Among the 36 stratagems, it had to find a way to escape. As it was secretly trying to escape, it was discovered by Muktio Nien, who pointed out, "Not good, this demon wolf is too cunning. It's trying to run away. Quickly stop it and kill it right away. Wolves are pack animals. Its companions must be nearby. Hurry before it sends a signal to notify its companions. Kill it quickly. Otherwise, once we're surrounded, it will be very dangerous." On the contrary, when Deep Ling Lung heard it had companions, her eyes lit up with anticipation. For her, wasn't this even better? Despite Muktio Nien's shouting to remind little junior sister to quickly kill that demon wolf, don't hesitate any longer. Ignoring someone's anxious worries, she calmly watched the demon wolf's actions as if watching a play. Quickly, the demon wolf called for allies to rescue it. Muktio Nien thought this was the end. His face wrinkled as if he was about to meet his doom. The signal has been sent. It's too late now. He quickly mounted the white tiger and urged the two junior sisters, "Everyone, quickly come to the white tiger. Hurry, we must leave here immediately. Luke Bak obediently climbed onto the white tiger's back. Only Diep Lin Lung stood still, not moving. Having intentionally lured the wolf pack here, how could she leave? Poor Muktionyin, worrying himself sick. Hurry over here, little junior sister. She responded to him with a smile. I have a brilliant idea that can make us rich quickly. Fifth senior sister, come here and let's get to work. Muktionyin was still naive, not understanding what was happening. Hearing this, Luke Bak V felt her enthusiasm stirred. Without hesitation, she jumped off the white tiger's back. What should we do, little junior sister? Diep Lin Lung assigned a task to Luke Bak V. Do you see that flagpole on the city wall? Please hang this demon wolf up there for me. Luke Bak V might lack ability, but she had enthusiasm to spare. This is easy. I'll do it right away. The poor beast was dragged away miserably. Diep Lin Lung then took out a pointed stick and assigned a task to Bao Dao. She just said, "This job is for you." Perhaps having been tormented by her before and following her around causing trouble, she only needed to say that for Bao Dao to understand her meaning. I get it. This is my specialty. Bao Dao took the needle and climbed onto the pink rabbit's back. Let's get to work, Long Ears. Quickly, fly me up there. Next was the time for Diep Lin Lung to set up the formation to eliminate the beasts. Muktionyin still didn't understand what was happening. Little junior sister, what are you doing? We need to run quickly. When the wolf's companions arrive soon, we won't be able to escape in time. Bao Dao had already started his task. The big wolf was crying non-stop, but Bao Dao wasn't satisfied yet. The howl isn't loud enough. The ending isn't long enough. Not enough emotion. Howl again. Bao Dao, following Diep Lin Lung, had awakened its cruel soul, becoming just like her now. Indeed, the miserable cries of the demon wolf quickly summoned the support of its companions. A pack of fierce demon wolves rushed towards Giovan City. Muktionyin, still naive, ran over to pull Diep Lin Lung's hand, urging, "Little junior sister, the demon wolves are here. Come with me quickly." In response to Muktionyin's sincere concern, she instead looked for ways to trick him. "Fifth senior brother, you've come at the right time. I need your help too." Diep Lin Lung pushed him forward. "Go on, fifth senior brother. Lure those demon wolves here for me." It was pitiful that before he could grasp little junior sister's thoughts, the fierce demon wolves were already in front of him. Facing the pack of fierce demon wolves, Muktionyin still hoped to use his rich experience in taming beasts. Calm down. While he was still unsure how to handle the dangerous situation, Diep Lin Lung behind him threw an explosive talisman. She truly wasn't afraid of causing chaos, nor hesitant to trick her senior brother. The explosive talisman attacked the beasts. Diep Lin Lung had successfully angered them, making them all turn their fierce gazes towards Muktionyin. Muktionyin was now extremely panicked. He ran away, constantly complaining. Diep Lin Lung had finished setting up her formation. She waved, calling Muktionyin to run towards her. Being chased, he had no time to think and just ran headlong towards little junior sister. And so the demon wolves ran into the trap she had set. When they realized they were trapped in the formation, they howled endlessly to the sky. Having escaped the dangerous situation, he sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect little junior sister to know such tricks. Diep Lin Lung, after tricking him, now showed concern. "Fifth senior brother, are you all right?" Muktionyin now had a very serious attitude. "Little junior sister, please don't do such dangerous things again in the future." "Okay." Diep Lin Lung then obediently agreed. "I won't do it again in the future." Hearing this, Muktionyin daydreamed with the thought, "It seems little junior sister still listens to advice." His joy lasted barely 3 seconds before little junior sister shocked him again. "Let's finish what we're doing now first." "Okay." She pointed at the demon wolves approaching from afar. "Fifth senior brother, look over there. Another pack of demon wolves is coming." Muktionyin widened his eyes, trying to dissuade little junior sister. "You've already caught many. How about—" Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted. Switching to professional actor mode, she acted very understanding. "How about letting me go?" "Fifth senior brother, you're already tired from running. It's my turn this time. It's only fair. Although I'm just a small foundation-building cultivator who could be eaten at any moment, but how can one cultivate without taking risks? If I die, you remember to bring my body back to Qingshuan sect for the senior brothers and sisters to see one last time. Okay?" She was truly an expert at tricking others, harming her senior brother. But Muktionyin cared for his junior sister. Hearing this, how could he sit still? He jumped up, saying, "Give me the explosive talismans. Let me go." Not long after, all the demon wolves were trapped in Deep Ling Lung's formation. She destroyed the first one and then proudly challenged, "The messenger who called you here has fallen. Hurry and thank it for guiding you here." The beast she had sent to collect its lunchbox was gone, yet she wouldn't leave it at that. She made the demon wolves look at it with extreme hatred, and so she gradually eliminated the demon wolves. Now, every wolf trembled at the sight of her. Watching her torment the demon wolves, Muktionyin felt scared inside. Little junior sister is a bit cruel, isn't she? But Luke Buffy was very excited. "I've learned it, so we can play this game too." In a short time, all the demon wolves were eliminated. Deep Lin Lung opened the formation excitedly to collect the beast corpses. There were so many beasts. Seeing little junior sister so happy, Luke Buffy also wanted to help. Luke Buffy didn't expect collecting beast corpses to be so fun. Only after collecting did they realize with a start, we didn't expect that we could kill so many demon wolves. We're really amazing. Deep Lin Lung then said, "This is just normal. We need to look further ahead. We're people who do great things. These few demon wolves are nothing." Muktian thought he couldn't let his two junior sisters collect beast corpses. A healthy young man like himself couldn't just stand by and watch. He stood up and said, "I'll help you collect them too." A while later, they finally finished collecting. Muktionyin didn't expect to collect so many. He felt they would really make a lot of money. But he thought it would be better to talk to little junior sister. "We must leave giovan city. We can't continue doing such dangerous things." Just then, Deep Lin Lung gave talismans to Luke Bakvi. Luke Bakvi was quite interested in the novel talismans. "Little junior sister, are these the speed-boosting talismans you've improved? Let me try them out." So she quickly stuck the talisman on herself. In an instant, she ran off, disappearing from sight. Her talismans were so effective that Deep Lin Lung was quite pleased. Fifth senior sister has run out of sight. She used 2 speed-boosting talismans, so it became a super speed talisman. Now she's just a short distance from rushing into the city. I wonder if she'll run into any trouble. Muktionyin realized he couldn't stop the 2 hyperactive girls anymore. He predicted that in the future, the 2 girls would train his heart to work even more vigorously. Unable to leave Luke Bai alone, the 2 had to use speed-boosting talismans to chase after her. Where on earth has 5th junior sister run off to? Why did she dash off so far by herself? Fortunately, they finally found Luke Bakvi. Luke Bakvi was currently surrounded by a group of people. A fierce man with a sword was attacking Luke Bakvi. Her cultivation was too weak compared to the opponent, so she couldn't fight back at all. He aggressively wielded his sword, intending to kill her. Luckily, Muktionyin arrived in time. He shouted loudly to stop the attacker. "Don't harm my 5th junior sister." Fortunately, Deep Lin Lung quickly threw out Huyenan to stop the attacker. Huyenan understood and rushed to confront the opponent. While the opponent was still confused about what was happening, Muktionyin had successfully rescued Luke Bakvi. "5th junior sister, are you all right?"
Luke Bakvi, in pain, didn't hide it. "I'm not okay at all. There's trouble everywhere. My hand is injured, my leg was cut, and my spirit is severely damaged. See? Don't be afraid. You won't have any more problems," because Muktionyin observed that on 5th junior sister's body, there were indeed a few injuries. But fortunately, they weren't too severe.
Deep Lin Lung took out a bottle of medicine for Luke Bakvi. "5th senior sister, use this medicine first. Don't panic. They'll be in trouble soon enough." Hearing this statement, it was clear she had already planned to torment the enemy. One person from the opposing group shouted, "I knew it. How dare a small foundation establishment cultivator like her rush into giovan city? Not only did she come in, but she also ruined our good business. So she has 2 accomplices." Deep Lin Lung observed the opponents. Recognizing the yellow sun symbol on their clothes, she guessed they were disciples of Liet Duongdian, one of the 4 major sects. Although Liet Duongdian was a righteous sect, they were extremely arrogant and domineering. They did as they pleased, never hiding the bad things they had done. They not only openly bullied disciples from other sects blatantly, but also publicly killed independent cultivators. Some had wanted to kick Liet Duongdian out of the sect alliance, making them an evil sect in name. But this proposal didn't succeed, because once the title of righteous sect was gone, Liet Duongdian would only become more arrogant without any restraint. Muktionyin stood in front of Deep Lin Lung. "We all came to Javan City to train. I don't understand why you treated my junior sister so cruelly." He coldly replied, "You ask why. Ask yourself what she has done." Luke Bakvi gestured wildly as she explained, "When I just rushed here, there was a very scary black shadow on the way. I was so scared that I put on another speed-boosting talisman. The speed was really too fast, so I couldn't see clearly and just crashed straight ahead. I didn't mean to do it." Hearing Luke Bakvi's explanation, Deep Lin Lung was shocked and admired fifth senior sister's audacity. The speed-boosting talisman was already very fast after improvement. Using 2 would make it super fast. With 3, did she want to fly to the sky? Muktionian asked again. Did you crash into them, fifth junior sister? No, I only crashed into a beast. She thought to herself. The Black Panther beast's corpse was completely flattened. Deplin Lung also guessed that fifth senior sister had crashed hard. Sister, you're not seriously injured, but the beast died first. Muktionian thought, it's not just crashing into one beast. She didn't crash into you either. Is it necessary for a group of young men to surround and attack one girl? The Liet Duongdian person argued, you think this is just about crashing into one beast? We needed the liver of this Black Panther beast to make medicine. We searched in Giovan City for 3 days to find this one. Moreover, we were hunting it. Suddenly she rushed in and knocked the Black Panther away. With no target in the middle, our disciples couldn't stop in time and ended up slashing each other. Everyone got injured. Luke Bachvi was full of question marks. You're blaming me for this too. The opponent, black-faced with anger, said, if not you, should we blame ourselves? Anyway, you've ruined our panther's liver, and you've injured 2 of my fellow disciples. Let your accomplices die along with you. They had successfully angered Deep Lin Lung. The 3 of us should die for 2 of you. Do you even know how to count? Thinking it was just a kid, the opponent shouted loudly, you're quite bold, brat. Have you considered the consequences of messing with us? Ugly old man, do you know what happened to the one before who bullied my senior sister? Deplin Lung arrogantly beckoned with her finger, saying, come here, let's do this properly. Introduce yourself first. The group from Liet Duongdian laughed as if hearing a joke. Introduce ourselves. Do we need to remember your names? You're about to be dead people anyway. Then listen carefully. I'm La Dien Trung from Liet Duongdian. Deep Lin Lung from Thanh Huyen Tong. The group laughed even louder than before. Thanh Huyen Tong. What trash sect is that? We've never even heard of it. Depling Lung's eyes grew colder. It's fine if you haven't heard of it before. You'll remember it for life and won't forget it soon. Fifth senior brother, prepare your weapons quickly. Let's hang these little golden core cultivators up and give them a beating. Muktio Nian summoned his spirit beasts. Come out, white tiger cloud rider, long-haired snow wolf. Le Dien Trung laughed with contempt. No wonder you dare to provoke Liet Duongdian disciples. So this little brat is a beast tamer. Those 7 long-haired snow wolves do have some skill, but even if you combine all your spirit beasts, they're still not as many as ours. Let's do this. To ensure fairness, you 2 plus your 8 beasts, that's a total of 10 lives. We'll only send 5 people to fight you. Today, before you die, we'll show you how powerful Liet Duongdian disciples are to broaden your horizons. Let them know that encountering Liet Duongdian disciples and not immediately running away to hide is the biggest mistake of their lives. Deep Lin Lung then said to Mutio Nian, 5th senior brother, I just thought of a new way to play. Please endure for a moment. I'll join in soon. Judging by her smile, it was clear her trick would be more terrifying than before. Muktionian didn't understand his junior sister's intention and was a bit startled, silently complaining, didn't we say we'd fight side by side and make a grand battle? Why is it just me now? Meanwhile, the Liet Duongdian disciples had fiercely attacked with swords, mocking, your junior sister is really something, huh? From the same sect. But when trouble comes, it's every man for himself. Despite this, Muktionian wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of his junior sister. While the battle raged inside, Bakvi outside couldn't sit still either. She secretly used her spiritual power to support from outside. She set up an array to enhance her senior brother and spirit beasts, increasing their defensive capabilities. Of course, she also had to set up another array for the Liet Duongdian disciples, slowing down their movement speed. Meanwhile, Deep Lin Lung had quickly set up her harmful formation. The last talisman was placed in position. The barrier was complete. Deep Lin Lung cheerfully returned to Muktio Nian, 5th senior brother, I'm back. The moment to witness a miracle is about to come. With such a mischievous smile, it was sure to be interesting and wouldn't disappoint us, the audience. Deep Ling Lung had begun her plan. While pasting enlargement talismans on the spirit beasts, she cheered, come on, spirit beasts. The talismans stuck on them quickly enlarged them. This unexpected turn startled the Liet Duongdian group. They ran away, almost wetting themselves in fear. Oh heavens, the spirit beasts are 10 times larger now. Of course, now the spirit beasts could defeat opponents as easily as eating cake. The Liet Duongdian group gathered to discuss, their bodies trembling all over. What should we do now, senior brother? Deep Lin Lung brazenly beckoned, taunting them. Do you still want fairness now? All of you, come at once. The opponent's earlier bold spirit had completely vanished. The senior brother ran away, surprising his junior brother. What? We're letting them off this time. Let's quickly run away. He didn't expect to run away so fast that he hit the formation barrier hard, causing his head to bleed. Holding his bloody head, he now realized they were surrounded by a formation. Just now, you already set up a formation around us. He felt a bit regretful. Geniuses know that formations for any sect are like priceless treasures. The ability to casually set up such a formation was even rarer. So he shamelessly invited the young lady, "Are you interested in joining our Liet Duong Dien? If you join us, we'll consider today's grudge settled. I'll even introduce you to the elders, so you can become a focus of cultivation in Liet Duong Dien." Bakvi couldn't hold back upon hearing this. "You dare to poach people right in front of us. Poaching is one thing, but to offer such shameful conditions. Introduced to the elders for special cultivation. Are you joking? Our junior sister is the personal disciple of our sect leader." And so, a war of words began. As long as she agrees, our Li Duongdian sect leader accepting her as a personal disciple wouldn't be a problem either. La Dien Trung thought to himself, talented individuals who understand formations are indeed very rare. Being accepted as a personal disciple by the sect leader wouldn't be surprising. Bakvi showed off her verbal skills again. After our junior sister joined the sect leader personally instructed all fellow disciples to take good care of her, teach her techniques, guide her in training. Other fellow disciples all treat her as the center. Can you do the same? Bakvi's exaggeration succeeded in making the others gape in astonishment. They knew that for a sect leader to go to such lengths for a disciple showed how highly valued she was, even instructing the entire sect to take care of Deep Ling Lung. The sect leader of Liet Duong Dien doesn't even care for his own daughter that much. Knowing that poaching wouldn't work, La Dien Trung spoke boldly. "If you won't be reasonable, don't blame us for being impolite. All disciples, hear my command. Earth-shattering formation." Amidst the opponent's imposing manner, Diep Lin Lung felt a bit doubtful. This scene seemed familiar. Last time, Talam Jiat also rallied his fellow disciples to form an impressive formation like this, but then they used the formation to run away. Surely, Liet Duong Dien wouldn't do exactly the same thing. The Liet Duong Dien group deployed their earth-shattering formation, causing dust to fly everywhere and rocks to scatter all around. Deep Lin Lung's group kept dodging until things settled down, but they couldn't see the Liet Duong Dien people anywhere. They only saw several large holes in front of them. Deep Lin Lung was furious. She kept shouting, "How annoying! I used formations to surround them, blocking all routes around and the space above, but these people dug into the ground." Not wanting to be at a disadvantage, Deep Lin Lung wanted to catch an unlucky Liet Duong Dien member and use him to lure out other Liet Duong Dien disciples for punishment. "Fifth senior brother, please pick up the dead black leopard's body for me." As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped into one of the holes. Her target couldn't stop her in time. Meanwhile, La Dien Trung emerged from the ground thinking, "Finally, we've escaped." He kept complaining. Who would have thought that Thanh Huyen Tong's golden core cultivator would be so formidable, able to control multiple spirit beasts in battle, and that Deep Ling Lung is even more terrifying. Not only is her combat ability super strong, but she also knows talisman drawing and formations. He took out a jade tablet to contact his fellow disciples. "Has everyone escaped safely? Quickly gather at my location." In no time, Diep Ling Lung had climbed out of the hole and greeted him in a friendly manner. "We meet again." La Dien Trung's face darkened as he shouted, "Diep Ling Lung is here again." His junior disciples were on their way to his location. Upon hearing Deep Lin Lung's name, their faces turned pale with fear, and they fled, without a second thought. "Sorry, senior brother, we're retreating." Thus, the plan to capture all enemies was ruined. Unable to contain her anger, she gave La Dien Trung a blow. "Are you stupid or what? You shouted and made all your fellow disciples run away. Couldn't you have waited until they arrived here, while they were still unaware of what was happening, to use them to hold me off while you escaped?" La Dien Trung had a moment of realization. That could have worked. Deep Ling Lung stared at him intently and said, "Why didn't I think of that earlier? I didn't see it coming. You're the type who bullies the weak, despicable, and shameless with poor character, but you can always think for your sect. Always ready to sacrifice yourself for your fellow disciples like that." La Dien Trung pointed at the egg-sized lump on his forehead, crying and begging for mercy. "Didn't I just injure your senior sister? That's all I did. Now you've injured me too, so let's call it even." Deep Lin Lung wasn't about to let her opponent off so easily. "Brother, Didn't you run into the formation yourself and get injured? Getting hurt by yourself and then complaining isn't the way to go. La Diantrung looked up at the sky and said, "It's almost dark. You'd better let me go quickly. If you keep dawdling, you'll be in trouble yourselves. Considering it was your senior sister who ruined our plans at the beginning, let's consider this little misunderstanding settled, shall we?" Deep Lin Lung immediately asked, "Why would we be in trouble when it gets dark?" La Diantrung explained that at night, the evil spirits in Giovan City would mobilize all their forces to roam around the city. They had previously circled the city once and found the evil spirits even harder to deal with than the beasts. Thinking of a strategy, Diep Lin Lung asked, "Is it that weapons can't cut them, but we can still use spiritual energy to attack? One sword strike and their numbers double, right?" La Diantrung was surprised. "You even know about this. Moreover, without researching, I didn't expect there'd be someone even more talented than me." Just then, Muktian Yin and Luke Bakvi arrived. Luke Bakvi was a bit scared. "Is Giovan City really that scary at night? What should we do, junior sister?" Deep Lin Lung reassured Luke Bakvi. "Don't worry, senior sister. Nothing will happen." Muktian Yin was equally worried. "Junior sister, this is no small matter. I've read about it in books before. These ghost-type spirits are extremely difficult to deal with. You shouldn't underestimate them. With my strategy, how could I not subdue these simple ghosts? But how can I explain it to you?" She only spoke cryptically. "I'll definitely handle it seriously." La Diantrung impatiently urged, "Have you finished your discussion yet? Can you let me go now? It's getting dark." Deep Ling Lung now looked at La Diantrung attentively. "It seems you know a lot about Javan City. If that's the case, stay and guide us." La Diantrung was quite surprised by her decision. Muktian Nian worriedly tried to stop his junior sister. This person has a very wicked heart. Keeping him close might be asking for trouble. Luke Bakvi also chimed in. "That's right. He has so many ways to escape. If he's not willingly staying with us, we'll have to constantly outwit and outfight him along the way. That would be exhausting." This was just a small matter for Deep Lin Lung. Hurting people and leaving psychological scars was her specialty. "Don't worry, he'll willingly stay with us." Seeing her innocent smile, La Diantrung was already scared. His whole body trembling, cold sweat on his forehead, he begged, "What are you doing? Don't come here. Please don't force me to beg you." Once in her sights, nothing could change her mind. A moment later, La Diantrung sat in a corner, mumbling to himself. He kept repeating the same phrase over and over. "How could you do this? Don't, please don't." He sat crying about his misfortune of encountering Deep Lin Lung. "She's really too much. I don't know what she wrote on that talisman, but it made my cultivation level drop from golden core to early chi condensation stage." Noticing the sky getting dark, senior brothers and sisters, "It's almost dark. Let's find a safe place to spend the night," Deep Lin Lung said, as if intentionally letting La Diantrung hear. Seeing them leave, La Diantrung panicked and begged, "Please wait for me. Didn't you say I should guide you? I'm still useful to you. How can you abandon me so casually?" In his heart, he screamed resentfully, "Leaving me, an early chi condensation cultivator, in a dangerous place like Giovan City. Are they even human?" Having achieved her goal, Deep Ling Lung was pleased. "What did I tell you? Now he's willingly staying with us, right? Junior sister has many ways to harm people, and ways to make enemies obey. You two have witnessed it now. Luckily, she's our junior sister. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble." Without planning, Muktian Yen and Luke Bakvi gave a thumbs up, praising their junior sister's brilliance. La Diantrung now obediently acted as their guide. He led them to an ancestral hall. "We came to this place late last night. The surrounding area is considered safe. I don't know if there's a barrier or something here, but occasionally some beasts enter, while evil spirits are rare. If we encounter any, we should be able to handle them. Let's stay here for the night." Deep Lin Lung asked again, "Won't your fellow disciples come here tonight?" La Diantrung shook his head. "In all four directions, east, west, south, and north of Giovan City, there are ancestral halls. It's already dark. They won't be wandering outside. If they're not here, they must be at one of the other places." Deep Lin Lung agreed to stay here. However, she pasted talismans and set up formations. As if familiar with their junior sister's ways, Muktian Yin said nothing and obediently sat down to cultivate. Luke Bakvi placed spirit stones around. This scene made La Diantrung stare in disbelief, wondering what they were doing. Could it be they want to cultivate in a place full of killing intent and evil spirits lurking around? Are they that reckless? Moreover, relying on absorbing spiritual energy from spirit stones to cultivate, they're so rich it's inhuman. Before sitting down to cultivate, Luke Bakvi unhappily said to La Diantrung, "Don't even think about wandering off while we're cultivating. Stay put. If anything really happens, we won't save you. I'm not spreading sensational news to trick you. Do you know what I saw today that scared me so much I had to use 3 speed-boosting talismans? I saw someone devouring ghost souls voraciously. La Dian didn't believe those words. How is that possible? We've been in the city for many days, but never saw anyone eating ghost souls. Besides, where would ghost souls come from in broad daylight? And how could a human eat ghost souls? Diep Linlung said, some people take shortcuts by eating ghost souls to increase their power. It's not strange. By the way, you've been here for many days. Have you encountered anyone else? La Dian replied, no. This place is dangerous and has no treasures, so few people come here. We've only met you. Diep Linlung thought they had been around Giovan City for so long, but never encountered Hatai Ding or Diep Dung Wet. She sighed, wondering just how vast Giovan City really was. She knew finding them wasn't the most urgent matter at this time. Cultivation was. With so many ghost souls here, waiting a bit longer until late night, she had to take Chiyotai out to feed. Half a watch later, realizing it was the right time for Chiyotai to eat, she quietly slipped away. Her actions aroused La Diantrung's curiosity. He followed Diep Linlung. He didn't expect Diep Linlung to be so extremely careful and meticulous. Fearing something might approach, she had prepared an additional defensive formation. If such a genius would agree to be my junior sister, it would be perfect. Ha ha! La Diantrung is really daydreaming. Seeing Diep Linlung leave alone, he thought wildly, could she be a spy? Their sect might not be united after all. Out of curiosity, he kept following her, completely forgetting that he himself was currently only at the early qi refining stage. Diep Linlung walked along the streets of Giovan City for a while without seeing any ghost souls. Just as she was getting a bit worried, after walking a bit further, she discovered a group of ghost souls ahead. Those ghost souls, seeing a living person, thought it was a delicious prey and all rushed to attack at once. Just waiting for this, Diep Linlung took out a golden cage to capture the ghost souls. Unexpectedly, with just one iron cage, she caught all the ghost souls on the main street. Later, I'll have to go a bit further to catch more ghost souls. La Diantrung saw everything clearly. He now only wished he didn't know about this. Is she really a Foundation establishment cultivator at just 12 years old? Even evil cultivators can't consume all the ghost souls of a street in one evening like this. While he wasn't paying attention, Diep Linlung had released Chiyotai. When La Diantrung peeked out to look, he was terrified. What is that? It looks so huge and ferocious. Could it be the boss of the ghost souls? Chiyotai seemed to sense something, but couldn't find La Diantrung. He hid in a corner, trembling with fear. Not wanting to bring trouble upon himself, he ran away as fast as he could. Even if Diep Linlung died, it had nothing to do with him. She went out to catch ghosts on her own, after all. This time, she's done it, luring their big brother here. Diep Linlung was a bit disappointed. After following the whole way, you're not going to follow anymore. I was planning to have Chiyotai catch him as an appetizer if he kept following. She enthusiastically led Chiyotai. Come on, Chiyotai, I'll take you to a feast. Just choose whichever one you like and eat to your heart's content. No need to hold back. I've even packed a full cage for you. The next day, Diep Linlung returned. While La Diantrung had spent the whole night in a corner, constantly shaking, she came back completely unscathed, without a scratch. How could such a small Foundation establishment cultivator return safely after encountering that terrifying Ghost King? Could it be that she's no longer herself? This is too horrifying, he thought, ending with a series of questions. A series of horrifying images of Diep Linlung kept appearing in his mind. Knowing Diep Linlung had entered, he pretended to sleep, his mind overwhelmed with fear. Seeing him like this, Diep Linlung just laughed to herself. Pretending to sleep looks quite convincing. Don't put on an act anymore in the future, okay? She moved with light steps. Luckily, senior brother and sister didn't discover that I went out last night. Muktiao soon after opened his eyes and woke everyone up. Fifth junior sister, little junior sister, it's daybreak already. Let's pause the cultivation here. Bak V glanced around and saw La Diantrung with a haggard look. She asked, La Diantrung, didn't you sleep all night? You look even more exhausted than me who cultivated all night. La Diantrung cautiously approached and asked, do you feel that the people in this group are not united and harmonious at all? Hearing the answer, he was delighted. Is it that since last night, you've discovered there's a spy in this group? Bak V looked at him, thought for a few seconds, then said, it can't really be considered a spy because after all, we've been united from the beginning. It seems you've known about this for a long time. In response to that question, Bak V gave La Diantrung a punch like a thunderbolt. It's early morning and your brain is already broken. Have you forgotten how you were threatened yourself? Don't tell me you still think you're united with us for sure. La Dian Trung held his head and cried, I didn't mean me. I meant among the three of you senior siblings, there's an insider spy. In response to that insinuating remark, Bak V scoffed. You should be a bit smarter, can you? It's useless for you to try to divide us. First, I don't know how to remove your restriction spell. Second, I can't beat those two. Even if I were truly instigated by you, I'd only end up getting beaten along with you. Their dialogue attracted Deep Lin Lung's attention. What are you saying to fifth senior sister? Seeing Deep Lin Lung, he became terrified. He ran away, shouting back, Nothing. I'm just obediently leading the way for you all. In an instant, he turned back, screaming for help. There's a beast. Behind him was a dog chasing after him. In Deep Lin Lung's eyes, the blue-black demon dog was the weakest among the level 3 demon beasts, yet it could scare him to such an extent. La Dian Trung was unhappy with Deep Lin Lung's expression. What's with those expressions of yours? Although it's not the strongest, I'm extremely weak. He felt resentful but didn't dare to speak out. If you have the ability, then remove the restriction lowering my cultivation. I certainly wouldn't be afraid of this puppy then. Yen then said, Fifth junior sister, little junior sister, this beast isn't very dangerous. Why don't you two use it to practice your skills a bit? Deep Lin Lung said, dealing with it doesn't require two people to join forces. Fifth senior sister can handle it alone. Bak V heard this and became a bit worried. I can't do it alone, little junior sister. You've seen that the technique I cultivate is an enhancement formation. It's just a supportive technique without the ability to fight independently. That's why I've been disliked by everyone since childhood. I also want to practice something more powerful, but I can't learn anything else. What can I do? Deep Lin Lung's way of thinking was always different. Then master the enhancement technique. They don't see your power because their vision is limited. Listen to me, you're truly powerful. Hearing this encouragement, Bosch V was still doubtful. Really, little junior sister. In Deep Lin Lung's eyes, even with lower cultivation, with the right strategy, one could win. Let me show you how to use the enhancement formation to catch this blue-black demon dog. It's level 3, you know. You're only at foundation building. If you catch it, it'll be considered a level-skipping battle. First, make this blue-black demon dog slow down, then fight with it for a while. Then make it speed up again, and continue fighting with it for another while. As long as you switch flexibly between speeding up and slowing down, both hindering it and giving yourself time to launch an attack, you can take it down. Bak Vi seemed enlightened. This method can be used too. Let me try. Bak Vi fought until the 5th round. Finally, she managed to defeat the demon beast. Although she defeated the beast, Bak Vi was a bit sad. But why did I miss with my final move? Deep Lin Lung encouraged Bach V. Failure is also a way to grow. Fifth senior sister, don't be discouraged. But this method is a bit time-consuming and tiring. It's because my plan wasn't thorough enough. Next time, I'll show you a new method. Deep Lin Lung didn't forget to collect the beast's corpse as a trophy. Bach V curiously asked her little junior sister, why do you have so many demon beasts in your bag? There are at least 7 or 8, all level 3. Moreover, they look like they just died. Deep Lin Lung didn't hide anything and honestly replied, just now, while you were dealing with the blue-black demon dog, I went hunting nearby for a while. Yen and Bach V, without prior agreement, shared the same thought, admiring their little junior sister. Besides her smart mind and quick wit, her combat ability was also so brave and skillful. Only La Dian Trung, who had followed her last night, saw this as normal. This is nothing. Deep Lin Lung is even a fierce one who catches ghosts barehanded at midnight. I didn't expect you to be so surprised. You really don't know anything, do you? The scene changes to evening. They stand in front of an ancestral hall. Bak V sighs, we've been walking all day and still haven't reached the central area. Yen notices the killing aura everywhere in this place. Of course, our travel speed is slower compared to normal cities. Let's rest here for tonight. As soon as they enter, Bak V urges her little junior sister. No need to say anything else. I want to improve my abilities. Little junior sister, quickly set up the formation. Seeing her senior sister's diligence in practicing to improve, how could Deep Lin Lung refuse? La Dian Trung obediently goes to sleep, not daring to say much. Before long, everyone has settled in. Deep Lin Lung waits for the right time and sneaks out. Her actions are noticed by La Dian Trung. He knows Deep Lin Lung has gone out to catch ghosts. So La Dian Trung tosses and turns, unable to fall asleep. His mind is in conflict. Tonight, I absolutely won't go out with her. I'll pretend nothing happened. A moment later, he sits up abruptly, wondering why he can't fall asleep. So curiosity wins over his initial rationality. La Dian Trung sees a figure looking out the door. It's Hosh Lin Fong, the top disciple of Liat Duong Palace. He was so happy he could cry, thinking he was saved. Lin Fong was at the Yuanying stage. With him here, why should I be afraid of Diip Lin Lung anymore? La Dian Trung ran outside excitedly. Senior brother, I'm here. Meanwhile, Lin Fong had flown to the roof and caught a ghost soul, devouring it greedily. The meal was so delicious he craved for more. He wondered what was happening tonight, as he had to search a large area to find just one ghost soul. La Dian Trung witnessed the scene clearly and couldn't help but be shocked. His dream of being rescued by the senior brother shattered, and now his life was in danger. Senior brother is eating ghost souls. Everything Bakfi said was true. There really are people who eat ghost souls. With these thoughts, his whole body trembled as he unconsciously stepped back. Unfortunately, he stepped on a branch, making a noise. Hearing the sound, Lin Fong turned his gaze towards the source of the noise and asked, "Who's there?" La Dian Trung thought his fate was sealed, but fortunately, Diip Lin Lung quickly covered his mouth and pulled him into a hidden corner just in time. In his heart, he was crying a river. First, there was Diip Lin Lung catching ghosts barehanded. Now Lin Fong swallowing ghost souls alive. Heaven truly wanted to destroy him. Lin Fong continued to search towards the source of the sound, looking around again. La Dian Trung sat with his whole body trembling in fear, while Diip Lin Lung kept cursing in her heart. This La Dian Trung is truly daring. Knowing how dangerous Giovan is, he still dared to follow someone outside. If not for me coincidentally seeing him rush out to the street and following him here, he might have been torn to pieces by now. Hearing footsteps getting closer, La Dian Trung was extremely panicked. What should we do? What should we do? Diip Lin Lung and I are just at chi refining and foundation building stages. In front of a Yuanying like Lin Fong, we're really just like food delivered to his mouth. Now, I can only trust in Diip Lin Lung. Meanwhile, Diip Lin Lung calmly observed her surroundings. Noticing he was getting close, she released Chiotai. Chiotai suddenly appeared and attacked Lin Fong. Thanks to this, the two of them escaped danger. Avoiding Chiotai's attack, Lin Fong quickly drew his sword, intending to destroy it. There's even a ghost king here. No wonder I couldn't find any ghost souls tonight. So you've already made your move. Interesting. If I can eat you, I'll be able to break through my bottleneck. La Dian Trung was terrified when he saw Chiotai. It was the ghost king from last night, and it looked even more terrifying than before. Diip Lin Lung seized the opportunity while Chiotai was keeping Lin Fong occupied and pulled on La Dian Trung's clothes, pointing at the garment. La Dian Trung understood to take off his outer coat, then quickly gestured, "I understand. No need to waste time." He immediately took off his coat in front of Diip Lin Lung. Diip Lin Lung couldn't believe she was trying to save someone, and he was here playing tricks and being a pervert with her. "Brother, she's only 11 years old. Is it appropriate for you to show me these things?" Seeing Diip Lin Lung staring at him, La Dian Trung froze for a few seconds. Then, as if realizing something, he thought, "Oh no, it's over. Has Diip Lin Lung misunderstood something? She absolutely shouldn't think badly or misunderstand. I'm taking off my undershirt too because it also has the Lit Duong Dien symbol on it." La Dian Trung kept pointing at the embroidered symbol on the clothes, as if explaining to her. Diip Lin Lung thought people from big sects don't have much ability, nor do they have much wealth, but they sure like to dress up and look good. Not wanting to waste time, she waved her hand, signaling to run with La Dian Trung. Immediately, the two fled with Diip Lin Lung in the lead. La Dian Trung ran after her. Detecting a sound, Lin Fong turned his gaze towards it. The scene before his eyes made him widen his eyes in disbelief. In the dead of night, in a dangerous place full of perils like Giovan, how can there be a scene of a perverted uncle chasing after a little girl like that? Could it be an illusion created by the Ghost King? While he was lost in thought about that scene, Chiotai seized the opportunity to launch a powerful attack on him, causing him to be injured. He became more convinced that the earlier scene was indeed a trick of the Ghost King, making him careless just as he arrived at the chosen resting spot. Diip Lin Lung had already urged 5th senior brother, 5th senior sister, "Let's run quickly. It's not safe here anymore." In response, she only heard La Dian Trung's screams. It turned out he was being ganged up on by Muk Tion and the 6 Bai V. "Well done, La Dian Trung. You lowlife, shameless scum. You dare to chase after and take advantage of little junior sister, scaring her all the way. Senior brother will beat you to death for her." Muk Tion kicked Lian Trung again, saying, "Little junior sister, don't be afraid. Senior brother will teach him a lesson for you." No one understood La Dian Trung's suffering. His curiosity to know too much had brought him harm. He was constantly lamenting inwardly but didn't dare to speak out loud. He feared speaking would only result in a harsher beating. Diip Lin Lung, afraid. Does she even need anyone's protection? I'm the one in the most miserable situation, aren't I? A while later, they had moved to another location. This place could be considered safe now. Let's move over here to rest. La Dien Trung was still shirtless. However, his entire body now had many new bruises from the beating. He hugged himself with both arms, almost on the verge of tears. The sixth Bai Vi handed him a bag of spirit stones. This is for you, for medical expenses and emotional distress. La Dien Trung felt somewhat consoled by receiving the money. His joyful smile faded when he opened the bag. Aren't you supposed to be very rich? Why only give a few hundred low-grade spirit stones? The sixth Bai Vi replied unhappily, your injuries are only worth that much. If you feel it's not enough, how about I give you a beating worth a bit more? Just seeing her raise her fist, La Dien Trung quickly tried to stop her in fear. No, no, no. The sixth Bai Vi scolded. Why did you take off your shirt and run around outside like that? If you had worn one more layer, you wouldn't have been misunderstood. La Dien Trung eagerly explained, but my undershirt has the red sun symbol embroidered on it, so what else could I do? The sixth Bai Vi pointed out, if you had covered it or torn off that symbol, wouldn't that have worked? It's not like it's embroidered all over the shirt. La Dien Trung froze for a few seconds, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He wondered why he had taken off all his clothes in the first place. Deep Lin Lung laughed and teased. Fifth senior sister, don't be so hard on him. If he were that smart, how could it be that among the dozen or so Liet Duong Dien disciples, only he got caught? With everything settled, Deep Lin Lung wanted to go outside to check the surroundings for a moment. Fifth senior brother, fifth senior sister, you two continue cultivating in here. Become stronger to make the enemy fear you. Then she turned her gaze to La Dien Trung and added, also, keep an eye on this Liet Duong Dien spy. Be careful not to let him sneak out and cause trouble again. La Dien Trung now looked like an abandoned puppy, appearing very pitiful. This task was right up the sixth Bai Vi's alley. Little junior sister, don't worry. I can't guarantee becoming stronger myself, but threatening and troubling this guy won't be a problem. Dep Lin Lung felt reassured by the sixth Bai Vi's words. She went outside to search for Chiao Tai. After spending so much time, she wondered how Tai was doing. She had to find it quickly, and finally she did. But currently, it was surrounded by a group of people. Looking closely, she recognized the leader as Tungu Than. She guessed the people surrounding Chiao Tai were disciples of Than Kon Ngo. The opponent's strength was too great, making Deep Lin Lung a bit worried. Observing the demeanor of Tungu Than's group, it seemed they had just begun surrounding Chiao Tai. If she had arrived a bit later, Chiao Tai might have already become a stepping stone for his advancement. On this side, Chiao Tai was screaming in pain as it was being controlled by Tungu Than's group. Deep Lin Lung was now a bit panicked, not knowing how to rescue Chiao Tai. As someone with many schemes and rich experience, Deep Lin Lung finally had an idea to free Chiao Tai. In an instant, a gun was formed from various talismans. She held the gun and fired it into the sky. It turned out the gun created an illusion. The illusion she created was of wealth and luck. Good fortune has arrived. Wishing you lots of luck. Fortune brings joy and love. While Tungu Than's group was immersed in the illusion of fortune, wealth, and success, Diep Lin Lung waved her hand, signaling Chiao Tai to run towards her. By the time the group realized it was an illusion, suspecting it was created by the Demon King, they discovered Chiao Tai had disappeared. Tungu Than commanded everyone to chase and catch it. Meanwhile, Diep Lin Lung released a ghost she had previously caught as food for Chiao Tai to deceive everyone. She entered professional acting mode, covering her face and crying with a frightened expression. She kept calling for help. Save me quickly. Save me. I'm so scared. Let me go. Following the direction of the cries, Tungu Than quickly went to eliminate the ghost. Seeing everything going according to plan, Deep Ling Lung began to jump out and hugged Tungu Than's legs with a pitiful appearance. Brother-in-law, I never thought I'd meet you here. I've finally been saved. I was scared to death. Tungu Than was also surprised to see her appear in this place. Tungu Than's junior disciples, hearing her call him brother-in-law, began to switch into gossip mode. First, the disciple named Hongdu Tran spoke up. Senior brother, she called you brother-in-law. Could she be Diep Dung Nguyen's younger sister? Tungu Than just grunted in response. The junior disciples surrounded her with endless questions. We've never heard Dung Nguyen mention having such a young sister. Why aren't you wearing that Tintong's uniform? Why are you here? Did you come to find Dung Nguyen? Deep Lin Lung was at a loss for words with this gossip mode. These guys were too troublesome. She didn't want to pay them any attention at all. Tungu Than began to question her. Why are you here alone? I just separated from my senior brothers and sisters. Did you see the Demon King just now? She pretended to be clueless and replied, wasn't the Demon King just killed by brother-in-law's sword? A disciple nearby heard this and laughed, teasing her. The thing that just attacked you couldn't possibly be the Demon King. If you had really met it, it would have chewed up a bean sprout like you already. Haha, if he knew the Demon King was raised by a bean sprout, what would he think? Tunguthan wanted to go find the Demon King. I think that Demon King is not ordinary. If we just let it go, who knows what form it might take in the future. Hearing this, Deep Lin Lung schemed to make Tunguthan forget about pursuing Chiao Tai. She tugged at his hand like a child throwing a tantrum. Brother-in-law, is the Demon King really that powerful? I'm so scared. Can you take me back to my senior brothers and sisters? I don't want to stay here for another second. The adorable and pitiful girl crying in fear was something no gentleman could ignore. Tunguthan had to agree. Then he said to his junior disciple Dutran, bring Dong Nguyet to meet us later. Soon, Deep Lin Lung was brought back to her place. As soon as she arrived, she called out, senior brothers and sisters, I'm back. Luke Bachvi saw many strangers behind their junior sister and cautiously inquired, probing for information. Deep Lin Lung cheerfully introduced them. Of course, she had to introduce the leader first. This is the highest-ranking disciple of Than Kong-ngo, named Tunguthan, and his junior disciples. Tunguthan found Deep Lin Lung's group too simple. Strange, how come your senior brother is only at Golden Core stage? Your senior sister is at Foundation Building, and there's even a Chi refining one. Deep Lin Lung quickly replied, my brother-in-law is also at Foundation Building. Isn't it normal for me to be with them? Tunguthan was at a loss for words. But your appearance in Tanjavan is not normal at all. This is not a place you should be. It's very dangerous for you to be here. Relying on yourselves, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here safely. For now, just follow us. When we reach a safer place, you can go on your own. Great, thank you, brother-in-law. Deep Lin Lung cheerfully agreed, thinking that since Tunguthan had arranged it this way, Dongwet would surely comply as well. Deep Dongwet had the aura of a main character. With her here, they could surely save a lot of effort. Deep Dongwet happened to arrive just then. As soon as she entered, she called out to Lin Lung, I didn't expect you to really be here. This place is dangerous everywhere. Remember to follow instructions and don't run around. If something happens to you, I won't be able to protect you. Deep Lin Lung went along with it, replying, yes, sister. Indeed, it takes a schemer to deal with another schemer. Dep Dongwet stepped forward, took Dep Lin Lung's hand with concern, and said to everyone, my senior brothers, I have something to discuss privately with my sister. Please excuse us for a moment. Deep Lin Lung didn't understand why Dep Dongwet called her out. Not keeping her waiting long, Dep Dongwet got to the point. She took out a box containing ginseng for exchange. Sister, can you give me your Phoenix Divine Fire technique? As long as you're willing to give it to me, this 1,000-year-old ginseng is yours. It can help you break through your current level and improve your cultivation. Holding the ginseng box, Deep Lin Lung pondered. This 1,000-year-old ginseng that everyone fights over is indeed a good item. Compared to the spirit fruits thrown at her last time, this time there was indeed more sincerity. But compared to Baodao, this 1,000-year-old ginseng was still a bit inferior. If one day she really needed to take medicine to break through, she could just bite Baodao once. After gnawing, she could compensate it and it would grow back. Unfortunately for Dep Dongwet, Dep Lin Lung had too many good things, so this couldn't move her heart. Dep Lin Lung returned the ginseng box to Dep Dongwet. Thank you, sister, but our sect's precious books are not to be shared outside. Dep Dongwet refused to give up. She tried hard to persuade. If you agree, I can teach you the techniques of the 7-star sect. For Deep Lin Lung, who had countless rare techniques, she used them as gifts when meeting fellow disciples, so she didn't need such ordinary ones. Dep Dongwet, with the principle of trying till the end, continued to persuade. Based on my talent and luck, my future is certainly bright and promising. If you sell me a favor now, it's a good thing for you too. Contrary to Deep Dongwet's enthusiastic attitude, Dep Lin Lung showed even more disdain. Thank you, sister. Your soaring high is your own business. My struggles in this mortal world have nothing to do with you. This favor, I'm afraid, I won't need to use. Having said this, Deep Lin Lung turned to look at Deep Dongwet with a friendly smile that was meant to harm. Oh, right. Now that you have so much money, why don't you pay off your debt to me first? If you don't have money, it's fine. You can use this 1,000-year-old ginseng to pay off the debt. She truly had a way of counterattacking that caught others off guard, impossible to anticipate. At this moment, she had already presented the debt note to Dip Dung Wet with a mischievous smile. Dip Dung Wet was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. She hugged the ginseng box tightly to herself. "No, I'll give you spirit stones instead. Don't even think about getting your hands on this 1,000-year-old ginseng." Inwardly, she cursed. "You must be joking. This thing is probably hard to buy even with money. How could it be used to pay off a debt?" So Deep Dung Wet, though unwilling, had to obediently hand over spirit stones to Deep Ling Lung with both hands. "Take it. I've paid off all my debt now. Don't bring out that debt note again in the future." Deep Ling Lung, while counting the spirit stones, said, "I can't agree with you on this matter, because your senior brother still owes me over 4,000 spirit stones. In the future, when I collect the debt, I'll still need to bring out the note. Or perhaps you'd like to pay off his debt too. Then I'll just tear up the debt note. What do you think about that?" Setting traps to harm others was indeed Dep Lin Lung's specialty. Once someone was in her sights, she wouldn't let them go. Dep Dung Wet's face wrinkled in discomfort, unable to refuse decisively. "No way. Just wait for him to pay it himself." Deep Lin Lung teased again. "It seems you two have had another argument. Well, next time I see him, I'll urge him to pay his debt." The next day, everyone started to set out again. This place was getting closer to the center, so the killing intent around was becoming more intense. The beasts will be more ferocious too. Everyone, be careful. Just as Tungu Than finished warning everyone, Boshvai discovered several fierce snakes approaching. Tungu Than's group drew their swords to eliminate them. It didn't take much time before those snakes were destroyed. Deep Lin Lung silently praised them. As expected of the male lead's group, they killed the beasts as easily as cutting vegetables. Deep Lin Lung pointed at the beast carcasses and asked Hong Du Trang, "Can I collect those carcasses?" "Of course you can." He was also enthusiastic and helped her collect the carcasses into a bag. Dep Lin Lung smiled brightly and thanked him. Seeing how cute she looked, he took out some gifts. "Here, I got these in the city yesterday. Take a look and see if you like any of them. I'll give it to you." Looking at the pretty accessories, she felt no interest at all. She pointed at the remaining beast carcasses and replied, "I like those beast carcasses over there." In her mind, she thought, "Is he joking? I'm not a child anymore, yet he's trying to lure me with these childish toys. Doesn't he know which is more valuable?" She probably forgot that she was currently an 11-year-old girl. Hong Dutran thought to himself, "This little bean sprout's interests are nothing like others. How interesting." Finally, Deep Lin Lung's group arrived at Yen Manor, the center of Giovan City. Deep Lin Lung felt this place was truly magnificent. The atmosphere was grand, feeling as vast as half of Giovan City. Muk Tien Yin explained, "Back then, the Yen family was also a top cultivator clan, a powerful and influential family that could command a region in the cultivation world." Hong Du Train approached to examine the door and said, "Yen Manor has been sealed by a formation. We need a key to break this seal to unlock and enter. Forcibly breaking it might cause all the beasts and ghost spirits in Giovan City to go berserk." Boshvi, somewhat disappointed, asked, "So we've come all this way, and now we have to go find a key?" Dep Dung Wet took out a key and said, "I have a key that I picked up along the way. I don't know if it can unlock this place. Let me try it." It's likely she obtained the key thanks to the guidance of the dust mirror. With Deep Dung Wet's key, the door was opened. Everyone was curious about what was inside. As soon as they entered, they saw bones scattered everywhere. Ladian Trung sighed at the scene before him. No one knows how the Yen family was destroyed back then, but looking at this now, the situation must have been very brutal. White bones everywhere. No one escaped. Dep Lin Lung asked if the Yen Manor had any grudges with other families back then. Ladian Trung shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing in the documents I've read. Although Yen Manor was one of the 8 great families, they usually lived quite reasonably. Basically, they didn't offend or make enemies with anyone." Deep Lin Lung thought that in the original story, the reason for Yen Manor's destruction wasn't detailed. It only mentioned how the relationship between the male and female leads developed here, and how the female lead easily obtained the peerless treasure sword. Bochvi walked a few steps and noticed something strange, then stopped. Does anyone else feel like something's off? Muk Tianyin had just realized that their group had separated from the others. Diep Lin Lung felt a bit happy inside. If we're separated, so be it. Without them here, we'll have more freedom. Having entered Yen Manor by tagging along with Diep Dung Wet, The next step was to separate from her in order to collect more valuable items. Bachvi thought the layout here might be similar to her own home, so she pointed out a direction for everyone. Let's go this way. The structure of cultivator family mansions doesn't differ much. According to my home's layout, going this way should lead to central areas like the library and treasure vault. Soon, night fell. It got dark so quickly. It hasn't been that long. Let's stay here for the night first. Tomorrow morning, we'll move faster. Otherwise, at this pace, who knows when we'll reach the center of Yen Manor. La Diantrung pushed the door open to go outside. Dieplin Lung called him back and asked, "Where are you going?" La Diantrung smiled mischievously. "I'm going to pee. Want to come along?" His words successfully angered Bokvi. She raised her fist, ready to hit him. "I've told you not to say such shameless things normally. Are you trying to take advantage of my little junior sister?" Unexpectedly, he blocked her fist. Bachvi felt something strange about La Diantrung but couldn't explain it. Caught off guard, Bachvi kept criticizing him. "A mere chi-refining cultivator like him dares to be snippy with me. Usually, he doesn't dare to fight back when I hit him. Today, he not only blocked my attack but also glared at me." She turned to Dieplin Lung and said, "Little junior sister, do you feel that guy is acting strange?" Hoping for comfort from her junior sister, Bachvi was disappointed. "I don't see anything unusual. What do you find abnormal, sister?" Bachvi was not comforted but scared instead. In her eyes now, her junior sister was covered in cockroaches. Bachvi ran away crying, "Fifth senior brother, help. Little junior sister, she." Before Bachvi could finish describing what she saw her fifth senior brother looking even more terrified. To her, the fifth senior brother now appeared as a skull. Her screams grew louder. Meanwhile, Dieplin Lung was wondering what evil thing La Diantrung had encountered. He was such a coward, yet he dared to rush out without a word. Although she hadn't seen anything evil in Yen Manor, everything around was inexplicably strange and eerie. Thinking that she was currently alone, she decided to summon Chiao Tai for protection. She would then slowly go look for La Diantrung. Dieplin Lung called out Chiao Tai. In her eyes now, Chiao Tai appeared as a handsome young man. To her, this was truly terrifying. "Chiao Tai, did you secretly wash your face while in the box? You're scaring me. Quickly return to your Demon King form. Whether human or beast, it should look terrifying to me." Chiao Tai stood still, looking at her. Dieplin Lung now realized something very strange about this place. Not only had La Diantrung become incredibly brave, but even Chiao Tai had become handsome and good-looking. After pondering, she guessed it wasn't just La Diantrung, but herself as well. She thought about how to break this spell. Then she took out a bottle of Calm Heart pills made by her fourth senior sister to see if it would help. She put a Calm Heart pill in her mouth, purging the evil energy around her. Opening her eyes, she saw Chiao Tai had returned to his original form. It seemed the Calm Heart pill was effective. She guessed everyone had been affected by the Yen family's influence, causing hallucinations. Realizing the situation was not good, she quickly went to find La Diantrung. After a while, she found La Diantrung. He was now holding a beast's leg, eating it ravenously, constantly praising how delicious it was. Dieplin Lung called out La Diantrung's name loudly. He turned around and said, "Isn't this Sister Deep? Is that your brother-in-law next to you? You two really are a perfect match. Talented man and beautiful woman." When he wakes up and realizes he called Chiao Tai handsome, I wonder how he'll react. Dieplin Lung offered a Calm Heart pill to entice him. "Brother-in-law says you're so eloquent and smooth-talking. Your mouth is so sweet, so here's a candy for you. Don't be polite, just take it." Hearing this, La Diantrung excitedly put his arm around Chiao Tai's shoulder in admiration. "If I'm polite now, it would be disrespectful, right? After all, I'm family too." Sister Deep's man is also La Diantrung's big brother. Not wanting to hear him ramble on, Dieplin Lung stuffed the Calm Heart pill into his mouth. A moment later, he calmed down. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the dry bone in his hand, he quickly threw it away, his mind in shock. "Clearly, I was just eating delicious, nourishing food. How did it all turn into dry bones like this?" Glancing to the side, he saw himself with his arm around the Demon King's shoulder. This time, he was completely shocked and let out a scream before fainting. Due to the shock, Dieplin Lung slapped him to wake him up. "Wake up quickly. I've chased after you for quite a long distance. I don't know how our senior brothers and sisters are now. We need to find them quickly. Chiao Tai is one of us. Don't be afraid." Dieplin Lung put Chiao Tai back in the box. After a while, they returned to look for Muktiao and Bachvi. As soon as they arrived, they were shocked to see Bachvi wearing a red dress, her face garishly made up as if performing in a comedy, and she was preparing to hang herself. Fortunately, the two arrived in time and prevented the tragedy from occurring. Dieplin Lung gave Bachvi a Calm Heart pill. A moment later, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing Dieplin Lung, Tears began to stream down her face. Little junior sister, I didn't expect that before I go. I could see you one last time. I'm sorry I can't fight alongside you anymore. I can't support you in battle anymore. Please take care of yourself. Deplin Lung was at a loss for words with Bachvi. While others were watching horror movies, Bachvi must have been watching a melodrama. She's already performing a farewell scene as soon as we arrive. La Dien Trung asked with concern, "What happened to you?" "When I woke up, I was gnawing on bones and hugging the Demon King. I didn't expect you to be so pessimistic. What exactly did you see?" In return for his concern, Ladian Trung received a thunderous slap from Bak Vi, who also called him a beast. She then tearfully recounted what had happened to her. "I was suddenly pushed into a bridal chamber. When I lifted the veil, I saw Hatai Din trying to embrace me. I lifted the veil again and saw Ladian Trung puckering up to kiss me. After that, I didn't dare lift the veil anymore. I was afraid I'd face a tragedy with someone else, so I closed my eyes and looked for a white silk to hang myself." Dep Lin Lung comforted her fifth senior sister. "It was all just an illusion. Everything is fine now. We should quickly go find our fifth senior brother." Later, they found Muk Tionyin lying unconscious. Indeed, our fifth senior brother is less worrisome. He didn't run around aimlessly. After Muk Tionyin took the calm heart pill, he soon regained consciousness. "Little junior sister, what should we do next?" Deep Ling Lung took out a rope and suggested to the four, "Let's tie ourselves together in a line with this rope to ensure we don't get lost again. This way, at least we won't have situations where one person is gnawing on bones and another is hanging themselves." La Dien Trung then said, "Why did it get bright so quickly?" Deep Lin Lung guessed, perhaps the darkness we saw earlier was also an illusion. This Yen Manor is truly too bizarre and strange. With curiosity and a passion for exploration, they finally found the tower within Yen Manor. As a lady from one of the 6 manors, Bakvi knew about this type of tower, saying every powerful cultivating family had one. The first 3 floors are open to legitimate descendants in the mortal world. The middle 3 floors are open to the older generations. The top 3 floors are only accessible to the family head. It's an extremely important secret place. Hearing about this secret place, Deplin Lung's eyes lit up. She thought that finally they had reached the central, most secretive, and potentially most valuable place in Yen Manor. Ladian Trung was a bit scared because he saw dark clouds at the top of this side of the tower, which looked very dangerous. Can we not go up there anymore? Deep Lin Lung thought danger only proved they had reached the right place. She volunteered to go first, so others needn't be afraid. Inside, the normal scenery made Bachvi and Ladian Trung even more scared. "Why is this place so clean?" Ladian Trung said, "I just saw what looked like a human shadow over there. We must be under some evil influence again. Should we take another calm heart pill?" Bakva wasn't much better. Seeing 2 dark shadows fly by, the 2 fearfully retreated behind a pillar to hide. They spoke in unison. "We're doomed. We've met acquaintances again. Why do we always see him?" Bakvi continued, "The acquaintance I see over there is that bastard who used marriage excuse to steal my family's chaotic heart mirror, Hatai Ding. You've never met him, so how could he look familiar to you?" Ladian Trung pointed at the person he meant. "I don't know any Hatai Ding. I'm talking about the highest-ranking disciple of our Liyang Palace, Hach Lian Fong. But he's over there." Looking at the 2 people before them, Ladian Trung thought, every time we see the person we hate most in our hearts. Otherwise, how could Hatai Din and Hach Lian Fong be in the same place? They are 2 completely unrelated people. Even a cannon couldn't connect them. Bachvi thought this illusion was too absurd. When we first set out, Hatai Din was just a small golden core cultivator. Now, just looking at this person's aura, I can tell he's at the nascent soul level. It absolutely can't be him. But even if it's fake, I must charge over and beat him up to vent all the hatred in my heart. For some reason, those 2 didn't use the calm heart pill to calmly distinguish between reality and illusion. Instead, they acted on their desires, blaming it on illusions. Bakvi rolled up her sleeves facing Hatai Ding and said coldly, "Prepare to die." He turned back and called her name, yet she stubbornly attacked him. "Whatever you say is useless." So she kept hitting Hatai Din. Perhaps due to the huge cultivation gap, Hatai Din treated her attacks like she was scratching an itch. Seeing this from outside, La Dien Trung thought, Hatai Din is being hit by Bakvi without fighting back. Maybe I can also hit Hach Lian Fong. This Hach Lian Fong, being the highest-ranking disciple of Liyang Palace, yet ran to Giovan City to absorb ghost souls. He not only wronged the sect leader, the ancestors of Liyang Palace, but also betrayed the admiration and respect I once had for him. Although it's just an illusion before me, one should let loose once in a while in life. It's unclear where La Dien Trung's mind went wrong. He had prepared the calm heart pill, but refused to take it. With that thought, he fiercely attacked Hock Lien Fong. Hosh Lien Fong wouldn't let a small fry hit him, so he struck La Dien Trung without mercy, scolding him for being sick in the head. Knocked far away by Hosh Lien Fong, La Dien Trung held his face and cried, "Can I even beat an illusory person?" This time, he actually swallowed the calm heart pill. Good thing I prepared the calm heart pill in advance. Just taking it will make the illusion before me disappear. Later, La Dien Trung was terrified to see Hoch Lien Fong still standing before him, emanating killing intent. Why hasn't he disappeared? Could this not be an illusion? Surely La Dien Trung regretted his foolish action greatly. Seeing Hoch Lien Fong gathering spiritual energy, La Dien Trung was terrified, crying over his unfortunate fate. Luckily, Diep Lin Lung rushed out to stop him just in time. "I'm sorry, he really is sick. Since his cultivation level dropped, he couldn't handle the shock and went mad. Big brother, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against a madman." Hosh Lien Fong coldly asked, "Who are you people?" Diep Lin Lung quickly pointed towards Boshvi. "She's related by marriage to Ha Tai Din's family." After glancing for a few seconds, he turned and left. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped a dangerous situation. Bakvi asked again, "What should we do now, little sister? You've kicked an iron plate. It's all right. If he can pretend to like you, you can also pretend to like him." Indeed, nothing seems to faze her. Hatai Din had approached and called out, "Vivi, you still haven't answered me. Why did you come to Giovan City? Does your father know about this?" Though slightly panicked inside, she managed to keep a straight face and lied. "Of course my father knows. He told me to come here." Hatai Din asked suspiciously, "He knows your abilities very well. Why would he send you to Giovan City?" With her straightforward nature, lying was a big challenge for her. Now her heart was in turmoil, not knowing how to respond plausibly. Fortunately, Deep Lin Lung stepped in to help her answer. "Her father told her to come to Giovan City to find you. To find me. VV, are you that worried about me?" "Yes, her father was concerned that you took their family's Chaos Heart mirror, so he sent her here to retrieve it." Deep Lin Lung was truly a professional actress. She lied without her heart racing, and her face remained unchanged. Bosh V behind them could only nod along, confirming her little sister's words. Hosh Lien Fong, believing he would soon marry Vivi, thought that they would soon be family, so how could he secretly take their family's Chaos Heart mirror? Right. Diep Ling Lung intentionally said, "Fifth sister, did you hear that? He said he'll return it to you right away." Bachvi, hearing this, gave a thumbs up in approval. "Just as I expected, little sister is the best at luring people into a trap." Bakvai reached out her hand, asking Hatai Din to return the Chaos Heart mirror. Hatai Din, not wanting to return it, made up an excuse. "I haven't found the continuation fire pearl yet. I still need to use the Chaos Heart mirror. It's not convenient to return it to you now." "VV, do you trust me?" The sudden question left Bachvi stunned, not knowing how to respond. Luckily, Deep Lin Lung quickly came to the rescue. "I believe you still need to use the Chaos Heart mirror, but that's not relevant. From now on, we'll probably be traveling together. Whenever you need it, my senior sister will take out her family's treasure for use. She knows best how to use it." Bakvai chimed in. "That's right, exactly." Hatai Din couldn't find any excuse to refuse. Although reluctantly, he had to return the Chaos Heart mirror to Bakvai. Having retrieved the Chaos Heart mirror, Bakvai was overjoyed and didn't think much further. Only the mischievous girl, fearing others might be like her, reminded her fifth senior sister, "Sister, check it quickly. It would be troublesome if he gave you a fake." Hearing this, Bachvi spoke bluntly without hesitation. "In that case, I must inspect it carefully and thoroughly." Hatai Din, hearing this, thought angrily to himself, "How come I've never seen Bachvi being so annoying to others before?" At this moment, La Dien Trung leaned close to Dep Ling Lung and whispered a reminder. Hoch Lien Fong has fallen into the evil path of soul-sucking. Now that Hatai Ding is traveling with him, it proves Hatai Ding isn't a good person either. Are you sure you want to go with them? Deep Lin Lung had already thought this through, so she said not to worry. She knew her own limits. A while later, they had reached the 5th floor of the tower. Before them were many spirit tablets. Bakvai, being timid, hid behind Dep Lin Lung, who looked around observantly. Bakvai pointed to a spirit tablet and a sword. This sword, at first glance, looks different from the others. Dep Lin Lung deduced it was the unparalleled good sword, the treasure sword that the female protagonist Diep Dung Wit obtained in Javan City. The spirit tablet next to that sword bore the name Yen Shuyen. La Dian Trung informed them that Yen Shuyen was the last family head of the Yen family and also the last city lord of Giovan City. He also died in the battle that wiped out the Yen mansion 10 years ago. Bok Vi noticed something strange here. If everyone died together, why did someone bring his sword into the spirit hall and set up a tablet for him? This proves that in that tragic incident, someone survived, and this survivor might even be the perpetrator. While everyone was speculating about the past event, Hoch Lin Fong quickly approached, intending to draw the sword. Fortunately, Bok Vi noticed and told her junior sister he wants to take the sword. An evil cultivator with a treasure sword will surely bring disaster to all living beings. Are you not going to do anything about it? Deep Ling Lung didn't need to intervene. She observed that he alone wouldn't be able to take it. As she predicted, he indeed couldn't take the sword. However, his attempt triggered a mechanism in this place. Realizing the danger, after the mechanism was activated, they found the stairs going down had disappeared. Luckily, the stairs going up were still there, so they quickly went up to the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Bok Vi's eyes were drawn to a box placed in a prominent position. What's that? She wondered. Deep Lin Lung approached, wanting to open it and see what was inside. As she was about to open the box, Ha Tai Ding, who had just come up, saw her action and loudly called out to stop her. Stop touching things carelessly here, will you? But her hand was quicker than his words. The box slowly opened, revealing that it contained the continuation fire pearl. Ha Tai Din brazenly reached out, asking Deep Lin Lung to hand over the continuation fire pearl. Deep Lin Lung wasn't a naive girl. She said, "Wait a moment, please. Before you arrived, didn't the city lord of Giovan promise the 6th elder to find the continuation fire pearl for my senior sister, right?" Ha Tai Din felt a bit uneasy, but his greedy nature still made him justify himself. That's true. Therefore, I'll personally bring the continuation fire pearl back to the 6th elder. Deep Lin Lung replied, "There's no need to be so troublesome. It's for my senior sister anyway. Let her take it back herself." Bok Vi chimed in. "That's right. My junior sister is correct." Hoch Lin Fong, hot-tempered as ever, lost patience and pushed Deep Lin Lung aside. He urged Ha Tai Din, "Why waste words with them? Quickly take the continuation fire pearl and let's go." So the male protagonist Ha Tai Din appeared, saying, "Sorry, Vivi. This time, whatever you say is useless. I must personally take the continuation fire pearl." But the result disappointed him. Despite his best efforts, he still couldn't take it out. Hoch Lin Fong, impatient, didn't say much and pushed Ha Tai Ding aside to show off his skills. The result for this hot-tempered guy was no different. Despite his best efforts, he still couldn't take it out. But this was Deep Lin Lung's chance to mock them. It seems that for things that don't belong to you, greed is useless. Ha Tai Din retorted, "You say that as if I can't take it out, but you can. Well, let me try and see if I can." So Deep Lin Lung stepped forward, wanting to test her luck. As a result, she couldn't take it out either. It seems this thing doesn't belong to any of us. Fortunately, she couldn't take it out. When she was about to take the continuation fire pearl, the other two's greed had sparked murderous intent. If she had managed to take out the pearl, they would have immediately killed her and stolen it. Seeing this result, the two left to search elsewhere, wanting to see if there were any clues to take it out. Deep Lin Lung then asked Bok Vi to try her luck. Bok Vi also wanted to give it a try, thinking, since no one else could take it out, if I can't either, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Surprisingly, Bok Vi effortlessly and gently took it out. She was also shocked by the result. "I got it out. How did I manage to take out this continuation fire pearl?" The two villains hadn't gone far. Hearing that Bok Vi had taken it out, Ha Tai Din shouted fiercely, "Quickly, hand over the continuation fire pearl." Deep Lin Lung, not letting those villains have their way, quickly closed the box containing the continuation fire pearl, activating the secret mechanism of this place. Instantly, they vanished before the eyes of those two. Ha Tai Din, irritated, kept cursing. "The continuation fire pearl and the people are gone. Did they take the continuation fire pearl away? That girl must have played a trick." To vent his anger, he punched a pillar. Accidentally, he also activated the secret mechanism of this place. Hoch Lin Fong angrily scolded him. "What are you doing? Why did you activate the mechanism?" Meanwhile, Deep Lin Lung's group was transported to a place without any light. Having just obtained the precious item, Bok Vi took it out to illuminate for everyone, preventing their panic. As luck would have it, La Dien Trung's misfortune found him again. A ghost appeared, scaring people. La Dien Trung, haunted by ghosts for the past few days, couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. "Ghost, ghost, Save me, Sister Dipe. Dep Ling Lung noticed that the ghost here had quite a style. It even wore decorative pins, indeed looking more high class than those on Daesan Mountain. Regarding this matter, she didn't want to waste energy and effort, especially when her pet was an expert in this field. So Chiotai was summoned by her. Quickly, try it, Chiotai. See if this type tastes better. Faced with Chiotai, the ghost from earlier was startled and terrified, knowing that its fate as a ghost had now come to an end. Meanwhile, Muktionien and Bachvi were equally frightened. Deep Ling Lung now formally greeted everyone. Let me respectfully introduce to everyone, this is my pet named Chiotai. You don't need to be afraid. It's very well behaved. Look, it can even help us deal with these ghosts. Bachvi tried to calm herself and said, this pet of yours is indeed useful. By the way, little junior sister, why did we suddenly come here? Where is this place? Should we find a way out right away? If Hatai Din catches up to us later, we won't have a chance to kill him. Dep Lin Lung casually replied that she didn't know where this place was either. Like earlier on the 6th floor, I saw charm patterns on that stone pillar. I knew right away that this continuation fire pearl had a formation, and it was the key to open the teleportation array. Hearing this, Bachvi admired her junior sister even more. You just glanced at it and recognized all the charm patterns on it. Little junior sister, you're really amazing. 5th senior sister is very skilled too. Bachvi wanted to ask more to be sure. Since others couldn't take down the continuation fire pearl, am I really the only one who got it? That's right. Deep Lin Lung confirmed to her senior sister. Muktionien, also worried, asked, little junior sister, you don't know where this place is, yet it transported us here like this. Deep Lin Lung thought this was the Yen family's teleportation array. They've used it before, so how could they teleport themselves to their death? She was curious to know why 5th senior sister needed the continuation fire pearl. Bachvi explained that she was born with a cold constitution, making it difficult for her to cultivate. If I force myself to cultivate like a normal person, it's easy to go mad from chi deviation. That's why my father wanted to find the continuation fire pearl to change my constitution. Dep Lin Lung remembered that in the original future, the 6th branch would give birth to a fallen evil spirit. This demon would massacre the entire Luke family and later be destroyed by Dep Dung Wet. It seems that demon must be 5th senior sister, and Hatai Din never gave her the continuation fire pearl. Dep Lin Lung advised her senior sister that when she returns home, she must strongly warn her father to be cautious of Hatai Din. She knew Hatai Din had always been trying to win over the Luke family and must certainly have a plot to harm them. Muktionien thought that even if they reported and accused, it would be useless because her father wouldn't believe her words. At first, even I didn't believe her. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have suspected that a high-level disciple of Liat Duong Palace was an evil cultivator. Moreover, I couldn't have imagined that Hatai Ding, always excellent and outstanding, would have a human face but a beast's heart like this. The only way is not to let him leave here alive. Bachvi, hearing this, agreed without hesitation. Little junior sister is absolutely right. We can't let him leave here alive. La Dien Trung timidly interrupted. He wanted to know what they should do now to deal with those two people. After the events of the past few days, Deep Lin Lung looked around this place, at the ghosts and what the Yen family had encountered. She had a somewhat bold thought. She suspected that the destruction of Thanjiavan was due to someone releasing ghosts into the city and letting them do the deed. Her speculation frightened Muktionien. According to what you're saying, haven't we just walked into a ghost's nest? Shouldn't we run away immediately? Deep Lin Lung replied calmly, yes, we should run away, but we don't know which way to run, right? Therefore, we should first find their source, then look for an exit in the opposite direction. Little junior sister really fears nothing, always unchanging in a world of constant change. Muktunien was truly scared of her little junior sister now. You're right. Everyone, be careful. Don't separate from each other. They continued to explore like this. They didn't know how long they had been walking, but still hadn't found anything. They didn't expect there to be an underground palace here. After walking a bit further, they saw a colorful, sparkling spirit stone that looked very beautiful. Little junior sister, look at that spirit stone. It's so beautiful. Did the Yen family build this underground palace to worship it for generations? Or should we take it back to Thanh Huyen sect to strengthen our sect? La Dien Trung couldn't help but interject. Strengthen the sect. You're really brave. Have you seen what happened to the Yen family after they were strengthened? Before he could finish, he received 3 cold stares as if they wanted to kill him. A chilling feeling ran down his spine. As expected, he was scolded by Bachvi. You crow-mouthed fool. What else could we do? Should we divide it equally on the spot and give you a small piece? This is when La Dien Trung's thick-skinned mode activated. It's not like we can't do that. I'm willing to share some of the burden with you all. At that moment, the spirit stone cracked open, surprising everyone. The spirit stone cracked. How did it suddenly crack like that? An egg fell out of the spirit stone. It dropped near Deplin Lung's feet. While Deplin Lung was still unsure what it was, the egg cracked open. A colorful spirit beast broke through the eggshell and appeared. As soon as it emerged, it made a sound. Without hesitation, it created a source of spiritual energy surrounding Deplin Lung. Deplin Lung could feel the spiritual power. It felt like she could just sit down to cultivate and break through to the late foundation establishment stage immediately. Bao Dao, sensing something amiss, emerged with a frightened look and said, "I've finished translating for you, Deplin Lung. You're really in trouble now. It has already considered you as its servant. The spiritual energy just now was its blessing to you. Since you've received its benefits, you'll have to raise it from now on." The spirit beast climbed up again, stood on Deplin Lung's head, and continued to make sounds. Bao Dao translated for her again. Now it's hungry and is waiting for you to quickly find food for it. If not, it will get angry. Deplin Lung pulled it down and stared at it. "Why should I do that? What exactly is this thing?" The spirit beast made another sound, as if communicating with her arrogantly. The translator Bao Dao said fearfully, "It says it's a Tao Thiet. Moreover, it's the little prince of the Tao Thiet clan." Deepling Lung, you're in big trouble now. Deepling Lung was a bit skeptical of the translator. "Bao Dao, I have to suspect you're talking nonsense and lying to deceive me." Looking at the spirit beast, she thought to herself, "I can't be that unlucky. Tao Thiet is one of the 4 great divine beasts. Moreover, it eats terribly much, like a bottomless pit." Bao Dao, being doubted, was a bit unhappy. "As a small grass-type spirit animal, I've lived in the deep forest for many years. Whatever those animals want to express, I understand very clearly. When the Tao Thiet just arches its back, I know it wants to eat." Deplin Lung found it reasonable and had to compromise with the Tao Thiet. "Your Highness, noble prince, I'm sorry there are no cooking ingredients here. How about we wait until we get outside, and I'll cook a delicious meal for you then." Hearing this, the Tao Thiet climbed onto her head again with an arrogant look. Bao Dao quickly translated, "It says to hurry up a bit. It's very hungry now and can't wait for long." Fortunately, from her observations so far, she knew the position to leave the formation. So she quickly activated the mechanism to swiftly bring everyone outside. Ladian Chung rejoiced. "Finally, we've left that weird place." But his smile quickly faded when they saw 2 familiar figures before them. Hoch Lin Fong held his sword angrily. "You've come back at just the right time. We just solved the mechanism, and you return." Tranam Hataiding continued, "Sixth junior sister, I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Now don't blame me for being cruel. Both the Tu Kwa Chao and all your lives today must be left here." Ladian Trung lamented his unfortunate fate. Why are Hoch Lin Fong and Hatai Ding still here? This extreme joy and sorrow switching back and forth, isn't it a bit too fast? So we have 4 people, 2 foundation establishment, 2 golden core. We're completely incapable of fighting the 2 nascent soul cultivators opposite us. Contrary to everyone's worry, Deplin Lung was strangely calm. "It's a small matter. No need to panic. We have the boss to protect us." The Tao Thiet she brought aimed at those 2 people. The 2 arrogant ones, unaware of the impending danger, still mocked. "Protect. You're relying on this tiny beast. Let's send it to heaven first." As soon as they finished speaking, the Tao Thiet rushed forward and ate their swords with relish. Deep Lin Lung was pleased and tried to curry favor. "Your Highness, please deal with those 2. I'll go cook some delicious food for you." The 2 looked at the remaining parts of their swords in hand, terrified. "What on earth is this thing? How are its teeth so powerful?" Deep Lin Lung happily grilled food. "Fortunately, I have plenty of beast carcasses in my ring to grill for your Highness." Fifth senior sister, La Dien Trung, you 2 quickly cheer for his Highness. Fifth senior brother and I will grill the meat. Sixth Bok Vi cheered with flattering words. "Your Highness is the best #1 in the world." La Dien Trung, like someone giving tips, chimed in. "Your Highness, quickly eat them. Hurry, don't let these 2 villains escape." Oh, they're about to reach the 5th floor. On the other side, the 2 arrogant ones ran away. Hoch Lin Fong urged Hatai Din to activate the mechanism. Hatai Din remembered last time, after Hoch Lin Fong touched the treasure sword, the mechanism here was activated. If we just continue to activate the mechanism, this little beast wanting to eat us will have to reconsider the situation. So he drew his sword, arrogantly taunting, "Tao Thiet, come here. Come eat us." As a result, Deep Lin Lung slapped his face. She immediately pressed the button to stop the mechanism, not allowing them to escape. Hatai Din, surprised that Deep Lin Lung knew how to close this mechanism, had a very unpleasant expression on his face. Deep Lin Lung didn't hesitate hesitate to let him know. It's written in the original text. The first time you touched it, I already knew. She left it at that. The more she spoke, the more confused he became. What original text? You knew beforehand. Then why didn't you close it? Why should I help you close it? Are we that close? Trapping enemies is indeed her specialty. The Tao Thiet, too hungry to bear it anymore, rushed to attack Ha Tai Din, but only managed to eat his sword. Ha Tai Din luckily dodged the attack. After eating the sword, the Tao Thiet turned to stare intently at Ha Tai Din. Ha Tai Din panicked so much he couldn't stand, sat down crying and begging for mercy. It's too fierce. Even the supreme treasure sword was swallowed whole. Don't come here. Save me. Save me. Brother Hoch Lin, save me. In response to this brotherly plea, Hoch Lin Fong tore his life-saving talisman. He only left a cold-hearted remark to the desperate cry for help. If I have the chance, I'll avenge you. With that, he vanished before Ha Tai Din's bewildered eyes. Seeing 6th Bakvi coming down, the Cha Nam guy started his sentimental song again. No, VV, please save me. Save me. I'm your future husband. If I die, you. Not letting him finish his Chanam song, 6th Bakvi interrupted. If you die, I'll immediately set off fireworks to celebrate, then build a stage to throw money to passersby. I'll announce to the whole world that I've escaped from a scum like you and successfully gained freedom. He still put on a sentimental face, wanting to know why she hated him so much. 6th Bakvi didn't hide her thoughts about him. Because I know your deep feelings are just an act in front of the elders. I had to watch you perform for over a decade, watching you deceive my entire family. They'd rather believe you than me. I've seen your cold-blooded face when you kill. Because I saw that, I had nightmares for a whole month. To escape from that, I joined Thanh Huyen Tong without hesitation. But I still fear that one day you'll raise your dirty hands against my family. I won't have the power to change that, so I just hope you die. Ha Tai Din now stopped acting and instead, he laughed loudly. I didn't expect to fail today. I carefully planned for so many years, didn't expect it all to crumble today. Destroyed by your little junior sister. Your intuition wasn't wrong at all. I did have ulterior motives. If I had completed what I needed to do at the Luke family. Already understanding his thoughts, no one wanted to hear him speak further. Dep Lin Lung spoke up, not letting him continue. Have you said enough? Are you all done with your small talk? His Highness the Crown Prince is craving fresh meat. 6th Bakvi cheerfully invited. Your Highness has finished speaking. Please enjoy at your leisure. So the first fresh meat that the Tao Thiet got to savor was Ha Tai Ding, the treacherous Cha Nam guy. After enjoying the fresh meat, the Tao Thiet seemed a bit pleased. It made another sound. The chubby-headed interpreter quickly worked. He leaned close to Dep Ling Lung's ear and said, His Highness says he's half full and requests that you continue to offer more delicious food. Deep Lin Lung took out a box containing a string and said to the Tao Thiet, Your Highness, before eating the roast meat, how about I give you a gift? Do you find this necklace beautiful? It's colorful and sparkly, very fitting for your noble aura and regal demeanor. Let me put it on for you. She quickly put the string around its neck. It might be a bit off in size, but that's okay. Isn't it beautiful? In response, it made a sound with a pleased attitude. Deep Ling Lung continued, From now on, it belongs to you. But I have something to tell you. You're still the noble crown prince, but from now on, I've ascended the throne as king. I hope you'll call me father from now on. It goes without saying how angry the arrogant crown prince must be. Deep Lin Lung said that anger is useless. This necklace has sealed your power. You'd better obey me. Indeed, she's an expert at tricking others. The Tao Thiet probably now realizes it chose the wrong target to show off to. At this moment, Deep Dung Wet called out, Lin Lung, where are you? If you hear me, answer me. Deep Dung Wet's voice woke her up. Dep Dung Wet is coming, but the peerless treasure sword has just been eaten by the Tao Thiet. But that's her sword. I must make a fake one for her. So before Dep Dung Wet arrived, Dep Lin Lung tried her best to create a fake peerless treasure sword to give to Dep Dung Wet and deceive her. Afterwards, their group left Giovan City, bidding farewell to other sects, each returning to their own. As soon as they returned to Thanh Huyen Tong, Deep Ling Lung called out everyone's names loudly, announcing her return. But in response to her call, there was silence more than ever before. Everyone was surprised as they saw no one. Muktunyan felt a bit panicked inside. Learning from last time, this time he didn't inform anyone of his return, but still couldn't see any of them anywhere. He worried that little junior sister and 5th junior sister would scold him if they knew. That would be too cruel to him. With its talent for eating, the Tao Thiet had caught a whiff of a delicious smell and was certain there was tasty food nearby. So today, the Tao Thiet quickly ran towards the source of the aroma. Seeing it run off, Deep Lin Lung tried to stop the Tao Thiet. Don't run around wildly. Don't bite everything you see, okay? As it reached the spot, the Tao Thiet was almost drooling, thinking, this prince has come for the delicious food. Just as it was about to step through the door, Diep Lin Lung caught it and held it in her arms. Suddenly, a ball of confetti fell down, followed by colorful paper pieces, and her senior brothers and sisters joyfully waved in welcome. Li Tu Trak, holding a bowl of noodles, wished little junior sister a happy 12th birthday. We have this day every year. May every day be as joyful as today. This touched her and also surprised her quite a bit. She had completely forgotten about her 12th birthday. She remembered when she joined Thanh Huyen Tung. She had just turned 11 not long ago. Now a year has passed, and she's already 12 years old. In her previous life, she was always busy, preparing for competitions or researching, writing papers. She had no idea what organizing a birthday was like. It seemed no one paid attention to her birthday either. Even she herself had stopped caring about it. But suddenly, having so many people care like this, they even took the trouble to prepare this surprise. This feeling was truly wonderful. This warm feeling of happiness was something she had never experienced before. Sixth Bakfi interrupted her thoughts. Little junior sister, I have good news. After I told my father about all your actions at the pavilion in Giovan City, he decided that from now on, he won't pressure me to get married anymore. He said I can just live the life I want. Li Tutrak continued, holding the bowl of noodles. Little junior sister, we've never been to the mortal world and don't know how to organize birthdays there. We only vaguely remember reading in a book that we should prepare longevity noodles, so we've tried making them here. We hope you'll like them. Deep Lin Lung was so happy. How could she not like it? Whatever senior brothers and sisters do for me, I'll like it all. Let me try it. With chopsticks in hand, before she could touch the noodles, the Tao Thiet swiftly put the entire bowl in its mouth. Seeing the strange spirit beast appear, Li Tu Trak wanted to know what it was. Dep Lin Lung explained it was her new pet named Crown Prince. Although the longevity noodles were gone, they still had to celebrate the birthday. This is a birthday gift from Big Senior Brother for you. It's all in this storage ring. Then everyone took turns, giving her gifts. With both arms full of gifts, she was extremely happy to have everyone celebrate her birthday with her. Today, I truly feel very happy, but we can't be lazy because of this. Since you're back, let's cultivate together later. At the mention of cultivation, everyone's faces turned gloomy. Little junior sister, do you need to be so strict? For us, the road ahead is still very long. Of course, we must be like this. I've made up my mind to continue guiding senior brothers and sisters to strive together, creating more pressure for them for a happier life in the future. This comic series ends here. Thank you everyone for watching until the final episode of this comic series. This series is rated as having the power to create vitamin smiles, which is very good. We hope that you all can suggest works that have the ability to create vitamin smiles like this.